Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 600 to Chapter 680. Wang Ting was suddenly looking forward to the next match. Star Origin Power. He wondered if this Inca Empire warrior would be able to produce a different attribute bubble. But one thing was for sure, the Star Origin Power would definitely be there. Just as Wang Ting was thinking about what he could take advantage of, Mu Zhigua and Aguilo had already clashed in the arena below. At this moment, they were representing two nations. With honor and disgrace on their backs, they did not waste any time and went straight to the point. Boom! Mu Zhigua's blade radiance arrived in an instant and slashed down on Aguilo's head. Aguilo's gaze remained unchanged. With a move of his hand, a red light flashed in front of him and shattered the blade radiance. At this moment, Mu Zhigua had already closed in from afar and punched Aguilo. Bang! Both of their fists collided. Two rays of light, one gold and one red, shot out a powerful shockwave that spread out in all directions. They separated upon contact. Mu Zhigua and Aguilo both retreated a few meters and looked at each other with a solemn expression. Mu Zhigua's eyelids drooped slightly. There was still a trace of scorching heat on his fist. Even the origin power in his body felt like it was about to be burned. That kind of fire origin power was stronger than ordinary warriors. It seemed like Wang Ting was right. This Aguilo was different and not easy to deal with. Boom! Aguilo did not give Mu Zhigua any time to think. With a stomp of his foot, his body turned into a red afterimage as he charged at Mu Zhigua. Crack! At the same time, cracks appeared on the ground where he was just standing. It was caused by his stomp. Mu Zhigua's gaze focused. He leaped into the air and swooped down quickly, slashing at Aguilo. Clang! A distant metallic sound reverberated in the sky. Aguilo stood on the ground and squatted slightly. However, he used the iron rod in his hand to block Mu Zhigua's attack. After his attack failed, Mu Zhigua leaped into the air again with Aguilo following closely behind. The two of them turned into two balls of light and collided fiercely in the sky. The explosive sound of the origin power reverberated in the surroundings. The aftershock swept across the sky with terrifying momentum. Both of them are very strong. Gerald, the genius of the Great Eagle Kingdom, said slowly. His eyes flickered with a trace of fighting spirit. Both of them have reached the inferior warlord level. They must be the strongest prodigies of the two countries. Arnold pondered for a moment before continuing. However, I'm very curious. What role did Wang Ting play in Xiaoxia's team this time? I feel that this person isn't simple. Is it possible that Mu Zhigua isn't the strongest Heaven's Pride expert of the Xia continent, but someone else? Gerald's eyes flashed as he said. You mean Wang Ting? After giving it some thought, Arnold could not help but shake his head and say, but he's too young. I'm already very surprised that he was able to defeat Hersen. I can't believe that he's comparable to you guys. Not to mention you, even I can't believe it. Gerald said. In the bald eagle stands, Yute said to a young man, Swan, can you beat them? Martha and Fortes could not help but look at each other. After a night of rest, Fortes had already woken up. He had used a large amount of expensive healing medicine to heal most of his injuries. However, there were still some bruises on his face that could not be completely healed. Fortes gnashed his teeth in hatred at the thought of his handsome face being beaten up like this. However, when he heard that the Heaven's Pride experts selected by the temple were also treated like this, he was immediately relieved. At least he was not the only one. It was good that everyone was humiliated together. However, the other warrior of Bald Eagle was not so lucky. Quincy, who had been stimulated by Kanai Tanji's illusion, was still in a coma at the moment. It was estimated that it would be very difficult for him to regain his human form. Yute had already airlifted him back overnight. With emergency treatment, his life might be saved. At this moment, the young man being questioned by Yute looked very ordinary. He had a high nose bridge, 2 white marks on his face, and his skin was between white and yellow. Obviously, he was not pure white. Hearing Yute's words, he just coldly replied, I don't know. A trace of helplessness flashed in Yute's eyes. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he simply stopped asking him. Martha and Fortes also seemed to be extremely afraid of him. Seeing that he had no intention to speak, they did not dare to approach him. It seemed that this young man's position in this team was somewhat special. Not only the Great Eagle Nation and Bald Eagle were paying attention, but the warriors of other countries were also watching the competition very seriously, measuring the gap between them and their opponents. Boom! 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 Above the arena, two balls of light were madly colliding, but one side was clearly in a disadvantageous position. When Mujigwa collided with Aguilo again, his body involuntarily flew backward. His long saber streaked across the void to the side, and with the help of the air resistance, he stepped on the void and forcibly stopped himself. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Aguilo in the distance with a dignified expression. Seeing this scene, Mujigwa's gaze suddenly became absent-minded as fragments of memories flashed through his mind. In those memories, a team of 4 was carrying out a mission, and Mujigwa was among them. They were walking in a forest, moving quickly and supporting each other as they rushed to a certain place. The scene changed, and the few of them were in a certain ruin, fighting with warriors of different skin colors as if they were fighting for something. Suddenly, 2 of them were in danger, and Mujigwa gave up on the mission target that he was fighting for and went to rescue them. At the end of the scene, he returned with serious injuries with his teammates. A middle-aged man in a military uniform stood in front of him, looking disappointed as he sighed and left. The memory ended, and the thoughts in his mind only lasted for a split second. Mujigwa instantly regained his senses, and his gaze became incomparably resolute. I can't be defeated. He held the saber in his hand tightly as his battle intent surged. Golden force soared into the sky, and a sharp saber intent wrapped around his body. The golden saber light danced wildly and intertwined in the sky before finally condensing into a huge golden saber. Mujigwa's eyes were wide open as he held the saber with both hands and slashed down furiously. The golden saber light swept across the void, and an ear-piercing friction sound echoed in the sky. The air was compressed, and a sharp saber intent spread out in all directions, making it difficult to look at it directly. Slash, 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 there seemed to be an angry roar reverberating in the void as the saber intent slashed down. Aguilo looked up with a calm gaze as he clasped his hands together. The flames on his body suddenly surged and condensed into a mystical flaming giant beast. Roar, the giant beast roared furiously as it charged toward the golden saber light above its head. Boom, the two collided and produced a violent explosion. The golden and red light almost covered half the sky, completely enveloping the situation. At this moment, no one could tell who was the victor. Sigh. Wang Ting, who was in the audience, suddenly sighed. He didn't need to watch the match to know who the final winner was. Aguilo was very powerful. With the astral force in his body, he was invincible among those of the same level. It wasn't impossible for him to fight someone of a higher level. Of course, that was unless he was weak. However, the Incan kingdom wouldn't let such a martial artist embarrass themselves. Therefore, Mujigwa's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Tan Xian and the rest heard Wang Ting sigh and their hearts skipped a beat. He obviously wouldn't speak without thinking. At this moment, the light and dust in the arena finally dissipated. Everyone looked over and saw Mujigwa half-kneeling on the ground. His body was covered in burn marks and he was in a sorry state. Aguilo, on the other hand, was still standing in mid-air with his palms together. There was no emotion on his face. Pfft. Mujigwa looked up at him and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stood up with difficulty and staggered. He only managed to stabilize himself with the help of his saber. Admit defeat, Wang Ting said as he stood up. Mujigwa gritted his teeth with a tinge of stubbornness in his eyes. I'm the leader. I have the final say. So, we admit defeat, Wang Ting said as he walked into the arena. The priest looked at him in surprise and nodded. The Incan kingdom wins this round. Mujigwa's eyes flashed with a tinge of unwillingness. Don't worry. It's just a loss. Leave the rest to me. Wang Ting looked at Aguilo from afar and helped Mujigwa off the arena. Zhu Yunxiao and the rest went up to comfort Mujigwa. Senior. Luoqing didn't know what to say. He was probably the only one who could understand Mujigwa at this moment. I'm fine. You don't have to do this, Mujigwa shook his head and said. All right. It's just a loss. Is there a need to make it so tragic? It's as if all of you lost a teammate. We'll just win it back next time, Wang Ting said nonchalantly. Although everyone knew that Wang Ting was just trying to comfort them, they still couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. Why did his tone sound like he deserved a beating? Couldn't he say something more auspicious? What did he mean by, as if their teammate had died? He was cursing them. TSK, you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Wang Ting shook his head, sat down, and took out the snacks to eat. For a moment, the sound of him chewing could be heard all around, causing everyone's eyebrows to twitch. They couldn't wait to rush up to him and beat him up. This was too infuriating. Everyone else was worrying about the competition, but he was eating without a care in the world. Wang Ting couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them as he silently counted his gains. Fire Force *680, Star Force, Fire, *65, Metal Force *750 Metal Saber Intent *350 Metal Saber Intent *290, Wang Ting was secretly delighted. As expected, the Star Force dropped, and it was the Fire Force that he already had. Star Origin Power, Fire 87 Wang Ting had picked up 22 points of Fire Force in the underground laboratory of Capital Xia's military district. Adding the 65 points that he had just picked up, he had a total of 87 points. He could feel that the amount of Fire Star Origin power he could use had increased. It was a pity that he hadn't developed a technique that could convert Star Force. Otherwise, if he could convert all the force in his body into Star Force, his strength would definitely skyrocket. As for the ancient god body, there was no need to mention it. Although that technique was heaven-defying, it could only be used to train the body and couldn't increase his force. It was obviously hopeless to find a breakthrough in the ancient god body. Apart from the Star Origin power, the rest of the harvest was ordinary origin power. When Wang Ting saw that his Fire Force had increased by 680 points, he couldn't help but ponder. It was obvious that Aguilo hadn't completely mastered the Star Force. The Star Force in his body was only a part of it, and the rest was still ordinary Fire Force. Other than that, there were 750 points of Metal Force. The attribute bubbles dropped by the lower warlord were slightly more than the quasi-warlords. The last attribute was the Metal Saber Intent. Mujigua's saber intent in the competition wasn't weak. Although he lost to Aguilo in the end, he didn't lose in terms of intent, but in terms of the quality of his force. Metal Saber Intent was still an extremely powerful intent. Metal Saber Intent, 340/5000, 50%, Wang Ting already had Metal Saber Intent, and he had already accumulated 40% of it. Now that he had picked up 640 points of Metal Saber Intent, he finally reached 50%. The stronger the Saber Intent, the more benefits it would bring to Wang Ting. The more Saber Intent he integrated into his Saber Sword Storm, the stronger it would be. Thinking about it carefully, Wang Ting was a little impressed with himself. How did he come up with such a powerful combat technique just by casually researching it? Sigh, this damned excellence. Wang Ting suddenly realized that no matter if it was Saber Intent or Fist Intent, he was unknowingly walking the path of integration. Even his force was the same. Could this be his true path? Wang Ting rubbed his chin, deep in thought. He felt that he had discovered something incredible. But then again, it felt really good to pick up attribute bubbles for free. After the competition between Xianxia and the Incan Kingdom, the warriors from other countries were also getting restless. Gerald from the Great Eagle Kingdom suddenly stood up, stretched, and said to Arnold beside him, "Watching the competition made my bones itch. I'm going to play with the Bald Eagle warriors." "Don't be careless, Gerald," Arnold reminded him. Got it, got it." Gerald waved his hand and walked into the arena. Everyone was shocked when they saw the Great Eagle Kingdom's representative. Gerald looked around and fixed his gaze in the direction of the Bald Eagle. He said slowly, "Great Eagle Kingdom, Gerald, challenges the Bald Eagle." Why did everyone come to challenge them at this exchange? UT's face darkened, and he felt aggrieved. But this Great Eagle Kingdom is completely expected. Ute sneered and turned to look at the young man behind him. "Suen, it's your turn." Suen glanced at Gerald and didn't say anything. He slowly got up and walked straight into the arena. The Bald Eagle's representative is actually an unfamiliar face. He hasn't fought before. Could it be the Bald Eagle's hidden trump card? I'm afraid the Great Eagle Kingdom's strongest is also fighting. I can feel that Gerald's aura is at the lower warlord level. Various countries were discussing and looking forward to the next competition. Suan. At this moment, Suan had already arrived in front of Gerald and said calmly. A silver-white knight sword appeared in Gerald's hand. He pointed it diagonally to the ground and looked straight ahead. His body was filled with battle intent. Suan's expression changed slightly as an indistinct fighting intent erupted from him. Boom, the two battle intents collided in the air, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. The battle of auras between the strong wasn't just about who was better. The two of them looked like they were competing, but in fact, they were both looking for an opportunity to attack. Between the auras of both sides, whoever showed a flaw would be seized by the opponent, and what awaited them would be a thunder-like attack. For experts at their level, every mistake was fatal. Lower-level warlords were already at the top of the Earthstar combat power pyramid. Every attack from them was enough to kill. They couldn't be taken lightly. The arena was silent. Gerald and Suan didn't make the first move. They stared at each other with swords drawn. It was like the calm before the storm. The warriors from various countries also held their breaths and stared at the two people below without blinking. In the audience seats, Wang Ting touched his chin and said, "These two look like they're in love. I wonder how long they'll be staring at each other." Around him, the expressions of Tan Tai Xian and the others, who were originally very serious, instantly collapsed. What do you mean by they're in love? Other people were having a proper competition, but Wang Ting was forcefully making the atmosphere weird. What kind of weird things were going on in this bastard's head? However, after Wang Ting said that, Gerald from the Great Eagle Kingdom and Suan from the Bald Eagle really did look a little. Does everyone think so too? Wang Ting saw everyone's expression and his eyes lit up. Zhu Yunxiao and the others' expressions changed. That thought only flashed through their minds, but Wang Ting actually saw through it. Were his eyes made of 24K titanium alloy dog eyes? However, this was all because of him. If he didn't mention it, they wouldn't have thought in that direction. They were all pure people and definitely wouldn't have such dirty thoughts. Therefore, it was Wang Ting's fault. Real king of pots. JPG, shut up. Tan Tai Xian shouted angrily. Wang Ting felt a strong sense of disdain. He curled his lips and muttered, "What is this? Women are really baffling." Say that again. Tan Tai Xian's ears were very sharp. He glared at him and said coldly. Zhu Yunxiao, Ji Xiaoming, and the others rejoiced in Chu Feng's misfortune. This guy was really stubborn. He dared to say anything. Don't you know that women are very petty? Fine, I'm not afraid of you. Wang Ting glared at her and said righteously, "What did I say just now?" "Oh, right, I was talking about Sister Xian. You're really as beautiful as a flower. You're so beautiful that even birds and geese fall from the sky. You're a peerless beauty. You can be said to be one of the most extraordinary women in the world." Pfft. Ran Qingsong spat out the mouthful of water he had just drunk. "I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen someone this shameless." Ren Qingsong was suddenly enlightened. He finally knew why he had lost. He also knew why Wang Ting was so powerful, far surpassing his peers. So it was because he was shameless. A shameless person is invincible. The ancients really didn't lie. Ji Xiaoming and the others were stunned. They looked at Wang Ting with strange expressions. They suddenly felt a sense of respect for him. They couldn't learn how to throw away their moral integrity so easily. Luo Qing, who was standing at the side, secretly gave him a thumbs up. That was really awesome. Tan Tai Xian looked at him with a faint smile. Although he knew that this guy was talking nonsense, he was very happy to hear it. At least you know what's good for you. Tan Tai Xian glared at him and sat down lazily. Boom, at this moment, a loud boom suddenly came from the arena. It turned out that Gerald and Suan had already started fighting. They were colliding fiercely in the sky. For a moment, the arena was filled with the sound of thunder, mixed with the ear-piercing sound of the wind. Thunder force, wind force. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly narrowed. He was overjoyed. These two were actually thunder and wind attribute martial artists, good guys. They were indeed the geniuses of the two countries. Mutated martial artists were very rare. Wang Ting had been a martial artist for a long time, but he hadn't met many mutated martial artists. At this exchange, not only did an ice-based martial artist and a spirit reader master appear, but now, a thunder-based martial artist and a wind-based martial artist had also appeared. At this moment, Wang Ting just wanted to roar. Let the surprise come more fiercely. In the sky, Gerald from the Great Eagle Kingdom turned into a green light. His body was light and agile, like a spirit in the wind. He was impossible to catch. However, every time he attacked, he turned into the sharpest green light. He cut across the sky, leaving clear marks in the sky. Suan from the Bald Eagle was also extraordinary. He was bathed in thunder and moved quickly in the sky. He held a thunder spear in his hand and fought with Gerald. Every time they collided, there would be silver electric arcs splashing in all directions. The fierce wind also swept in all directions, turning the area around them into a battlefield of violent energy. The momentum of their battle was terrifying, and it shocked the martial artists of the various countries. However, everyone looked up at the sky, unwilling to miss a single detail. So powerful. Zhao Yuanwu muttered to himself. His heart was touched, and he couldn't control himself. Luoqing, Ji Xiaoming, and the others were also deeply shocked. They realized that there was still a big gap between them and the true top geniuses. However, they were still young. In the next conference, their strength might reach that level. They might even be stronger than them. I really didn't expect the geniuses of the Great Eagle Kingdom and the Bald Eagle to be both mutated martial artists, Mu Zhigua said with a serious face. These two have developed their two forces to an extremely high level. They are very strong, Tan Taixian said with a flash in his eyes. Ren Qingcang's eyes flickered. He clenched his fists and was unwilling to accept this. They were both lightning-type martial artists, but he realized that compared to Suan, he was too far behind. Suan only needed one hand to defeat him. What would happen if it was Wang Ting? He couldn't help but glance at a certain someone, only to see him looking at the two people fighting in the arena with excitement and surprise. What the hell? What's with the surprise on his face? The other person is so powerful. Why are you so surprised? At this moment, even with Ren Qingcang's cold state of mind, he felt powerless to complain. He really couldn't figure out what Wang Ting was thinking. This guy is different. Naturally, he didn't know that the reason Wang Ting was surprised was because the battle between Suan and Gerald was constantly dropping attribute bubbles. One by one, purple and green bubbles fell from the sky and floated on the ground of the arena. It was time to reap the rewards again. Lightning Force *50, Lightning Force *30, Wind Force *45, Wind Force *25, Wind Spirit Intent *10. Wind Spirit Intent. Wang Ting couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before the surprise in his eyes intensified. He originally thought that having wind and lightning force was already good enough. After all, he was a child who was content with what he had. He didn't expect the system to give him such a surprise. It actually gave him the wind concept attribute. As the wind spirit intent attribute bubble merged with his body, Wang Ting's related comprehension memories appeared in his mind. In that memory fragment, a sea appeared. Strong winds blew on the sea, stirring up stormy waves. There was a figure swimming in the wind like a rootless duckweed, drifting left and right as if it would be torn apart by the wind and swallowed by the waves at any time. However, every time he fell into the sea, he would rush out again and move forward in the wind, comprehending in the face of adversity. At first, he was unstable, but he gradually merged with the wind like a sea swallow facing the storm, agile and sharp. The scene ended, and Wang Ting understood in his heart. After he completely absorbed the attribute bubble, a green light flashed in his eyes. It was as if there was a light breeze around his body, blowing everyone's hair. Tan Taixian and the others were all warriors, so they instantly felt the difference. They followed the source and turned to look at Wang Ting. They immediately noticed the light in his eyes gradually receding, and they were all shocked. You comprehended it again? Tan Taixian asked uncertainly. A little, Wang Ting laughed and waved his hand. Everyone was speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that they were very close and had just sensed a trace of abnormality, they would have really believed it. However, everyone's thoughts were on the competition, so they didn't think about it. Their gazes returned to the sky. Wang Ting also let out a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would be nonsense to explain. he felt that the two forces in his body had slightly increased. In just a short while, he had picked up 130 lightning force and 115 wind force. He nodded in satisfaction, then looked back at the arena. As the battle between the two became more and more intense, more and more attribute bubbles fell. Wang Ting turned into a hard-working gardener, wielding a hoe and stealing the fruits of other people's labor. It was really intense and exciting. They're too fast. I can't see clearly, Xianxia suddenly said with sweat on his forehead. Chu Fei and Yan Bo also showed signs of strain on their faces. They couldn't see clearly, they were helpless. Gerald is at a disadvantage, Wang Ting said faintly. What? Everyone was shocked. In their eyes, the two people in the arena were on par with each other. Why did Gerald seem to be at a disadvantage when Wang Ting mentioned it? Gerald is good at speed. Although his attack isn't weak, it depends on who he's compared to. Suan is a thunder martial artist. Gerald's attack will soon collapse in front of Suan's force of thunder, Wang Ting analyzed. Zhu Yunxiao and the others were suddenly enlightened. They recalled a little and suddenly realized that, just as Wang Ting said, Gerald's attack never gained the upper hand when it collided with Suan's force of thunder. It was always shattered. Gerald, on the other hand, was only relying on his extraordinary speed to tangle with Suan, which gave people the illusion that he was on par with Suan. Of course, Suan's speed wasn't slow either. It was just that he was slightly inferior to Gerald, who had comprehended the wind spirit intent. This guy. Everyone couldn't help but look at Wang Ting with some admiration. When they stopped at the surface, Wang Ting had already seen the essence. Not everyone had this kind of combat insight. Naturally, they didn't know that Wang Ting's combat awareness had already reached the 9-star level. He had rich experience and could see the essence of many things at a glance. Boom! Suddenly, the battle in the arena suddenly changed dramatically. A figure fell from the sky, wrapped in a strong cyan light, and above it, another figure shrouded in purple light attacked directly. The two rays of light seemed to have turned into two meteors, and their speed was extremely fast. Boom! The purple thunder caught up with the cyan light in front of it, as if it had turned into a thunder spear, and it stabbed down. In the audience of the Great Eagle Kingdom, Arnold suddenly stood up with a gloomy face, clenched his fists, and stared at the two rays of light in the arena. Boom! The rays of light hit the ground, stirring up a cloud of smoke and dust, and cracks spread out in all directions on the ground. Cracks had actually appeared on the hard ground of the arena. It was obvious how powerful that attack was. The martial artists of various countries held their breaths and looked at the arena, waiting for the final result. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated, revealing the scene inside. Gerald was lying on the ground, and there was a shallow dent under his body, and cracks spread out like a spider web. In front of him, Suan stood with a spear in his hand, and his expression was calm. The sharp tip of the spear was pressed against Gerald's neck, and traces of electric arcs kept flickering. I lost, cough cough. Gerald's mouth twitched, and he suddenly coughed violently, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that he admitted defeat, Suan put away his spear and didn't say anything, and walked toward the audience. The temple priest announced the result. Everyone sighed. Gerald's strength was already very strong in their eyes, but they didn't expect that he would still be defeated by Suan. Wang Ting looked at Suan's back, and then he picked up all the scattered attribute bubbles around. Thunder Force *150, Thunder Force *240, Thunder Force *330, Thunder Fighting Intent *120, Spirit Realm *205, Spirit Realm Comprehension *180, Wind Force *510, Wind Force *420, Wind Spirit Intent *275, Spirit Realm *136, Spirit Realm Comprehension *170, Divine Wind Technique *65. Wang Ting was shocked. Oh my god, these attribute bubbles are simply exploding. He obtained a total of 720 points of Thunder Force and 930 points of Wind Force. In the case of not killing the opponent, this harvest was already not small. Then there were 341 points of Spirit Realm and 350 points of Spirit Realm Comprehension. It was a pity that the spirit and comprehension of these prodigies were mostly in the Spirit Realm. For the current Wang Ting, it was not enough. Then there were 275 points of Wind Spirit Intent, plus the previous 10 points, it was 285 points. Wind Spirit Intent, 285 to 1000, 10%. What made Wang Ting extremely surprised was that in addition to the Wind Spirit Intent, he also obtained another intent attribute, Thunder Fighting Intent. As the related attribute bubbles merged, a figure appeared in Wang Ting's mind. That figure fought against the thunder in the thunder, proud and powerful, gradually nurturing a terrifying intent. At the end of the image, that figure held a spear and stabbed into the sky, colliding with the thunder. Boom! Thunder exploded in the roar, and the figure holding the spear did not move. Under the contrast of the surrounding thunder, it looked extremely tall and dazzling. Thunder Fighting Intent. Wang Ting muttered, and his eyes shone. What did you just say? Tan Taixian asked suspiciously. Wang Ting was just whispering to himself. He did not hear the words Thunder Fighting Spirit clearly. Nothing. Wang Ting smiled and answered casually. Tan Taixian shook his head and did not ask any more questions. He turned to look at the arena. Frankly speaking, Gerald was not weak. On the contrary, he was very strong. He was probably one of the top talents among all the countries. However, when two strong talents fought, one was bound to lose. In the battle between him and Suan was the winner. The way he controlled thunder had left a deep impression on many people. In the eyes of everyone, Bald Eagle had hidden their strength well. Suan, who looked ordinary, had never fought before, but once he fought, he showed the strength of a talent and defeated Gerald, winning the battle directly. Obviously, Suan was Bald Eagle's trump card. At this moment, Suan returned to the audience. Bald Eagle immediately surrounded him with smiles on their faces. Yuder was very happy. After so many battles, Bald Eagle was no longer the side that was being abused. The more he spoke, the more tears he would shed. As a world superpower, they shouldn't have been so miserable in this exchange. However, this year had been an unlucky year. Everyone was targeting them, to the extent that the martial artists they sent to participate in the exchange were all beaten up badly, causing them to lose face. Now, Suan was going to fight, showing off his strength. It could be said that the Bald Eagle country also had a top Heaven's Pride expert. On the contrary, Arnold was not in a good mood at this moment. Gerald, who the Great Eagle Nation had high hopes for, was defeated by Suan. This was undoubtedly the biggest loss of this tournament. However, he still comforted Gerald with a few words. After all, Gerald was the Heaven's Pride of the Great Eagle Kingdom. If his state of mind was affected by this defeat, then the loss would outweigh the gain. It's a pity. Tan Taixian withdrew his gaze and said regretfully. You mean Gerald? Wang Ting asked. That's right. No matter where he goes, he's one of the top geniuses. Wouldn't it be a pity to lose like this? Tan Taixian said. It is a pity. It would have been even better if he could have fought with me. Wang Ting rubbed his chin as a strange light flashed in his eyes. He felt that if Suan had been in his place, he might have been able to wring more wool out of Gerald. Wang Ting glanced at his status panel. In the cultivation method column, there was an additional cultivation method, Divine Wind Technique, Heaven Rank Origin Art. Apart from the Thunderbolt Fighting Spirit, the most valuable thing he gained this time was the Wind Technique from Gerald's body. Wang Ting had already obtained quite a few Heaven Tier cultivation methods. The Earth, Fire, Wood, and Water attribute cultivation methods were all at the Heaven Tier. Now, with the addition of the Wind attribute Heaven Tier cultivation method, he alone had 5 Heaven Tier cultivation methods. If this news were to spread, it would make a lot of people's jaws drop. Other people would go bankrupt just to get a Heaven Tier cultivation method. It could be considered extremely extravagant. However, Wang Ting had 5 Heaven Tier cultivation methods at the same time. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. However, Wang Ting wasn't satisfied. He stared at Gerald again. He wanted to get more Holy Wind scripture attributes from him. What's with that look in your eyes? Tan Taixian couldn't help but ask. Gerald was already miserable enough, but Wang Ting still didn't want to let him go. It was obvious that he was thinking of something strange just by looking at his eyes. If he were to encounter Wang Ting, the result wouldn't be much better than now. It might even be worse. Tan Taixian knew Wang Ting too well. This guy would never use normal methods to defeat his opponent. Wang Ting coughed dryly and said, "Ahem, I don't mean anything else. It's just that I'm a little excited to see such an excellent opponent." There was nothing wrong with it. He did want to fight because he saw how excellent his opponent was. After all, the more excellent the opponent was, the more valuable the attributes they dropped would be. This was the truth. While the two were chatting, a warrior from Kangaroo Country walked into the arena and issued a challenge to Xianxia. "Who's going?" Chu Fei and Yan Bo looked at each other. At this time only the two of them had not made a move yet. Wang Ting wouldn't snatch their opponent. "You first," Yan Bo said with a smile. Chu Fei nodded. Without saying anything, he got up and jumped into the arena. After the two introduced themselves, they immediately entered battle mode. Their forces surged and collided in an instant. Chu Fei's strength was also very strong. His wood force had reached the quasi-warlord level and he was very skilled in using it. Wang Ting saw that he was holding a pitch-black staff that looked like it was made of metal and wood. He waved the staff around and covered the Kangaroo Country warrior opposite him. There was obviously a wood element staff intent in the staff technique. It wasn't a simple attack. To an outsider, it looked extremely tricky and impossible to guard against. On the other hand, the Kangaroo Country warrior was holding a battle sword. Water-type force surged all over his body. His sword technique was swift and fierce and it collided with the staff. Boom boom boom. Not long after, amidst a wave of rumbling sounds, Chu Fei seized the opportunity and swung his staff straight at the opponent's chest like a nimble snake leaving its lair. The Kangaroo Country warrior was instantly sent flying and blood spurted out of his mouth. Chu Fei stood proudly in the middle of the arena with a long rod in his hand, showing off to the best of his abilities. The warriors from various countries were surprised. Chu Fei won so easily. Sure enough, Xiaoxia's warriors couldn't be underestimated. This round, Xiaoxia wins, the temple priest announced. Tan Taishan heard and breathed a sigh of relief. Good, good, Zhu Yunxiao and Mu Zhigua had already lost. If Chu Fei lost as well, Xiaoxia would be shaved bald. As for Wang Ting, she didn't even consider him. That guy wasn't a normal warrior and couldn't be counted. Wang Ting seemed to have noticed something. He looked at her strangely and said with a laugh, "You're so afraid of them losing." "What do you know?" Dan Taishan glared at him fiercely and sent a voice transmission. In this exchange, the various countries are looking at the overall strength of all the participants, not the strength of a particular martial artist. No matter how strong you are, if Chu Fei and the others perform badly, it will not change everyone's perception of the Xia Kingdom's weakness. Zhu Yunxiao and Mu Zhigua might have lost, but the ability they displayed is not bad. The other countries must have seen it too. As long as they aren't stupid, they won't underestimate them, Wang Ting said. Even so, a loss is still a loss. No one can deny this fact, Tan Taishan said. Wang Ting shrugged. He had to admit that Tan Taishan was right. This world only looked at the winners. No one cared about the losers. It was a very normal phenomenon and psychology. There was nothing to say. He looked at the arena and used his spiritual telekinesis to pick up the attribute bubbles dropped by Chu Fei and the Kangaroo warrior. Wood Force *730, Snake Entangling Staff Intent *150, Soul Spirit *35, Water Force *760 Water Blade Intent *50, Spiritual State *80, Soul Level Comprehension *48, Snake Entangling Staff Intent. Wang Ting thought. This staff intent must be the intent of the staff technique that Chu Fei had just performed. Taking the snake entangling staff intent, the staff technique was like a spirit snake. As long as one was entangled, it would be difficult to escape. He had to admit that this staff intent was indeed unique. Nun Wang Ting's understanding process of the entangling staff intent appeared in his mind. In the forest, a figure was fighting with a snake-type star beast, imitating their habits and fighting skills. He gradually understood the snake entangling staff intent. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He felt that he had benefited a lot. Rather than calling it the snake entangling staff intent, it was better to call it the snake entangling staff intent. The staff intent was only the most superficial gain. The most useful thing was the snake entangling staff intent. It could be used not only in staff techniques, but also in sword techniques, blade techniques, fist techniques, and even palm techniques. Comprehending by analogy, at this moment, the benefits of having a high comprehension ability were revealed. He understood with a little guidance. Wang Ting comprehended the other uses of the snake entangling staff intent on his own. The other attribute bubbles were very common. Wang Ting only glanced at them and did not pay any more attention to them. He would wait until the end of this exchange before looking at the final gains. Next, the martial artists from the other countries appeared one after another, presenting exciting matches one after another. When Yan Bo saw that he was the only one who had not fought yet, he stood up himself, chose a country to challenge, and won in the end. Today, Xiaoxia won 2 matches, which could be considered as redeeming Zhu Yunxiao and Mu Zhigua's defeat. Yan Bo won and was in a good mood. He happily returned to the spectator seats. Everyone was about to surround him and congratulate him. However, at this moment, a martial artist from Japan suddenly stood up. And the person who stood up was Xianxia. This female martial artist from Japan had an outstanding performance in the previous match. Not only did she defeat the martial artist from Bald Eagle, but she also almost drove him crazy. This was not something an ordinary martial artist could do. Therefore, people from various countries paid close attention to her. Many people could already tell that Xianxia was a spirit reader master. Their eyes flashed with envy and seriousness. In this world, there were very few spirit reader masters. They were truly talented people. Only those with extremely good spiritual talent could give birth to spirit reader powers and become a spirit reader master. Ordinary people could not learn it. Many people could not help but envy Japan's good luck. A small island country actually gave birth to such an outstanding spirit reader master. What kind of luck was this? Could it be that Xianxia's mother stepped on dog poop when she gave birth to her? The martial artists from various countries were speculating maliciously. Who will Xianxia challenge? At this moment, everyone muttered in their hearts. There were only a few candidates. Xianxia was already considered a top prodigy. The only ones who could be her opponent were Suen, Gerald, Valeria, and a few other prodigies. However, after waiting for a long time, Xianxia did not choose an opponent. She just stood there in a daze. Her lowly dead fish face was a little dazed. The temple priest could not help but ask, Xianxia, which country's prodigy do you want to challenge? Ah? Xianxia was obviously in a daze. She did not hear the temple priest's words clearly. I asked you which country's martial artist you want to challenge. The temple priest was speechless. He asked again helplessly. Oh. Xianxia came to a realization. She said calmly, I won't challenge anyone. Whoever is willing to fight with me, I will fight with them. The temple priest was speechless. He felt a little helpless. Why were all the prodigies this year so strange? They did not play by the rules. They were simply causing trouble. He felt that as the host of this event, he was worried sick. Then which prodigy is willing to fight with Xianxia? In the end, the temple priest was patient. He looked around and asked. The martial artists from various countries looked at each other. Some were hesitant, some were restless. Hee, those who are willing to take the bait. This little girl is still playing this game. Yan Bo sneered in the audience. Xiaoxia was in the audience. But her fighting style is unpredictable. She's hard to deal with. Zhu Yunxiao rubbed his chin and muttered. The martial artists from other countries were also discussing. They were hesitant. Just as Valeria from Ursa Major country decided to fight, a figure suddenly appeared in the arena. Wang Ting, Chu Fei, Zhu Yunxiao, and the others were stunned. Wang Ting, who was leisurely eating and watching the show, was now taking the initiative to fight. What was wrong with this guy? Everyone was suspicious. Not to mention those on Xiaoxia's side who knew Wang Ting's character well, even the martial artists from other countries were shocked. Wang Ting's strength had been recognized by everyone. Although they did not know how strong this guy was, he was obviously not weak. Moreover, he had a nasty personality. Once he went up, something big would happen. How could everyone not pay attention to him? The temple priest could not help but laugh. A weirdo meeting a thorn. It should be very interesting, he thought gloatingly. He was a little resentful towards Wang Ting. Heard's son was someone he had recruited into the temple, but Wang Ting did not give him any face and beat him up. This time, the temple's reputation was tarnished. How could he not be angry? Wang Ting stood in front of Kamina Tansuki and looked at this Japanese loli with interest. Kamina Tansuki also looked at him seriously, then looked at the temple priest. The temple priest understood her meaning and immediately announced, "Since you have no objections, then, the match can begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the two moved at the same time. Kamina Tansuki disappeared on the spot, and suddenly, a huge violent ape appeared where she was. Roar! The violent ape roared to the sky and pounded its chest with its fists, then pounced towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting's expression was very calm. He stood in place and punched out. Boom! The violent ape's body directly disintegrated and disappeared without a trace. Insignificant skill. Wang Ting snorted. His figure flashed, and in the next moment, he appeared somewhere in the arena without any warning, then grabbed at the air in front of him. Whoosh! A figure appeared, then turned into an afterimage and quickly left. This figure was Kamina Tansuki. She had actually left the battlefield at some point and hid in the outer area. She was probably just waiting to see Wang Ting and the violent ape fight. Unfortunately, Wang Ting did not cooperate. He could tell at a glance that the violent ape was just an illusion. If one's mental strength was not strong enough, it would be very easy for them to fall for it. Perhaps they would really have a bare-chested fight with the violent ape. Just thinking about that scene made him shudder. A soft exclamation came from Xianxia's mouth. She looked at Wang Ting in surprise, then turned into an illusion and disappeared on the spot again. Wang Ting was in no hurry to defeat her. He was quite interested in this illusion technique, so he decided to let her use it to her heart's content, then he would crazily harvest the attribute bubbles. The moment Xianxia disappeared, the shadows of astral beasts appeared in the arena. They were all extremely powerful existences. There were huge violent apes, giant pythons that were more than 10 meters long, fierce tigers, fierce wolves, and so on. The astral beasts crowded the arena, and their ferocious gazes were all focused on Wang Ting. Moreover, they exuded a ferocious aura as if they were truly powerful astral beasts. The moment they met, there was a hair-raising feeling. Even if someone knew that this was an illusion, their mind would still be affected. This was the power of illusion techniques. Unfortunately, Xianxia was facing a monster like Wang Ting. His spiritual power attainments were far superior to Xianxia's by a level. Moreover, this level was not a simple gap. The gap between the Emperor stage and the King stage was like a chasm. Many divine spiritual sorcerers could not cross it in their entire lives. Of course, Wang Ting did not intend to bully her like this. Otherwise, he would not be able to continue this competition, and he would not be able to harvest the attribute bubbles. Roar! On the opposite side, the huge astral beasts roared angrily, and then all of them pounced toward Wang Ting. They each launched a variety of strange attacks: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. There were all kinds of attributes, and it was a dazzling sight. Some astral beasts spat out flames, instantly enveloping the arena in flames, and a scorching heat spread out. Even the surrounding cultivators could feel it, and they were extremely shocked. Was this really an illusion? Boom! At the same time, thunder fell from the sky. There were astral beasts controlling thunder. Sharp thorns made of soil and rock suddenly popped out from the ground. Vines started growing furiously as they curled towards Wang Ting. The momentum was terrifying. The cultivators of the various countries were all shocked. However, Wang Ting's eyes were still calm, and his face was unperturbed. Not all of these attacks were fake, but some were real and some were fake, making it difficult to grasp. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to avoid it. However, under his spirit vision, he was able to see the real attacks like the back of his hand. At a glance, all the illusions disappeared, leaving only 2 or 3 real attacks. Xianxia used her psychic power to control all the origin powers in the world, forming them into an attack that attacked Wang Ting. However, she wasn't Wang Ting after all. Her origin power was borrowed from external sources, and she herself didn't possess this kind of origin power talent. As such, its might wasn't very strong. Wang Ting stood in place, allowing the powerful attacks to land on his body. Everyone's eyes widened. Wang Ting actually didn't dodge, however, in the next moment, they noticed that those attacks weren't able to harm Wang Ting at all. It's all fake. Many people's eyes flashed with surprise. They weren't surprised at the authenticity of these attacks, but that Wang Ting actually saw through them. One had to know that even if it were them, they would be flustered for a while in the face of this level of illusions. Why was it so easy in Wang Ting's hands? This wasn't martial Dao. Wang Ting's eyesight was this good. He could see through illusions? Wang Ting was calm and composed. Only when faced with 2 or 3 real attacks would he occasionally throw a punch and shatter them. Xianxia saw this from the shadows, and her eyes were filled with shock. This time, she was truly shocked by Wang Ting. Her illusions were completely seen through by Wang Ting. This was unbelievable. Xianxia's expression was grave. She decided to stop hiding and revealed herself. With a wave of her hand, all the astral beast illusions disappeared without a trace. Why aren't you using your illusions anymore? Wang Ting saw that she was no longer hiding, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. At the same time, there was also a trace of regret. He was having fun picking up the spirit illusions attribute, but she suddenly stopped playing. What should he do? In the direction of Neon, Yamamoto Inuichiro was shocked. He looked at the competition in the field with a hint of worry. This Wang Ting is too strange. I don't know what kind of strength he has. Can Tanji handle it? He frowned deeply and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Beside him, a handsome young man with long hair smiled and said, Senior Yamamoto, you don't have to worry too much. Princess Tanji is our Neon's strongest genius. She has many secret techniques. How can she not defeat that Wang Ting? Ito-kun, never underestimate any enemy. Yamamoto Inuichiro glanced at him and said. A trace of awkwardness flashed across Ito's face, and he shut his mouth in embarrassment. Yamamoto Inuichiro's words were meant to teach him a lesson. In a country like Neon, where relationships between seniors and seniors were highly valued, as a junior, he didn't even dare to fart. Moreover, in terms of strength, he was no match for Yamamoto Inuichiro. In the arena, Xianxia didn't say a word. Her body suddenly rose slowly into the air and stopped in midair. An invisible force swept out, causing her hair to dance wildly in the air. Psychic power, she looked down at Wang Ting and suddenly stretched out her hands. A dense cold light flashed in the air. It turned out to be countless ox hair needles. Now this is interesting. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes slightly. Not only could a divine spiritual sorcerer control the force, but they could also control objects to attack. These ox hair needles were very small, as thin as ox hair. They were very light and easy to control. At the same time, controlling a large number of ox hair needles wouldn't consume too much psychic power. For a divine spiritual sorcerer with limited psychic power, this was the weapon of choice. For example, Wang Ting's meteor spiral had enough attack power and explosive power. However, compared to the ox hair needles, the consumption was greater, and the concealment was not as good as the ox hair needles. When the two attacked at the same time, the meteor spiral would definitely be the first to be discovered. Of course, Wang Ting had other methods to hide the meteor spiral's traces, so every time he used it, it was always successful. This was another story. Go. At this moment, a cold shout suddenly came out of Xianxia's mouth. The countless cold lights flashed rapidly and all rushed toward Wang Ting. When the warriors of various countries saw this, their pupils shrank. Divine spiritual sorcerers were rare, and there weren't many opportunities to see them in action. At this moment, when everyone saw Xianxia's attack method, they felt that it was an eye-opener. In addition, they also felt a little numb on the top of their heads. How could an ordinary warrior block those dense ox hair needles? This method was more strange and more difficult to deal with than a warrior's. Divine spiritual sorcerers were truly talented and enviable. Moreover, this Xianxia's strength was already comparable to a champion rank warrior. Such a powerful divine spiritual sorcerer was even rarer. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the ox hair needles rushing straight towards Wang Ting, and they couldn't help but sweat for him. In the sky, countless ox hair needles appeared above Wang Ting. All of them were aimed at his head. It was like a drizzle, and all directions were sealed off. How was Wang Ting going to block it? Zhu Yunxiao and the others couldn't help but become nervous, staring at the arena. Wang Ting raised his head and looked at the countless cold lights, a light flashed in his eyes, and the huge spiritual force sleeping in his sea of consciousness swept out like a dragon. Boom, all the ox hair needles froze in midair. It was as if time had been frozen, and they could no longer move forward. Konatsuki's eyes were full of shock, her ox hair needles were frozen. How was this possible? In the audience, the warriors from various countries were also dumbfounded. What was going on? What happened? Why did those ox hair needles suddenly stop moving? Countless question marks appeared on everyone's heads. This situation was really beyond their expectations. The ox hair needles that were coming menacingly stopped just like that, giving people a feeling of a strong start and a weak finish. What happened to the divine spiritual sorcerer technique? Could it be that Konatsuki was a fake divine spiritual sorcerer? What's going on? Yamamoto Inuikiro's face was full of shock, and he was very confused. Ito Masato, who just said that Konatsuki would win without a doubt, could no longer speak. The scene in front of him was beyond his understanding. In the arena, Wang Ting's mouth curved into a smile, and his body slowly floated up. Terrifying spiritual force surrounded him, and the ox hair needles slowly turned, and then all aimed at their master. Konatsuki was shocked. She found that she had lost control of the ox hair needles. She frantically mobilized her spiritual force, trying to regain control of the ox hair needles, but all the spiritual force that surged out was like a stone sinking into the sea. The young man in front of her seemed to be a deep vortex, and any spiritual force that approached would be swallowed. He was also a divine spiritual sorcerer. Kamina Tunji was shocked like never before. She didn't expect to meet another divine spiritual sorcerer in this exchange, and this person was even stronger than her. At this moment, with a thought from Wang Ting, all the needles returned to where they came from. Moreover, they were even faster, arriving in front of Kanata Tanji in the blink of an eye. Kamina Tunji's body trembled, and she was unwilling to surrender. A large number of needles appeared in front of her again. Under the control of her psychic energy, she faced the needles controlled by Wang Ting. Ding ding ding, the ox hair needles from both sides collided in the air, producing a crisp sound of metal colliding. Shernai Tanji's mastery as a divine spirit master wasn't weak. Under her control, the needles were like her arms. She managed to block all of Wang Ting's needles. For a moment, the two of them controlled the ox hair needle to draw a white line in the air, colliding with each other, constantly bursting out small sparks, dazzling the eyes of those watching. The crowd finally saw the battle between the divine spiritual sorcerers, and they were inexplicably relieved. This was more like it. This kind of battle scene was worthy of the powerful reputation of the divine spiritual sorcerer. The previous scene was too much like an illusion. It must be fake. Wait, why could Wang Ting also control the ox hair needle? The hearts of the martial artists from various countries skipped a beat, and then an unbelievable guess appeared in their hearts. Wang Ting was also a divine spiritual sorcerer. They couldn't be blamed for not realizing it, but this fact was somewhat unacceptable. It was one thing for a divine spiritual sorcerer to appear, but now there was another one, and this divine spiritual sorcerer was a genius martial artist under Xianxia. The eyes of the martial artists from various countries turned red, and there was only envy in their hearts. Damn it, it's Xianxia again. In the bald eagle audience, Yu's expression was very ugly, and he felt that his mood was terrible. Xianxia and Bald Eagle were the two strongest countries in the world, and there had always been competition between them. Naturally, they couldn't see Xianxia doing well. Fortis' expression was also ugly, and he gritted his teeth. Although he hated Wang Ting to the core, he didn't dare to say anything at this moment. He couldn't beat Wang Ting in terms of martial arts cultivation alone. Plus, he was a divine spiritual sorcerer. What could he compare to Wang Ting? If he provoked him again, he would only be looking for trouble. In Xiaoxia's audience, Zhu Yunxiao and the others were stunned. Wang Ting is a divine spiritual sorcerer, and he's so strong. Chu Fei exclaimed. Tan Tai Xian turned to look at everyone's expression, and he said in surprise, "You guys didn't know?" Zhu Yunxiao and the others were speechless. How the hell would they know? No one told them at all, so how would they know? Ren Qingxong, Ji Xiuming, and the other's eyes flickered slightly, and they couldn't help but recall that during the East Sea Beast riot, Wang Ting seemed to have used something similar to a divine spiritual sorcerer, but Wang Ting didn't say it clearly, and outsiders didn't know what it was. They only had a vague guess. Now, it was confirmed, the few of them were also shocked. They were all prodigies of the same generation, so why was the gap between them and Wang Ting so huge, Father God? You're too biased towards him, Ji Xiaoming and the others felt helpless and envious at the same time. Even if they were all prodigies and extremely talented, they couldn't help but be envious. They also wanted a divine spiritual sorcerer. In the arena, Wang Ting didn't know that his sudden display of a divine spiritual sorcerer's abilities had caused so many thoughts in everyone's minds. At this moment, he was focused on harvesting. He had to admit that this Kamina Tanji had a lot of benefits: Monarch Spirit *10, Monarch Spirit *8, Monarch Comprehension *12, Monarch Spirit *10, Poison Force *60, Poison Force *80. As Kamina Tanji's spirit continued to be depleted, more and more attribute bubbles fell out, and they were all picked up by Wang Ting. Seeing so much Monarch Spirit entering his account, Wang Ting was simply overjoyed. However, he could also see that Kamina Tanji's Poison Force cultivation wasn't very high. She hadn't reached the champion level yet. Therefore, she only attached her Poison Force to the needles to attack. She didn't expect to directly injure Wang Ting. Unfortunately, those needles were all blocked by Wang Ting. Poison Origin power had no use at all. Compared to Wang Ting's glowing face, Kamina Tanji's face was getting paler and paler. Her spirit was severely depleted, and she probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Could it be that his spiritual energy is inexhaustible? Kamina Tanji's lowly dead fish face showed a hint of emotion. She was extremely unwilling to accept this. As a genius divine spiritual sorcerer, was she going to lose to another divine spiritual sorcerer? How ironic. Looks like you've reached your limit. Wang Ting saw this scene and felt a little regretful. I haven't even had my fill, and you're already at your limit. Young people these days are really weak. Wang Ting shook his head, planning to end this battle once and for all. Kamina Tanji saw this scene and her heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition welled up in her heart, and she hurriedly said, I admit defeat. WTF? Wang Ting was dumbfounded. I've already taken out my brick, and you're telling me you admit defeat. Where's your pride as a prodigy? Where's your pride as a divine spiritual sorcerer? Wang Ting missed for the first time, and he felt as if he had punched cotton. It was very uncomfortable and sullen, but he could only silently put away the brick he had just taken out. The other party admitted defeat with her own ability, so what else could he do? He originally wanted to squeeze Kamina Tanji dry, but he didn't expect her to be so cautious. But it made sense when he thought about it. A divine spiritual sorcerer's spirit was extremely powerful, and they were very sensitive to danger. Ordinary martial artists couldn't compare to them. Wang Ting secretly made up his mind. The next time he encountered a divine spiritual sorcerer, he would strike faster and more unexpectedly. Once was enough for him, and he couldn't allow it to happen a second time. Kamina Tanji heaved a sigh of relief after yelling out the word admit defeat. Then, she saw the flash of golden light in Wang Ting's hand, and the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. This ****, he really wanted to do that, a man of steel, destined to be alone. Kamina Tanji cursed viciously in her heart, but she was also very thankful that she had admitted defeat quickly. Otherwise, she didn't dare to imagine the consequences. In the spectator stands, Hertzesen, Fortis, and the others who had been specially taken care of by Wang Ting were inexplicably envious of Kamina Tanji at this moment. Thinking back, if they had been this decisive back then, the outcome wouldn't have been so miserable. At least they wouldn't have been beaten black and blue. Thinking about it now, their faces still hurt. Gasp. Kamina Tanji's decisiveness in admitting defeat shocked many people, including the temple priest. However, he remained calm on the surface, indicating that he had already seen through everything. In fact, he couldn't help but think of Hersen's miserable state. That idiot, why wasn't he as quick-witted and decisive as Kamina Tanji? Hersen couldn't help but shudder at this resentment. He looked around and felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Where did this malice come from? The temple priest had already retracted his gaze and put on a sanctimonious look. It didn't seem like he was going to make things difficult for Herson. Since Kamina Tunji has admitted defeat, then this round, Xiaxia wins. The temple priest announced the result. Hearing this, everyone finally recovered from the shock caused by Kamina Tunji's admission of defeat and looked at Wang Ting with some surprise. This guy was truly shocking, a genius warrior, a genius spiritual sorcerer. The combination of these two made him a genius among geniuses. This young man, Xiaxia, was definitely an existence that couldn't be ignored. In the arena, after Kamina Tunji admitted defeat, she looked deeply at Wang Ting and said, "You are very strong. When I master the Shikigami left behind by the Inyang school, I hope to have a chance to fight with you again." Shikigami? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. The competition was secondary, the most important thing was the attribute bubbles. He wasn't unfamiliar with the so-called Shikigami. It appeared in all kinds of derivative works in his previous life. It was a very good skill. If Kamina Tunji learned it, then wouldn't he be able to pull it out? Anyway, he had already done it once, so it wouldn't matter if he did it a few more times. He would get used to it. At this time, Wang Ting's eyes were terrifyingly bright. He looked straight at Kamina Tunji and nodded. "No problem, no problem. Next time, you must definitely come and challenge me. I await your arrival." Kamina Tunji's scalp tingled from his fiery gaze. What was wrong with this guy? Why did he keep looking at her with such a strange gaze? She could feel that it was definitely not the gaze of adoration. She was not that narcissistic. Although she considered herself to be a first-class beauty in Japan, this guy's gaze was definitely not as simple as liking her. The look in his eyes was as if he wanted to swallow him alive. The rich are afraid of the rich. Kamina Tonaheim's heart was beating wildly. She quickly turned around and left, immediately distancing herself from Wang Ting, this dangerous fellow. Wang Ting. This Kanai Tonaheim seemed to be afraid of him. Was he that scary? Wang Ting had no self-awareness. He shook his head and swept the attribute bubbles around him over. He picked them all up. King's Domain Spirit *20, King's Domain Spirit *15, Monarch Realm Comprehension *12, King's Domain Spirit *10, Mental Illusion *240, Poison Force *95, Poison Force *105, Poison Force *120. When Wang Ting saw these several hundred points of poison origin power, he couldn't help but have an odd expression. From the looks of it, Kamina Tonaheim had already tried her best to use this poison force, but it didn't seem to have caused any damage to him. Was he a bit too much? If he knew that she was working so hard, he would have gone easy on her, otherwise, it would have been a blow to her. Wang Ting reflected on himself, then glanced at the poison force in the attribute panel. Poison Force, 4570500, 7-star, so fragrant. This Kamina Tonaheim's poison force had yet to reach the warlord level, but she still contributed several hundred points of poison force attribute, not inferior to the warlord level warriors at all. Looking at the spirit attribute, he could only say that she was indeed a divine spiritual sorcerer. The spirit attribute that Kamina Tonaheim provided him had already surpassed the sum of the spirit attribute provided by the warlord level warriors. Her comprehension was also quite high. She was also at the King's Domain level, but she had much more than the other warriors. The total was quite impressive. Spirit, 226-3000, Emperor Domain, Comprehension, 195-3000, Emperor Domain. Lastly, there was the Spirit Illusion attribute. A total of 240 points, which allowed Wang Ting's Spirit Illusion to go from proficient to initial mastery. Spirit Illusion, 150500, Initial Mastery. Wang Ting's eyes shone. This Spirit Illusion was much more useful in his hands than in Kamina Tonaheim's. With his spirit cultivation and force that covered almost all elements, not only would the range of his Spirit Illusion be wider, but it would also be more realistic and unpredictable. At the same time, the power it contained was not something that Kamina Tonaheim could compare to. She used the force between heaven and earth to form an attack, so the power was very limited. However, Wang Ting's casual attack was probably not inferior to the attack of a normal 7 or 8-star soldier level warrior. If he took it seriously, it would not be a problem to use an attack that was equivalent to a warlord level warrior's attack. It was still the same saying, divine spiritual sorcerer was a talent profession. The higher the talent, the higher the upper limit. Even Wang Ting himself did not know where his upper limit was. Wang Ting felt his gains as he walked back to the spectator seats. He had a realization in his heart. He was not afraid of the opponent being too strong. He was only afraid of the opponent being too weak. The stronger the opponent, the more attribute bubbles he could extract. Also, the strong could withstand rough conditions. No matter how hard he extracted, he could withstand it. Forcefully extracting. Even if he bled, it would be fine. This was the benefit of being strong. With this realization in mind, Wang Ting returned to the spectator stand. Xianxia and the others immediately surrounded him. They looked at him as if he was a strange creature. They were just short of placing melon seeds and fruits. Wang Ting was speechless. He felt that he had been insulted. He said angrily, "You guys are too much." Everyone couldn't help but laugh dryly. Xianxia laughed and said, "You're really shocking. We didn't even know that you're a divine spiritual sorcerer. You guys didn't ask." Wang Ting said. "So it's our fault?" Everyone was speechless. "Speaking of which, what level are you at as a divine spiritual sorcerer?" Chufei couldn't help but ask curiously. "Do you guys want to know?" Wang Ting asked. Everyone couldn't help but nod. Ren Xingcong, Ji Xiaoming, and the others couldn't help but look over. They were all very curious to see what level Wang Ting had reached. Tan Taishan glanced at Wang Ting discreetly. She realized that she had never seen Wang Ting clearly. All this time, Wang Ting had only shown a portion of his strength. Every time others thought that he had shown his full strength, he would once again refresh their understanding. This guy was like a bottomless pit. People couldn't see him clearly, but they couldn't help but want to find out. "You want to know?" Wang Ting looked around and chuckled. "I'm not going to tell you." Everyone, this B** starred, everyone thought that he was going to tell them, but in the end, he did this. It was simply infuriating. Just as everyone was bickering with Wang Ting, another match began in the arena below. This time, the contestant was Valeria of Ursa Major. She looked around and looked in the direction of the ancient kingdom of Egypt. The ancient kingdom of Egypt kept a low profile. There were winners and losers among the fighters, but all in all, they were mediocre. That's right, mediocre. There was nothing special about them. However, no one was willing to overlook the fighters of this country. One could tell from their name. Ancient Kingdom. There were only a few countries that could be called ancient in this world. Xianxia was one, Inca was another, and the last one had already disappeared in history. The last one was the ancient kingdom of Egypt. There were many legends about the ancient kingdom of Egypt. They were most famous for their pyramids. Some said that they were left behind by extraterrestrial life forms, while others said that they were the ruins of an ancient civilization. There was no conclusion. However, one thing was for sure. The ancient kingdom of Egypt had a heritage that outsiders did not know about. An ancient country might not be very powerful, but it definitely had its own uniqueness. Moreover, its heritage was not something that ordinary small countries could compare to. When Valeria issued a challenge to the ancient kingdom of Egypt, the fighters of various countries looked in the direction of the ancient kingdom of Egypt. The attire of the ancient kingdom of Egypt's fighters was very unique. It was comparable to that of the monks of Inca. Although they retained most of the attire of modern people, there were some ancient decorations on their bodies. For example, they wore golden armbands on their arms and ankles. These people also had something in common. They all had animal patterns on their bodies. Some had dog heads, some had wolf heads, some had eagle heads. There was even a person with an eye pattern on his body. The ancient kingdom of Egypt was slightly stunned by Valeria's sudden challenge. Then, a tall and muscular bald man stood up and walked into the arena. "Ursa Major Kingdom, Valeria." Valeria said casually. "Maincaf." The muscular man said in a muffled voice. "Please advise me." Valeria performed a warrior's etiquette. The force in her body suddenly erupted as she rushed toward Maincaf. Her fighting style was very direct. Her body was strong, and under the golden force, she looked like a golden war goddess. She swung her fist and smashed it toward her opponent. Maincaf's eyes focused. He shouted softly, and the force in his body erupted as well. His body suddenly swelled up, as if it contained an extremely terrifying force. He met Valeria's attack head-on. Boom, the two fists collided, and origin power erupted. Their bodies were frozen in place, as if they had been frozen in place. However, waves of origin power rippled out in all directions. The air was shaken, and the aftershocks continued to spread. Such a scene clearly displayed an extremely powerful strength. Both of them were strength-type warriors. Their attacks were simple and direct. They didn't even use any weapons. They were just punching each other with their fists, constantly producing booming sounds. Everyone was shocked. Both of their strengths had reached the inferior warlord level. It wasn't that they hadn't seen powerhouses of the same level before, but this kind of pure strength-type martial artist was rare. This kind of attack undoubtedly possessed an extremely strong impact. Wang Ting looked gloomy. This Valeria was indeed an extraordinary woman. Which man could withstand such a powerful body? Wang Ting admitted that he did not have the ability to do so. Sure enough, he couldn't give her any hope. If she came to pester him again, he would definitely reject her righteously. There was no future for a tomboy. Wang Ting shuddered when he thought of that scene. Xianxia and the others had a strange expression. Obviously, they also remembered that Valeria had once expressed her love for Wang Ting. This kind of love was a little heavy. Xianxia patted Wang Ting's shoulder sympathetically, and gave him an "I understand" expression. Chu Fei, Yan Bo, Mu Zhigua, and the others shook their heads. One by one, they went up and patted Wang Ting's shoulder. Their expressions were the same, showing the same sympathy. "Brother, you've suffered." Wang Ting was dumbfounded. "What's with your expressions?" How many strange things did these people imagine in their minds? From their expressions, Wang Ting seemed to see himself become a handsome prince who was kidnapped by a female evil dragon. It was extremely tragic. "Scram, this isn't what you think at all." Wang Ting gritted his teeth and said. "We understand, we don't think that way." Chu Fei and the others said in unison. "Wang Ting." Boom boom boom, in the arena, the intense battle was still ongoing. Valeria and Menkalaf constantly collided, their fists landing on flesh. Occasionally, there would be one or two dull thuds. Those were the sounds of fists landing on flesh. However, the two of them didn't seem to feel anything at all. They used their bodies to withstand the heavy blows, and they were constantly sent flying and colliding with each other. Time slowly passed. The two of them weren't made of steel, and they gradually reached their limits. They panted heavily and stared at each other without blinking. Neither of them was willing to admit defeat. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Again. Again. Valeria and Menkalaf spoke at the same time, and then charged at each other again. Boom boom boom, the dull thuds of collision sounded again. The warriors from various countries were stunned. Were these two crazy? They had already fought to this extent, and were like arrows at the end of its flight, but they still wanted to continue fighting. However, the two of them didn't care about the crowd's gazes. After being knocked down, they got up again and charged at each other. As time passed, their noses and faces were already swollen. No matter how strong their bodies were, they couldn't withstand such a fierce beating. Boom, at a certain moment, after another collision, the two of them finally ran out of strength. The origin power in their bodies had been exhausted, and they both fell to the ground. Bang, their bodies fell straight to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The crowd looked at the two of them and suddenly fell silent. Many people thought that they were crazy, that they were brainless muscle men and women, but at this moment, they couldn't bring themselves to ridicule them. People who had perseverance would always be respected by others. Moreover, the two of them were really strong. They were already at the top of the line, and could be called geniuses. Suan, Aguilo, and the others all had solemn expressions. Even if they encountered such opponents, they wouldn't dare to say that they had 100% chance of winning. It turned out that pure strength-type warriors could also cultivate to such a level. It was truly terrifying. In the spectator stands, Wang Ting looked at the two of them with a surprised expression. Their strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. However, he didn't find it strange that pure strength-type warriors could reach such a level. After all, he had seen even purer pure strength-type warriors. The ancient god clan, the physical body of the ancient god clan was truly powerful. They had mastered the ultimacy of strength, and even more powerful strength. He could hardly imagine how powerful they were. Just the trace of ancient god power that he possessed now was enough to defeat Valeria and Suen. If he cultivated the ancient god body to a higher level, how powerful would he be? He didn't dare to think about it. Wang Ting shook his head. He looked at the arena and picked up all the attribute bubbles that the two of them dropped. Physical body essence *123, physical body essence *85, physical body essence *115. Physical essence, it was a new type of attribute bubble. Wang Ting was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the battle between the two pure strength-type warriors would result in an attribute that had never appeared before. As the attribute bubbles merged with his body, Wang Ting immediately felt a warm current flowing through his limbs and bones, watering his body and turning it into a part of him. Wang Ting clenched his fists and felt that his body seemed to have undergone some changes. This feeling was similar to when he obtained a certain constitution. It was a fundamental change. This, physical essence, could actually strengthen the essence of his body. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he pondered. This, physical essence, was pretty good. If he could pick up a large amount of attributes from the physical essence, even if he didn't use a few special constitutions, his body would almost be equivalent to a special constitution. The special constitutions Wang Ting currently possessed were the 8-armed demonic body, heavy boulder heart, ice dust body, demonic lotus poison body, and ancient god body, which he cultivated after birth, making a total of 5 special constitutions. Each constitution had its own characteristics and uses, but at the end of the day, the most important thing was still the essence. The physical essence was something that could enhance the essence. Wang Ting immediately understood the importance of the physical essence. His eyes instantly turned green as he looked at Valeria and Menkalaf. "Boss, go away. Fight for a while more." Valeria was walking toward the spectator seats when she subconsciously glanced at Xianxia. When she saw Wang Ting's passionate eyes, she couldn't help but be stunned. Then, the disappointment she felt from fighting Menkalaf to a draw instantly disappeared. As expected, Wang Ting cared about her. Did he finally discover her strength? They had a future together. Valeria's heart was bright as she nodded seriously at Wang Ting. This time, it was Wang Ting's turn to be stunned. Valeria looked at him strangely just now. Did she misunderstand something? Speaking of which, he didn't do anything. How could there be a misunderstanding? Wang Ting suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. His eyebrows twitched, but he quickly suppressed it. There were still a few attribute bubbles in the arena that were about to disappear. Wang Ting didn't have time to think too much and quickly picked them up. Metal Force *560, Earth Force *620, Physical Body Essence *35, Physical Body Essence *46. After picking up the body essence attribute again, Wang Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, someone from Bald Eagle's side suddenly stepped forward. When they saw that person, the faces of the cultivators from the various countries turned solemn. That person was Suen from the Bald Eagle. He actually took the initiative to enter the arena. I wonder which country's genius he will challenge. Which other country could it be? It could only be those few. That's true, but who do you think he will choose as his opponent? Mr. Xia? Inca Nation? Discussions immediately broke out around them. Wang Ting also looked at the ordinary-looking young man with interest flashing across his face. Another thunder attribute to pick up. How nice, Thunder Force, 7200/9000, 9-star. His Thunder Force was only 1,800 points away from breaking through to the quasi-warlord level. Hopefully, this Suen would put in more effort. At this moment, under everyone's gazes, Suen arrived at the center of the arena. He looked around and was choosing his opponent. Many people couldn't help but shrink their necks when his gaze swept past them. Everyone knew how powerful he was from his previous match with Gerald. Many cultivators knew that they were no match for him and naturally didn't want to face him. Fortunately, Suen's gaze didn't linger on them for too long. He directly swept past them and finally fixed his gaze on Mr. Xia. Suen challenges Mr. Xia's genius. A calm voice slowly came out of his mouth. Hearing this, Mu Jigua, Zhu Yunxiao, and the others' expressions changed slightly. This Suan actually wanted to challenge them. Wang Ting was also slightly stunned. He was just thinking about whether he could get more attribute bubbles from Suan. In the blink of an eye, Suan had come looking for them himself. Tan Xian looked at Mu Zhigua and Wang Ting and asked, "Which one of you wants to go up?" Everyone understood that among them, only Mu Zhigua and Wang Ting could compete with Suan. Hearing this, Mu Zhigua's expression kept changing. In the end, he smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid I'm not his opponent." "Then I'll go." Wang Ting stood up with a faint smile on his face. "That Suan is a thunder attribute cultivator. Can you beat him?" Zhu Yunxiao couldn't help but ask. "Whether I can or can't, we'll know once we try," Wang Ting said indifferently. Tan Xian was extremely confident in Wang Ting. He nodded and said, "Then I'll leave it to you. If you lose, don't come back." "Don't worry. Don't worry." Wang Ting waved his hand and walked towards the arena. Mu Zhigua looked at Wang Ting's calm back and his heart suddenly trembled. Was that sentence just now meant for him to hear? He suddenly realized that because he lost to Aguilo, his confidence was greatly damaged. Even facing a genius like Suan, he subconsciously thought that he was no match for him. But without a fight, how could he determine who would win and who would lose? In the end, he would only know after a fight. A flame ignited in Mu Zhigua's heart. His fighting spirit returned and his eyes shone brightly. Wang Ting came to the opposite side of Suan and calmly looked at him. When the martial artists from various countries saw that Wang Ting was going to fight on behalf of Xianxia, they were instantly interested. Could this young man who was talented in martial arts and divine spiritual sorcery defeat the peerless genius of Bald Eagle, Suan? Many people were extremely curious and looked at the two of them. "Let's begin." At this moment, the priest of the temple glanced at the two of them and said calmly. Boom! As soon as he said that, an aura rose from Suan's body. His fighting spirit soared to the sky. He held a battle spear in his hand and the power of thunder wrapped around his body. Even his ordinary face looked extraordinary at this moment. Wang Ting just stood there casually. His aura was restrained and his face was still calm. He was not moved at all. Suan's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. This Wang Ting was indeed not simple. He did not waste any time. He stomped on the ground and turned into a bolt of thunder. He struck horizontally in the sky with his battle spear. Boom! Thunder exploded. Suan descended from the sky like a bolt of thunder and went straight for Wang Ting. So powerful. As expected of the thunder force. This Suan's strength is really amazing. In the direction of Ursa Major country, Ivan said with a serious expression. "I believe that Wang Ting will win." Valeria looked at the figure in the arena and said. "Valeria, you can't have really fallen for him, right?" Ivan said with a strange expression. He thought that Valeria only confessed because she felt that Wang Ting and she had similar interests. In his opinion, it was all a joke between young people. However, when he saw Valeria's gaze, he felt that he might have thought too simply. "What's wrong with that?" Valeria retorted. "No, it's just that your identity." Ivan did not continue, but a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. If Wang Ting knew what Ivan was thinking, he would be dumbfounded and send him a sentence, "Uncle, you're thinking too much." However, he didn't have the mood to think about such nonsense at this moment. Suan's attack was already above his head. Thunder exploded beside Wang Ting's ears, and the terrifying wind blew his hair into a mess. A pitch-black giant weapon appeared in his hand. "MOK," Wang Ting raised his head with a calm gaze. He stomped on the ground, and the ground instantly shattered. He went up with MOK in his hand. Flames wrapped around his body and condensed into a saber radiance on his weapon before he slashed out. Boom! The flaming saber radiance clashed with the thunder battle spear. Tiny fragments of flames and thunder exploded in the air, and the aftermath spread out in all directions. The two of them separated immediately after exchanging blows, and then they started fighting again. Their battlefield shifted to the sky above the arena. The red and purple light balls clashed violently, and there were continuous explosions. The martial artists from various countries looked solemn as they watched the battle in the arena. They felt that it was unbelievable. In the Great Eagle Nation, Arnold said with a shocked expression, "Wang Ting's martial arts are actually so strong." Gerald's gaze was fixed on the battle in the arena. He was defeated by Suan, and now that he saw Wang Ting and Suan fighting to a standstill, he felt somewhat indignant. In the Inca Nation spectator stand, Aguilo looked at the battle between the two of them, and a trace of battle intent flashed in his eyes. Boom, in the sky, the two of them separated instantly after clashing once. Suan looked at Wang Ting from afar and said, "Why didn't you use the Divine Spiritual Sorcerer's technique?" "If I used the Divine Spiritual Sorcerer's technique, you wouldn't have a chance," Wang Ting said indifferently. Arrogant. Suan's calm face showed a trace of anger for the first time. He stared coldly at Wang Ting, and the battle spear in his hand pointed at Wang Ting. He said coldly, "You can talk big if you can block my next move." As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed his battle spear at the sky. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky began to change. Thunder began to descend and return to his battle spear. Wang Ting looked up and saw the lightning reflected in his eyes. He was overjoyed. "Very good, just like that, let the lightning strike even more fiercely." Looking at the streaks of thunder, Wang Ting felt as though he could see countless thunder origin powers. With Suan working so hard, it was only a matter of time before his lightning origin power broke through to the quasi-champion rank. However, he didn't let his guard down. Lightning origin power was still extremely powerful. Even with his powerful physical body, he wouldn't feel good if he was accidentally struck by it. With a thought, the green jade glazed flame swept out and condensed into a terrifying blade light above the Mo Quebec. An incomparably powerful blade will wantonly spat out, ready to be unleashed. It was a long story, but all of this happened in an instant. On the other side, the spear in Suan's hand was completely wrapped in thunder, and countless arcs of electricity danced on the tip of the spear. In the next moment, he suddenly moved. Wild thunder snake dance. The spear pierced out and streaks of thunder rushed toward Wang Ting like giant pythons. These thunder were extremely fast and surrounded Wang Ting from all directions, sealing the space around him. There was no way to dodge. Wang Ting didn't think of dodging. His eyes moved and MOK swept out horizontally. Big Dipper Flaming Blade, 8th rank blade will, boom, wherever the flaming blade light passed, the green flames engulfed and extinguished all the thunder. It was abnormally tyrannical. Even thunder didn't have the slightest advantage in front of the green jade glazed flame, heaven and earth fire, who could contend against it. Suan's expression finally changed completely. He said in disbelief, "What kind of flame is this?" Wang Ting's expression was calm and he didn't reply. "Heaven and earth creation flame." The temple priest saw the might of this green flame and was finally certain. Previously, Wang Ting had used this green flame, but he didn't really reveal its might. He was only guessing and wasn't sure. This Wang Ting actually has such an opportunity. Heaven and earth creation flame, this luck. In the Great Eagle Nation, Arnold's eyes flashed with envy as he sighed. No wonder Hersong lost so thoroughly. Heaven and earth creation flame naturally counters ice origin power, Gerald said. In the Ice Nation spectator stands, Hersong saw the might of the flame and the corner of his mouth twitched. He felt that this Wang Ting was really his natural enemy. In his heart, he once again thought of the fear of being dominated by the brick. In the bald eagle, Yuti's expression was solemn as he stared at Wang Ting. Even he had to admit that Wang Ting was extremely powerful. He felt that Suan was in danger this time. In the sky above the arena, Wang Ting didn't waste any more words. He turned into an afterimage and charged toward Suan. Suan's expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he instantly collided with Wang Ting. Wang Ting's strength was beyond his imagination. He no longer underestimated him. Whether or not Wang Ting used the Divine Spirit Master's methods, Wang Ting's strength was already comparable to his. In the sky, a flame and a thunder continuously clashed, bursting out extremely powerful energy fluctuations. Suan had already completely mobilized his thunder origin power, but Wang Ting's attacks seemed to be on par with his, making him unable to gain the upper hand. He had consumed more than half of his origin power. If this continued, he wouldn't be far from defeat. What was this guy's limit? Suan's expression was unsightly. He truly understood how difficult Wang Ting was to deal with. Wang Ting fought while picking up attribute bubbles. He felt that his thunder origin power was constantly increasing, and he was unusually happy. Thunder origin power *120, thunder origin power *80, Thunder Origin Power *105, his Thunder Origin Power was getting closer and closer to the Quasi-Warrior level. To be able to increase his Origin Power while fighting was simply awesome, however, it was still a little short. Suan seemed to be doubting life. Should he give him some confidence? Wang Ting thought. His eyes turned, and his face immediately became pale. He said seriously, "I didn't expect you to be so strong. You've forced me to this extent. Thunder Origin Power martial artists are indeed powerful." At this moment, he gave off the appearance of an arrow at the end of its flight. His face was pale, and he was panting heavily. It seemed that he had reached his limit. Suan's heart shook when he saw his appearance. Thunder Origin Power erupted once again. It was as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and he once again fought with Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He silently gave himself 12 likes. "I'm really smart. Come on, Ollie." Suan didn't disappoint Wang Ting. He clenched his teeth and activated the power of thunder between heaven and earth. He sent out one attack after another toward Wang Ting. Thunder Origin Power bubbles also fell. At a certain moment, Wang Ting, who was picking up attribute bubbles, suddenly trembled. A surge of Origin Power penetrated his spine, and then flowed through his limbs and bones. A powerful aura uncontrollably rushed from his body to the sky. The wind and clouds changed, silver snakes danced wildly, and thunder descended and lingered around Wang Ting. At this moment, he looked like the King of Thunder. Thunder Origin Power, Quasi-Warrior level, achieved. Suan was stunned. The power of thunder around him completely disobeyed his orders. It was as if they had all become Wang Ting's underlings. What the hell was going on? Wang Ting had top-notch thunder talent. The moment he broke through to the Quasi-Warlord level, the thunder force flowed through his spine and connected to the bridge of heaven and earth. The thunder force between heaven and earth was attracted and returned to his body. Thunder lingered and his black hair danced wildly. Everyone looked at the figure in the air above the arena with shock in their eyes. Wang Ting was also a thunder warrior, and he even broke through during the battle and advanced from the soldier level to the Quasi-Warlord level. Breaking through during the battle, and it was under the suppression of Suan's thunder force. What kind of talent is this? In the Great Eagle Nation audience, Arnold's eyes were filled with shock as he couldn't help but exclaim. "This guy." Gerald stared at Wang Ting's figure, his heart filled with a sense of defeat. He was known as a prodigy and enjoyed all the glory in the Great Eagle Nation. However, this exchange made him realize that there was always someone better than him. This Wang Ting of Xianxia before him was undoubtedly more outstanding than him. In the Ursa Major Nation audience, Ivan's eyes kept flashing. He took a deep breath and said, "Xianxia, this nation always has unexpected geniuses. It's enviable. The man I have my eyes on is indeed outstanding." Valeria grinned and laughed. Her Barbie-like face revealed a trace of innocence. "Hiss. He's a dual elemental fighter. His fire element has already reached Quasi-Warlord level and is comparable to Suan's. Now, even his Thunder Origin Power has broken through to Quasi-Warlord level. I'm afraid Suan isn't his match anymore," Ivan said. Even if he didn't break through, Suan isn't Wang Ting's casual opponent. He didn't even use his divine spiritual sorcerer abilities. Valeria nodded and said. At the same time, the prodigies of Inca, ancient Egypt, Japan, and other countries were also discussing, as if they wanted to vent the shock in their hearts. As prodigies, they had their own pride. However, the talent that Wang Ting displayed at this moment made them have to admit that this person seemed to be more outstanding than them. By a bit, yes, by a bit, any more and they wouldn't admit it. In the bald eagle stands, UT's face darkened. He felt that Wang Ting was the nemesis of their bald eagle. He had gone against them time and time again. It was one thing for him to beat Forrest into a pig's head. After all, he wasn't the strongest fighter in Bald Eagle. If he lost, then so be it. At most, he would lose some face. But Suan was different. He was Bald Eagle's trump card in this exchange. If Suan were to be defeated by Wang Ting, it would mean that the Bald Eagle would stop here in this exchange meeting. It would be difficult for them to advance any further. Wang Ting would become the hurdle that they could not cross. What the hell are those martial artists in charge of intelligence eating? When did such a talented genius appear in Xiaxia? They didn't even send back any information. Yute cursed in his heart, cursing the entire families of those people. If they had known about Wang Ting's existence earlier, they could have at least made some preparations. They wouldn't be caught off guard like they were now. However, he didn't know that Wang Ting was a new force to be reckoned with. His rise to power was too short. Some people had paid attention to the previous national martial arts competition. However, that was only a soldier-level martial arts competition after all. It was a level lower than this exchange meeting. No one thought that Wang Ting would be able to participate in this exchange meeting. Then, during the Sea Beast riot in the East Sea, Wang Ting stood out in that incident and finally caught the attention of those intelligence personnel. Unfortunately, it was too late. Xiaoxia's protection of the talented martial artists was also very good. Many intelligence personnel were killed before they could even send out any information. In addition, in the martial arts era, countries were separated by the ocean. There were powerful star beasts in the oceans and forests. This made it even more difficult to transmit information. That was why Bald Eagle didn't receive the relevant information immediately. Ignoring Bald Eagle and the others' thoughts, Xiaxia and the others were also in disbelief. Many people didn't know that Wang Ting had the lightning force. Now that they saw his lightning force suddenly break through to the quasi-warlord level, they were completely dumbfounded. Even Tan Tai Xian didn't expect Wang Ting's lightning force to reach such a level. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy is really a monster. Ji Xiaoming, Luo Qing, and the others widened their eyes. They already knew that Wang Ting's 5 elements force had reached the quasi-warlord level. But now, why did he suddenly have the lightning force? How many types of force do you have? Everyone was in disbelief. They couldn't accept this fact. In the future, if anyone dared to call them a prodigy, they would definitely get angry. Damn it, in front of a monster like Wang Ting, who could still be called a prodigy, Ren Qingzong's mentality exploded. Lightning force was a mutated type of force. It was very powerful, and very few people had it. Therefore, this lightning force had always been his pride. Now, his greatest opponent had actually displayed lightning origin power, and had even reached the quasi-champion level, far surpassing him. How could he still have a chance to catch up? Ran Qingzong wanted to curse. His mentality was collapsing inch by inch. He suddenly felt that the heavens were very unfair. Why was Wang Ting so talented? It was as if he had gathered all the talents in one body. How could such a person exist? Jealousy was accumulated. After the East Sea Beasts riot, he suppressed it with all his might and buried it in the bottom of his heart. Now, it was rioting again. Jealousy made him lose his mind. In the sky above the arena, Suan stared at Wang Ting. He crazily mobilized his lightning force. He wanted to regain control of thunder and lightning. However, things didn't go as he wished. The lightning force within a few hundred meters didn't listen to him anymore. It all gathered toward Wang Ting. Horror. JPG, Suan's face was pale. He felt like the whole world had abandoned him. He felt wronged, he wanted to cry. Wang Ting bathed in the thunder and revealed a faint smile. He said indifferently, "Don't make any more pointless struggles. It's useless. I don't believe it. I'm already a low-rank warlord. You've only just advanced to the quasi-warlord level. You're only taking advantage of your advancement to temporarily control the surrounding lightning force. It won't be long before this world returns to normal." Suan's expression wasn't good, but he didn't lose his rationality. He sneered. Hee. Wang Ting thought that this guy wasn't stupid. Unfortunately, the other party still underestimated him. After reaching the warlord level, Wang Ting didn't plan to tangle with him any longer. Thunder flickered all over his body as he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards Suan as a thunder attribute martial artist. Defeating you with thunder attribute origin power is the greatest respect I can give you. As his voice fell, Wang Ting appeared in front of Suan in the blink of an eye. He slashed out with magic fault on his shoulder, carrying the unparalleled power of thunder. Boom, thunder exploded. As magic fault slashed down, it turned into an astonishing purple blade of light that pierced through heaven and earth. Suan's expression was aghast. At this moment, he couldn't even summon the will to resist. He hurriedly retreated, wanting to escape the range of the blade of light. Unfortunately, it was too late. No. The purple blade slashed down. Within the thunder, Suan's face was pale as he roared angrily. However, his roar was immediately drowned out by the loud noise. Boom, lightning struck down and bombarded his body. In the sky, the thunder danced wildly as electric arcs danced. The silver-purple light almost completely engulfed the area around Wang Ting and Suan. Everyone narrowed their eyes and stared unblinkingly at the arena. Boom, suddenly, a figure fell from the lightning and crashed toward the ground. Bang, with a dull sound, the figure crashed into the ground. The thunder struck and pushed the figure far away. Cracks appeared on the ground, and around the cracks were charred black. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Suan lost. When Wang Ting's lightning origin power advanced to quasi-warlord rank, many people expected this outcome. However, when they saw it for themselves, the feeling was very different. Moreover, Wang Ting's attack just now seemed a bit too powerful. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have suspected that Wang Ting didn't advance to quasi-warlord rank, but to low-rank warlord rank, it was unbelievable. What kind of monster was this guy? In the Bald Eagle's spectator stands, Uther's expression was extremely gloomy. Looking at Suan's miserable appearance on the ground, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. Martha, Fortes, and the others fell into a deep silence. At this moment, the lightning dissipated in the sky and Wang Ting's figure appeared. The power of thunder on the surface of his body gradually receded, leaving only traces of electric arcs dancing in his hair. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he looked down at Suan. His expression was still so calm, as if he had just done something insignificant instead of defeating the prodigy of a large country. Martha and the others looked at him. For some reason, a trace of fear appeared in their hearts. Forte's face turned green when he thought of how he had actually provoked Wang Ting. If he had known that Wang Ting was so monstrous, he wouldn't have said anything back then. Please don't come looking for me again, please don't come looking for me again. Fortes kept praying to God in his heart. Suan was heavily injured, but he wasn't unconscious. He struggled to his feet and glared at Wang Ting, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He was a genius. How could he be defeated like this? Wang Ting lowered his head to look at him and said indifferently, even if I've just advanced to the quasi-warlord level, it's enough to defeat you. Puff, when Suan heard this, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. To a heaven's favorite like him, this failure was a huge blow. Unfortunately, he met Wang Ting, such a B***tch. Not only did he defeat him, but he also ruthlessly stabbed him in the heart. However, Wang Ting did not have such thoughts. He just wanted to finish his act tough. As a person, he had to finish what he started. After all, Suan had worked so hard to cooperate with him just now. If he didn't do something, it wouldn't be right. Cough, cough. The temple priest at the side couldn't stand it any longer and hurriedly said, for this round, Wang Ting, Xianxia wins. Once the results were out, Xianxia and the others reacted and instantly burst into cheers. Bald Eagle and Xianxia had always been in a fierce competition, competing for the position of a big country all year round. Nowadays, martial artists represented the hard power of a country to a large extent. This exchange was a microcosm of a country's martial artists competing against each other. In the past, Xiaoxiao lost more than he won, and it had been 2 or 3 years since he defeated Bald Eagle. This time, Wang Ting's victory made Xiaoxia and the others heave a sigh of relief. Tan Taishan looked in the direction of Bald Eagle. Especially when he saw Yuti's black face, he couldn't help but smile. Back then, she had been defeated by Bald Eagle. All these years, she had always regretted it. Now, Wang Ting had made up for this regret for her. It was worth celebrating. If this news spread back to the country, all the martial artists in the country would be extremely happy. The competition was over. No matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't change the result. Yute stepped into the arena. This time, he didn't compete with Wang Ting. He just silently helped Suan down the arena. Wang Ting looked at their backs. Although Yute hit it very well, he still saw the flash of darkness in his eyes. This guy was probably half dead from anger. He smiled in his heart and looked away. With a sweep of his spiritual force, he picked up the scattered attribute bubbles. Lightning Force *220, Thunder Fighting Spirit * 165 Thunder Force * 180 Thunder Force * 280 Extreme Thunder Talent * 50 Soul Level Comprehension * 60 Soul Level Spirit * 85. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. This was a good harvest, a prodigy was indeed a prodigy. Look at the attributes dropped. Soul Level Spirit and Comprehension, Ultimate Thunder Talent, Thunder Fighting Spirit. Wang Ting's Thunder Talent was already top-notch. With the addition of 50 points, his Thunder Talent instantly jumped up a little. Ultimate Thunder Talent, 10505000. He had obtained 120 Thunder Fighting Spirit before. With the addition of the 165 points he obtained this time, he had a total of 285 points. Thunder Fighting Spirit, 2851000, 10%. In the battle with Suan just now, Wang Ting had used Thunder Fighting Spirit before. Naturally, he knew its benefits. In short, when he used Thunder Fighting Spirit, it was as if he had turned into the King of Thunder. His willpower was strong, and it could even strengthen the power of thunder attacks to a certain extent. The reason he was able to defeat Suan with his last attack was because of this Thunder Fighting Spirit. The rest was the Thunder Force. He had already picked up a lot during the battle, and it helped him break through to the Quasi-Warlord level. Now, he had obtained another 680 points. A new wave of lightning origin power flowed into the lightning origin power in his body, gradually calming down the surging lightning origin power in his body. Thunder Force, 8201000, 10 stars, Wang Ting was satisfied. Fighting a battle and advancing one force to the Quasi-Warlord level. Such a good thing. If possible, please do it a few more times. He returned to the spectator seats. Xianxia and the others, who were slightly excited, welcomed him. Amazing. Xianxia thumped his chest heavily and laughed. Now, the bald eagle martial artist can no longer show off in front of us. Luckily, we had you this time. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have been able to beat Suan, Mu Zhigua said emotionally. You guys are praising me so much. I'm embarrassed. Wang Ting laughed. Everyone rolled their eyes. You're as thick-skinned as the city wall. Embarrassed? Do you even believe it yourself? You've done well this time. Tan Taishan glanced at him and said. Is there a reward? Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Isn't having the Phoenix King mech enough for you? What other reward do you want? Tan Taishan said unhappily. Phoenix King mech. Everyone suddenly remembered that when they went overseas, the three marshals had promised that as long as Wang Ting defeated the prodigies of various countries, they would reward him with a Phoenix King mech. At that time, not many people believed it. However, now that Wang Ting had defeated the prodigy of Bald Eagle, there were not many other countries that could be his opponent. That Phoenix King mech was practically in the bag for Wang Ting. Phoenix King mech, as soldiers, Mu Zhigua and the rest naturally yearned for such a large toy. Unfortunately, they also knew that it was almost impossible to get the most advanced mech that belonged solely to them. However, they did not expect Wang Ting to actually have this qualification. The three marshals really treated him well. How much did they think of Wang Ting, Zhu Yunxiao, Chu Fei, and the rest's eyes were red with envy. They were also fighting for their country. Why didn't the three marshals give them this opportunity? Why did it have to be Wang Ting alone? Just thinking about it made them feel indignant. However, they also knew that even if they were given this opportunity, they might not be able to grasp it. Ji Xiaoming, Luo Qing, and the rest were also extremely envious. Even they could not resist the temptation of the Phoenix King mech. After all, they were all young people who did not have the luxury of being the center of attention and showing off. At this moment, they felt that they were really far away from Wang Ting. It was as if they were in another world. He was already preparing to take off. At most, they could only play with the supercar on the ground. Why couldn't people get along equally? Why was there a difference in status? This was a cruel reality. At this moment, these prodigies also felt the helplessness and disappointment that ordinary people felt when facing geniuses. Tan Taishan looked at everyone's expressions and suddenly felt guilty. She had just casually mentioned it. She did not expect it to hit them so hard. It was all Wang Ting's fault. why did he mention the reward? It was all his fault. Tan Taixian glared at him fiercely. Wang Ting understood Tan Taixian's meaning and was speechless. The competition continued. A female martial artist from Northern Europe appeared and challenged Bald Eagle's Martha. In the Bald Eagle's spectator stand, UT's face was gloomy. He said to Martha, "You can't lose this round again." His tone was almost commanding. Bald Eagle's situation this time was too bad. Even their trump card, Suen, was badly beaten. They had no way out. Even if Martha won the competition, it wouldn't change anything. But she couldn't lose. Losing would only make Bald Eagle look worse. Uther wanted to save the last bit of face that Bald Eagle had left. Martha also understood this point. Her expression was solemn as she nodded and stepped into the arena. Wang Ting's gaze was immediately attracted. Two beauties, he had seen Martha a long time ago. She had a voluptuous figure, and her curly hair added to her exotic charm. It had to be said that the bodies of these foreign beauties were really too hot. Ordinary people might not be able to withstand it. Only someone with a strong body like him could withstand the storm. The other female warrior from Northern Europe was also quite good-looking. She had blonde hair, blue eyes, snow-white skin, and a pair of long legs that were straight and round. That full curve was tight and full of elasticity. Tan Taixian saw his shining eyes and couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. He said in a bad mood, "Can't you vent a little? What's so good about these foreign women?" "Ahem, I'm judging their flaws. I'm not really looking at beauties. I'm not that kind of person." Wang Ting pursed his lips and said with a serious face, "Shameless." Ji Xiaoming, Zhu Yunxiao, and the others despised him. No one believed his nonsense. After being together for so long, they already knew Wang Ting's character. This guy was a shameless B*****, as the saying goes, there's always a taller mountain, and there's always a more despicable person. This saying was referring to Wang Ting. In the arena, the competition had already begun. Martha and the Northern European female warrior instantly exploded with force and charged at each other. Boom, the battle immediately broke out. When Wang Ting saw the two start fighting, a trace of seriousness flashed through his eyes. Both of them weren't weak, and with their good looks, the warriors of various countries were watching with great interest. After all, beauties were eye candy. It was rare to see two beautiful warriors fighting. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. Martha and the Northern European warrior clashed. Martha's weapon was a pair of unusually sharp claws. Together with her metal force, the claws drew streaks of light in the air as if they were cutting the space apart. The Northern European female warrior's weapon was a short sword covered with fire force. It clashed with Martha's claws. The two of them moved around in the arena, turning into afterimages. They chased and collided with each other. From time to time, there would be shockwaves from the explosion of force spreading out in all directions. Martha's face darkened as she looked at the Northern European female warrior in the distance. A trace of fierceness flashed through her eyes. Boom, her body suddenly changed. A layer of light black hair grew on the surface of her body. It wasn't as rough as Quincy's hair. Instead, it felt slender. Her ears became a little pointed, and even hair grew on them. They became a little furry. A long black tail stretched out from behind her, swaying nimbly. When the Northern European female warrior saw this, her face suddenly became very serious. She tightened her grip on the short sword in her hand and was ready for battle. Martha grinned and took off the sharp claws in her hand. At this time, sharp nails had grown on her hands. They had a metallic luster and were shining coldly. In the audience seats, Wang Ting was dumbfounded. Damn, this is a cat girl. He was really surprised. Although he thought that Martha would also be a genetic warrior, he didn't expect that her genes would be a cat. However, she really looked a little, cough cough. Wang Ting touched his chin and hurriedly shook off the indecent thoughts in his mind. This Martha's genetic transformation seems to be higher than the others. Tan Taixian's eyes narrowed and suddenly said. Hearing this, Wang Ting couldn't help but look at her. Then, he looked at Martha seriously and suddenly understood. No wonder he felt a little strange just now. Martha's eyes were very clear, and the degree of change on her body wasn't as high as Quincy's and Forte's. There were only some slight characteristics. This just showed that Martha's genetic transformation was extremely high. Well, she does look much better than the previous bald eagle warriors. Look at this tail, look at those ears. Wang Ting nodded. It didn't match at all. Shut up. Tan Tai Xian took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to press Wang Ting to the ground and beat him up. In the arena, Martha suddenly moved. She turned into a black shadow and disappeared on the spot. So fast. The Northern European female warrior's pupils shrank. She turned her body and looked for Martha. Rip, as soon as the thought came to her mind, a cold light flashed across her back and cut open her battle suit. A few flowers of blood bloomed in an instant. Humph. The Northern European female warrior groaned in pain. She immediately turned around and slashed with the short sword in her hand. Unfortunately, Martha's figure had already disappeared behind her. Martha disappeared on the spot. The next moment, she appeared in the Nordic female martial artist's blind spot and attacked with her claws. Ah, the Nordic female martial artist screamed. Those who heard it were sad and those who saw it cried. This Martha is too ruthless. She left so many wounds on such a beautiful lady. She won't look good if there are scars. Wang Ting couldn't bear it and shook his head. Mu Zhigua and the rest were watching the competition seriously. When they heard what he said, their expressions collapsed. Shut up, will you? No matter what. It was, Wang Ting would say it out loud. This bastard must be doing it on purpose, please be human. Everyone stared at Wang Ting with resentment. They only stopped when his scalp turned numb. At this moment, the battle in the arena had reached its final stage. To the outsiders, Martha had completely turned into a black shadow and was moving around the Nordic female martial artist at high speed. Her claws struck out repeatedly, leaving the Nordic female martial artist unable to fight back. Martha's speed was too fast after transforming. Her movements were extremely agile, and the Nordic female martial artist couldn't catch up at all. Bang! In the end, the Nordic female martial artist couldn't take it anymore. She was swept by Martha's claws and flew out, crashing heavily onto the ground. The bald eagle state wins. The temple priest announced the result directly. It was too tragic. At this moment, the Nordic female martial artist's body was covered in wounds. She was dripping with blood and looked miserable. Her battle uniform hung on her body like a rag, revealing some parts of her body. Fortunately, it was covered by blood and not too much could be seen. What a ruthless woman. Wang Ting saw that the competition had ended and couldn't help but click his tongue. He looked at Martha with a trace of fear in his eyes. He wasn't afraid of women being bad, but he was afraid of women being ruthless. After confirming with her gaze, he knew that she was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Think about it. When you were being intimate with her, her hands suddenly grew sharp claws and slashed at your private parts. That cold touch, the scene of blood splattering, Wang Ting shuddered and didn't dare to think about it anymore. He looked at the arena and was about to pick up the attribute bubbles. Martha looked over and seemed to have noticed his gaze. She immediately licked her lips at him. Her eyes seemed to be electrifying. Hiss, evildoer, how dare you be so impudent, Wang Ting screamed in his heart, but on the surface, he was as calm as a dog. He silently picked up the attribute bubbles in the field and then turned his gaze away as if nothing had happened. Metal Force *565, Life Origin *1, Soul Spirit *45, Spiritual Realm Comprehension *60, Fire Force *540, Advanced Fire Talent *36, Soul Spirit *38, Spiritual Realm Comprehension *54, Wang Ting shuddered. That was comfortable. Spending 1 point of life source to feel good once, it was simply too good. It was just that holding it in felt a little uncomfortable. At that moment, his expression was indescribable. After 2 more matches, Wang Ting didn't see any outstanding figures appear on stage. Almost all the talented martial artists from various countries had appeared. At this final stage, there was no longer any country that was hiding anything. If he didn't release them now, was he going to wait for them to return to their respective countries and look for their mothers? Seeing this, Tan Tai Xian couldn't help but say, the competition is about to end. Why don't you take the initiative to go down and challenge a few rounds? Wang Ting pondered for a moment and nodded. Since I'm already here, I'll go down and have some fun. No matter what, I have to complete the task that the three old men asked me to do." As he spoke, he had already stood up, stretched, and walked towards the arena. "Don't lose. Otherwise, don't even think about getting your Phoenix King mech," Xianxia said. Wang Ting walked into the arena. With his back facing Xianxia, he waved his hand. The eyes of the martial artists from various countries suddenly focused. Wang Ting, it was this guy again. He had just defeated the bald eagle prodigy, Suan. Why was he going down again so quickly? A battle between top prodigies couldn't possibly only expend a little of their force. It could even be more severe. Without sufficient rest, no one would rush into a second match. But after a short rest, Wang Ting was going up again. Had this guy completely recovered? Many people were puzzled. At the same time, they felt that it was unbelievable. Wang Ting came to the center of the arena and swept his gaze across the arena. Many people avoided his gaze guiltily. They didn't dare to look him in the eye, as though they were afraid that he would notice them. Wang Ting smiled. Finally, his gaze landed in the direction of the Inca nation. "Wang Ting, Xianxia, challenges Aguilo from the Inca nation." His voice spread. Slowly. It wasn't loud, but it was firm and powerful. This Aguilo was one of the martial artists that Wang Ting was interested in. Star Force, Aguilo had Star Force on him. Who else could he get other than him? There was nothing wrong with it. In the direction of the Inca nation, the expressions of the other martial artists changed. Only Aguilo remained calm. He looked at Wang Ting indifferently and walked into the arena. "Please." Aguilo clasped his hands together. When he put them down, he was already holding the metal rod weapon. Wang Ting didn't waste any time. The divine weapon Mok appeared in his hand. This giant weapon caught the attention of many people. It was rare to see such a weapon that looked like a sword but wasn't a sword. It was too fancy. "Who do you think will win this match?" In the Great Eagle Nation, Arnold asked Gerald, who was standing beside him. "Probably Aguilo." Gerald thought for a while and replied. "Oh?" Arnold was surprised. "I thought you would say Wang Ting. Aguilo gives me a different feeling. He is very mysterious." Gerald muttered. "That may be the case, but Wang Ting gives me a different feeling as well. When the two of them meet, it will definitely be interesting." Arnold laughed. At the same time, the same conversation was happening among the martial artists of the various nations. When Wang Ting and Aguilo met, it was no different from two kings meeting another king. It was hard to say who would win this match. In the arena, the two of them looked at each other. The atmosphere gradually froze. "Begin." The moment the divine hall priest finished speaking, the two of them disappeared from their original positions and charged at each other. Boom! Wang Ting held the Mok with both hands and chopped down like a machete. A terrifying force exploded. Clang! Aguilo raised the iron rod in his hand to block. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He felt an extremely powerful force pressing down on his head, causing his body to involuntarily shrink. The power of a single strike was so terrifying, he felt that he had underestimated Wang Ting. Wang Ting's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Wang Ting grinned at him. He twisted his body in an exaggerated arc and swept his leg towards Aguilo's temple. The Tao of slaughter was simple, direct, and ruthless. Wang Ting didn't hold back at all. He used the most ruthless attack. Every move was fatal. There was no mercy. Aguilo could only raise his arm in a hurry and used his elbow to block Wang Ting's kick. However, he was still pushed back a dozen meters. His feet left a long black mark on the ground. So powerful. Everyone was silent. Wang Ting wasn't afraid of anyone when it came to close combat. He had many powerful body constitutions in his body. In addition, he had also cultivated the Leitang body, ancient god body, and other powerful body-strengthening scriptures. Martial warriors of the same level couldn't compete with him at all. That was why he was able to fight against top geniuses like Aguilo and Suan without being at a disadvantage. There was no doubt about his strength. At this moment, Aguilo was kicked by Wang Ting. His body retreated quite a distance before coming to a sudden stop. His gaze was slightly focused. That blow was so powerful that it caused his elbow to ache and even his bones to tremble. If he hadn't used his origin power to protect himself in time and neutralize the powerful force that invaded his body, his bones might have been broken on the spot. Agilo swung his sleeves and used offense as defense. He suddenly stomped on the ground. Boom, the ground was crushed and cracks appeared. A shockwave spread out in all directions as Agilo disappeared in the origin power and shot straight at Wang Ting. Scarlet flames erupted from his body and spread throughout his body. Wherever the flames passed, a long tail of flames would be drawn out, making him look like a giant flaming dragon. Scorching heat swept out in all directions. Wang Ting stood far away and felt the scorching heat coming towards him. The strong wind was mixed with flames, and it brushed past Wang Ting's face. Agilo's figure arrived in the blink of an eye and punched out, aiming for Wang Ting's head. Boom, the might of the fiery fists was so powerful that it caused the air to explode. The scorching heat caused ripples in the surrounding air. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they would probably be injured immediately after being touched by the scorching flames. After all, Agilo's fire origin power wasn't ordinary fire origin power but star origin power. In essence, it was several times stronger than ordinary fire origin power. However, this flame couldn't hurt Wang Ting at all. Not only did he possess fire origin power, but he also had the protection of the green jade glazed flame. Trying to hurt him with the power of fire was simply a pipe dream. At this moment, a ball of green flames erupted from his body. His entire body was bathed in flames as his fists collided with Agilo's. Boom! Boom! Terrifying power gushed out. 8 Extreme Devil Arts. Thunder Body. As the two techniques were activated simultaneously, pitch-black patterns covered Wang Ting's entire body. Lightning flashed on the surface of his body, but all of these characteristics were hidden in the flames and could not be seen by outsiders. Wang Ting used his self-created 5 elements fist technique. The 5 elements fist intent took turns to attack, and he almost played with it like a flower. What fist technique is this? A trace of astonishment flashed in Agilo's eyes. This fist technique was simply too difficult to deal with, and it was unpredictable. Moreover, he felt that Wang Ting was not very familiar with this fist technique when he first used it. However, as he battled with him, Wang Ting became more and more at ease in using this set of fist techniques. The changes in the fist techniques were extremely smooth and there was no feeling of stagnation. Wang Ting was using him to train his fist technique. Agilo came to a sudden realization, and his face turned a little ugly. Even with his many years of Buddhist cultivation, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. This fellow was simply too much. When Wang Ting saw his expression, he immediately understood that his intentions had been seen through. Now, this was a little awkward. It was just like when he was having sex with a beautiful woman, her husband suddenly returned, and the two of them looked at each other affectionately. Usually, the beautiful woman's husband would want to chop him to death at this moment. Agilo's actions proved this point. His attacks became even more ferocious, bombarding Wang Ting like a violent storm. He wanted nothing more than to beat him to death. Really super fierce. JPG. Whoa, don't be so agitated. Let's talk things over. This is all a misunderstanding. You must be overthinking. Wang Ting dodged a cold glint that suddenly flashed past his body. He patted his chest and shouted hurriedly. The corner of Agilo's mouth twitched. He didn't say a word and attacked Wang Ting even more fiercely. The two fought from the ground to the sky. Origin power balls collided continuously and exploded with rumbling sounds. Not long after, the two separated. Wang Ting's figure appeared in the distance. His eyes flashed, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister arc. A strange light flashed through Wang Ting's eyes. His psychic power surged and enveloped Agilo's position. Why did Wang Ting suddenly stop? Many people were confused. They couldn't figure out Wang Ting's plan. However, not long after, everyone saw an unbelievable scene. A huge change suddenly occurred below. The huge arena had turned into a bathhouse. Hot steam rose in spirals, and many half-naked beauties were frolicking in it. Spring was here, orioles sang and swallows danced, nothing could be imagined. Pfft. Most of the martial artists present had never seen such an erotic scene. 2 streams of blood immediately spurted out from their nostrils. They couldn't bear to look at it, but why couldn't they look away? In the spectator seats, Ji Xiaoming, Luo Qing, Mu Zhigua, and the hot-blooded youths were busy wiping the blood from their noses. They cursed Wang Ting in their hearts. How could he create such a horrifying scene in the middle of a competition? Where was his moral integrity? They suddenly felt sorry for Aguilo. He had encountered Wang Ting, who didn't play by the rules. He must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. He actually used seduction. That's too much. Chu Fei said. That's right. We're both from Mr. Xia's side. I despise his actions. He's simply shameless. Yanbo nodded and agreed. Shame on us. Ji Xiaoming, Mu Zhigua, and the others said. As they spoke, they covered their eyes with their hands. However, the gaps between their fingers were big enough to fit an egg. Do you dare to sew your fingers together when you're talking? Zhu Yunxiao said with disdain. At least Wang Ting was a man of his words. However, Mu Zhigua and the others were criticizing him while looking down with their eyes wide open. They had no moral integrity at all. Ha, men, Tongji, why does Wang Ting know your spiritual illusion? Yamamoto Inuichiro, who was sitting in Japan's spectator stand, asked in astonishment. Tongji looked down at the illusion that covered the entire arena. She was shocked and a trace of bitterness flashed across her face. She deserved to lose. Wang Ting was much stronger than her. To cover the entire arena with an illusion, how much spiritual energy did that require? She didn't dare to think about it. Only shock remained in her eyes. He was so young. How was it possible? In the arena, Aguilo was surrounded by countless beauties. He realized that he was standing on a platform in the middle of a pool. Beauties crawled out of the water and coiled around his body like water snakes. Grandmaster, let's play together. Aguilo looked around and was stunned. He immediately thought that this was an illusion and wanted to find a way out. He stepped on the water and rushed around. However, he realized that no matter how hard he struggled, he could only go around in circles. Those beauties still coiled around him like snakes and hugged his legs. They called out arrogantly, Grandmaster, let's play together. Demon, how dare you be so impudent? Aguilo's heart trembled. He glared and shouted. The solemn and simple gladiator arena suddenly turned into a pool of wine and a forest of meat. The change in style was so fast that it caught everyone off guard. All the martial artists were unable to extricate themselves, let alone Aguilo, who was deeply immersed in it. Everyone knew what this mental illusion technique was, but understanding it was one thing. Whether or not they could break it was another matter. Furthermore, mental force worked on the mental level. Even if they knew, they would be subconsciously affected and fall into it unknowingly. Furthermore, Wang Ting's level was much higher than Konatsuki's, so the effects of this mental illusion technique naturally could not be compared. At this moment, Aguilo was being entangled by the beautiful snakes. His Buddha heart was unstable and was about to collapse. His calm face finally revealed an expression of brilliance. Suddenly, a trace of clarity flashed across his eyes. He quickly sat on the stone platform and closed his eyes, ensuring that he would not be affected and show his ugly state. Unfortunately, it was not very effective. The entanglement and teasing technique of the beautiful snakes was too powerful. The power of this illusion technique was completely dependent on the imagination of the caster. With Wang Ting's experience of reading a lot of movies, his imagination could fly to the sky. All the martial artists around were flushed red and scolded him for being shameless. The female martial artists turned their heads away and thought to themselves, I didn't expect him to be this kind of Wang Ting. The temple priest had a strange expression. His mouth kept twitching and his mind was unstable. It was as if he was going through the harshest test and was extremely uncomfortable. He even cursed Wang Ting's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. He had asked himself countless times why he was hosting this year's exchange. This was simply torture. For a clergyman like him, to serve the gods, he had to maintain a pure body and mind. Thus, he could not get close to women. Now that Wang Ting had created this scene, he would need at least half a month to calm his restless little heart. Damn, what kind of hatred did he have for Wang Ting to harm him like this? Although the temple priest knew that Wang Ting was not targeting him, he still could not control the resentment in his heart. Furthermore, he was also a little shocked because Wang Ting's mental illusion technique had affected him as well. From this, it could be seen just how powerful Wang Ting's spiritual power was. It was at this time that Aguilo suddenly stood up and erupted with origin power, causing the water around him to explode. Scram! Get lost! Scram! Cold shouts came out of his mouth. Aguilo's face was ferocious, and his eyes were scarlet red. Wang Ting was standing not too far away from Aguilo, but he couldn't see or hear anything. His 5 senses had been blinded. This was the power of psychic illusions. Of course, the stronger his mental power, the stronger his illusions would be. The fact that Aguilo was trapped in it was naturally because his spiritual force was extremely powerful. At this moment, Wang Ting's expression was a little strange. He muttered in his heart, this Incan monk doesn't seem to have cultivated his heart properly. He can't do it after such a short while. Will he be broken? However, he was happy to see this scene. The fiercer Aguilo was, the more attribute bubbles he would drop. Naturally, it would be more beneficial for him. When the martial artists from various countries saw Aguilo's outburst, they all looked sympathetic. Wang Ting had caused a good monk's Buddhist heart to collapse. How inhumane! When Fortes from the Bald Eagle saw the situation in the arena, he inexplicably thought of Quincy's miserable state. It was exactly the same. Fortunately, Aguilo wasn't a genetic martial artist. Otherwise, who knew what would happen to him? Quincy's example was right before his eyes. Scram! Don't come near me! Aguilo roared with a face full of fear. His master was right. Women were scourges and should be kept away from. He recalled his master's words before he left the mountain. If possible, he would rather face a life-and-death battle than face these women. Come out! I know you're nearby. Aguilo shouted as he looked around for Wang Ting. It's about time. Wang Ting muttered to himself as he picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Astral Origin Force *35, Fire. Astral Origin Force *20, Fire. Fire Origin Force *125, Fire Origin Force *102. The next moment, the corner of his mouth curled up as he disappeared from the spot and silently appeared behind Aguilo. The golden brick drew a beautiful arc in the air. A brick smashed down. Go away! Bang! Aguilo was caught off guard and was hit on the back of his head by the brick. He immediately felt an intense pain behind his head. His vision turned black as his body swayed uncontrollably. Despicable, shameless. Aguilo was furious. He knew that Wang Ting had sneak attacked him. He turned around abruptly and looked for Wang Ting. Thanks for the compliment. Wang Ting appeared behind him again and smashed down with the brick. Bang, 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 3 times in a row, Aguilo was caught off guard and was hit by the brick. Instantly, 3 to 4 large bumps appeared on his head, making him look extremely eye-catching. Aguilo was infuriated. His mental state was completely shattered as he roared crazily and forcefully held on. Damn, why is your head so hard? Wang Ting was astonished as he muttered in his heart, could it be that you have cultivated the Iron Head art? Does the Incan nation have this kind of ancient martial art? Come on, come on! Aguilo was also infuriated by Wang Ting's attacks. He slapped his bald head and shouted loudly. In fact, his eyes were flickering as he wanted to make Wang Ting reveal an opening. This request is too much. I have no choice but to agree. Wang Ting chuckled as his body flickered. He constantly changed his position around Aguilo as the brick smashed down on Aguilo's head. Aguilo's face turned black. Why couldn't he catch Wang Ting's figure? He was always one step too late. This Wang Ting was as cunning as a snake. After hitting him once, Wang Ting disappeared without hesitation. This made Aguilo extremely helpless. Furthermore, Wang Ting's speed also made him extremely astonished. In his perception, Wang Ting's movement technique was like the wind and lightning. It was extremely fast. The surrounding martial artists' eyelids twitched as they could feel the pain just by listening to the dull sound. Boom! Profound meaning of force, Wang Ting used his strongest move in the last brick strike. The terrifying force was unleashed on Aguilo's head through the brick. Let's see how hard his head is. Aguilo's face was filled with shock. His head was in extreme pain as his eyes rolled back. It was too painful, he couldn't hold on any longer, this damn bastard. Aguilo fell to the ground with a loud thud, filled with resentment. Silence, the surrounding city fell into silence. A top genius of the Inca nation was actually knocked unconscious on the spot. His head was full of bumps. How miserable was that? He shouldn't have to suffer such a calamity. However, he had met someone he shouldn't have met. He was destined to face such a calamity. This was his calamity. No, this wasn't just his calamity. It was the calamity of all the other geniuses present. Among the top geniuses present, who hadn't been killed by Wang Ting. Aguilo fell, and the girls in the arena disappeared without a trace. Wang Ting's figure appeared too. He stood beside Aguilo and looked down at him with a pitiful expression. What a compassionate and handsome young man. Hatue, a shameless person is invincible. In the eyes of the audience, Wang Ting was such a person. In the Bald Eagle's spectator stand, Fortes suddenly felt lucky. They were both beaten, but he felt that Aguilo was much more miserable than him. Could it be that the more talented a martial artist was, the more ruthless Wang Ting was? It turned out that he wasn't so miserable because he wasn't a genius. Fortes suddenly realized that he had comprehended the truth. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or bitter. Suen, who had already woken up, couldn't help but touch his head. Fortunately, there was no bump on his head, he wasn't targeted by the brick. Yute saw the expressions of the two talented martial artists in his team, and his face faintly darkened. He felt extremely sullen. This Wang Ting was simply a freak. Martha looked at Suen's expression and then looked at Wang Ting in the arena. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that this young man had an attractive aura. To use such a method to make a genius like Suen fearful, this Wang Ting was really interesting. Although his personality was a bit bad, in the face of powerful strength, all the bad things would be weakened. What everyone saw was his strength. In the Neon Country spectator stand, Konatsuki was dumbfounded. So spiritual illusions can be used like this. Wang Ting seemed to have opened the door to a new world for her. As for whether this door led to heaven or hell, it was up to the benevolent and the wise. Konatsuki's eyes flashed with a strange light, which made Yamamoto Inuichiro feel a chill down his spine. He looked at Konatsuki and felt that she seemed to have changed at this moment. In the Great Eagle Kingdom's audience, the corner of Gerald's eyes twitched unconsciously. What kind of monster was this Wang Ting? Why was he so ferocious? Originally, he wanted to meet this genius Mr. Xia, but now he couldn't bring himself to fight with Wang Ting. When Arnold saw Gerald's expression, he was very pleased. Don't go looking for abuse. Don't go looking for abuse. Don't go looking for abuse. Important things had to be said thrice. Seeing that Aguilo couldn't get up, the priest immediately announced the result. This round goes to Wang Ting, Mr. Xia. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Wang Ting. However, his face was calm and emotionless, as if defeating Aguilo was just a trivial matter. This guy was acting tough. The temple priest had a toothache and immediately turned his head. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles on the ground. Star Force *30, fire. Star Force *52, fire. Monarch Spirit *35, Monarch Spirit *16, Monarch Comprehension *40, Monarch Comprehension *36, Unparalleled Fire Talent *10, eh? As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's body one by one, he couldn't help but exclaim softly. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Aguilo's spirit and comprehension were actually at the monarch realm. Wang Ting didn't know that his actions had caused Aguilo's inner demons to grow and his spirit to explode. That was why some monarch spirit and comprehension dropped. Otherwise, with Aguilo's spirit realm spirit and comprehension, it was impossible for his spirit and comprehension to drop to the monarch realm. Wang Ting calculated that he had obtained a total of 125 monarch spirit and 106 monarch comprehension this time. Comprehension, 212-3000, Emperor Realm, Spirit, 243-3000, Emperor Realm, his spirit and comprehension increased by a small margin again. Next, there was an unexpected gain, unparalleled fire talent. Wang Ting now had 4 unparalleled talents, water, wind, thunder, and ice. Together with the fire talent that he had just obtained, he had a total of 5 unparalleled talents. What should I do? I'm getting more and more outstanding. Wang Ting felt that he could no longer suppress the genius aura that was about to burst out of his body. This was really troublesome. Speaking of which, he had only wanted to obtain some star force to study star force cultivation techniques. He didn't expect to obtain so many useful attribute bubbles. Wang Ting calculated again. After the battle with Aguilo, he had obtained a total of more than 200 star force points. Star force, fire, 353. Wang Ting looked at the star force points on the attribute panel and felt the fire energy in his body again. He suddenly felt that his previous efforts weren't in vain. This was the way to obtain attributes, otherwise, how could he improve so quickly? The path to becoming stronger was always filled with blood and tears. Wang Ting was deeply touched and slowly accepted this cruel world. Aguilo was helped down by the martial warriors from Inga. The martial warriors glanced at Wang Ting with a complicated expression. They seemed to be fearful and angry at the same time. However, they didn't dare to show their emotions too obviously. The resentment of the weak. Wang Ting didn't take it to heart. His expression was a little strange because when Aguilo was helped down, another attribute bubble popped out from under him. This bubble was suppressed. Are you kidding me? How could an attribute bubble be suppressed? No matter how Wang Ting complained in his heart, this was the truth. A single attribute bubble was floating there alone. Wang Ting felt sorry for it and reluctantly picked it up. Fire Mirror Scripture *1? Wang Ting was shocked. This was actually a technique, and it was an ancient technique from the Incan kingdom. As the attribute bubble was absorbed, a human figure appeared in Wang Ting's mind. This human figure was sitting cross-legged. Light paths and spots appeared on its body. Force was flowing in them. Then, a flame rose from the figure's body, the method to convert star force. In a short moment, Wang Ting came back to his senses. His eyes flashed with a dazzling light. He actually saw a trace of the method to convert star force in this ancient technique from the Incan kingdom. Countless lights exploded in his mind. They shot out, gathered, and finally merged into a spot that emitted an unlimited amount of light. Wang Ting grabbed this light spot. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. A star rank technique was just around the corner. He was restless and wanted to create a new technique immediately. However, he knew that this wasn't the right time. He could only suppress the impulse in his heart. Wang Ting, the competition is over. It's time for you to leave. The temple priest said to Wang Ting. There's no hurry. I still want to continue. Wang Ting smiled and said slowly. Are you sure? The temple priest frowned. The exchange is based on the principle of fairness. After every competition, there will be time to rest. However, if you take the initiative to continue, no one will stop you. I don't plan to leave this time. I won't leave until I've challenged all the top geniuses of each country. Wang Ting looked around and suddenly grinned. So, everyone, do you want to come one by one or all at once? Arrogant. Wang Ting's words had just left his mouth when the crowd erupted into an uproar. He wanted to challenge all the prodigies from each country. Just how much did he look down on the prodigies, and just how much did he think of himself? Everyone was enraged. As prodigies, all of them had their own pride. It was one thing for Wang Ting to defeat one of them one-on-one, but he wanted to stomp all of them on the ground. If this wasn't arrogance, then what was? The prodigies from each country stared at Wang Ting with dark expressions as they discussed among themselves. In the Ursa Major country, Valeria laughed heartily with excitement in her eyes. That's right, beat them up. Ivan's face darkened. Oh my god, are you trying to stir up trouble? Shernai, Tanji, Suen, and the others didn't care. They had already fought with Wang Ting, so they didn't need to fight anymore. Hence, they weren't included in his challenge. In the spectator stands, Zhu Yunxiao, Mu Zhigua, and the others looked at each other. They had thought that Wang Ting was only going to challenge one by one. How did this become a group challenge? This guy really didn't play by the rules, and wasn't he afraid of being ganged up on? There were so many prodigies. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. How could he dare to challenge them? Even Ji Xiaoming, Luo Qing, and the other prodigies were stunned. Their eyes flickered, and the word impressed was written all over their faces. Wang Ting had done what they didn't dare to do. Challenging all the prodigies from each country sounded crazy, but it was also very exciting. Tan Xian was a little dumbfounded. This wasn't her original intention. This kid was up to no good again. Even if he didn't want to die quickly enough, he didn't have to do this. It's over, it's over. If he were to be ganged up on by all the prodigies from each country, Xia's brilliant ending would be just like Bald Eagle and the others. Tan Xian's expression darkened. Reality didn't allow this, so she could only beat Wang Ting up 800 times in her heart. However, she could only hope that each country would have some dignity and not agree to his outrageous request. However, things didn't go as planned. Suddenly, the martial artists of various countries stood out and said, "We need to discuss this." The temple priest looked at Wang Ting and reminded him, "It's not too late for you to take back your words." "No need. I never go back on my words." Wang Ting shook his head and said indifferently, "But you better hurry up. Don't waste my time." The priest of the divine hall did not say anything more. He had done his best to remind them. He looked at the warriors of various countries and said, "I will give you 5 minutes." The cultivator's eyes flashed with joy. Therefore, the remaining martial artists from the countries that had not been challenged by Wang Ting gathered together and discussed in low voices. From time to time, he would glance at Wang Ting in an unfriendly manner. Wang Ting's expression remained the same. If looks could kill, then he would have died countless times already. He had seen many such small scenes. Outstanding people would always be targeted. If the martial artists of various countries knew what he was thinking, they would probably spit at him. Targeted my **s. It was Wang Ting who was targeting them. Tan Xian did not look too good. It seemed like the martial artists of various countries were really planning to gang up on Wang Ting. It was normal. Wang Ting was in the limelight now. Since they could not beat him one-on-one, they could only gang up on him. Moreover, this opportunity was given to them by Wang Ting himself. It would be a waste of his good intentions if they did not accept it. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the martial artists of various countries came to a conclusion. Wang Ting is very strong. We are no match for him one-on-one. However, we also want to experience the glory of the top martial artists of Xianxia. Therefore, we chose to gang up on him, a South Korean martial artist said. Shameless. Suan, Gerald, and the rest were disdainful. They looked down on these people's actions. If they wanted to gang up on him, so be it. Why did they have to find a bunch of excuses? Everyone could tell what they were thinking. They wanted to be whores, but they wanted to be chaste. The priest of the Temple of Gods looked at Wang Ting. Seeing that he was not moved, he knew that Wang Ting was determined to gang up on the martial artists of various countries. He said, "Sure, but each country can only send one martial artist." "Of course." That South Korean martial artist nodded immediately. It was already the limit for each country to send out one warrior. If any country sent out 2, or even more, then they really didn't care about their reputation at all. After receiving the agreement, each country sent a martial artist to the arena. There were at least a dozen of them. The priest of the Temple of Gods could not help but have a headache when he saw this. This situation was the most unique one in the history of the exchange. Wang Ting had really broken the usual rules of the exchange. More than 20 martial warriors spread out and surrounded Wang Ting in the middle. Some of these martial artists were from Kangaroo Country, some from South Korea, and some from the African Alliance. However, it was obvious that some countries did not participate. There was not much glory in winning such a competition, but it would be extremely embarrassing if they lost. Some countries were still very rational. Wang Ting looked around at the pack of wolves. His expression did not change, but a sinister smile appeared in his heart. The competition was coming to an end. If he did not take this opportunity to make a last round, it would be a waste of the exchange. Competition, start. The priest of the Temple of Gods said. Boom, the moment the priest of the Temple of Gods finished speaking, the martial artists around him immediately unleashed their force and surrounded Wang Ting. Some of these martial artists were holding weapons such as battle sabers, battle swords, battle axes. There were many of them, and their force attributes were also different. In an instant, different colors of force exploded in the arena and drowned Wang Ting in an instant. Xia and the rest could not help but break out in cold sweat for Wang Ting as they stared at the arena below. Suddenly, a figure rushed into the sky from the raging light and turned into a rainbow. Behind him, several figures followed closely. Some of them slashed out sword and saber auras toward the figure in front of them. At the same time, several people rose from the front to block them. Wang Ting's expression did not change. His body flashed and turned into an afterimage. Wind spirit intent, it was as if he had completely turned into the wind of heaven and earth. He was unfathomable, and the attacks behind him all missed. Among the martial warriors in front of him, an African martial warrior held his battle axe and slashed it down. Two thick and heavy rays of yellow light shot towards the spot where Wang Ting had appeared. A golden light flashed in Wang Ting's hand as the brick met the attack and collided with the yellow light. Boom! The African martial artist was shocked to find that his axe aura was shattered by Wang Ting. His black face was filled with disbelief as his eyes widened. At this moment, Wang Ting disappeared from the spot and rushed into the group of martial artists in front of him. The first person he took care of was the African martial artist who had attacked him just now. He swung the brick and hit him squarely in the face. Ah! The African Alliance martial artist was a dark-skinned man. When his face was hit by the brick, it immediately caused a splash. His mouth and nose were crooked, and he immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. When the surrounding martial artists heard this scream, they immediately shuddered. Wang Ting's principle was to take care of one person at a time. He ignored the others and grabbed the African Alliance martial artist to beat him up. The brick smashed down with a clanging sound. Just listening to the sound was enough to make one's head hurt. The dark-skinned man was very stubborn. He did not pass out immediately, but the pain was unbearable. He swung the battle axe in his hand to block Wang Ting's attack. At the same time, he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for him to defeat us one by one?" The other martial artists immediately reacted and rushed toward Wang Ting again. Chi! A martial artist attacked with his sharp claws, drawing a few sharp golden claws in the air and attacking Wang Ting's face. Some martial artists swung their battle sabers horizontally, while others held short swords and attacked Wang Ting's lower body. Humph! Wang Ting snorted coldly. He moved as fast as lightning and met the attack with the brick. His other hand was not idle either. He punched out and shattered the saber light. The remaining force even blasted the opponent more than 10 meters away. At the same time, a cold light flashed from his body. As soon as this cold light appeared, it split into several rays and directly rushed toward the surrounding martial artists. Shooting star spiral, clang. Clang, clang. The weapons formed by the shooting star spiral collided with the weapons of the surrounding martial artists, producing a series of metallic clangs and sparks. This was not enough. Wang Ting's spiritual force rolled up again, and the flying daggers hidden in his calf combat boots rose at the same time. They turned into afterimages in the air and tangled with the martial artists who rushed from behind. Everyone was shocked. Was this the power of a divine spiritual sorcerer? He was fighting against more than 20 people alone, but he was not at a disadvantage. It was like cheating. In the spectator seats of Japan, Kamina Tunji's expression changed slightly. At this time, when she saw Wang Ting's flying daggers, she knew that Wang Ting had definitely held back during the battle with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to block the flying dagger. At this moment, only the African warrior was left to face Wang Ting alone. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. In the sky, he could not help but take a step back. Wang Ting grinned at him, revealing a row of white teeth. Then, he disappeared. The African Alliance warrior's pupils constricted as he quickly retreated. Bang! Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, and his thoughts became sluggish. Boom! Boom! Then, a few more bricks were thrown at him. The African Alliance martial artist finally couldn't take it anymore. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. With a loud bang, he fell straight to the ground. He flopped around for a while before he stopped moving. Wang Ting was too lazy to pay attention to this person, but the temple priest could not help but look at him. There were a few large bumps on his dark head. It was very eye-catching, and the two of them could not look at him directly. What a miserable black head, the temple priest shook his head and looked at the sky. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows as he saw another figure fall from the sky. With a loud bang, this figure was like the African Alliance martial artist from before. His head was full of bumps, and he had already fainted. The second one. The temple priest muttered in his heart. It seemed that these martial artists could not stump Wang Ting just by relying on numbers. He suddenly wanted to see how long Wang Ting would take to deal with all the martial artists. In the sky, Wang Ting wandered among the martial artists. He would throw the brick from time to time and never miss. Every time he threw it, it would hit the target. Wang Ting's ultimate goal was to take advantage of them, so he was very careful with his attacks. He would not make them faint immediately. As for how to control his strength, it could only be said, practice makes perfect. He did not have any skills to speak of. He naturally learned how to do it after a lot of practice. Bang! The third one. The temple priest repeated in his heart. One figure after another fell from the sky. The surrounding martial artists were stunned. Was this a competition or a whack-a-mole? Were these martial artists here to be a joke? Everyone was gloating. These people wanted to trample on the Xianxia martial artists and thought that they could win by relying on their numbers. They did not expect to be beaten like pigs by Wang Ting. In the sky, there were still 8 or 9 martial artists who were tenaciously resisting. They knew that if they did not give it their all, they would lose without a doubt. Therefore, they all unleashed their strongest attacks and attacked Wang Ting. A 10-meter-long blade slashed down from the sky and slashed toward Wang Ting. There were also sword rays that intertwined in the sky and enveloped Wang Ting. There were also countless spear rays that were like cold stars, sealing Wang Ting's surroundings. Bang! A violent explosion resounded in all directions. Seeing this scene, Wang Ting's expression was extremely calm. He poured all his force into the brick in his hand and threw it out with a loud bang. This brick was forged from a type of rare metal called profound luminant weight gold. It could withstand any type of origin power. The more force poured into it, the heavier it would be. Wang Ting poured multiple types of force into it at the same time, and the weight was extraordinary. Fortunately, his force was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, ordinary martial artists would not even be able to unleash its power. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the brick collided with the surrounding force attacks, forming waves of force shock waves that spread in all directions. Blade rays, sword rays. All the attacks were completely destroyed. They were destroyed in one hit. No matter how many tricks you use, I will destroy them with a brick. Under the impact of this force, the surrounding martial artists were sent flying one after another. How is this possible? They were shocked, and their hearts were filled with disbelief. Wang Ting took advantage of his victory and chased after him. Bang! Bang! Figures fell to the ground one by one like dumplings in a pot. 18. 19. 20. 23. 24. The priest of the Temple of God had a weird expression, and he silently mourned for these martial artists. Wang Ting left the Korean martial artists for last. He looked at them and walked forward step by step. Gulp. The Korean martial artist gulped and glanced at the brick in Wang Ting's hand. He felt his scalp go numb, and his legs turned to jelly. I. He wanted to admit defeat, but his mouth was trembling for some reason. Wang Ting took a step forward and appeared in front of the South Korean martial warrior in an instant. He threw the brick at his face. The Korean martial artist's face turned pale. Then, his vision turned black, and he felt excruciating pain on his face. Ouch, 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 only those who had been hit in the face would know the pain. The Korean martial artist's tears and snot flowed down his face, and there was even blood in his snot. He looked a little pitiful. Wang Ting didn't hold back. He hurled a few more bricks at the South Korean martial warrior. His face was swollen and bruised, and he lost consciousness. 25. A total of 25, the priest of the Temple of God was silent. He could not help but let out a long breath when the last martial artist was smashed to the ground. It was finally over. There was no technique to speak of in this competition. From the beginning to the end, those martial artists were like noobs in Wang Ting's hands. They ended up in a miserable state. The crowd was already dumbfounded, and they were speechless for a long time. The dust had settled, 25 martial artists were lying on the ground in an orderly manner, their faces swollen and bruised. The leaders of the countries that these 25 martial artists belonged to had faces as black as the bottom of a pot. They had wanted to step on Xianxia, but they had shot themselves in the foot. 25 martial artists were no match for Wang Ting even though they had teamed up. Moreover, they had lost miserably. They had truly experienced what it meant to eat one's own medicine. There had never been a situation where a group of people challenged 25 countries at the conference. Hence, this competition was destined to be remembered, and these countries would definitely become a negative example. The rest of the countries that had not participated in this competition were gloating. At the same time, they were shocked by Wang Ting's strength. He had defeated 25 martial artists by himself. Although these countries were not big countries, it was impossible for ordinary martial artists to achieve such a feat. One against many. Not only must one's force be abundant, but one's combat techniques must also be powerful. Otherwise, it would all be useless. Suen, Gerald, and the others knew that they could not achieve such a feat. They looked at Wang Ting as if they were looking at a monster. This guy was really inhuman. Perhaps this was what a true prodigy should be like, and they might be fake. The prodigies from the various countries could not help but doubt themselves. In Xiaoxia's spectator stand, Zhu Yunxiao and the others were also shocked. They had already thought that Wang Ting was very strong, but Wang Ting had once again refreshed their understanding of him. This guy seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog, and no one could see his true strength. Ji Xiaoming, Luo Qing, and the others could not help but feel envious. This was a global platform, not the #1 martial arts competition that was limited to Xiaoxia's region. After this battle, Wang Ting probably had a good reputation in all the countries in the world. They were all young people, and no one could say that they did not care about such a great honor. Ren Xingcong clenched his fists, and a trace of jealousy flashed across his eyes. Wang Ting was almost his nightmare, and he could not calm down no matter how hard he tried. Tan Taishan glanced at him and frowned slightly. That gaze made her very uncomfortable. This Ren Xingcong, she secretly decided to go back and talk to Thunder City's dojo master, Lei Zhenting. There was something wrong with his disciple. If Ren Xingcong caused any trouble, she would not be polite, and the military would not be polite either. Wang Ting was one of the 3 great marshals and even the leader of the martial arts world. Even a general-level powerhouse would not have an easy time against him, let alone a genius like Ren Xingcong. Wang Ting's existence was already incomparable to an ordinary general-level martial artist. For this round, Wang Ting, Xiaoxia wins. The temple priest finally announced the result. He paused for a moment, looked around, and said, "Are there any other genius martial artists from other countries who want to challenge Wang Ting?" Everyone couldn't help but fall into silence when they heard this. Those who could fight had already fallen. What was there to fight for? Everyone looked at the temple priest with some resentment. They felt that this old man had ulterior motives. He was very evil. The temple priest seemed a little regretful. He stood up, looked at the setting sun, and said with emotion, "Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to witness such an exciting exchange. The martial artists from each country are very outstanding. Gerald from the Great Eagle Nation, Suen from the Bald Eagle Nation, Aguilo from the Inca Nation, Valeria from the Ursa Nation, Konatsuki from the Neon Nation, and so on." Of course, the performance of Xiaoxia's martial artists this time was even more surprising. Especially you, Your Excellency Wang Ting. At this point, the temple priest actually placed his hand on his chest and performed a martial artist's salute to Wang Ting to show his respect. The martial artists from each country were shocked. The temple priest's status was extraordinary, and he was a mid-level general-level powerhouse. Why did he have to do this? Only the temple priest knew that Wang Ting's strength was close to that of a mid-level general-level martial artist. This young man was too mysterious. Even the temple priest couldn't see through him. Showing respect to the strong was a necessary etiquette. Moreover, Wang Ting was still so young. Youth meant unlimited potential. The temple priest had a hunch that it wouldn't be long before Wang Ting surpassed him. Therefore, it wasn't strange to show some respect to such a prodigy with great potential. If he could gain the other party's favor, it would naturally be better. The Sacred Mountain was a neutral organization and wouldn't participate in the battles between these big countries. However, they wouldn't object to leaving some ties with some prodigies. They would even recruit some prodigies from other countries. Otherwise, how could the Sacred Mountain have so many powerhouses? When Wang Ting heard the temple priest's praise, he just smiled indifferently and didn't take it to heart. In his opinion, the people from the Sacred Mountain were just opportunists. Although he didn't have any ill feelings towards such people, he didn't have any good feelings either. The temple priest did not say anything more. He turned around and said, "This exchange meeting ends here. My duty is over, everyone, we'll meet again if fate wills it." With that, he turned around and stepped onto the path to the top of the Sacred Mountain without any delay. He gradually disappeared into the ancient building shrouded in mist behind him. Everyone came back to their senses. Their expressions were a little complicated and disappointed. The exchange between the countries all over the world had ended just like that. Many prodigies had appeared in this exchange. Some of the smaller countries' martial artists had been suppressed a little, so much so that they had completely overshadowed their limelight. Some of the smaller countries glanced at Xianxia, Bald Eagle, and the other large countries' martial artists. Their eyes were filled with envy and helplessness. Compared to the large countries, they were undoubtedly not outstanding. The so-called prodigies could only be bystanders in front of the large countries' prodigies. It really made people sigh. However, since the competition was over, the crowd didn't stay any longer and prepared to go down the mountain. The 25 martial artists lying dead in the arena were taken away by their country's people one after another. In the end, only attribute bubbles were left floating in the air. Wang Ting's psychic power swept over and picked up all the attribute bubbles around him. Fire Force *360, Fire Sword Intent *250, Earth Type Force *420, Metal Type Force *387, Metal Type Sword Intent *340, Wood Type Force *650, Water Type Force *540, Spiritual Level Spirit *110, Spiritual Level Spirit *135, Spiritual Level Comprehension *102, Spiritual Level Comprehension *95. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He thought to himself that the harvest was indeed good. His hard work hadn't been in vain. One had to know that harvesting 25 genius martial artists was very tiring. Harvesting wool was a physical labor. Whoever harvested wool would know. Although the harvest was gratifying, Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry to take inventory. Instead, he walked over to Tan Tai Xian and the others to meet up with them. Zhu Yunxiao and the others welcomed him with strange gazes. It was as if they couldn't wait to strip him naked and see what he was made of. "Why are you all looking at me like that? It's so creepy." Wang Ting's scalp tingled. He hurriedly took a step back. These people were so evil, everyone. Wang Ting's words instantly gave them a sense of familiarity. Fortunately, it was that familiar feeling. It seemed that the Wang Ting in front of them wasn't a monster in human skin. They went down the mountain but did not leave the small town at the foot of the holy mountain. It was getting late after the delay. They were not in a hurry to leave, so they decided to stay in the small town for one more night. The receptionists at the foot of the holy mountain also prepared a sumptuous banquet for them for the exchange. After the fight, everyone sat down and had a good chat. There was no lack of meaning behind the holy mountain. Between countries, benefits were always the most important. Some small countries were naturally willing to approach larger countries for protection, but for larger countries, this was just a part of diplomacy. 7 o'clock in the evening. The banquet began. The hall was brightly lit and lavishly decorated. Countless delicacies and drinks were placed on the table. There were waiters in black suits and white shirts, looking clean and tidy, shuttling back and forth in the hall. When Wang Ting and the others arrived, the main hall was already bustling with activity. Laughter and chatter filled their ears. The arrival of Xia and the others immediately silenced the hall. Xianxia, the biggest winner of this exchange. Everyone's emotions were a little complicated, especially when they saw the young man who acted as if nothing had happened. Many people's emotions were fluctuating. "Your Excellency Tantai. Your Excellency Wang Ting." Ivan from the Ursa Major country greeted them from afar. Eat and drink as usual tonight, then go back and have a good night's sleep. We'll be back tomorrow, Xian said and led everyone forward. Ivan and the others from the Ursa Major country were surprisingly enthusiastic. Miss King Kong Barbie's sister, Valeria, even clung to Wang Ting with a silly smile on her face. Wang Ting felt a headache coming on. He could not understand why Valeria was so fixated on him. Was it wrong to be too outstanding? It was not his intention to attract bees and butterflies, moreover, this butterfly was a little too strong. He really could not handle it. Wang Ting gradually revealed an awkward but polite smile. Zhu Yunxiao, Ji Xiaoming, and the others had strange expressions. They suppressed their laughter and looked at him sympathetically. Just give in. Zhu Yunxiao secretly sent a voice transmission to him. Scram. Wang Ting was depressed. He turned around and glared at these people who were gloating. Fortunately, people from other countries came over at this time. This time, Wang Ting had slaughtered everyone in the exchange, suppressing the geniuses of the various countries. The limelight was simply too great. Not only did some small countries that were already on good terms with Mr. Xia come over to chat, but even some countries that didn't have much interaction with Mr. Xia came over to get acquainted with him. And the best way to communicate was to drink. The group of people drank one cup after another. Wang Ting was not afraid. With his physique, drinking this little bit of wine was not a big deal. These people came quickly and left quickly. They didn't stay for long. They also knew that they were not qualified to occupy too much of Wang Ting and the others' time with their strength. How is it? How does it feel to be famous? Zhu Yunxiao poked Wang Ting's arm and joked. Wang Ting glanced at her and grinned. Very good. This is a feeling that you will never understand. Zhu Yunxiao immediately suffered a critical blow. She had forgotten that the guy in front of her was a shameless person. She wanted to make fun of him, but she didn't know what she was thinking. She must have lost her mind just now. At this moment, another figure walked over. This time, there was only one person. A woman. Zhu Yunxiao and the others noticed the other party and couldn't help but show a trace of surprise. Why is it her? The person who came was bald. Eagle's Martha. Given the subtle relationship between Mr. Xia and Bald Eagle, what did this woman want to do at this time? Everyone was a little confused. Wang Ting didn't understand either. He touched his chin, wondering if this foreign woman was bewitched by his handsome appearance and wanted to have a passionate international love. If that was the case, Wang Ting glanced at the other party's full breasts and slender thighs and suddenly felt that he could reluctantly consider it. After all, it was not good to reject someone. Hey, she's coming. Wipe your saliva. Zhu Yunxiao poked his thigh and whispered. Wang Ting subconsciously reached out and wiped the corner of his mouth. But there was nothing. He immediately reacted and glared fiercely at Zhu Yunxiao. He didn't expect to fall for her trick in the end. But she didn't lie to Wang Ting about one thing. Martha had already come close, as if she knew what Wang Ting was thinking, and looked at him with a faint smile. Cough, what's the matter? Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. He pulled a long face and asked in a seemingly serious tone. What, you let a lady stand and talk like this? Martha said. There are many seats here, you can sit anywhere. Wang Ting felt that this woman was purely looking for trouble and couldn't help but roll his eyes in his heart. Straight man. Martha's face darkened, and she glared at him. Then she sat down and elegantly crossed her legs. Tonight, she wasn't wearing her battle uniform. Instead, she was wearing an extremely beautiful black dress that accentuated her figure. Her lips were painted with gorgeous lipstick, and a faintly discernible perfume smell drifted out. It could be said that her beauty was unparalleled. He had to admit that this woman had great charm. As she crossed her legs, a section of snow-white skin was immediately exposed. Chu Fei, Yan Bo, Zhao Yuanwu, and the others' eyes were immediately attracted, and they couldn't help but gulp. Even Mu Zhigua, Ji Xiaoming, and the other men who were usually serious couldn't help but glance at her secretly, and their hearts melted. Ha, men! Zhu Yunxiao's face was filled with disdain. Martha picked up a glass of red wine on the table and shook it. She raised her glass and said, Congratulations on your outstanding performance in this exchange. Wang Ting's expression was strange. He said, "Are you sure you're here to congratulate me? Is there a problem?" Martha pretended not to know. "No problem, as long as you're happy." Wang Ting squinted his eyes and smiled. No matter what she was planning, he believed that with his vigilance, he wouldn't fall into her trap. Wang Ting raised the glass in his hand and clinked it with hers. He took a sip of red wine and said, "Thank you." "Okay, have fun. I won't disturb you anymore." Martha didn't stay. She got up and left after drinking the wine. She's leaving just like that? Chu Fei and the others were stunned. Wang Ting was also stunned. Was this woman really here to congratulate him? Did he misunderstand something? She left so quickly without any hesitation. Did this mean that she didn't have any thoughts about him, or was she playing hard to get? Wang Ting felt that his rich experience in flirting with girls was completely useless. This woman didn't play by the rules at all. How could he deal with this? He squinted his eyes and snorted in his heart. He used his ultimate move, to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. At this moment, the swaying body suddenly stopped. Martha turned around and winked at Wang Ting. She slid her tongue across her lips. "We'll meet again. Wang Ting. F***ck, I've been flirted with." Never underestimate a woman's means. Wang Ting looked at Martha's graceful figure slowly disappearing into the distance. He suddenly remembered this sentence. She was a demon, he couldn't afford to offend her. He couldn't afford to offend her. Come back to your senses, she's gone. Tan Taixian glanced at him and said coldly. "Cough, I'm just thinking about what she's up to." "Please don't misunderstand," Wang Ting said. "Like hell I'll believe you," Tan Taixian said in annoyance. "Am I not as beautiful as that woman?" Valeria showed an aggrieved expression and looked at Wang Ting with hidden bitterness. Hiss. Wang Ting took a deep breath of cold air. Chu Fei and the others were envious at first, but when they saw Wang Ting in such a situation, they immediately became happy again. "Serves you right for messing around with men and women." Wang Ting looked at Valeria seriously, thought for a while, and said seriously, "You're much prettier than her." Everyone, how could there be such a shameless person in the world? Wang Ting spent a lot of effort to get rid of Valeria, but as soon as he stopped, it seemed that because Martha had started it, the female warriors from other countries who were slightly more beautiful came to toast and congratulate him. In a short while, a group of women gathered around Wang Ting, making others envious. The men present couldn't help but show a trace of jealousy on their faces. This guy has good luck with women. On the side of the Great Eagle country, Gerald laughed. It's normal. Outstanding males always have the priority to have the right to mate, Arnold said. Pfft. Gerald's expression was strange. He didn't expect to hear such words from Arnold, and he spat out the wine in his mouth. What? Did I say something wrong? Arnold asked. Yes, it makes sense. Gerald's mouth twitched. On Bald Eagle's side, Forte's face turned green. He looked at Martha and said angrily, "Why did you go congratulate that guy?" Martha wasn't someone easy to deal with. Her face turned cold when she heard Forte's question. Pay attention to your status. It's none of your business. You. Fortes choked and couldn't say a word. That's enough, Fortes. Yute felt a little helpless. These genius warriors all had their own personalities, and he couldn't control them at all. However, he still reminded her, Martha, we have a delicate relationship with Mr. Xia. You're on your own. I know. Martha nodded and said nothing more. Fortes snorted coldly as he looked at the distant Wang Ting, a hint of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Suan looked on coldly and didn't say a word, as if nothing in the outside world had anything to do with him. Seeing this scene, the Incan Kingdom's Aguilo put his palms together as a bright light flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but think back to the scenes during the competition, and he fell into deep thought. Should he also enter the world to cultivate like Wang Ting? As the saying goes, one who walks through a field of flowers will not be touched by a single leaf. He had researched this saying on the internet after the competition, and he felt that it made sense. After experiencing more, one wouldn't be confused by it. Wang Ting didn't know that his unintentional actions had led a monk onto the wrong path. When it was almost 10 o'clock, the banquet finally ended, and everyone went their separate ways. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. He never knew that women could be so scary. When he was surrounded by those women, it was both painful and happy. Everyone was speechless when they saw him like this. This is such a good thing, and you still don't like it, Chu Fei said enviously. That's right. That's too much. If you really don't want to, you can give the opportunity to us, Yanbo said. You don't understand. Women are very scary creatures, especially when there are a lot of them. Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. F*CK, you pretentious prick. Chu Fei and the others wanted to beat him up. However, at that moment, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Say that again. A cold voice filled with murderous intent was heard. Wang Ting's scalp went numb. He turned his neck mechanically and saw Tan Xian and Zhu Yunxiao's darkened faces. He laughed dryly and said, "Well, my stomach hurts. I'll leave first." Then, he ran away. At night, in the hotel room, Wang Ting didn't go anywhere. He sat cross-legged on his bed and checked his gains from the competition. He pulled out his status panel. The first thing that came into view was, Life Origin, 1375. Wang Ting could vaguely feel that his lifespan was increasing by leaps and bounds. His life force had increased a lot compared to when he first started. No one would complain about having a long life, right? There was no doubt that this life origin was his biggest gain this time. Comprehension, 230, 3000, Emperor Realm, Spirit, 256, 3000, Emperor Realm. Wang Ting's spirit and comprehension were both at the Emperor Realm, so the speed of improvement was a little slow. Until now, it was still climbing at a tortoise-like speed of over 200 points. However, he was at the Emperor Realm after all. He was already stronger than most people on Earth Star, so he didn't have to worry even if the improvement was slow. His spirit could still be his trump card. In fact, his improvement speed was already very fast. Other people would have to spend a lot of time to improve their spirit. Next was his force. Metal Force, 7500100000, 10 star, Wood Force, 6780100000, 10 star, Water Force, 9230100000, 10 star, Fire Force, 6350100000, 10 star, Earth Force, 7420100000, 10 star. Wang Ting felt a sense of satisfaction when he saw that his 5 elemental forces had increased by a lot. There were a lot of geniuses at the conference, and all of them were quasi-warlord or above. They all dropped a lot of attribute bubbles, which was why his force had increased so much. Looking at his 5 elemental forces, he saw that they were all at the late quasi-warlord level and were not far from breaking through. Ice Force, 53209000, 9 star, Poison Force, 45705000, 7 star, Wind Force, 6507000, 8 star, Lightning Force, 82010000, 10 star. His 4 special elemental forces had also increased by a lot, especially his Lightning Force, which had directly broken through the 10-star quasi-warlord level. Speaking of which, he had to thank Suan from Bald Eagle. He was really a good person. Finally, it was the Star Force. Star Force, Fire, 353. The system's display was a little strange. It only showed the value and no realm. Perhaps it was because there was too little Star Force, or his force had not completely converted, so it didn't show his realm. However, during this conference, his Star Force had indeed increased by a lot. The only thing that didn't increase was his Darkness Force. It made sense. How could there be a dark apparition in a place where all the geniuses and warriors gathered? In terms of intent attributes, Wang Ting had also gained a lot. His various intent attributes had increased by a lot. Thunder Battle Intent, 285-1000, 10%, Wind Spirit Intent, 312-1000, 10%, Coiling Snake Intent, 150-1000, 10%. These 3 intent attributes were the intents that he had just obtained. They each had their own strengths and were all extremely practical intents. Among them, the Thunder Battle Intent could increase combat power, the Wind Spirit Intent could increase speed, and the coiling snake intent was a combat technique. As for the other intents, they were as follows: frowny face eye spear intent, 365-1000, 10%, 5 elemental fist intent, 6850-8000, 80%, metal sword intent, 6770-7000, 70%, flaming sword intent, 7520-8000, 80%, water saber intent, 5110-7000, 70%, wood saber intent, 890-3000, 30%, earth saber intent, 3280-5000, 50%, metal sword intent, 1460-8000, 80%, water saber intent, 3480-6000, 60%, fire saber intent, 2880-9000, 90%, earth saber intent, 3960-6000, 60%, wood saber intent, 2980-4000, 40%. These were mainly the intents that Wang Ting felt were useful. In fact, he had seen many intents of other weapon intents at the exchange, but he had ignored them. Those intents were not of much help to him. Even if he picked them up, they would be useless. On the other hand, fist intent, saber intent, and sword intent were the most commonly used intents Wang Ting. Naturally, he wouldn't give them up. Now that he had merged fist intent into the 5 elements fist intent, he planned to do the same in the future. He would merge saber intent and sword intent to create a battle technique that truly belonged to him. Previously, he had used the 5 elements fist technique in his match with Aguilo. At that time, Aguilo had suffered a lot. However, his 5 elements fist technique was only at its initial stage. In the future, as it wasn't perfected, its power would definitely be stronger. Therefore, in his opinion, this was a very promising thing. This was a path that belonged solely to him. Wang Ting had made up his mind. After returning to the country, he had to find time to calm down and study it properly. As for the remaining battle techniques and cultivation techniques, he had gained quite a lot. However, before they reached the heaven rank, Wang Ting had already skimmed over them. It wasn't that he was arrogant. It was just that the battle techniques and cultivation techniques below the heaven rank were not very useful to him. And the biggest gain in the cultivation techniques category was undoubtedly the fire marrow scripture that he had obtained from Aguilo. This was an ancient technique of the Inca kingdom. It contained a rough method of transforming the star origin force. It would be of great help to Wang Ting in creating the star origin force cultivation technique. As for the battle techniques category, the only one that could make Wang Ting's eyes light up was the mental illusion technique. In the battle with Aguilo, he had tried out the power of the mental illusion technique. It was quite useful. And as long as he had enough imagination, the mental illusion technique could be developed by him. It was too useful. Other than that, the gains in the talent category were mainly the extreme lightning talent and the ice dust body. These 2 special elemental talents were extremely rare. Especially the ice dust body, it wasn't something that anyone could have. The probability of a physique-type talent being born was very small. For a small country like the Ice Nation to have one was already very lucky. However, no matter how rare the talent was, it would still be obtained by Wang Ting in the end. People with cheats were just that unreasonable. After checking his gains, Wang Ting let out a long breath. He slowly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out from his pupils. He got up and walked to the window. Looking at the dark and quiet night, his heart gradually calmed down. For so long, he had been working hard to increase his strength. He had never stopped because he was worried that he would repeat the same mistakes as in his previous life. He was worried that his family would be ruined and end up in a sad state. Now, as he continued to improve, he finally stood at the top of the pyramid of Earth Star's martial strength. He could barely be considered to have the strength to protect himself. His family also benefited from this. He was very satisfied. Early in the morning, the sun shone through the window and onto the big bed. Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the soft bed, the quilt on the bed untouched. He slowly opened his eyes, a light that contained several colors flashed and disappeared, looking extremely mysterious. He got up from the bed, leaving only a shallow dent on the quilt. This was the embodiment of exquisite control over his own strength. Cultivating everywhere, Wang Ting trained his strength in his daily actions, striving to develop his strength to the extreme. For the current him, his perception and constitution had already reached an extremely high level, so he could cultivate to an even more subtle level. He took off his clothes, revealing a well-proportioned and increasingly perfect body. The muscles all over his body were tight and dense, with sharp edges and corners, as if he was a sculpture. After washing up, in just a few minutes, he put on his clothes, dried his hair, and strolled out of the room, going downstairs to eat breakfast. Xianxia and the others had also woken up. At this moment, they were eating breakfast in a corner of the restaurant, chatting from time to time. When Wang Ting walked into the restaurant, they immediately noticed him. Here. Xianxia waved his hand at him. Wang Ting faintly smiled, nodded at them, and then went to get some breakfast. This restaurant was in a buffet mode, providing delicacies from all over the world. You can choose what you want. As a spirit chef, he could tell which dishes were good and which were not with just a sniff. After choosing the food, Wang Ting carried the tray and walked to where Zhu Yunxiao and the others were. Zhu Yunxiao pulled out an empty chair for him. Wang Ting sat down and said with a smile, "You guys are up so early. We're about to return home. After the crushing defeat in the competition, we don't have the face to see people. How can we still sleep?" Zhu Yunxiao sighed, took a bite of bread, and casually replied. Wang Ting was speechless. Zhu Yunxiao then looked at him and said, "Unlike you, flushed with success. You must have slept very well last night." All right, look at how jealous you are." Wang Ting couldn't help but roll his eyes at her while eating. At this time, Tantai Xian came from afar. "Get up." "I just got here," Wang Ting said. "Hee, you still dare to show up." Tantai Xian looked at him from the corner of his eyes and sneered. "Women really hold grudges," Wang Ting laughed and changed the topic. He pointed at the cake in his hand and said, "This almond cake is not bad. Sister Xian, do you want to try it? I specially got an extra piece for you." Tantai Xian was speechless. He glared at Wang Ting and snatched the other piece of almond cake from his plate. Wang Ting finally let out a sigh of relief. After the group finished their breakfast, Perik suddenly arrived and said, "You may have to postpone your trip for a while." "What's the matter?" Tantai Xian frowned. "Someone wants to meet Sir Wang Ting." Perik looked at Wang Ting and said, "Meet me?" Wang Ting pointed at himself in surprise. "Yes. If it's possible, can you come with me?" Perik asked very politely. Wang Ting and Tantai Xian looked at each other, then asked, "You have to tell me who wants to meet me, or else I don't have time to waste with you." Perik hesitated for a moment and did not say anything. Instead, he pointed in the direction of the sacred mountain. Wang Ting's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Perik was undoubtedly telling him that someone from the sacred mountain wanted to meet him. For Perik to be so secretive, it was obvious that the other party's identity was not ordinary. Wang Ting had a vague guess in his heart. Tantai Xian and the others were also shocked. It was rare for someone from the sacred mountain to meet someone important, but they actually took the initiative to invite Wang Ting. "Did they say what they wanted?" Tantai Xian asked. "How could I know that?" Perik smiled bitterly. Seeing this, Tantai Xian was a little hesitant. Who knew what the people from the sacred mountain wanted? She was worried about letting Wang Ting go alone. Perik seemed to have seen through her concerns and said, "Don't worry, Sir Wang Ting. The sacred mountain will definitely guarantee Sir Wang Ting's safety. This time, we invited Sir Wang Ting up the mountain because someone wants to talk to him." Tantai Xian opened her mouth. Everyone knew how to say such empty words. They couldn't guarantee anything. But at this moment, Wang Ting said, "It's fine. I'll go with him and see who wants to see me. There are many experts in the sacred mountain. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Tantai Xian frowned and transmitted his voice. "It's fine. This is the sacred mountain. If something happens to me here, their reputation will be tarnished. Besides, they're not some evil cult. They won't make a move on me if they have nothing better to do." Wang Ting also transmitted his voice. "Besides, don't you want to know what they're up to?" In that case, be careful. The sacred mountain is very mysterious. Don't cause any trouble. Xianxia felt that Wang Ting's words made sense and did not try to stop him. However, she was still a little worried about Wang Ting. She knew that Wang Ting was not an honest person. Wang Ting was a little depressed. He was afraid that his image in Xianxia's heart would never be reversed. Let's go. He did not waste any more words and headed out of the hotel. Only when the two were far away did Mu Zhigua ask in a low voice, "Will it be fine?" "It shouldn't be a problem." Xian shook his head and told everyone to go back and wait patiently. Wang Ting followed Perik up the mountain. They passed through the arena and came to the last stone step that led to the top of the sacred mountain. A figure had been waiting for a long time. "You're here," the person said. "Temple priest." Wang Ting said in surprise, "Are you the one who wants to see me?" "No, I'm here to guide you up the mountain." The temple priest shook his head, a strange look flashing in his eyes. He could not figure out why that person wanted to see Wang Ting. Although he had displayed a peerless talent in this exchange, far surpassing the average genius martial artist, his status was still a far cry from that person's. Hearing this, Wang Ting could not help but look up the stone steps to the top of the mountain. He saw 12 palaces lying across the mountain path, winding all the way up to the temple at the top. "I heard that ordinary people have to pass through the 12 zodiac temples to ascend the mountain. Do I have to do that too?" Wang Ting asked. If it were him, he would definitely turn around and leave. Although he wanted to spar with the 12 paladins and collect some attribute bubbles, this did not mean that he was willing to be ordered around by others. Not even if the other party was from the sacred mountain. "You don't need to." The temple priest shook his head and walked up the mountain. His voice came from the front, "Follow me." Wang Ting hesitated for a moment and glanced at Perik beside him. "I'll stop here." "You can go," Perik said. Wang Ting nodded and followed the temple priest's footsteps unhurriedly. The two climbed up step by step. "Eh?" As he walked, Wang Ting couldn't help but exclaim softly in his heart. A hint of surprise flashed past his eyes. The first temple of the 12 zodiac temples seemed very close, but they still had not reached it after walking for a long time. There's something strange about this path. His interest was piqued as he thought to himself. Looking at the mountain will kill the horse, this ancient saying was quite appropriate here. Wang Ting thought to himself as he followed the temple priest up the stairs. His mental power spread out bit by bit, prying into the mystery of this mountain path. It didn't take long for him to understand. This place was similar to the town below. It also contained the power of runes. It could extend space and extend an extremely short distance by several times, or even tens or hundreds of times. There were not many people in the world whose mental power could surpass Wang Ting's. As long as he wanted to hide, no one would be able to detect anything. Even the temple priest, who was only a few steps ahead, did not sense anything. Wang Ting was naturally very interested in these space runes. He had obtained a lot of knowledge about space runes from the dark world, but it was not complete. Now that he was prying into these space extension runes, it would undoubtedly contribute to his attainments in runes. The mountain path was not endless. About half an hour later, the two of them arrived in front of the first palace, the Ares Palace. Wang Ting stood outside the palace. He didn't see the person, but he could vaguely sense a powerful aura inside. "Foros, why are you here?" At this moment, a voice came from within the palace. "I've been ordered to bring people up the mountain," the temple priest, Foros, said faintly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a silver-white light flew from the sleeve of his priest robe into the Ares Palace. The palace was silent for a while, and the voice from before came again, "Let's go. Let's go." The temple priest led the way into the palace. Wang Ting followed behind him and walked into the palace. He looked around curiously. The structure of the palace was very strange. There were pillars on both sides, forming a long passage. Through this passage, they could continue to go up the mountain. It was pitch black behind the pillars on both sides of the passage. It was impossible to see anything clearly. The paladins in the palace were nowhere to be seen. However, this was naturally not a problem for Wang Ting. A spiritual light flashed in his eyes, and he activated his spiritual sight. He swept through the darkness and immediately saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the darkness. His body emitted an extremely dense green light, which was very dazzling. However, Wang Ting only glanced at him. His gaze was quickly attracted by the pile of attribute bubbles around him. So many, there were really a lot of them. They were densely packed all over the ground, quietly floating in the darkness of the palace. Wang Ting was stunned. He had never thought that there would be so many attribute bubbles in the palace. However, he was immediately overjoyed. This was a pleasant surprise. Only a fool would not take advantage of such an opportunity. His mental power swept out silently, picking up all the attribute bubbles scattered in the palace. Would force *65, would force *80, peerless would talent *12, soul spirit *45, spiritual realm comprehension *60. After collecting a large number of attribute bubbles, Wang Ting could not help but smile. In total, he obtained 3,570 points of wood origin power, 320 points of wood talent, 450 points of spirit, and 478 points of insight. As the attribute bubbles were completely absorbed, Wang Ting's body suddenly shook. His wood origin power had actually broken through the bottleneck at this moment and reached 11-star lower level warlord. Wood force, 350200000, 11-star. Wang Ting's expression was a bit strange. He broke through just like that? He had only followed the temple priest to meet the people on the sacred mountain. He had never thought of picking up attributes. The result was really unexpected. He had broken through inexplicably. It was just like eating and drinking. When luck came, there was no way to stop it. Wang Ting was deeply moved. He had already followed the temple priest to the end of the passage. His breakthrough just now was completely natural. It did not cause any commotion, and outsiders did not notice anything at all. The person in the palace was watching him, but that person also did not notice Wang Ting's abnormality. Inside the palace, a trace of surprise flashed through the eyes of the person sitting cross-legged in the darkness as he softly muttered, "I don't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to have noticed me just now." However, as Wang Ting and the temple priest left, he closed his eyes again and silently cultivated. Then, attribute bubbles appeared in the palace again. These bubbles seemed to be bound by some kind of power in the palace, and they existed for a bit longer. Wang Ting followed the temple priest to the second palace, the Taurus Palace, with some anticipation in his heart. If the first palace had so many attribute bubbles, then what about the second palace? Just thinking about it made Wang Ting somewhat excited. If he could pass through the 12 palaces and increase all his origin power attributes by one level, then it would really be a huge gain. After another half an hour, they arrived outside the Taurus Palace. The temple priest also threw out that silver-white light, and the two were allowed to pass. Wang Ting had already noticed that the silver-white light was actually a token. When they passed through the first palace just now, the Ares Palace Paladin had already returned the token to the temple priest. When they entered the second palace, the Taurus Palace, a tall and sturdy figure blocked their way, sizing up Wang Ting with great interest. "Xiaxia's prodigy." An incomparably deep voice came out of the other party's mouth. "Arudis, what are you doing?" The temple priest immediately frowned. "Nothing. I just heard that an extremely outstanding prodigy has appeared in this exchange, so I came out to meet him." Arudis spread out his arms and smiled faintly. "Is this the Holy Mountain's intention?" Wang Ting smiled and turned to look at the temple priest. "No, don't misunderstand. This is purely Arudis's personal action, not the Holy Mountain's intention," the temple priest hurriedly explained. After that, he turned to Arudis in front of him and said, "Arudis, he is the esteemed guest that the Sanctus wants to meet. How dare you stop him? Take a punch from me, and you can pass." Arudis was unmoved. "How dare you?" the temple priest shouted angrily. Wang Ting suddenly reached out and stopped him. He looked at Arudis opposite him and smiled faintly. "What if I don't take it?" "Then you can't pass," Arudis said. "In that case, I'll go back. You can explain to your Sanctus yourself." Wang Ting turned and left without hesitation. Arudis's mouth twitched. He left just like that. As a prodigy, how could he not be angry at all when provoked? damn it, why did this guy not play by the rules? Wait. Seeing Wang Ting walking further and further away, Arudis hurriedly called out. However, Wang Ting did not seem to hear him. He did not stop and was about to reach the entrance of the palace. Arudiba was anxious. If he really let him go, then he could forget about being a paladin and wait for the punishment from the higher-ups. So he took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. He instantly appeared in front of Wang Ting. Get lost. Wang Ting was expressionless and suddenly punched out. Boom, amidst the roar, the force of the punch was overwhelming. Arudis only saw this punch, and everything else seemed to have disappeared at this moment. He was shocked, but it was useless to say anything now. He gritted his teeth and the force in his body surged wildly. He also raised his fist and punched out. Bang, the two collided, and Arudis's figure could not help but fly backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and then flew out of the Taurus Palace. Bang, Arudis fell heavily in front of the Taurus Palace, and the huge force shattered the stone steps in front of the door. The Ares Palace, the first palace of the 12 zodiac palaces, had a slightly dilapidated appearance and had a sense of vicissitudes of history. However, the material of its structure was extremely hard. Although there were cracks, it would not collapse easily. However, just now, there was a big hole in the stone steps in front of the Taurus Palace. The atmosphere instantly fell into silence. Arudis raised his head in shock and looked at the Taurus Palace in front of him. His expression kept changing. As the guardian paladin of the Taurus Palace, he was actually beaten out of the palace he was guarding. What kind of irony was this? Since ancient times, there had only been a saying that the palace was still there. If the palace was gone, the people would die. However, there had never been such a ridiculous thing as a paladin being beaten out of the palace. One could imagine that once this matter spread, he would definitely become the disgrace of the guardian paladins of the 12 zodiac palaces. Thinking of this, Arudis's face turned black and green. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Temple priest Phoros could not help but sigh in his heart and take back the step he had just taken. Everything happened too quickly. He did not expect Wang Ting to be so decisive and ruthless, attacking without saying anything. He did not even expect him to be so strong. As a paladin, Arudis could not even block one punch from him and was directly blasted out of the Taurus Palace. Therefore, even he could not stop it in time. He could only watch as things happened. At this point, it was too late to say anything. However, he could not blame Wang Ting. This matter was not started by him. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame Arudis for being too reckless and too arrogant. Did he think that he could look down on the warriors in the world just because he was a paladin? This prodigy from the Xia continent had killed everyone in the exchange. Arudis did not see it with his own eyes, but he had heard a lot about it. As a prodigy, he was naturally not convinced. That was why he provoked him today. Phoros cursed Arudis countless times in his heart. He was simply brainless. The heavens' favorites of the various countries did not have an undeserved reputation. If they were to think that they were too weak just because they had been defeated by Wang Ting, then they would be too stupid. Arudis obviously had such thoughts, which was why he looked down on Wang Ting. Wang Ting did not even look at Arudis at this time and continued to walk out of the palace. His face was calm as if he had just flicked an ant in front of him. He was not worried that his actions would displease the sacred mountain. They were the ones who invited him. He didn't insist on coming. If this was the way to treat a guest, he had nothing to say. If worst came to worst, he would just fight. He, Wang Ting, had never been afraid of anyone. Arudis half knelt on the ground with his head lowered. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and he remained silent. Wang Ting walked past Arudis without stopping. Boom, all of a sudden an incomparably powerful aura erupted from behind him, as if it was a giant wild beast. Stop. A hoarse and low voice suddenly sounded. Wang Ting stopped and turned around, looking at the other party expressionlessly. Arudis was surrounded by golden force like a burning golden flame. Wisps of powerful aura condensed behind him. At this moment, the palace behind him seemed to be activated. An ancient and grand aura spread out from the palace, faintly connecting with Arudis' aura. Phoros seemed to know something. His expression changed, and he shouted, "Arudis, you're crazy." Foros, this is my fault. After today, I will go to the temple to ask for forgiveness. However, the reputation of the paladins cannot be tarnished, Arudis said in a deep voice with a serious expression without looking back. You. Foros wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he sighed again. Wang Ting glanced at the two of them. He knew that there was no point in saying anything more. There was no point in mentioning his identity as a guest. Suddenly, there was a sound of something breaking through the air in the palace. Wang Ting lifted his eyelids and looked into the palace. He saw that the dark apparition behind the pillar suddenly flashed with a golden light. Wang Ting saw that it was like a golden bull was running toward him. The golden light was as fast as lightning. It arrived in front of Arudis in the blink of an eye and then collided with the golden force on his body. In an instant, the golden light shone brightly. After a short while, the light gradually faded, revealing Arudis' appearance at this moment. There was actually an extra set of golden armor on his body, from his feet to his head: combat boots, knee pads, breastplate, arm guards, shoulder pads, helmet. This golden armor completely covered Arudis. At this moment, his aura skyrocketed again. It merged with the palace behind him and soared into the sky. There seemed to be a huge phantom of a bull behind Arudis. This aura immediately attracted the attention of the other paladins of the 12 zodiac palaces. Majestic figures opened their eyes from the other 11 palaces. Their gazes seemed to pass through the barrier of space and looked toward the Taurus palace. At the same time, in the deepest part of the temple at the top of the holy mountain, there was a large hall. A tall and sacred statue stood in the middle of the hall. Under the statue, a young girl closed her eyes and prayed. Her face was filled with holiness. However, at this moment, her eyebrows trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. The depths of her pitch-black pupils seemed to be a starry sky, deep and distant, Taurus palace. Wang Ting felt a vast aura from Arudis' body. He was shocked. This armor was not ordinary. This is the sacred star armor worn by past paladins. Arudis' voice slowly sounded. Sacred star armor. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Arudis' voice sounded again. Originally, paladins would only wear it when the temple is in trouble. However, today, it concerns the honor of paladins. I have no choice but to wear it. You are very strong. I can only fight you if I wear the sacred star armor. Today, whether you want to fight or not, you have to fight. At the end, Arudis' voice became louder and louder. In the end, it turned into a loud rumble that shook the void and made people's ears buzz. Come and fight. His eyes shone with a dazzling light. He suddenly roared and stepped forward, taking large strides toward Wang Ting. Boom! At this moment, it was as if a huge bull was trampling on the ground. It was as if the entire earth was shaking. Golden light erupted from Arudis' body. The light was dazzling and condensed on his fist. Fist radiance flashed. This fist seemed to condense countless force into one point. The shadow of a golden bull appeared and charged forward. Boom! The momentum was terrifying. Wang Ting was unmoved. He raised his head and looked at Arudis, who was a head taller than him, expressionlessly. In his body, the 5 elements force surged and gathered on his fists. The fist intent circulated. The 5 elements fist intent reinforced and restrained each other, forming a closed ring. 5 elements fist. The 5 elements fist intent was activated and manifested on his fists. The air was rolling and mighty. At this moment, Wang Ting's aura was surging and rising. In just a breath's time, it shot up into the sky. It was as if a storm had swept up around him. The cumulus clouds in the sky rolled over, instantly forming a vortex that poured down. Wang Ting stood in the center of the storm. At this moment, he displayed the true meaning of the 5 elements fist. Arudis, who was wearing the sacred constellation armor, was worthy of his attention. The 5 elements force between heaven and earth was drawn over and merged into the storm. It was a spectacular sight. Temple priest Foros was shocked. He looked up and could not help but reveal a trace of horror on his face. Then, he looked at Wang Ting as if he had seen a ghost. Was this his true strength? It turned out that he did not use his full strength during the exchange. At the same time, the other paladins of the 11 palaces also looked up at the sky. They felt the sudden appearance of this powerful aura and their hearts were shaken. Who was it? Not only did he force Arudis to use the sacred constellation armor, but he also possessed such powerful strength, in front of the Taurus palace. Wang Ting's black hair danced in the wind. He stood in the center of the storm and raised his arm and stretched it forward. He greeted it with a punch. Boom, heaven and earth shook and the sea of clouds rolled. This punch seemed to have condensed the power of heaven and earth and suppressed everything. The surroundings were silent. Everything became still, as if they were completely suppressed by an endless majestic force. Everything within a radius of several hundred meters seemed to have fled. Arudis's pupils contracted. He was extremely shocked, but he had already launched his fist and could not take it back. Moo, the barbarian bull's shadow roared and crashed into Wang Ting's vast fist. Boom! Boom, boom! The two fists collided with an earth-shattering sound. The ground was shaking, and so was the Taurus palace behind them. A terrifying wind swept in all directions. Foros, who was not far away, felt it the most. Facing the aftermath of the two's collision, he narrowed his eyes and could not help but take 3 steps back. Boom, at the center of the collision, a figure suddenly flew out. Arudis, he slammed into the wall of the Taurus palace behind him, breaking several pillars and shattering them into rubble. The outcome of the battle was decided with a single punch. Crack, the armor on Aristides' body seemed to let out a wail, and then cracks appeared on its surface, spreading in all directions. The power of a single punch was terrifying. Arudis raised his head with difficulty, his face full of disbelief. He had lost, he had been utterly defeated. There was no luck involved. If he could say that he was careless before, then at this moment, he could no longer find any reason to do so. A defeat was a defeat. Wearing the sacred star armor would not change this fact. Even the sacred star armor was damaged. That was the sacred star's armor. The sacred constellation armor was forged by an ancient legendary forge master using star bones and various rare materials. It was also made with the power of runes from the Taurus palace. However, a crack appeared on it after Wang Ting's punch. Moreover, the star's sacred armor of the Taurus temple was known for its strength. Its greatest ability was its strength, but in the end, he lost in terms of strength. Then, how strong was Wang Ting? Arudis fell into a daze. Being defeated in the field he was best at was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. Follows was also speechless for a long time. He looked at Wang Ting in shock. Was this guy still human? He knew how powerful the sacred star armor was. After a paladin wore it, their strength would increase by more than several times. In the end, Arudis still lost after wearing it. At this moment, the clouds in the sky dispersed, and everything returned to normal. It was as if the scene just now had never happened. Wang Ting's black hair fluttered and no longer danced wildly. His expression was calm. He glanced at the temple above and suddenly walked forward. He passed by Arudis, and just like before, he did not look at him again. You. Arudis' face was pale, and he felt extremely humiliated. Wang Ting did not stop walking. He walked past him, passed through the Taurus palace, and continued to go up the mountain. Follows was stunned. Wasn't he about to go down the mountain? Why was he going up the mountain again? The next moment, his expression changed. He reacted and immediately followed. He quickly asked, "What do you want to do?" "I suddenly don't want to leave." "Didn't you want to fight?" "Then I'll fight all the way up." Wang Ting was expressionless. His voice was arrogant and cold as he walked up the stairs step by step. Follow's expression changed drastically. He was going to stir up trouble. This guy looked harmless before, but now he seemed to have turned into a demon. He was arrogant, domineering, and supercilious. He actually wanted to break through the 12 zodiac temples. If it was in the past, he would have scoffed at someone who tried to break through the 12 zodiac temples. It was extremely difficult for ordinary warriors to pass through one temple. But at this moment, Follow suddenly had a bad premonition. Wang Ting could defeat Arudis with one punch. What about the paladin behind him? How many people would be able to stop him? Foros didn't dare to think about it anymore. He caught up with Wang Ting and hurriedly said, "Let's talk nicely. This was purely an accident. Arudis only wanted to spar with you, that's why he stopped you." He didn't have any ill intentions and didn't speak. Now that he has been punished, don't lower yourself to his level. No one will stop you in the palace behind. That's what you said before, but what happened in the end? Wang Ting sneered and was unmoved. I'm going to break through the 12 zodiac temples. I've already passed the first temple. He didn't stop me, and I don't want to go back and find trouble with him. But I'm going to break through the next 10 temples one by one. Follows had a bitter look on his face. He cursed Arudis thousands of times in his heart. It was all that guy's fault for causing him trouble. He really caused a lot of trouble. But he could not stop Wang Ting. He only hoped that the few behind him could stop him. A few of them were far stronger than Arudis. They could be ranked in the top 10 in the Holy Mountain. They were the strongest guards guarding the temple. Wang Ting walked up the mountain while feeling his gains from the Taurus temple. Metal Force *56, Metal Force *45, Metal Force *90, Soul Level Comprehension *76, Soul Level Spirit *80, Soul Level Comprehension *50, Soul Level Spirit *62, Top Metal Talent *12, Bull Fist Intent *360. This Taurus temple was similar to the Aries temple. The temple was filled with attribute bubbles, and they were all picked up by Wang Ting. His metal force instantly took a step forward and reached the threshold of the 11-star lower-level warlord. As the remaining few attribute bubbles were absorbed, Wang Ting's body shook violently, and he silently stepped into the 11-star lower-level warlord. Metal Force 1202000, 11-star, Follows did not know about all this. A single battle had caused such a huge change in Wang Ting. It was really illogical. Who would dare to think about it? He also did not know that Wang Ting was just using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Wang Ting was thinking about how to deal with all the paladins in the 12 zodiac temples. Wang Ting walked slowly on the mountain path that no one walked on all year round. He was not in a hurry, as if he was taking a stroll after a meal. However, the priest of the temple who was a few steps behind was anxious. It was simply torture. He wanted to report this matter to the temple, but he could not leave Wang Ting alone and report it himself. Wouldn't that make the actions of the Holy Mountain seem petty? Therefore, he could only follow behind Wang Ting obediently, walking up step by step with him. This situation was completely reversed from before. Originally, he was leading the way, but now it was Wang Ting who was walking in front. This guy had turned from guest to host. Follows was very helpless. After coming into close contact with Wang Ting, he deeply realized how difficult it was to deal with him. Wang Ting's temperament surprised Follows. In his opinion, Wang Ting had a pride that came from his bones and could not be trampled on by others. If someone touched his bottom line, he was afraid that Arudis's end would be a lesson to him. Moreover, this person was extremely decisive. Once he made a move, it was like thunder, catching people off guard. However, in normal times, all of this was concealed extremely well, not revealing anything at all. On the surface, he was cheerful and did not care about trifles. Ordinary people could also laugh and play with him. Such a character was like a sharp sword hidden in its scabbard. Once someone triggered it, this sword would definitely blossom with a peerless edge and hurt the offender. Such a temperament was not like a young man who was less than 20 years old at all. Wang Ting did not know that Follows was imagining so much. At this moment, he was thinking about the armor he saw before. When he first saw Arudis wearing this holy armor, he could not help but think of an anime he had seen in his previous life. Some of the settings in it were very similar to what he had seen, but there were obviously differences between the two. Wang Ting suddenly thought of another saying. According to that saying, anime, movies, and other products were actually some kind of vague message sent by creators when they came into contact with the intersection of a different world and reality. From there, inspiration was born. Then, according to their own imagination, they were constantly filled in, and with artistic processing, they finally became what people saw. So, was it a certain animator from his previous life who had sensed the message from this world? Wang Ting had a strange expression on his face. He felt that this statement was rather absurd, yet it was inexplicably fitting. He shook his head. There was no need to waste time on such guesses. Back to the topic, according to Arudis, the so-called sacred constellation armor was worn by the paladins of the past. In that case, who had forged this sacred star armor? Just now, he had vaguely sensed that there was an extremely mysterious and obscure connection between the sacred star armor and the 12 zodiac temples. According to his knowledge, the 12 ecliptic palaces had existed for an extremely long time, and it could even be traced back to a few thousand years ago. What did this mean? This meant that the sacred star armor might have existed for such a long time. But there was a paradox. How could something like the sacred star armor, which was used by martial artists, appear before the origin power invaded Earth star and before the world entered the martial arts era, unless the sacred mountain was also a relic of an ancient civilization? The sacred star armor was something left behind by the previous civilization. This was not impossible. The sacred mountain gave people a mysterious feeling, and it was normal for there to be some unknown things. It was a pity that the sacred star armor was an item of the sacred mountain. Otherwise, if he borrowed 1 or 2 pieces to study, he would definitely gain a lot. With his level as a master blacksmith, he might be able to uncover some secrets from it. He had already seen how powerful the sacred star armor was. Arudaba's strength was only at the inferior warlord level, but after wearing the sacred star armor, his strength increased by several times. If he could learn the forging method of the sacred star armor, he would return to teach a few of his master blacksmiths and let them refine this armor. In the future, every martial artist in the great continent would have one. Wouldn't that be a lot stronger? What a pity. Wang Ting couldn't help but shake his head. Seeing him like this, Foros couldn't help but ask, "Why are you shaking your head?" "Nothing. I just have an immature idea." Wang Ting glanced at him and said indifferently. Foros didn't expect Wang Ting, this audacious guy, to have designs on the sacred star armor. Seeing that Wang Ting didn't say anything, he didn't ask any more. Not long after, the third palace, the Gemini Temple, was in sight. Foros wanted to show his token, but he was stopped by Wang Ting. "No need. I said I'm going to fight my way up, so I'm going to fight my way up. It doesn't matter if I show my token or not." Foros felt helpless. He could only watch as Wang Ting walked into the Gemini Temple. Wang Ting had just walked into the temple. After taking 2 steps, he stopped and looked ahead. Someone was already standing in front of him. The other party was a tall and handsome man in his 30s. He had long hair and an indifferent expression, as if he was a high and mighty god. This guy was even more pretentious than the 2 paladins in front of him, Wang Ting thought to himself. At the same time, his attention fell on the other party, and he slowly looked down. He saw that the paladin of the Gemini Temple was already wearing a golden sacred armor. He looked sacred and extraordinary. This sacred armor was different from the one worn by Arudis. It was even more bizarre. The edges of the armor were sharp and the patterns were complicated. On the 2 sides of the helmet, there were 2 faces. One was a demon, and the other was an angel. "I already know why you are here." The paladin of the Gemini Temple looked at Wang Ting and said indifferently. "That's good. Let's not talk anymore. Let's fight," Wang Ting said as the origin power in his body surged. Foros chased after him and transmitted his voice to the paladin of the Gemini Temple. "Cow, try your best to stop him." At the same time, he quickly told the paladin of what happened earlier. "That idiot Arudis has already lost." Cow nodded and said no more. Boom! In the next moment, an extremely powerful origin power fluctuation burst out from the paladin of the Gemini Temple. "It's my duty. If you want to pass, then defeat me." As soon as the paladin of the Gemini Temple finished speaking, Cow charged towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. In an instant, he punched out and collided with the paladin of the Gemini Temple. The 2 of them were flashing around, colliding, and clashing with each other. Their fists were so fast that it was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Foros watched the battle between the 2 of them with his mouth slightly agape. This Wang Ting is really too strong. Cow's strength could definitely be ranked in the top 5 among the 12 paladins. Yet, Wang Ting did not seem to be at a disadvantage when fighting against him. Boom! In the air, the 2 of them collided and immediately retreated. Cow's expression became serious. He admitted that he had underestimated Wang Ting before. But now, that thought no longer existed. No wonder Arudis lost. Encountering such an opponent, even he had no choice but to be cautious. However, he was also secretly excited. It was the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. The holy knights guarded the 12 zodiac temples day after day, year after year. They rarely had the chance to fight with warriors from all over the world. At this moment, Wang Ting's sudden arrival caused the Holy Knight of the Gemini Temple to have a strong battle intent. That battle intent seemed to have materialized as it twined around Kal's origin power and condensed into a pair of illusory figures behind him. Wang Ting raised his head and looked at the illusory figures with a strange expression on his face. Suddenly, the eyes of the two phantoms that were holding hands suddenly opened and shot out two glaring rays of light, one red and one blue. A deep and strange spiritual power pierced into Wang Ting's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, Wang Ting's sea of consciousness trembled and the scene in front of his eyes changed. In the sky, the illusory figures transformed into an angel and a demon. They each held a weapon and pierced towards him. The angel's face was holy and kind. Anyone who saw it would not be able to resist. Behind it was the radiant gate of heaven. Buddhist chants echoed and unknown flower petals floated in all directions. The demon's face was malevolent and was filled with evil. Anyone who saw it would have evil thoughts and unconsciously reveal the darkness in the depths of their hearts. Behind it was the boundless underworld, the hell of demons. The pitch-black light covered half of the sky and the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves could be heard. It was as if hell had really descended. Wang Ting was below it. His body was like a small boat that would be destroyed in an instant. Seeing this scene, Follows heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Ting was about to lose. Kal's move was something that few people who did not understand would be able to block. In the entire sacred mountain, there were only a few people who could block it. He looked at Wang Ting and was stunned. Facing this scene, Wang Ting's expression did not change at all. He raised his head and looked at the shocking scene of half heaven and half hell. The corner of his mouth even revealed a trace of ridicule. Follows almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, the ridicule at the corner of Wang Ting's mouth became more and more intense. Was he really ridiculing Kal? Follows was confused. He couldn't figure out Wang Ting's thoughts at all. Could it be that he still has some way to break Kal's attack? Follows' heart skipped a beat when this thought popped into his head. Trying to play mind games with me? You're just showing off in front of an expert. Wang Ting sneered in his heart. His eyes suddenly focused, and the spiritual power entrenched in his sea of consciousness instantly recovered. Rumble, his mind power, which was as vast as the abyss, gushed out like a torrent, like a silver stream, and even more like the roar of a giant dragon. The angels and demons bore the brunt of the attack and were directly crushed into dust. The gate of heaven behind him and the dark underworld cracked inch by inch amidst the violent tremors. The torrent of mental energy swept past and completely penetrated them. All the illusions disappeared. The Gemini Temple was still the same Gemini Temple. There was no gate of heaven, nor was there any dark underworld. They were all illusions that could be broken with a single poke. Thud. Thud, in front of him, Kal seemed to have suffered some kind of impact, and he suddenly took a few steps back. His face was incomparably pale, and a layer of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Impossible. How did you break my illusory Gemini demon fist? His face was filled with disbelief, and he looked at Wang Ting as if he had seen a ghost. He no longer had the indifference and arrogance from before. Illusory Gemini demon fist. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he looked at the few attribute bubbles on the ground. Pick them up. Emperor's Realm Spirit *80, Emperor's Realm Spirit *103, Emperor's Realm Comprehension *65, Water Force *130, Illusory Gemini Demon Fist *35, as the few attribute bubbles merged into his mind. Wang Ting's mind was clear, and he instantly understood. In his mind, a human figure appeared, and it was practicing a set of fist techniques. Moreover, this human figure had the method to circulate force and mental energy in its body. Wang Ting received it all and immediately learned it. So this is the Illusory Gemini Demon Fist, he suddenly understood. The Illusory Gemini Demon Fist was a strange fist technique that combined mental energy and combat skills. When it was attacked, it was accompanied by illusions. Those with insufficient mental energy would be instantly hit, and it was extremely difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, Call had encountered a monster like Wang Ting. With his Emperor Realm mental energy, Call's mental energy attack in front of him was no different from a child playing with a broadsword in front of an adult. However, since he could reach the Emperor Realm, his mental energy was indeed not weak. After obtaining the fist technique, Wang Ting thought about it and said indifferently, "Nothing is impossible." "You've lost." "No, your mental energy." Call suddenly thought of something, and his face was filled with shock. To be able to break his illusory Gemini demon fist, one's mental energy must be incomparably powerful. This Wang Ting's mental energy must be above his. Folos also thought of this and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Even during the exchange, he already knew that Wang Ting was a mental energy reader. This meant that Wang Ting's mental energy was definitely not weak. However, he never would have thought that Wang Ting's mental energy was even stronger than Call's. Folos recalled the mocking smile on Wang Ting's face when he faced Call's illusory Gemini demon fist. No wonder Call used the illusory Gemini demon fist in front of his incomparably powerful mental energy. Wasn't he just asking to be humiliated? "What level has your mental energy reached?" Call asked anxiously at this moment. Folos also looked over. He also wanted to know what level Wang Ting's mental energy had reached. If it was only the Emperor Realm, then it was reasonable. However, if it was the Emperor Realm, then, he did not dare to think further. No comment. Wang Ting was not stupid enough to tell others his trump card. He did not stay any longer and turned to walk out of the palace. At the same time, he did not forget to pick up the attribute bubbles scattered around the palace. Emperor Realm Mental Energy *35 Emperor Realm Mental Energy *40 Emperor Realm Mental Energy *48 Monarch Stage Comprehension *65 Monarch Realm Enlightenment *38 Water Force *50 Water Force *35 Wang Ting's eyes flickered. There was indeed something wrong with this palace. Almost every palace had a large number of attribute bubbles. Originally, if these attribute bubbles were not picked up in time, they would disappear in a short period of time. However, the attribute bubbles in these palaces did not disappear. They seemed to be locked by a mysterious force. Although they would disappear, they would stay for a longer period of time. However, to Wang Ting, this was a good thing, an extremely good thing. From the first palace to this place, among his many forces, 2 of his forces had advanced to the level of an 11-star lesser warlord. In this Gemini temple, his gains were not small either. His water force had reached the level of an 11-star lesser warlord. His mental energy had also increased by a large margin. Water force, 8602000, 11-star, comprehension, 5033000, Emperor Realm, mental energy, 5123000, Emperor Realm. Not only his mental energy, but his comprehension had also increased by a lot. Both of them had broken through the 500 points mark. This was really not easy. He had finally taken the first step in his long journey. After picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting did not linger. He walked out of the Gemini temple and continued to walk to the next palace. Folos looked at Call and saw that he was in a daze. He wanted to comfort him, but he did not know what to say. In the end, he could only pat Call's shoulder and hurriedly followed Wang Ting, whose back could no longer be seen. Cancer Temple. Among the 12 zodiac temples, the Cancer Temple was ranked 4th. Wang Ting arrived at the Cancer Temple. Without any hesitation, he walked into the temple. He was very curious. What kind of benefits could the Cancer Temple's paladin bring him, challenging the 12 zodiac temples was no longer a matter of pride. It was a matter of whether or not it could allow him to rapidly increase his strength. If each of the 12 zodiac temples could allow him to increase his realm, that would naturally be the best. As for pride and whatnot, once the benefits were sufficient, his pride would naturally return. If it couldn't, then sorry, but he still needed his pride. Casually destroying one of the 12 zodiac temples could be considered as regaining his pride. After all, as a prodigy, Wang Ting still needed his pride. He couldn't let anyone bully him. Foss followed behind him, but he didn't know what Wang Ting was thinking. If he knew, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. Arudis only blocked your path for a moment, and you want to destroy the entire 12 zodiac temples? Are you that shameless? Foss was worried and thought to himself, the Cancer Temple's paladin, Marcus, is comparable in strength to Call. However, his methods are somewhat unique. I wonder if he can stop Wangting. The Cancer Temple was completely dark. Even the light from the two ends of the tunnel couldn't shine in. It was as if it had been swallowed directly. The Cancer Temple's paladin was nowhere to be seen, and no one was blocking the way. Wangting stood about 4 or 5 steps away from the entrance. Looking in from his position, he couldn't see the other end of the tunnel at all. All he could see was darkness. He activated his astral vision and looked into the darkness. He couldn't help but frown. The darkness within the Cancer Temple actually blocked his prying. This was the first time. Wangting was a little surprised, but at the same time, he felt a little excited. Only the unknown was worth exploring. As for the ordinary attributes, they were just wool without a soul. There was nothing interesting about them. It seemed like he could take a good look at the Cancer Temple. Who knows, there might be a surprise. A smile appeared at the edge of Wangting's lips. The next moment, he stepped into the darkness in front of him. After he stepped into the darkness, his entire body was completely submerged. Folos, who was following behind him, could not see his figure at all. Folos didn't move forward. He stood where he was and waited for the result. In the darkness, Wangting walked forward step by step with an extremely calm expression. If it were anyone else, in such a dark space that seemed to be sealed off, it wouldn't take long for them to become anxious and even fearful. Don't underestimate the power of darkness. It seemed that there was nothing else but darkness. However, if one stayed in it for too long, no one would be able to remain calm. If there was someone who didn't break down, it would only be because they didn't stay long enough. It was not known if anyone had experienced this before. It was like waking up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet, and the light suddenly broke. You were groping around in the dark, and then you would inexplicably stop because you felt that there was something spying on you from the darkness around you. Wangting was facing a similar situation now. It was as if he had been walking in the darkness for a long time. He kept moving forward, but there was no end in sight. He felt that there was something around him that was casting an evil gaze at him, as if it wanted to pull him into the darkness. Wangting naturally wasn't afraid. He knew that this must be the work of the Cancer Temple's holy knights. He was only a little surprised. After all, to be able to do this, it meant that the Cancer Temple's holy knights were quite capable. Is anyone there? Wangting suddenly opened his mouth and shouted to the surroundings. The result was obvious. No one responded. Is anyone there? Wangting spoke again. If there's no one, I'll shout again in 3 minutes. There seemed to be an extremely speechless atmosphere in the darkness. Wangting continued to walk forward. Not long after, he shouted again, is anyone there? Not too long, not too short, exactly 3 minutes. There was still an eerie silence. If there's no one, I'll shout again in 3 minutes. Wangting said again. After another 3 minutes, Wangting spoke again, is anyone there? If there's no one, I'll shout again in 3 minutes. Is anyone there? If there's no one, I'll shout again in 3 minutes. Wangting was extremely patient. He kept moving forward and shouting. He would shout once every 3 minutes. He was so persistent that it made people feel touched and crumble. He walked a long distance and didn't even know how many times he had shouted. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? His shouts were like a demon's voice, echoing in the dark space again and again. Wangting seemed to be addicted to playing. He didn't care if the other party responded, he planned to continue shouting. Another 3 minutes passed. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, the surroundings lit up with specks of green light. These specks of green light were only the size of peas at first, but they gradually grew bigger. Finally, they turned into a ball of green fire, floating around Wangting. The sudden appearance of green light in the dark space naturally made it seem especially eerie. The temperature seemed to have dropped several times. Low and deep wails faintly resounded. When they entered one's ears, they involuntarily felt a trace of despair in their hearts. However, Wangting's expression didn't change. It was as if he didn't see the green fire around him. He muttered, sure enough, there's someone here. They even lit the fire. Are they afraid that I won't be able to see the way? Why didn't they light more? The green fire around him suddenly became unstable. It shook violently twice, as if it was angered. What do you mean by afraid that you won't be able to see the way? Did they light the green fire to let you see the way? Could they be any more narcissistic? Bah, shameless. As if they couldn't stand Wang Ting's nagging, the person behind him finally chose to make a move. Suddenly, the green fire lit up the darkness around him. Wang Ting finally saw his surroundings clearly. How was this the Cancer Temple? It was a strange mass grave. It was desolate, dilapidated, and eerie. Suddenly, pairs of bloody hands broke out from the ground and grabbed at Wang Ting's legs. There were even corpses crawling out from the ground and grabbing at Wang Ting's body. Their faces were twisted and hideous, as if they were filled with pain and sorrow, but also as if they were laughing for no reason. It was extremely eerie. Facing such a scene, even a martial artist might not be able to face it calmly, let alone an ordinary person. However, Wang Ting remained calm. He didn't move at all, allowing the horrifying corpses to crawl towards him as if they didn't exist. Another illusion? Wang Ting muttered to himself. His mental strength surged and spread out in all directions, trying to disperse these things. However, to his surprise, as his mental strength spread out, the corpses still existed and never disappeared. It's not an illusion? Wang Ting was shocked by the scene. He could not help but frown. Why would something that should not exist in the real world appear in the Cancer Temple? What else could it be if it was not an illusion? However, if it was an illusion, it was impossible that his spirit could not decipher it unless the other party's spirit was stronger than his. However, was that possible? Wang Ting immediately rejected the idea. It was not that he was overconfident, but the truth was right there. There must be someone with stronger spirit than him, but it was highly unlikely that they would appear here. Even the sacred mountain had to pay attention to an Emperor realm spirit. Since spirit is useless, then. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and the force in his body suddenly erupted. Boom, green flames surged out along with the fire force and swept toward the corpses around him. Ah, shrill screams rang out. Everywhere the green jade glazed flame passed, all the corpses were incinerated and turned into ashes. The corpses were nothing before the flames of heaven and earth. Wang Ting stood in the flames and stepped forward. Suddenly, his spirit that was wandering around sensed a slight fluctuation of emotion somewhere in this space. Caught you. Wang Ting suddenly smiled. Then, he disappeared on the spot. Boom, the next moment, he appeared on the left side of the space and threw a punch into the void. Bang, the punch landed on an object, causing a dull sound to ring out. As the force rumbled, a figure emerged from the void. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and took a few steps back before coming to a stop. The person who appeared was a young man wearing the sacred constellation armor. He looked at Wang Ting with a gloomy expression. There was a hint of shock and astonishment in his eyes. How did you find me? Marcus asked as he put down his hands without leaving a trace. He circulated his force to disperse the strong vibrations in his body and bones. Take a guess. Wang Ting sized up the man in front of him and suddenly laughed. The other party thought that his subtle emotional fluctuations would not be detected by others, but he did not know that Wang Ting's mental strength was so strong that he could use it to track his tracks. Marcus was about to go crazy. The character of the young man in front of him was really bad. He had been shouting over there before, and the endless as anyone there was like a ghost calling, which almost made him break his cultivation. What was wrong with this guy's brain? Don't you want to know where this is? Marcus suddenly laughed, his face full of ridicule. Do you really want me to ask you? Wang Ting said, but I won't. The corners of Marcus's mouth twitched when he saw his despicable expression. It doesn't matter where this place is. Just blow it up, Wang Ting said calmly. Arrogant. Marcus sneered. Try it. If you can destroy this place, I'll even call you Grandpa. Wait a moment. Wang Ting suddenly took out his phone and fiddled with it. Okay, please repeat what you just said. Marcus was stunned. What the F***ck are you doing? Nothing else. Just repeat it, Wang Ting said sincerely. Are you playing with me? Marcus's expression was ugly. You misunderstood. I'm just afraid that you'll regret it, Wang Ting said. Regret it? Marcus chuckled and said, I'll say it right here. As long as you can destroy this space, I'll call you Grandpa 10 times or even 100 times. I'll do it. Very good. I like your confidence. Wang Ting finished recording, put away his phone, and looked at Marcus with admiration. Just now, he didn't just talk nonsense with Marcus to provoke him, but also to get information from him. Although he didn't say anything useful, Wang Ting could at least be sure of one thing, and that was, this was another space. Wang Ting had a vague guess in his heart. This space could be a spatial fragment that was used by the Saint Knights of the Cancer Palace through some special means. In the end, it became what it was today. It could be used to control and defeat opponents. It was an extremely mysterious and difficult method to deal with. After all, there weren't many people who could control the power of space. Wait, if that was the case, this Cancer Temple's paladin might have a space-type talent. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He hadn't seen a space-type attribute bubble for a long time. Could it be that he could finally have a taste of it today? Marcus felt a chill in his heart when he was stared at by Su Hao. Why is this guy looking at me so strangely? It's like he wants to eat me alive. Does he have some special fetish? At this moment, Wang Ting didn't intend to waste any more time. The space talent that he had put aside for a long time had been activated. Naturally, it was best to use the space technique to break it. Unfortunately, Wang Ting was a space-type ability user, and his talent wasn't weak. He suddenly stretched out his palm, and a faintly discernible power of space condensed in his hand. The space above his palm began to vibrate and rotate. And the rotation speed became faster and faster, gradually forming an invisible space whirlwind. This was the mini version of the space storm. It wasn't easy to cast a large space storm, but the mini version wasn't that difficult either. Marcus was originally watching a good show from the side, but at this moment, his eyes widened, and his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Hiss! The power of space. Marcus's face was full of disbelief. He didn't expect that other than himself, there was someone else who could use the power of space. And the violent power of space in Wang Ting's hand made him shudder. His eyebrows twitched, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. I have to stop him. He thought in horror. Then, with a thought, countless corpses crawled out from the ground and rushed toward Wang Ting. And he didn't stay idle. He took a step forward and faced Wang Ting. Boom, a powerful aura rushed toward him. Wang Ting raised his head and didn't even blink. At the same time, the green jade glass flame swept toward the west, burning all the corpses that rushed toward him to ashes. Die! Marcus shouted angrily and grabbed at Wang Ting's palm. Too late. Wang Ting flicked his finger, and the mini version of the space storm in his hand suddenly disappeared into the darkness. Boom, there was an explosion, and the surrounding space collapsed inch by inch. The darkness, the corpses, the mass graves, everything turned into light spots and slowly dissipated. No. Marcus's eyes were about to split open as he roared. His body was swept away by the power of space in the explosion, and he was pushed back fiercely. Foros heard this mournful roar from the outside world, and his whole body trembled. He hesitated and said, "That seems to be Marcus's voice?" Just as this thought arose in his mind, he was shocked to find that the darkness in front of him was quickly retreating, and the space seemed to be distorted. The darkness was all sucked in, and the Cancer Temple gradually returned to normal. The darkness shattered, the space collapsed, and everything returned to normal. The light from outside the palace shone in, and two figures stood in front. One of them stood upright, while the other staggered and fell. Foros' eyes widened, and he groaned helplessly in his heart. The situation was clear at a glance. Marcus had lost. As a priest of the temple, he knew a little about Marcus's means. The current situation was as if his means had been completely broken. Foros could not help but hold his breath. At this moment, Marcus stabilized his body, looking extremely miserable. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he was seriously injured. He said with a shocked expression, "You destroyed my death dimension." Foros was shocked. Wang Ting had actually destroyed the death dimension of the Cancer Temple? It was unbelievable. Death dimension? Wang Ting could not help but laugh. You call this small space fragment a depth dimension? Compared to the space cracks he had seen before, this depth dimension was not worth mentioning. You. Marcus's expression was ugly. He could hear the disdain in Wang Ting's tone. It was true disdain, not pretended disdain. In the eyes of the other party, his depth dimension was really not worth mentioning. If it was someone else, it would be ridiculous. However, the young man in front of him had just destroyed his depth dimension. If he said it with his strength, it was not a boast, but a fact. Wang Ting did not care about his thoughts. He looked around, and with a sweep of his spiritual force, he picked up the scattered attribute bubbles. Space *20, space *18, space *23, space fragment *210, space fragment *240, space fragment *180, soul origin *1, soul origin *1, soul origin *1. As these attribute bubbles merged, Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and a trace of surprise and shock flashed in the depths of his eyes. Soul origin, it was very similar to the life origin, and the soul origin was directly used on the soul. In an instant, Wang Ting's soul seemed to tremble. This trembling was not because he had seen something terrifying, but because of an uncontrollable comfort that existed on the soul. His soul could not help but let out an indescribable cry. It was as though his soul had ascended to the heavens. At the same time, a new column appeared on the attribute panel. Soul origin, 1256. Wang Ting's original soul origin was 1000 points, but now it had increased by 256 points, a little more than a quarter. Don't underestimate this quarter. Wang Ting was fully aware of how difficult it was to improve one's soul origin. Soul source was as rare as life source. Unless there were special circumstances, it was impossible for an ordinary cultivator to drop it. But this time, he had directly increased the amount of his soul origin by a quarter. This harvest was absolutely unimaginable. Wang Ting even doubted whether he would have such an opportunity in the future. Speaking of which, why did Marcus drop this soul origin attribute? No, that wasn't right. It wasn't him who had dropped his soul origin. It was the corpse in the death dimension that had dropped its soul origin. Those corpses were all souls, a thought flashed through Wang Ting's mind. He finally understood the nature of those corpses. At this moment, an indescribable feeling erupted from his body. As his soul origin grew, a gentle jade-like energy suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's sea of consciousness. Boom, his mental power and even his entire mind seemed to have been nourished, and then sublimated to the extreme. Wang Ting was surprised and overjoyed. His eyes were full of disbelief. He could not help but look at the attribute panel. Spirit, 1543300, Emperor Realm, Comprehension, 1522300, Emperor Realm, this is. Wang Ting was stunned. His spirit and comprehension had increased by more than 1000 points. Unbelievable, one had to know that he had picked up countless attribute bubbles to increase his spirit and comprehension by more than 500 points. At this moment, these two attributes had increased by so much in just an instant. Even though Wang Ting had long been accustomed to rapid improvements in his cultivation, he could not help but feel that this was a dream. Does the soul affect mental power and even aptitude? His eyes flashed rapidly as he pondered. Apart from the huge surprise of the soul origin, there was another surprise. A spatial fragment. Wang Ting had destroyed Marcus's so-called death space and actually obtained a spatial fragment. This Cancer Palace paladin did not disappoint him, a martial artist with spatial talent. There were too few people like this. Wang Ting had only met one so far. However, it was already good enough to meet one. Moreover, the other party was someone who had a deep foundation in the Holy Mountain. Otherwise, no random person would be able to control such a rare spatial fragment. After absorbing all the bubbles, he obtained a total of 132 spatial talent and 1,250 spatial fragment attributes. Space, 725210000 spatial fragment, 12501000000. Wang Ting was flabbergasted. He looked at the space fragment column in his attributes panel, especially the last few question marks. His head was filled with question marks. The upper limit of the spatial fragment was so high that it might not even have an upper limit. Wang Ting thought for a moment and roughly understood the reason. Space could be infinitely large. At this time, his consciousness sank into a certain place in his mind, where a special space appeared. That was a spatial fragment. Surprisingly, there was a brand new small space within it. It was small in comparison, but it was not big. The area it occupied was about the size of a field. It was much smaller than Marcus's desk space, but it was bigger than all his spatial storage equipment. Just for storing things, this space was good enough. However, its real use was not limited to this. If it was really used as a spatial storage equipment, it would be a waste. At this time, Wang Ting's consciousness entered the space and felt like he was the god of the space, able to control everything in it. He also felt that this space was different from the storage space. It had life. No wonder there were so many soul bodies in Marcus's death space. Soul bodies could undoubtedly be regarded as a kind of life. At this time, Wang Ting's body suddenly trembled. If a space with life was expanded to infinity, wouldn't it be a new world? As soon as this thought came to mind, Wang Ting was shocked by himself. A new world, only he dared to think about it. But there seemed to be nothing wrong with it. A vast space with life, flowers, trees, and thousands of species could survive in it. Wasn't that a world? And Wang Ting was the only true god in this world, the supreme ruler. Wouldn't that make him the lord of the world? Although he was still far away from that realm, he could barely be regarded as the reserve of the lord of the world. Wang Ting's breathing quickened, and he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. It was as if he saw a path with infinite possibilities. The lord of a world, just thinking about it made one's blood boil. However, Wang Ting knew that if he wanted to upgrade the space fragment to that level, he would need a huge amount of attribute bubbles. Space-type attribute bubbles were rare, so this path was definitely not as easy as he thought. For a long time, Wang Ting could only be a reserve member. He might even be a reserve member forever. However, this could not dispel Wang Ting's excitement and restlessness. He took a few deep breaths and gradually calmed down. He could not think about it anymore. If he did, he would really float away. Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind as he looked at Marcus. Everything that happened just now seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it only took a few breaths. At this time, Marcus also took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He stared at Wang Ting with hatred. You destroyed my death space. You must die. Wang Ting's face was cold. He looked at the other party expressionlessly, but his heart was filled with killing intent. He would never be merciful to those who wanted to kill him. Arudas from the Taurus temple and Kal from the Gemini temple only stopped him. They did not have any killing intent, so he did not kill them. However, this Marcus, when Foros heard Marcus's words, his face changed drastically. He immediately said, Marcus, Wang Ting is the saint's guest. Don't act recklessly. Foros, it's too late. Marcus stared at Wang Ting and said indifferently, the death space is the inheritance of the Cancer Temple. It cannot be lost. However, it was destroyed by this kid. I have no face to face my ancestors. Today, I must kill him. After killing him, I will commit suicide as an apology. Foros was speechless. He had underestimated Marcus's determination. What reason did he have to stop a person who was determined to die? He felt that things were getting more and more out of control. What should he do? At this point, he could only ask the saintess to come forward to solve the problem. Foros gritted his teeth and left Wang Ting and Marcus behind. He rushed out of the Cancer Temple and rushed towards the top of the mountain. Wang Ting and the other two didn't stop him. The troublemaker has left. Now, let's fight to the death, Meade said. He knew that Wang Ting was also a spatial martial artist, and had powerful methods that he did not know of. For example, the violent spatial energy that had destroyed the death space previously. However, Marcus had already decided to fight to the death and was naturally fearless. Boom, his aura erupted as origin power surged madly toward the top of the Cancer Temple. Even his hair was standing on end, the pupils in his eyes suddenly became incomparably deep, as if he had completely lost all emotions, indifferent and sacred. Rumble, the entire Cancer Temple seemed to have sensed his anger and exploded. An even more ancient and powerful aura soared into the sky. At the same time, in the starry sky, a bright light suddenly flashed in the Cancer constellation 520 light-years away from Earth. A trace of boundless and profound energy traveled through a long distance and descended on Earth through some special connection. Countless experts from all over the world felt the arrival of this power. They all lifted their heads to look at the sky. There was a trace of doubt and also a trace of shock. In an instant, the experts from all over the world looked towards Northern Europe. They felt that the energy was descending from Northern Europe. At the same time, the remaining paladins of the 12 zodiac temples stood up and quickly walked out of their respective palaces. Their gazes all looked towards the direction of the Cancer temple. What did that guy do to force Marcus to such an extent? In the Taurus temple, Arudis muttered to himself in shock. In the Gemini temple, Kal was also shocked and could not calm down. Who was breaking into the temple? And Marcus? If it's just an ordinary person breaking into the temple, why would he use this energy? The remaining paladins of the Cancer temple had countless questions in their hearts. They were extremely puzzled. In the temple on the top of the mountain, many of the higher-ups of the temple were alarmed. In one of the sub-halls of the temple's great sage ordered, "Quickly go and see what happened." Yes. Someone outside the door received the order and left. The old temple's great sage had a worried look and muttered to himself, "In this era of great changes, even our sacred mountain can't protect ourselves? No, I have to go and see the saintess." He hurriedly left and went to the deepest part of the temple. At this moment, the Cancer temple was connected to the sky and received the mighty energy from the starry sky. In the end, it returned to Marcus' body. Wang Ting stood in front of Marcus. He could feel it the clearest. At this moment, Marcus had become extremely terrifying. Even he was a little afraid of that terrifying energy. He raised his head and looked at the sky with a strange look in his eyes. Boom! At this moment, Marcus moved. He turned into an afterimage and crossed the distance between them. In an instant, he appeared in front of Wang Ting. His slender palm turned into the shape of a blade and slashed at Wang Ting. Die. Die your mother. Wang Ting snorted coldly. He was not afraid and punched out. Boom, the fist collided with the opponent's blade. Both of them were blasted back and took a few steps back. But in the next moment, they turned into afterimages again and charged at each other. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 The two of them collided violently, using their respective spatial powers to the extreme. Marcus was supported by the power of the starry sky. His spatial power was sublimated. It was as if he had the help of the gods. Every attack of his carried a powerful spatial attack. One palm could cut through space. One punch could shatter space. Ordinary warriors would not be able to withstand such attacks. However, Wang Ting's spatial talent had been raised to an extremely high level. He was not afraid of his opponent. His attacks were also supported by the power of space. They were extremely powerful and could directly offset the spatial damage of his opponent. The more Marcus fought, the more solemn his expression became. He was supported by the power of the starry sky. That was why he could use his spatial ability to such an extent. But Wang Ting was actually on par with him. How monstrous was this kid? Whoosh, whoosh, the two of them separated abruptly. Marcus panted heavily, a trace of madness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, the black light on his body shone brightly and spread in all directions. Soon, countless rays of light were swallowed. The entire Cancer temple fell into darkness again. What is he trying to do? Wang Ting frowned. In the darkness, Marcus' figure completely disappeared. The surroundings were silent. Wang Ting felt that something was wrong. He could not help but look around, but he did not find anything. At this moment, Marcus' voice suddenly sounded. Dark, burial, his voice seemed to reverberate in the empty valley. It was like waves of sound that reverberated endlessly. The surrounding darkness rapidly shrank, and the place where it was converging was Wang Ting. The darkness was enveloping him. Wang Ting's origin power surged. Green jade glazed flame covered his body as he tried to resist. However, the darkness eventually shrank into a black dot, passing through the green flame and entering Wang Ting's forehead in an instant. Boom, his mind was shaking. His body was shaking. It was as if his soul was about to be shaken out of his body. But at this moment, a mysterious power wrapped around his soul. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him, causing his soul to remain motionless. Impossible. Marcus' voice of disbelief came from the front. Wangting still had a lingering fear. He had actually been hit just now. If not for the mysterious power that had appeared at the end and stabilized his soul, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although he had been on guard, he did not expect Marcus to have such a method that could directly shake out one's soul. This move was almost invincible, only those who were much stronger than Magus would be able to ignore his attacks. However, Marcus had absorbed the power of the stars, and his strength was completely above Wangting's. The reason why Wangting could fight with him until now was mainly because he had many tricks up his sleeve and unparalleled combat power. This was also something that Marcus found inconceivable. As a secret technique of the Cancer Temple, Dark Burial had never failed before. However, it had no effect on Wangting. This did not make sense. At this moment, his face was filled with shock. He could not help but take 2 steps back, unable to believe the reality in front of him. Wangting's face was gloomy as he looked coldly at Marcus. Then, he suddenly attacked. The divine weapon, MOK, appeared in his hand, and countless green flames gathered on it. Clang, the weapon clanged and made a trembling sound. This move condensed the green jade glazed flame into a flaming blade light that was dozens of meters long. It was accompanied by countless blade chi that wantonly swept through the sky. Marcus's face was pale. The Dark Burial had exhausted almost all of his strength, and he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. In the face of that terrifying saber light, he didn't even think about it and immediately retreated explosively. Although he had said that he was awe-inspiring and was not afraid of death, however, when faced with death, how many people could remain calm, who would want to die if they could? He would rather be punished by the temple than die in the hands of Wangting. You want to leave? Wangting's lips curled into a mocking smile, but his eyes were extremely cold. Do you think you can leave? His killing intent was boiling. The blade light gathered on the demonic weapon in his hand had reached its peak and was about to slash down. Have mercy. However, at this moment, a soft shout came from the other side of the Cancer Temple. Marcus's face was filled with joy. Humph. Wangting frowned, but he did not hesitate at all. Boom, the blade slashed down. How dare you? The person who had arrived saw this and immediately let out an angry roar. The person who came held a battle sword and hurriedly swung it at Wangting's flaming blade light. Wangting's eyes flashed. Marcus raised his head, his eyes reflecting the rapidly magnifying flaming blade light. Every inch of his skin could feel the blazing heat from the green flames. Marcus was desperate and unwilling. He only had time to let out a scream before he was completely engulfed by the flaming blade light. At the last moment of his life, his eyes were filled with the green flame and nothing else. Boom, the green flame spread and swept in all directions, making it impossible for the person behind him to get close. On the other side, the blade light that had just collided with Wangting's flaming blade light charged straight at Wangting after losing its target. Wangting squinted his eyes. His fist was engulfed in the aura of the 5 elements. He punched at the blade light. Boom, under his powerful fist, the blade light that had been hurriedly sent out collapsed inch by inch. It could not hurt him at all. At this moment, the green flame that had engulfed Marcus gradually dissipated after raging for a while. Looking around, the ground was charred black. Marcus's figure had long disappeared. Only the cracked golden star sacred armor was scattered on the ground. There were also the attribute bubbles floating 3 feet above the ground. At this moment, the person who had come from the other end of the passage had also arrived. When he saw this scene, his expression became extremely ugly. He then looked at Wangting coldly. The person who had come was in his 30s. He had blonde hair and was extremely handsome. There was also a trace of majestic aura on his face. Folos followed behind him and immediately felt the tense atmosphere between the two of them. Especially when he saw the entire process of Marcus's death, he knew that there was an irreconcilable conflict between them. He was completely speechless. He was still one step too late. At this moment, he looked at Wangting with eyes full of shock. This guy was really decisive. He actually dared to kill a sacred knight on the sacred mountain. Which ordinary warrior would dare to do so? Wang Ting was not in a hurry. He ignored the gloomy gaze of the person opposite him. With a sweep of his mental power, he picked up all the attribute bubbles on the ground. Space * 65 space * 80 space * 72, Monarch Spirit * 255 Monarch's Comprehension * 268 Dark Burial * 10 Peerless Wood Talent * 130, Wood Force * 950, Wood Force * 800, Wood Force * 860, Water Force * 280. After picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Ting's eyes couldn't help but flash. This time, killing the sacred knight of the Cancer Palace was really a harvest. He gained another 380 points of space attribute, making his space attribute reach 7,632 points. Space, 763,210,000 inches edition, there were 255 points of Monarch Spirit and 268 points of Monarch's Comprehension. Beyond Wang Ting's expectations, Marcus's spirit and comprehension had both reached the Monarch's realm. Such attainments were extremely rare among warlords. Next, there were a total of 2,610 points of Wood Force. Obviously, Marcus was not only a warrior with space talent, but he also had an extremely high talent in Wood Force. Previously, Wang Ting had already raised his Wood Force to an 11-star low-level warlord. Now, with the addition of these 2,610 attribute points, his Wood Force had increased by a huge margin. Wood Force, 2960200000, 11 star, the other party even dropped 130 points of Peerless Wood Talent. There was no doubt that a warrior who could become a sacred knight wouldn't have a weak talent. However, these weren't the things that Wang Ting cared about the most. What he really cared about was Dark Burial. Previously, Marcus had almost used this move to force his soul out. It was obvious that it was extraordinary. Moreover, it was his first time encountering an attack that could be used on a soul. At first, he was still wondering how Marcus had obtained a soul and put it into a space fragment to form the so-called death space. Now, he completely understood. At the same time as Dark Burial merged, relevant information appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It turned out that Dark Burial was a secret technique passed down from the Cancer Palace since ancient times. It belonged exclusively to the sacred knights of the Cancer Palace. This combat technique was one with the death space of the Cancer Palace. Only the sacred knights of the Cancer Palace could inherit it. Outsiders couldn't obtain it at all. Otherwise, if all the sacred mountain warriors mastered such a combat technique, they would have been invincible. He didn't expect Wang Ting to obtain it in such a way. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. At this moment, he had a complete understanding of Dark Burial. He realized that this move was not without restrictions. In fact, there were many limitations. First, one must have extremely high spatial talent to learn it. Ordinary martial artists could not learn it. Even if one learned it, it could not be used without restrictions. Every use would consume one's soul origin, and one's soul origin could not be increased through cultivation. Once Dark Burial was used too many times, even the strongest martial artist's soul would be destroyed and they would die. The soul in the death space of Cancer Temple was not obtained by Marcus alone. It was the result of generations of Cancer Temple paladins. Unfortunately, in front of Wang Ting, the hard work of generations of Cancer Temple paladins was all for naught. It was no wonder that Marcus hated him to the bone and wanted to get rid of him. This enmity was indeed quite big. Second, Dark Burial could only be used on people with lower strength. The greater the difference in strength, the higher the success rate. When the difference in strength was not much, the failure rate would be extremely high. The biggest reason why Marcus could shake out Wang Ting's soul was that he had accepted the power of the stars, and his strength was in an explosive state. In order to kill Wang Ting, he did not hesitate to consume his soul power. It could be said that he had burned all his boats. Unfortunately, he did not succeed in the end. Thinking of this, Wang Ting had a trace of doubt in his mind. The power that stabilized my soul should be the system's doing, right? This was the only possibility he could think of. Other than the system, there was nothing else that could restrain such an illusory attack. System Daddy, say something. Was it you? Wang Ting asked in his mind. If it was, then say something. We are so familiar with each other. Don't be so arrogant. Say it, and I will thank you. Alright, forget it if you don't admit it. Wang Ting was helpless. The system had never said anything. Did it not know how to speak? As soon as this thought arose, he immediately felt his scalp go numb and a chill run down his spine. System Daddy, I was wrong. Wang Ting quickly admitted defeat like a grandson. How arrogant. You think you can kill whoever you want? Where is the face of our sacred mountain? The blonde man was furious when he saw that he was ignored. Wang Ting finally turned to look at the other party and said indifferently, "Face is not given by others, but earned by oneself. The actions of your holy mountain have really opened my eyes today." The golden-haired man was at a loss for words. He angrily said, "Even if my holy mountain has been negligent, you don't have to kill. Why didn't you say that when Marcus wanted to kill me?" Wang Ting sneered. "And you said that wanting to kill me was just a slight? You guys really know how to change the concept. You." The golden-haired man was not Wang Ting's opponent. At this time, he was speechless and could not find a reason to refute. The blonde man took a deep breath and regained his composure. He said coldly, "I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Since you killed one of my holy mountain's holy knights, you shall stay here and receive your punishment." Holy judgment? Ha ha ha. Wang Ting laughed, his face full of disdain. "I'm a warrior of Xianxia. Since when is it your holy mountain's turn to punish me?" In the end, his face changed, and he said coldly, "You're not worthy." As soon as this remark came out, the expressions of the golden-haired man and Foros changed greatly. The golden-haired man finally remembered that Wang Ting was a warrior of Xianxia. Behind him stood a world's top power. With Wang Ting's strength and talent, he must be highly valued in Xianxia. With such a background, if they were given the chance, they would not dare to punish Wang Ting easily. The golden-haired man was extremely embarrassed. He felt that his power had been insulted and trampled. With his status, he had never suffered such grievances. Can we really not touch him? The golden-haired man was helpless and sullen. No, this kid killed Marcus. He must give the holy mountain an explanation. Otherwise, the world will think that the holy mountain is easy to bully. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, "Foros, take him down with me. Say Ji Lai Faz." Foros' expression changed as he looked at the golden-haired man. He had never thought that Ji Lai Faz would choose to ignore the pressure from Xianxia and force the holy mountain to punish Wang Ting. "Do it." Eliphaz shouted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot and reappeared in midair. The combat sword in his hand slashed down at Wang Ting. The sword light flashed and illuminated the surroundings. There was only a tragic blue light. It was as if all the external objects had disappeared, leaving only the sword. All directions were sealed, and there was no way to dodge. It was just a casual attack, but this golden-haired man's attack possessed such power. It was simply unbelievable. Very good. Wang Ting laughed in anger. It seemed that this golden-haired man was determined to punish him regardless of who was right or wrong. Boom, in an instant, origin power erupted from his entire body. His aura surged into the sky, and the strong wind caused his clothes to flutter and his black hair to dance wildly in the air. At this moment, Wang Ting's face was filled with arrogance. His gaze was disdainful and insufferably arrogant. "You want to take me down? Let's see if you have the ability." He roared furiously and stomped on the ground. A circle of terrifying energy spread out, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ground around him. Boom, his entire body shot up into the sky like an arrow that had left the bow. Mok rose violently from bottom to top, and an incomparably sharp golden sword light met Eliphaz's blue sword light. Immediately, the two sword lights shattered at the same time. Clang, the two swords collided and drew out a string of sparks. The sound of metal vibrating echoed endlessly. Eliphaz's pupils shrank. He felt an enormous force coming from the opposite side, causing him to feel intense pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. Even his bones couldn't help but tremble. Rip, suddenly, a purple light flashed in front of him. Not good. Eliphaz's expression shifted as he hurriedly retreated. He saw a spear of thunder piercing toward him at extreme speed, arriving before him in an instant. However, his strength wasn't to be underestimated. Although he was somewhat caught off guard against this spear of thunder, he still swung his sword rapidly and forcefully shattered it. Swoosh! Swoosh! It was at this time that even more spears of thunder shot over from other directions, forming an encirclement. Eliphaz was immediately exhausted from dealing with them. Wang Ting followed closely behind, unleashing a barrage of punches with explosive power. At the same time, the green jade-glazed flame turned into a rope under the control of his spiritual force and wrapped around Eliphaz. Some of them turned into arrows, forming a dense rain of attacks. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he moved, it was like thunder. Wang Ting's offensive was like a torrential downpour, abnormally violent as it came one after another. Ah! Eliphaz was beaten silly. His body was struck in many places by the flaming arrows, and he couldn't help but let out a bestial roar. Eliphaz was shocked and angry. Although the wounds on his body were not serious because he had covered them in time, it was the first time he had been beaten like this. How could he tolerate this? As the great sage of the divine hall, he was used to receiving compliments and giving orders everywhere he went. Now, he had hit a wall in front of Wang Ting and even bled. He felt that he had lost all his face, and the flames of anger in his heart were surging. Foros, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Eliphaz's face was gloomy as he coldly said to Foros, who was still hesitating. Foros could not help but hesitate. No matter what, they were not in the right. If he did, the consequences would be unpredictable. But seeing Eliphaz's cold eyes, he could not help but sigh in his heart, his mouth full of bitterness. A county magistrate was not as good as a local magistrate. If he did not do it now, it was equivalent to offending Eliphaz. Regardless of the consequences, Eliphaz would be the first to not let him go. Sorry for the offense. He looked at Wang Ting and transmitted his voice. Wang Ting ignored him and sneered in his heart. He looked at the two of them without any fear on his face. Foros saw his fearless look and suddenly had a headache. He could not help but blame the upper echelons of the temple. Why did they send such an idiot like Eliphaz to solve this matter? In the current situation, not only could the matter not be solved, it would make things worse. But the arrow was already on the bow. Boom! Eliphaz saw that Foros had surrendered and a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. Then he looked at Wang Ting with a cold expression. The force in his body erupted and the long sword in his hand bloomed with brilliant sword light. Whoosh! There seemed to be the sound of waves in the air. If one listened carefully, they would hear the faint sound of a metal sword and the sound of waves. This was sword intent, water sword intent. Eliphaz had seen Wang Ting's strength and knew that ordinary methods could not take down Wang Ting. Even he had to go all out. On the other side, Foros also chose to attack. A long spear appeared in his hand. The golden light at the tip of the spear emitted a sharp cold light and a faintly discernible spear intent wrapped around it. Rumble! At some point, the two of them moved at the same time, attacking Wang Ting from both sides. Eliphaz waved his long sword, and the sound of waves became even more intense as he slashed towards Wang Ting. Foros thrust out his spear, and a spear light pierced through the sky. Boom! Wang Ting held MOK in his hand as he fought against the two of them. However, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. The battle between the three of them was extremely intense. Inside the Cancer Temple, the ground was cracked and there were potholes everywhere. Several of the pillars were broken and it was a complete mess. The corners of Eliphaz and Foros' eyes twitched. This was an extremely important building of the Holy Mountain. It had existed for a very long time, but now it had been beaten to such a state by Wang Ting. Don't underestimate the power of a battle between warrior-level powerhouses. No matter how hard the materials used to construct the 12 zodiac temples were, they would still shatter under the attacks of warrior-level powerhouses. Eliphaz and Foros looked at each other and immediately rushed out of the Cancer Temple. They wanted to lure Wang Ting into the air to fight. However, Wang Ting didn't take the normal path. He directly slashed out with his blade, creating a huge hole in the roof of the Cancer Temple. With a loud rumble, Wang Ting stepped on the void and caught up to the two of them, standing far away from them. Eliphaz looked at the huge hole below, and the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. This bastard, he must have done it on purpose. Foros knew how vile Wang Ting was. When he saw this scene, he didn't find it strange at all. However, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. It was fine if he destroyed the Cancer Temple in a fight, but purposely creating a hole was a little too much. You have committed such a crime. No one can save you today. Alifa's face darkened as he stared at Wang Ting and said angrily. Then come and catch me. Wang Ting's face was calm as he curled his finger at Foros in disdain. Come on. Don't hesitate. Come and catch me. As soon as he said that, his face changed, and he suddenly shouted, come here. Alifa's was stunned by his shout. He looked at Wang Ting with a head full of question marks. He couldn't figure it out. Why, the one who was caught was Wang Ting, but why was this guy even fiercer than him? Foros' face was extremely strange. He felt that he had learned something new. A person could be cowardly in anything, but his mouth must not be cowardly. Look at Wang Ting. When he opened his mouth, Alifa's was intimidated. However, Alifa's finally came back to his senses. His face turned green, and he was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, you're good. I'm very good. Wang Ting said. Alifa's was speechless. He immediately choked and almost couldn't breathe. This bastard. Alifa's took a deep breath. He felt that he couldn't talk to Wang Ting anymore. Otherwise, he would be angered to death. He suddenly waved his hand, and a total of 11 golden lights shot out, rushing toward the other 11 palaces except for the Cancer Palace. Paladins of the 12 Zodiac Palaces, listen up. A loud shout came out of Alifa's mouth. Foros didn't react at all when Alifa suddenly attacked. Now that he heard that, his face changed drastically, and he looked at Alifa's in disbelief. He actually wanted to mobilize all the paladins of the 12 Zodiac Palaces. Crazy. Crazy. Since the advent of the martial era, the Sacred Mountain had never summoned all the paladins of the 12 Zodiac Palaces at once. Now, in order to catch Wang Ting, this rule was broken. The paladins were responsible for guarding the temple and couldn't be easily mobilized. Alifa's mobilized so many of them. Wasn't he afraid of being punished by the higher-ups? At the same time, a token appeared in front of the remaining 11 paladins of the 12 Zodiac Palaces. They looked at the token in front of them and heard Alifa's voice. Some frowned, some had flickering eyes, some were helpless, some were in deep thought, and some were speechless. The 11 of them had different expressions. Soon, some of them took the token and disappeared into their respective palaces. However, some chose to ignore it and turned to enter the darkness of the palaces. In the sky above the Cancer Palace, figures broke through the air. There were a total of 7 people. These people faintly emitted an extraordinary aura. They were not old, around 30 years old. They were all wearing sacred star armor and landed beside Alifa's. Among the 7, one of them was Call of the Gemini constellation. As for the others, Wang Ting had never seen any of them before. When Alifa saw that only 7 people had appeared, he couldn't help but frown. A trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say anything in the end. It was already good enough that these people could come. He didn't expect to be able to command all the paladins. After all, a few of them were ridiculously strong and had a very special position in the temple. Furthermore, they only listened to the saintess. Ordinary people couldn't command them. Everyone, I'll have to trouble you to capture this person this time. Alifa's glanced at the 7 holy knights who had descended and said in a deep voice. The 7 of them did not speak, but their gazes were all sizing up Wang Ting with great interest. It was this guy who had fought his way from the Taurus Palace to the Cancer Palace, breaking through the 3 palaces and even killing Marcus of the Cancer Palace. He was so young, it was unbelievable. Call, you should have already been defeated by him, right? How can you still have the face to appear? At this moment, one of them suddenly laughed. Dimia. Call's expression was ugly. The other party's words had undoubtedly hit his sore spot, and it was done in front of everyone, making him extremely embarrassed. Naturally, he was unwilling to appear here and wanted to capture Wang Ting with his own hands. However, the other party's words made him look extremely despicable, making him feel ashamed. If you have the ability, capture him alone and let me see, Call said with a dark expression. Heh, do you think I'm as useless as you? Scorpio Palace's holy knight Dimia sneered. You. Paul's expression was gloomy. Eliphaz saw that everyone was either silent or in a quarrel, and no one was paying attention to him. He could not help but turn pale and feel very awkward. Fortunately, Lion Palace's Aradni frowned and said, "All right, stop quarreling every time you see him. Let's capture him first. How can we let him behave so arrogantly on the sacred mountain?" Hearing this, the others also looked at Kal and Dimia. Humph. Humph. The calm gazes made Kal and Dimia feel a lot of pressure. They snorted and turned their heads away, no longer arguing pointlessly. Then, everyone looked at Wang Ting. The holy knights did not even need to speak. They spread out tacitly and surrounded Wang Ting in the middle. Wang Ting's expression was calm. He looked around and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Did they really think that they could defeat him by joining forces? These people were too naive. Everyone knew that Wang Ting was best at group fights. It was not difficult for him to beat up a group of people by himself. "Which one of you wants to go up and try?" Iardni asked with a proud expression. He didn't seem to want to gang up on them. "Dimia, why don't you go? Capture him by yourself and let Kal take a look." The Capricorn Palace's holy knight Yarrow teased. They chatted casually, and their expressions were cold and arrogant. It was as if Wang Ting was already in their grasp. Even if Wang Ting had defeated the first 3 palaces and even killed Marcus at the Cancer Temple, they did not think that Wang Ting could do anything while surrounded by them. It must be known that the further one went into the 12 zodiac temples, the stronger the paladins would be. Among them, apart from Kal, the others were stronger than Marcus. As an expert who wouldn't have some pride, the stronger one was, the more this was the case. Unfortunately, the person they met was Wang Ting. Wang Ting was very calm in the face of the contempt that was inadvertently revealed in their tone. There was no ripple in his heart as he said, "Don't fight anymore. Come at me together." This sentence caused the surroundings to immediately fall into silence. The 7 paladins stared at Wang Ting without blinking, as if they had heard something unbelievable. "Arrogant. Ignorant. You're courting death." The 7 paladins opened their mouths one by one, their eyes cold as they shouted. "Ha ha ha." Wang Ting suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Aradni frowned. "I'm laughing at how ridiculous you all are." Wang Ting laughed, but his expression suddenly turned cold as he shouted, "Since you all can't wait, then I'll send you on your way." Boom, in an instant, a terrifying origin power erupted from Wang Ting's body. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 types of origin power erupted at the same time. The terrifying origin power seemed to converge into an ocean, creating monstrous waves that swept out in all directions. At the same time, the green jade glass flame also rushed out from Wang Ting's body and wrapped around him, making him look like a king of flames. The 7 paladins' expressions immediately changed. In an instant, they realized that they had underestimated Wang Ting. Such terrifying origin power was not something an ordinary warrior could possess. However, Wang Ting didn't give them a chance to think. He didn't make any movements, but a few beams of cold light shot out from the flames around him. They wrapped themselves in the flames and sped towards the paladins, dragging long tails of flames behind them. These cold lights were too fast, arriving in front of the 7 paladins in the blink of an eye. They either went straight for their eyes or their hearts. Without exception, all of them were aimed at their vital points. The 7 paladins' pupils shrank, and they all responded. Dimia of the Scorpio Palace pointed a finger, and a scarlet light shot out from his sharp fingernail, meeting the cold light. Aradni of the Lion Palace was the most direct. His fist flashed, turning into countless fist shadows, blocking the cold light. The other paladins also used their own methods to block it. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 Attacks exploded in the sky, but none of them hit the cold light. The cold lights seemed to have turned into spiritual snakes, shuttling through the sky with great agility. They drew lines of flames in the air, spinning and colliding wildly around the 7 paladins. At this moment, a scream suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw that Wang Ting had appeared in front of Kal at some point in time. He grabbed Kal's neck with one hand and lifted his entire body up. At the same time, both of Kal's arms were pierced, and fresh blood dripped down. I let you go once, and you still dare to come. You really don't know what's good for you. Wang Ting sneered. The first thing he set his eyes on was Kal. He was very clear about Kal's methods. As long as there were countermeasures, it would not be too difficult to take him down. And the reason he did this was to make an example out of him. If he did not let these people see his methods, they would really think that he did not have a temper. When Kal heard this, a trace of humiliation flashed through his eyes. However, with Wang Ting grabbing his neck, he was like a duck whose fate was being strangled. He could not move at all. At this moment, he truly understood the gap between him and Wang Ting. But how could this guy be so strong? Kal could not understand and could not believe it. At this moment, his face was constantly flushing red, and it was obvious that he was about to suffocate. Let him go. Irdney and the others shouted, wanting to go forward to help, but they were all entangled by the shooting star spirals and had no time to care about anything else. Are you ordering me? Wang Ting looked at everyone, a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. At this point, these people still did not see the situation clearly and still dared to yell at him. What a bunch of stupid people. Let him go, or you will definitely die today. Dimia said coldly. Wang Ting smiled, looked at Kal, and said, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame them. Look at them. Is this something a human would say? They are actually the ones who want to harm you. Fear immediately appeared in Kal's eyes. He struggled with all his might, but it was futile. He wanted to speak, but his throat was stuck, and he could not make any sound. Pitiful, sad. When Wang Ting saw his dying struggle, he could not help but shake his head. Then, with a twist of his palm, he spat out a force. Crack, a crisp sound echoed. Everyone was shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. Kal is dead. Dimia stared at the scene in front of him with his eyes wide open, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Kal, who had just been bickering with him, was dead just like that. He thought that with the 6 holy knights present, Wang Ting would be wary of harming Kal and would not dare to harm him. However, this warrior from Xianxia had no qualms at all and killed him without any hesitation. He did not take his threat seriously at all. Dimia immediately felt a burning pain on his face. The other holy knights also fell silent. They were all holy knights, but he had died so directly in front of them. Furthermore, he was strangled to death like a duck by the neck. Such an insulting death was the greatest provocation to the holy knights. Irdney and the others had extremely ugly expressions. They all glared angrily at Wang Ting, no longer looking arrogant and indifferent. Wang Ting smiled faintly and looked around at everyone, as though he found their sudden change rather interesting. As expected, everyone would be angry, and now, their anger had been completely ignited by him. Only then would he be more like a human, not some high and mighty clergyman. These people needed to be taught a lesson. On the other side, Eliphas looked at Wang Ting's calm and smiling face and suddenly felt a chill shoot up to the top of his head. The second one, the higher-ups had sent him here to resolve the dispute and settle this matter. But now, because of his mobilization, another holy knight had died. Instantly, only 10 of the 12 holy knights were left. He suddenly regretted using such a forceful method to resolve the matter, but it was too late. It was useless to say anything now. At this moment, Wang Ting released his hand from Kal's neck and casually flung his hand, throwing Kal's body to the side. Bastard! How dare you! Irdney and the others were instantly enraged and shouted angrily. Someone made a move. Origin power swept out and sent Kal's body into the Cancer Temple below, preventing him from falling directly to the ground. Holy knights are not to be humiliated. We will capture you and let you experience the cruelest punishment in the temple. Irdney's words were filled with endless iciness. That's right, we can't let him get away today. Aquarius Palace's holy knight Euphilica was a beautiful woman with long blue hair. She hadn't spoken up until now, but as a holy knight, she finally stood up after seeing Kal killed. You're so young, but your methods are already so ruthless. Your killing intent is so heavy. If I let you go, I'm afraid that in the future, you'll kill many more people. She said this directly to Wang Ting. Her words revealed a trace of hatred, as if she regarded Wang Ting as a heinous criminal. Hearing this, Wang Ting couldn't help but have a strange expression. Since he stepped onto the path of the martial Tao, he'd seen many people who killed decisively or had sinister intentions. However, it was the first time he'd encountered someone who was so righteous and awe-inspiring like this woman. Furthermore, her worldview was truly a little weird. These holy knights had come to capture him and even wanted to kill him. Could it be that he couldn't resist? What a joke. Wang Ting didn't think that he was a good person, but he wasn't someone who would willfully kill the innocent. The people he killed all had their own way of death. He didn't expect that he would become a murderous demon from this woman's mouth. Wang Ting was so angry that he laughed. What kind of people were these? Didn't the temple of God educate these holy knights? What are you laughing at? Euphilica said coldly. I'm laughing at your childishness, little friend. Wang Ting didn't hide the smile on his face. He even emphasized the last 3 words. You. Euphilica was furious and was about to attack. At this moment, a man suddenly stretched out his hand to stop Euphilica and slowly shook his head. Euphilica, don't be fooled. This guy has a sharp tongue. He wants to infuriate you so that he can defeat us one by one. This man was very beautiful. His beauty wasn't limited to the beauty of a man and a woman. It was a kind of beauty that combined all kinds of beauty. His temperament was refined and his posture was elegant. He was like a god that walked out of a myth. He didn't look human. Wang Ting glanced at that face. There was no ripple in his heart. There was no jealousy or anything like that. He was just a little worried for him. Why was a man like you so good-looking? Weren't you afraid that the heavens would be jealous of your talent and strike you by lightning? And who are you? Wang Ting asked curiously. Pisces Palace, Blofeld, the beautiful man said. Speaking of which, you must have been very miserable when you were young, right? Wang Ting asked. What do you mean? Although Blofeld felt that Wang Ting's tone was a little strange, he didn't understand what he meant. He frowned and asked. Look at how beautiful you are. Wang Ting gestured. When you were young, there weren't any weird uncles who tricked you into looking at goldfish? Smack, a few veins suddenly popped out on Blofeld's forehead. But even in his rage, these veins looked better than others. But that wasn't important. What was important was that he felt like he was about to explode. A pair of big eyes that seemed to be able to speak glared fiercely at Wang Ting. Go *CK yourself looking at goldfish. He was a man. A man didn't want to look at goldfish. Bah, this wasn't something that he didn't want to do at all. It had never happened before. At the same time, Irdney and the others couldn't help but look at Blofeld with strange expressions. They inexplicably thought of some unhealthy things. Damn it, it's all this guy's fault. Wang Ting's words were too powerful. Even in such a serious and tense atmosphere, his words managed to change the atmosphere by leaps and bounds. Is there really nothing? Wang Ting spoke again. He touched his chin thoughtfully and said, if that's not the case, then did he trick you into buying lollipops, and the like? Everyone, Blofeld was so angry that he went crazy and roared at the sky. He had just advised Euphilica not to be impulsive, but now he couldn't help it and rushed forward. Irdney and the others quickly grabbed Blofeld's shoulders. Don't be impulsive. Let me go, I'm going to kill him, kill him. Blofeld shouted and struggled with all his might. Irdney saw that he couldn't stop Blofeld and suddenly had a headache. He immediately said, everyone, let's attack together. Okay. They nodded and attacked at the same time. Boom, 6 types of origin power rushed into the sky and gathered together, turning into a terrifying torrent of origin power that rushed toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and the origin power in his body also burst out. The 5 types of origin power poured out in full force. Long ago, he had completed the combination of the 5 elements fist intent and had some insights. The 5 elements were similar. At this moment, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. The 5 elements rotated on their own, reinforcing and restraining each other, and met the torrent of origin power converging on the opposite side. Boom boom boom, in the sky, the 2 torrents of origin power collided directly, and an earth-shattering boom spread in all directions. A shocking scene appeared in the sky. Two torrents of origin power, like the Milky Way hanging down, collided fiercely at the intersection. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other, however. This was one person against six. Ariadne and the other 5 paladins looked extremely solemn as they looked at Wanting, their hearts filled with shock. 5 elements. This Huaxia warrior actually possessed the power of the 5 elements. What kind of talent was this? As paladins, their talents were extremely strong, far surpassing ordinary warriors. However, facing Wanting at this moment, they felt that their talents were simply mediocre. This was a huge blow. Could this guy be a monster? At this moment, they finally put away their contempt. With such a strong person, it was no wonder that Marcus and Call both died in his hands. Their deaths were not unjust. Seeing that the 6 paladins were unable to do anything to Wanting, Eliphaz's expression turned ugly. The origin power in his body erupted, and he directly joined the paladin's origin power torrent. At the same time, he coldly shouted, "Follows." Follows had no choice but to erupt with his origin power and fight against Wanting with everyone else. Boom! With the addition of the two's origin power, the origin power torrent representing the paladin's side suddenly became several times stronger. It was like a heavenly pillar, fiercely crashing towards Wanting. Wanting's 5 elements origin power was defeated and retreated continuously. Humph! He coldly snorted, and the other elements in his body erupted. Poison, wind, ice, lightning, boom. Boom, boom. As these 4 types of origin power blasted into the 5 elements origin power, the origin power torrent on his side also instantly skyrocketed. How is this possible? Ariadne and the others were in disbelief. This guy actually still had energy left? Was he still human? Eliphaz and Follows were also stunned. They felt as if they had not joined at all. They really could not understand how strong this Wanting was. Could it be that he had no bottom line? Why was he able to erupt again and again? It was as if he was a bottomless pit that no one could see the bottom of. Wanting didn't want to be entangled any longer. A beam of green flames flickered through his eyes as the azure jade flame rushed out. Like a giant flaming dragon, it coiled around the torrent of origin power and shot toward Ariadne, Eliphaz, and the others. Roar! The flaming dragon roared and swept across the sky with scorching heat. Not good. Ariadne and the others' expressions changed. They didn't have time to think as they quickly dodged. Wanting's torrent of origin power pierced through the sky. Boom! Boom! The explosive rumble of origin power resounded incessantly. The 6 paladins, Eliphaz, and Foros were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Even though they had managed to evade, they were still struck by a powerful explosion and were all blasted dozens of meters away in an extremely miserable state. Their faces were ashen as they felt incomparably sullen. There were 8 of them, but they were still at a disadvantage. If word got out, it would be the biggest joke in the world. However, they glanced at each other with lingering fear in their hearts. If they hadn't evaded in time, they would have been struck by that torrent of origin power and would have sustained serious injuries. Eliphaz's heart skipped a beat when he saw everyone's apprehension toward Wanting. He hurriedly shouted, "He's only one person." That torrent of origin power just now must have consumed a great deal of his energy. It'll be a lot if he has 10 or 20% left in his body. Everyone immediately came to after hearing this. That was indeed the case. A martial artist's origin power was limited. Even a champion-rank martial artist would only have a slightly larger reserve of origin power. An ordinary martial artist would have been drained dry long ago if he had unleashed such a powerful output. It was only because this Wanting was exceptionally talented that he could withstand it. But that was it. They didn't believe that this Wanting had much origin power left in his body. Wanting sneered when he saw the paladin's reactions. Ariadne and the others regained their confidence. They didn't wait for Wanting to make a move and charged straight at him. They either threw punches or slashed with their swords. One attack after another landed on Wanting's head without any intention of holding back. Wanting stood motionless amidst the origin power. He really can't hold on anymore. Ariadne and the others were shaken and couldn't help but reveal joyful expressions. Eliphaz was also overjoyed when he saw this scene. A trace of delight flashed through his eyes. Good, that's it. Take him down. Boom boom boom, the next moment, several attacks landed on Wang Ting's body. Something's not right. However, Irdney and the others immediately discovered the problem. Their attacks didn't land on the target but passed straight through Wang Ting's body. An afterimage. They were astonished. At this moment, the void behind Dimia rippled, and Wang Ting's figure suddenly appeared. He held a golden brick in his hand and poured origin power into it, causing it to become incomparably heavy. He then smashed it down viciously. Dimia, be careful! Irdney shouted loudly. Dimia's pupils contracted as he felt a sense of danger descend. He immediately wanted to charge forward. Too late. Wang Ting smiled coldly as the golden brick smashed into Dimia's head. A large bump appeared at a visible speed. Dimia's body swayed, and his vision turned black. He almost fainted. Bang bang bang, Wang Ting didn't hold back at all. He smashed the brick down madly at an astonishing speed. Dimia's head turned into a pig's head in just a few hits. Since you like to show off so much, I'll bestow you with horns. Wang Ting smiled faintly and smashed down heavily. Boom, Dimia's entire body transformed into a streak of light, smashing into the ground as he fainted. The surroundings fell into silence. Everyone looked at Dimia's miserable state, and the corners of their mouths twitched. They felt that this Wang Ting was like a demon wearing a human skin jacket. He was so evil that it was suffocating. At this moment, Wang Ting had dealt with one, and he looked up at the others. Who's next? His voice rang out faintly, and then his body disappeared from where he stood. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they couldn't help but take a step back. They looked around, vigilantly searching for Wang Ting's figure. Wang Ting directly used his spatial innate talent, and his body was hidden in space. Even a warrior rank expert would find it difficult to find him. Euphilica! Blofeld suddenly shouted. Euphilica's expression changed drastically. She suddenly turned around, and the origin power in her body rushed out, forming an illusory image of a water bottle above her head. Extreme frost. A loud shout came from her mouth. In an instant, the chill around her swept out, spreading in all directions. A layer of snow-white ice crystals appeared in the air. Everything around her was frozen, including Wang Ting, who had just appeared behind her. Still trying to ambush me. Euphilica secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but on the surface, she was smiling coldly, extremely disdainful. Bam! Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her head, as if she had been smashed by something heavy. How can this be? Euphilica's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. She had no idea what had happened. Why would Wang Ting, who had clearly been frozen, appear behind her again? Could this person be a ghost? Didn't you say that I was a villain? Then I'll show you. Wang Ting's mocking words floated in her ears. What followed was a series of muffled sounds. Bam bam bam. Pung pung pung, the muffled sound reverberated in the air, clear and ear-piercing. After all, this sound came from a brick hitting the paladin's head, not some wood. Euphilica was dumbfounded. She was so dignified, elegant, beautiful, and refined, yet someone was pointing a brick at her head and shouting. She couldn't believe that someone would treat her like this. She had never imagined that she would one day be treated so miserably. Intolerable bullying, bang. Ah. Wang Ting showed no mercy, ruthlessly destroying the flower. The brick in his hand came down smoothly, and Euphilica's beautiful little face was immediately deformed. Her delicate skin soon turned red and swollen. Irdney, Yarrow, and the others were dumbfounded. This Wang Ting was so ruthless, even to a beauty like Euphilica. Did this guy not have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex? What an iron-willed man. Of course, this thought only flashed through their minds. Seeing Wang Ting appear, they immediately surrounded him. At the same time, they were trying to rescue Euphilica. Too miserable, it was truly too miserable. A perfectly fine beauty had been beaten into a pig's head. It was unbearable to look at. Ah! Euphilica couldn't care less about her image and screamed. She was dizzy from being smashed, and her body swayed, but she still struggled, trying to escape Wang Ting's demonic claws. However, Wang Ting was like a gangrene attached to the bone, following closely. The brick seemed to be stuck to Euphilica's head, hitting wherever she pointed without any hesitation. Ah! Scram! Euphilica's ice origin power surged out, attacking indiscriminately, forming sharp icicles that shot out in all directions, all to force Wang Ting back. Stubborn resistance. Wang Ting sneered, green flames surging on his body. Any icicles that approached him were instantly melted, unable to harm him at all. On the other hand, Irdney and the others had no choice but to retreat under the onslaught of icicles. Damn it! Their faces darkened. Yarrow's hand formed a sword, shattering the icicles with streaks of golden sword radiance. He shouted, "Euphilica, stop attacking randomly, we can't get close." Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh in his heart, feeling that Euphilica was a godly assist. This was a pig teammate. Euphilica had already lost her sense of propriety, but after hearing Yarrow's words, she finally realized what a stupid thing she had done and immediately stopped her attacks. Wang Ting took advantage of the situation and pounced forward. He smashed the brick down once again. It had to be said that the helmets of these holy knights were quite effective in protecting their heads. Otherwise, they would have fainted long ago. But Euphilica was still standing strong. "Hurry up!" Euphilica endured the pain and humiliation as she yelled anxiously. "Euphilia, why? Wang Ting appeared in front of her in a flash and gave her a smile. Then, the golden brick smashed into her mouth and nose. At this moment, in Euphilica's eyes, Wang Ting's smile was no different from the devil's, but then his face was replaced by the golden brick. The flat golden brick grew larger and larger in her eyes. "Stop!" At this moment, an angry roar came from behind. Irdney was the first to arrive, his fists abruptly striking out. Lightning lion fist, roar, lightning flashed behind him, and purple lightning gathered to form the shadow of a huge lion. It roared at the sky and blasted out with the fist. Euphilica's face lit up. She was saved, however, Wang Ting didn't seem to hear it. He didn't dodge, and the brick's trajectory didn't change at all. Euphilica was stunned. Was this guy crazy? He would rather suffer a heavy blow from Irdney than give up on hitting her. What kind of hatred did he have for her to chase after her like this? Euphilica couldn't understand Wang Ting's thoughts. She only felt that he was crazy. Bang! Euphilica's thousands of thoughts disappeared under this brick, and she was hit in the face. Under the tremendous force, her head couldn't help but tilt backwards. Her neck was slender like a proud swan, but a streak of blood spurted out from her nose with a bayou sound. Everything seemed to slow down. Under the sun, the blood was dazzling, like a precious piece of art. At this moment, Euphilica's eyes were blurred. She had countless questions in her mind, and they all turned into 3 words. Why? What? What? Wang Ting felt refreshed. He felt like he had been sublimated. Great, if he didn't hit her, his thoughts wouldn't be clear. As for when he said that he didn't hit women, did he? Even if he did, it didn't apply now. There were only 2 kinds of people in the world. There was no such thing as men or women in battle. There were only enemies and friends. And these people in front of him were all his enemies. As an enemy, she had to be prepared not to be treated as a woman. Wang Ting seemed to have seen through Euphilica's doubts. "See, I'm actually a good person. I only hit you, but I didn't kill you. So if you dare to say that I kill people like flies next time, I'll hit you again." PFFF. Euphilica was stunned. She felt like vomiting blood. She finally understood why Wang Ting wouldn't let her go. Just because of that sentence, this guy chased after her. What kind of person was he? She had never seen such a petty person. He was even smaller than the tip of a needle. Boom! At this moment, the sound of a fist behind her was already very close. Wang Ting didn't move. Behind him was the dazzling lightning and the image of the huge lion pouncing down from above his head. Euphilica's heart was filled with resentment, but at this moment, she suddenly felt that Wang Ting's figure was extremely tall. He was bathed in lightning, like a god in heaven. A trace of doubt appeared in her heart. Could they really beat him? Wang Ting ignored Euphilica and raised his head to look at the lion figure. His expression didn't change. Ancient god body, a mysterious golden symbol appeared on his glabella. It wasn't complicated, but it gave off a sense of mystery and holiness. In the next instant, Wang Ting punched out. Mystery of strength, boom. On the surface, Wang Ting's punch looked ordinary. It didn't cause any ripples. Just like that, it met the intimidating lightning lion's shadow head-on. Rumble, the two fists collided. Yarrow, Blofeld, and the others stared intently at the collision, waiting for Wang Ting to be defeated. Irdne's lightning lion fist was known as the most powerful fist technique among paladins. It contained the power of lightning and was extremely powerful. How could Wang Ting block it? However, an unexpected scene still occurred. In an instant, under Wang Ting's ordinary punch, the lightning lion's phantom shattered inch by inch. It was destroyed in an instant, as though it was a rotten tree. A terrifying power erupted and spilled out. Irdne's expression changed drastically. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning as he was sent flying by the huge force. His body crackled as if countless bones had been broken. Pfft, a large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Irdne's face was filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that Wang Ting's punch would be so powerful. He, who was known for his powerful fist techniques, had actually been defeated with a single punch. His strongest fist technique seemed to have become a joke. In front of Wang Ting's ordinary punch, his fist technique could not withstand a single blow. In that instant, Irdne felt as if he was hallucinating. He felt like a 3-year-old child waving his fist at an adult. Childish, ridiculous, weak, Irdne suffered a huge blow and his mentality exploded. Irdne. Yarrow and the others could not help but shout. If you have time to worry about others, you might as well think about yourself. Wang Ting's calm voice spread as his body disappeared. Yarrow and the others' expressions changed drastically. However, they were all paladins after all. Their battle awareness was strong and they reacted instantly. As a paladin of Capricorn Palace, Yarrow's strength was not inferior to Irdne's. His combat techniques were also extremely powerful. At this moment, he held his sword and slashed horizontally at a certain spot in the sky. Boom, a golden sword ray streaked across the sky at an extremely terrifying speed, slashing towards an empty space on the right. However, as the sword ray slashed through, a huge explosion followed. Wang Ting appeared and punched out once again, colliding with the sword ray. Yarrow's expression was aghast. He could already feel that the sword ray was instantly shattered. Wang Ting was so powerful. On the other side, Blofeld also made his move. Countless gorgeous crimson petals suddenly appeared in the sky. They fluttered and covered the sky, completely surrounding Wang Ting. Crimson rose. At this moment, even when Blofeld made his move, it was filled with a kind of beauty. Gorgeous petals floated in the sky. Blofeld suddenly raised his hand and pointed forward. A surge of origin power swept out from his body. Countless petals suddenly revolved around Wang Ting, as if they had turned into a sea of petals. And this sea of petals had a terrifying whirlpool. The petals turned into a whirlpool. Due to the high speed of the whirlpool, their appearance could no longer be seen clearly. It was as if the whirlpool had completely turned into a sea of red. It was gorgeous and dangerous. Poison origin power. Wang Ting stood at the center of the flower petal vortex, his eyes revealing a trace of surprise. Aside from Dimia, there was actually an extremely rare poison-style warrior amongst the holy knights, and it was this extremely beautiful Blofeld. This was really beyond his expectations, and Blofeld also knew this extremely powerful poison-type combat skill. One had to know that Wang Ting had only obtained a poison attribute origin power cultivation method up until now. He hadn't even seen a single strand of a martial artist's combat skills. But Dimia and Blofeld were different. They clearly had extremely deep legacies. A corner of the Holy Mountain's heritage was once again revealed. These thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind. He looked at the huge blood-colored whirlpool and narrowed his eyes slightly. These petals condensed from poison-type origin power were obviously highly toxic. Once contaminated, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Wang Ting wasn't worried at all. He had the demon lotus poison body. Ordinary poisons wouldn't have any effect on him. They would only become nourishment for the demon lotus poison body. Go! Blofeld shouted loudly. As his voice fell, the whirlpool formed by the blood-colored petals that filled the sky spun at high speed, swallowing Wang Ting. Rumble, Wang Ting's reaction was extremely direct. He threw out another punch. The profound meaning of strength, that deep red whirlpool suddenly paused in midair. Then, it was directly blasted into the sky by a huge force. It turned into specks of red light and dissipated between heaven and earth. Puff, Blofeld's face was full of shock. He felt a terrifying force approaching him. His face instantly turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Blofeld, move. Yarrow recovered and rushed over at this moment. He shouted loudly. The battle sword in his hand danced, turning into a sharp sword ray that slashed at Wang Ting like lightning. Wang Ting raised his fist to meet the attack. The profound meaning of strength erupted, and the terrifying fist energy instantly shattered the sharp sword ray. If there was something that couldn't be solved with one punch, then 2 punches would be used. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The sword ray emitted by Yarrow turned into nothingness under Wang Ting's terrifying fist energy and disappeared without a trace. Wang Ting took advantage of the situation and smashed the brick in front of his opponent's horrified eyes. Bang! Bang! A dull sound was heard again. Whoosh! At this time an extremely soft sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Wang Ting's scalp tingled. He felt a strong sense of danger appear behind him. There was a faint tingling sensation in his heart. He immediately moved his mind and poured out his psyche power. The shooting star spiral turned into a cold ray of light and directly rushed towards the bright arrow light that was rushing towards him from behind. Boom! The two collided in midair. The opposite arrow light was spinning, and so was Wang Ting's shooting star spiral. The tip of the two kept rubbing against each other, forming a series of sparks. The two sides were in a stalemate. Wang Ting fiercely operated the brick in his hand and smashed Yarrow unconscious. Then, he turned around and looked into the distance. He saw a figure holding a huge longbow in the distant sky, aiming at Wang Ting. There was no arrow on the bow, but the light of origin power quickly gathered and gradually formed an origin power arrow. Whoosh! 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 The person attacked. He shot out his bow and arrow. The arrows turned into rays of light as they flew towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. A steady stream of psyche power rushed out from between his eyebrows. He drove the shooting star spiral, increasing its speed to the extreme, and crashed with a powerful force. Ding! 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 The shooting star spiral collided with the arrows, producing a metallic sound. The arrows were all intercepted. Wang Ting continued to charge at Blofeld, punching him, forcing him to keep retreating. This face, I'm a little embarrassed to attack. Wang Ting muttered as he attacked. Blofeld was speechless. He was so depressed that he wanted to die. This guy didn't care about his feelings at all. Should he be grateful that the other party showed mercy, or should he be glad that he's good-looking? Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, a brick appeared in Wang Ting's hand, and he smashed it down without hesitation. Blofeld's face was aghast. Didn't you say that you couldn't do it? You still did it, you have no integrity at all. No. He struggled and retreated, not wanting to be disfigured. You're so beautiful, aren't you meant to be beaten up? Wang Ting followed up and smashed the brick down. Bang! Bang! In the end, Blofeld was also beaten black and blue. His beautiful face completely lost its light, and his whole body fell to the ground. You're the only one left. Wang Ting suddenly turned around and strode toward the last Sagittarius Palace paladin. Peak boom! At this moment, Blofeld fell to the ground with a loud thud. Wang Ting stood in the air and walked toward the Sagittarius Palace Holy Knight in the distance. A huge pressure hit him in the face. The Sagittarius Palace Holy Knight Frida's expression changed slightly and became extremely serious. All of them had underestimated this young man from Xianxia. In the end, 7 Holy Knights were sent out, but 1 died and 5 were injured. He was the only one who had to face this heavy reality alone. No, there was still Eliphaz and Follows, they also had to face this martial artist from Xianxia. Frida seemed to have found a trace of comfort. He looked at the two of them, but was suddenly stunned. They actually ran away, damn it, these 2 bastards. Their holy knights were fighting for their lives in front, but these 2 actually ran away alone. How could they be so shameless? The 2 of them originally wanted to sneak away while Wang Ting was dealing with Frida, but they didn't expect Frida to discover them first. The scene was very awkward. Frida, hang in there, we'll call for help. Eliphaz shouted and increased his speed, fleeing toward the temple at the top of the mountain. Folos didn't say a word. He felt extremely embarrassed. He only cared about running away and distancing himself from Wang Ting. This was an iron plate, he couldn't afford to offend him. Frida's face darkened as he cursed madly in his heart. Wang Ting's expression was strange. His eyes flashed, and his poison force was swept into the air in front of him with his psychic energy. The next moment, an invisible net appeared in front of Eliphaz and Folos. The two of them saw that Wang Ting didn't chase after them, and just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly ran into the net. What is this? The two of them were shocked. They waved their weapons, trying to break through the obstacle in front of them. Retract. Wang Ting sneered. With a thought, his psychic energy controlled the poison net to tighten and bind the two of them. The green jade glazed flame attached to the poison net, and the high temperature emitted made it impossible for people to get close. Moreover, the flames evaporated the poison origin power, forming a violent poisonous gas that enveloped the two of them. Sizzling sounds could be heard when Eliphaz and Foros' origin powers came into contact with the flames and poisonous mist. Even their weapons began to corrode. Both of them were shaken to the core as they were forced back by the green jade glazed flame and the poisonous fog. Poison origin power. You're a poison attribute martial artist. Eliphaz shouted in disbelief. 5 elemental force, lightning force, and now poison force. Just how many elemental forces does this guy have? Folos was also in disbelief. How could a single person possess so many force attributes? This was not the way of martial arts. Have fun over there. I'll deal with you later. Wang Ting smiled coldly and ignored them. He turned to look at Frida. Frida's expression darkened. The ability that Wang Ting displayed gave him a headache, even for him. For a person to possess such talent, he could be called a monster. However, Frida could not be compared to Aradni and the others. His strength was one of the top few among the 12 holy knights. He was one of the strongest. If he really fought with Wang Ting, he would not be afraid at all. Frida took a deep breath and said, "Your talent is terrifying. It was unwise of the temple to make you an enemy. Are you admitting defeat?" Wang Ting asked with a strange expression. No. Frida shook his head and said, "Now that things have come to this, both you and the temple need an explanation. We can only fight. Then let's fight." Wang Ting's expression did not change as he said calmly, "Fight. Fight." The two of them shouted at the same time. Kaboom, a powerful aura burst out from the two of them and rushed into the sky. Boom, the two auras collided in midair and made a thunderous sound. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ting and Frida disappeared from where they were and turned into 2 rays of light, one green and one gold, that collided with each other. Frida held a golden longbow in his hand that could be used for both long-range and close-range attacks. The bowstring was extremely sharp and it drew a golden blade light that cut through the void and slashed toward Wang Ting. At the same time, the divine weapon Mok appeared in Wang Ting's hand and slashed out, colliding with the bowstring. Clang, the bowstring was made of an unknown material and it was not damaged at all under Mok's powerful slash. It was still shining with a sharp golden light. Wang Ting held the giant demon weapon that was half the size of a human and slashed down with great force. His left hand formed a fist and punched out. Kaboom, a terrifying force burst out. Frida's expression changed slightly and he retreated, dodging Wang Ting's fist light. He appeared in the distance and pulled the bow to a semicircle. A golden arrow condensed on the longbow and shot out. Swoosh, the sound was not loud, but it still carried a subtle and sharp sound as it cut through the air. This arrow contained a resplendent golden light and was extremely terrifying. It carried an extremely sharp intent that seemed to be able to cut through space. Wang Ting's eyes flickered and a golden blade intent condensed on Mo Quebec. The dazzling blade light swept across the sky. He slashed out, boom, the blade light broke through the void and met the golden arrow head-on. The two collided and the sharpness intent eroded each other. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the two attacks exploded and sharp gales swept out in all directions. Lightning flickered on Wang Ting's body as he broke through the gales and attacked Frida. Swoosh. Swoosh! Swoosh! Frida's speed was not slow either. He pulled the longbow and shot out 3 golden arrows toward Wang Ting. Suddenly, the 3 golden arrows turned into a golden bird. It was lifelike and its eyes were sharp as it spread its wings and soared into the sky. Screech! A sharp screech came out of the bird's mouth and the sound waves rolled out, arrow intent. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. This Sagittarius Palace Sacred Knight was indeed impressive. He had actually trained his archery to such a level. The arrow intent was born out of thin air and seemed to have a life of its own. It surpassed ordinary attacks. After shooting these 3 arrows, Frida's face turned pale. However, his gaze was still fixed in front of him. He looked at Wang Ting and the golden bird. Boom! Wang Ting stared at the bird that was closing in on him rapidly. Ancient God Body, 5 Elements Fist. Profound meaning of force. They all exploded. It was still the same ordinary punch, but the attacking methods contained within it were beyond everyone's imagination. No matter how many moves you have, I will break them with one punch. Frida's eyebrows jumped and he suddenly had a bad feeling. He had seen that punch before. Previously, Aradni had been defeated by such an ordinary punch. Now that he saw it again, he still could not see through it. Boom! The fist light blasted out. There was no earth-shattering scene and no terrifying momentum. It was just that simple and ordinary as it smashed onto the golden bird's giant head. Everything froze at this moment. It was as if time had been frozen. At this moment, the golden bird shattered inch by inch as if it had been hit by an extremely powerful force. Its entire body turned into countless golden light spots and flew backward. It swept past Frida and was blown away by the wind. Frida's eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. Golden specks of light scattered in the air. A ferocious invisible force followed the golden specks of light and slammed into Freda's body. Pfft! Freda spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Several crisp sounds came from his body. Boom! He was sent flying more than 10 meters by the violent force and smashed into the ground like a meteor. Cracks appeared and a deep crater appeared on the ground. Pfft! Freda spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Wang Ting slowly retracted his fist and stood with his hands by his side. He looked down calmly. Freda's face was pale and dazed. He could not believe this result. Wang Ting smashed the attack that contained his strongest conscious with a single punch. One punch, it was just one punch. How is this possible? Freda was in a daze and could not accept this result. He was a holy knight of the Sagittarius Palace. He was known as the strongest archer, but his strongest arrow was shattered by a single punch. His strong confidence was greatly damaged. On the other side, Eliphaz and Blofeld, who were trapped in the poison web, were shocked. They were speechless for a long time. Especially Eliphaz, his face was extremely ugly and there was even a trace of fear in his eyes. Defeated, even Freda was defeated. 7 holy knights, none of them were a match for Wang Ting. They were all defeated. This? How ironic. At this moment, as if confirming his thoughts, Wang Ting said indifferently, "Holy knights are only SOSO." His tone was indescribably contemptuous. You. Iredney, Blofeld, Fred, and the others had not completely fainted. When they heard his words, they felt blood rush to their heads. Humiliation, such blatant humiliation. What did he take the holy knights for? Wang Ting did not care about their anger. He stepped into the air and walked toward Eliphaz and Blofeld. Eliphaz's expression changed drastically. What are you doing? His eyes flashed wildly and he could not help but retreat. Tsk tisk. In the end, he accidentally touched the poison web. His skin was burned by the flames and corroded by the poison mist. An indescribable pain invaded his nerves. Eliphaz could not help but let out a painful groan. Aren't you very arrogant? You are so arrogant, as if you can control everything. You even gathered holy knights to capture me. Why are you afraid now? Wang Ting said coldly. Wang Ting, don't think you can be so presumptuous just because you defeated a few holy knights. They are only the weakest ones. The real strong ones have yet to make a move. The temple is not something you can speculate about. If you behave atrociously here, you will be punished. Eliphaz shouted. You still dare to be stubborn? Wang Ting's expression turned cold. He took a step forward, crossing the distance of tens of meters, and arrived in front of Eliphaz, looking at him mockingly. Now that you're in my hands, what do you think I should do to you? I'm a sage of the temple, how dare you touch me? Eliphaz's heart tightened as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Sage, what's that? Wang Ting sneered as a golden brick appeared in his hand. When Eliphaz saw this, the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. Blofeld and the others were beaten to a pulp. Was he going to follow in their footsteps? And Wang Ting's nonchalant tone made him feel even more aggrieved. A sage of the temple. He was below a few people and above tens of thousands. How high was his status? In Wang Ting's mouth, he had become a thing. How dare you look down on the temple? Eliphaz shouted in anger. You talk too much nonsense. Wang Ting shook his head. In a flash, he appeared in front of Eliphaz. Eliphaz was trapped by the poison web, so he had nowhere to hide. He could only watch as the brick in Wang Ting's hand whizzed down. Wang Ting! Eliphaz screamed miserably as a brick smashed right into his face, right in the middle of it. Bang bang bang, Wang Ting's hands were as fast as lightning. He aimed at his head and smashed the brick on it. The dull sound made the muscles on Foloz's face twitch uncontrollably. He trembled in fear. Eliphaz's head swelled rapidly. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He looked miserable. Wang Ting was really ruthless. This guy was the most hateful. From the beginning, he was high and mighty and thought that he was infallible. He treated him as a weak target that could be captured at will and even wanted to kill him. His thoughts were vicious. How could such a person be worthy of being a sage, Pui? Eliphaz kept screaming, his voice full of hatred. Wang Ting, this is the holy mountain. The temple will not let you go. How brave. I respect you as a man. Wang Ting's expression was calm. He was not threatened at all. His attacks were even more ruthless. He smashed the brick on his head again and again. I've really tolerated you for a long time. You've been talking so much since the beginning. You're so cocky. I'll let you be cocky, I'll let you be cocky, bang bang bang. Continue to be cocky, cocky, why aren't you cocky? Bang bang bang, Eliphaz's entire head swelled up. One could no longer see his original pampered appearance. His eyes were only a slit. 2 streaks of blood flowed from his nose. His face was alternating between green and red. His entire body was groggy, and his mind had already turned into a pile of mush. But Wang Ting felt that it was not enough. He grabbed Eliphaz's arm and twisted it gently. Eliphaz's arm was immediately twisted into a fried dough twist. Crack, the crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. Ah! Eliphaz screamed. He regained his consciousness and his mind was clear again. His eyes were full of fear. Devil, this guy was a devil, how could he be so cruel? Fellows had already shrunk to a corner. Even if his skin was being burned and corroded by the poisonous web, he did not dare to make a sound. He was afraid that Wang Ting would notice him. Bang bang bang, Wang Ting raised the brick and continued to smash it. He was furious and shouted, "Did I provoke you? Tell me, what did I provoke you? Why are you targeting me? How dare you capture me? Who gave you the face to capture me? Why are you so cocky? Why? Why? Tell me." Wang Ting's angry shout stunned Eliphaz. Those who did not know would think that Wang Ting was the victim. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was the one who was being bullied the most. Eliphaz's eyes were blurry and he became dizzy again. He could not hold on any longer. Wang Ting did the same and twisted his other arm into a fried dough twist. Eliphaz shuddered again and became extremely clear-headed. Ah! He roared in pain in his heart. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. Why didn't he let him faint? Why, he never thought that there would be a day when he would feel that fainting was a blissful thing. But now, he really felt it. Because being awake was really too painful. Bang bang bang, don't hit me anymore. Eliphaz could not take it anymore. He spoke in a feeble voice with only fear and remorse left in his heart. He really shouldn't have provoked this devil. This Wang Ting was not human at all, he was too vicious. He was too vicious. At this moment, the holy sage of the holy church finally felt the malice from this world. So living could be so painful. "Stop hitting me!" Eliphaz yelled weakly. His body was on the verge of collapse, and he could no longer hold on. When Wang Ting saw him begging for mercy, he stopped what he was doing. The brick stopped right above his head. It was just a finger's width away. "Aren't you very powerful? You can capture whoever you want. Why are you admitting defeat?" Wang Ting asked. It's a misunderstanding." "This is a misunderstanding." Tears of humiliation streamed down Eliphaz's face. He was extremely heartbroken as he spoke in a weak voice. "Is it really a misunderstanding?" Wang Ting teased. "Then, I killed 2 of your holy knights and injured 6 of you. Is that also a misunderstanding?" "It's a misunderstanding." Eliphaz gritted his teeth and nodded. He didn't dare to say anything else for fear of angering Wang Ting and facing another round of attacks. The brick had already left a psychological trauma in his heart. It couldn't be erased. "You all heard him. He said it was a misunderstanding." Wang Ting smiled and looked at Irdney, Fred, and the other holy knights on the ground. These holy knights supported each other and climbed up with difficulty. They looked up at the situation in the sky, and their faces turned pale upon hearing this. So, they had suffered this beating for nothing? They were so frustrated that they wanted to vomit blood. Especially when they felt the bursts of pain on their heads, they were so angry that their bodies trembled. This guy was too vicious, he beat them up to this extent, and now he was saying it was all a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding my guess, the holy knights wanted to curse. "You should have said this earlier." Wang Ting patted Eliphaz's shoulder in satisfaction and said earnestly, "That's why you can't be too arrogant. Keeping a low profile like me is the basic rule of survival. If not, you'll get beaten to death easily." Yes. Eliphaz nodded with tears in his eyes, but he was cursing in his heart. "What the **ck do you mean by keeping a low profile? He dared to beat up holy knights of the holy mountain and beat him, a sage, to this extent, and he still had the face to say that he was keeping a low profile. Shameless, despicable." However, Eliphaz didn't dare to say any of these words. Right at this moment, the sound of something hurtling through the air came from the distance. Eliphaz's eyes lit up as he looked towards the top of the mountain. Someone had finally arrived. Wang Ting also turned to look. Several rainbows descended from the top of the mountain and transformed into several figures with extraordinary auras. These people were wearing the special attire of the Divine Hall, so they could be recognized at a glance. Furthermore, someone was wearing the same attire as Eliphaz. Clearly, this person was a sage as well. These people were all guarding a white-haired old man with a dignified face. It seemed like he was their leader. This person's identity was probably not simple. Wang Ting sneered in his heart. Indeed, after hitting the small one, the big one came. After hitting the big one, the old one came. These people swept their gazes over, and the scene in front of them instantly caused their expressions to change slightly. Hiss, some people even sucked in a cold breath. Everyone's appearance was really too miserable. If it wasn't for the sacred knight wearing the Star Saint robe, they would hardly be able to recognize him. What kind of inhumane method was this, to actually beat someone into a pig head? Dimia. Yarrow. Aridne? Blofeld? Frida? Euphilica? A few people called out hesitantly. Aridne and the others were extremely ashamed. They wished they could find a hole to hide in, feeling too ashamed to face everyone. When had a sacred knight ever lost so much face? When those people saw their expressions, they were immediately certain. It really was them. "How did you become like this?" one of them asked in disbelief. Aridne and the others felt wronged, but they didn't know what to say. Could they tell everyone that they were beaten to this state by the same person? Would they still have any face left? When the white-haired old man saw this scene, he turned to look at Eliphaz, who was also bruised and battered, and said calmly, "Eliphaz, you say it? Lord Great Sage." Eliphaz wanted to speak, but because Wang Ting was right beside him, he didn't dare in the end. He could only look at the white-haired old man pitifully. The white-haired old man glanced at Wang Ting and shouted sternly, "Speak." Wang Ting smiled faintly. When Eliphaz saw him like this, he didn't dare to speak. I told you to speak, so speak. You make it sound like I'm some kind of scourge. Am I that kind of person? Wang Ting said in annoyance. Eliphaz, Ariadne, and the others almost shouted yes in unison. This guy was simply too shameless. What kind of person was he? Did he not know? When the white-haired old man saw everyone's reaction, he glanced at Wang Ting again with a cold gaze. I didn't ask you to speak. Old man, my mouth is on my body. What can you do about it? Do you think you're a god? Wang Ting said indifferently. Impudent. How dare you speak to Lord Great Sage like this? Before the old man could speak, the expressions of the people around him changed, and they shouted coldly. Hee hee. Wang Ting chuckled, his expression extremely disdainful. Young man, watch your mouth. Didn't your parents tell you to respect your elders? A trace of gloominess flashed in the white-haired old man's eyes as he said. My grandfather once said that if you meet old things who take advantage of their seniority, you don't have to give face. Our Xiaxia's martial arts leader and the 3 marshals also said that if any old guy is shameless enough to attack a junior, then they don't mind coming out to exercise their bones. Wang Ting chuckled. He really didn't make up these words. When he went abroad, they did say so. And he said these words not because he was afraid of the other party, but purely to diss him. When the white-haired old man heard this, his expression finally changed slightly. He didn't know who Wang Ting's grandfather was, but he knew very well about Xiaxia's martial arts leader and the 3 marshals. Those were the top figures in the world. Even if he saw them, he would have to kneel and bow. If it was really as the young man said, then this matter was worth thinking about. However, the other party kept calling him an old thing and an old guy. It was obvious that he was scolding him indirectly. He had been in a high position all year round and had never been scolded like this. At this moment, his expression was extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. He was furious in his heart. You killed a paladin of the Holy Mountain and beat someone up on the Holy Mountain. Even in front of your Xiaxia's martial arts leader, we are the side in the right. The white-haired old man secretly took a breath and said indifferently, Today, I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your martial arts leader, lest you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Take him down. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and ordered everyone. Sigh. Wang Ting sighed and shook his head. Why are there always people who are self-righteous and invert right and wrong? Shameless. When everyone saw that he was still insulting the great sage, they couldn't help but be stunned. This guy was courting death. Hatred surged in Eliphaz's heart, but a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The more arrogant this guy was, the more the great sage wouldn't let him go. When he was caught, he would definitely take revenge. Following the white-haired old man's arrival, the warriors immediately made their move. Several of them spread out and surrounded Wang Ting. Ariadne and the others looked at the sky, their eyes flickering. After the previous battle, how much strength did this Xiaxia warrior have left? Would he be able to stop these people? Wang Ting looked around, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. His patience had been exhausted. Since these people were insatiable and did not know what was good for them, he did not mind playing a big game and letting them know what regret was. If he did not teach them a lesson, they would really think that he could be bullied at will. The atmosphere between the 2 sides was tense, and another battle was about to break out. Stop. But at this moment, a loud shout came from afar. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and several figures sped over from the top of the mountain and landed in front of everyone. Great Sage Ferret. Saintess. Eliphaz, Ariadne, and the others' expressions changed when they saw the people who had arrived. Among the several figures that appeared in the sky, one of them was dressed very similar to the white-haired old man. His hair was also white, and his face was covered with deep wrinkles. He had the dignified aura of someone who had been in a high position for many years. He was also accompanied by several warriors from the temple. These people's clothes were similar to Eliphaz, and they were also sages. But these people were all standing in front of a young girl with a black veil on her face. This young girl had an outstanding temperament, holy and ethereal. Her pitch-black eyes were as deep as the starry sky as she looked at everyone. The temple warriors around her had respectful expressions, and their waists were slightly bent to show their respect. It's her. Wang Ting saw the young girl and could not help but be surprised. This young girl was the black-veiled girl he had met in the museum. Although Wang Ting had guessed that this young girl's identity was not simple, he did not expect her to be the saintess of the Holy Mountain. This change in identity was a little too big. At this moment, Ariadne and the others on the ground suddenly knelt on one knee and respectfully saluted, "Saintess." "Ariadne, how did you become like this?" Great Sage Ferret asked with a strange look. "This?" Ariadne and the others were immediately conflicted, feeling as if they had been shot in the chest again. Why did everyone ask this question when they saw her? That was heart-wrenching, brother. Seeing this, Great Sage Ferret couldn't help but glance at Wang Ting. He had a rough guess, but he shook his head and didn't ask any more questions. What's wrong with this old man's eyes? Wang Ting was speechless. These people had only themselves to blame for being beaten up like this. They couldn't blame him. Get up. At this moment, Ale, who was wearing a black veil, spoke softly. Her ethereal voice drifted out slowly from afar. At the same time, she waved her hand and scattered a rain of light. When the rain of light fell on Ariadne and the others, the bruises on their faces healed at a visible speed. Furthermore, some of the minor wounds on his body were slowly healing. Ariadne and the others touched their faces and felt that they had returned to normal. They felt a trace of gratitude and bowed to Ale, saying, "Thank you, Lady Saintess." What is this? Wang Ting was astounded when he saw this scene. It had healed, the wounds on these holy knights had actually healed, even a high-grade recovery-type spirit pill wouldn't be able to heal so quickly. Although they had yet to recover from their more serious injuries, it was already very difficult for them to reach this stage. What exactly was that rain of light? Wang Ting could feel that the rain of light contained an extremely different kind of fluctuation. It was warm, bright, and all-encompassing. At this moment, Wang Ting saw two attribute bubbles dropping from Ale's body. Pick them up, Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he hurriedly picked up the attribute bubbles. Light Origin Power *15, Light Origin Power *10, as the two attribute bubbles merged with his body, Wang Ting immediately felt an extremely small trace of origin power in his body. The feeling this origin power gave him was exactly the same as the one he had felt from Ale. Light Origin Power, Wang Ting was shocked and then overjoyed. This was actually a completely new origin power attribute. This origin power had never appeared before, but it had appeared on Holy Mountain's Saintess Ale. Could this be why the Saintess was so extraordinary? Just as Wang Ting was immersed in his joy and thoughts, Great Sage Ferret suddenly said to the white-haired old man, "Great Sage Kipling, aren't you going to salute the Saintess?" The white-haired old man's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't refute and saluted, "Greetings, Saintess." You may rise, Great Sage Kipling." Ale's voice still didn't fluctuate. "Thank you, Saintess," Great Sage Kipling said. "Great Sage Kipling, what are you trying to do by making such a big commotion?" Great Sage Ferret asked. Great Sage Kipling glanced at him, but said to Ale, "Saintess, this arrogant Xianxia martial practitioner is behaving atrociously on our holy mountain. He's a disgrace to our holy mountain's prestige. I'll take him down first, then explain to you." "He's a guest I've invited," Ale said. "What, he's actually your guest, Saintess?" Kipling seemed to have just learned of this matter, and said with a surprised expression, "But he killed Marcus and Cao, two holy knights. How could such a vicious and evil person be your guest?" Wang Ting turned his head and glanced at him. This old man had a bad heart, actually speaking ill of him in front of him. Vicious and evil, my ass, Yaphilia, who'd said that before, had already been beaten into a pig's head. This old man probably wanted to experience it too. "I said, he's my guest." Ale emphasized her tone. "Saintess, as the Saintess of the Holy Mountain, you represent the glory of the Holy Mountain. Are you going to indulge this sinner?" Kipling didn't have any intention of backing down, and his tone was calm as he confronted her. Ale couldn't help but frown when such a huge accusation was placed on her. "Great Sage Kipling, as far as I know, it wasn't this young friend from Xianxia who attacked first," Great Sage Ferret said. "But he killed two holy knights. This is an undeniable fact." Kipling's expression was calm, and he didn't let go of this point. "This young friend Wang Ting is a guest invited by the Saintess." No matter whether the holy knights acted on their own or were ordered by someone else, they shouldn't have attacked him. Now that we're going to capture him, if this gets out, the reputation of the holy mountain will be ruined. At that time, you'll be a sinner, Great Sage Ferret said unhurriedly. A sinner? If I let him leave and ignore the humiliation of the holy mountain, then you and I will be the sinners, Great Sage Kipling said. Call Arutus over. We have to come to a conclusion as to who's right and who's wrong. If someone caused all this for their own selfish desires, the temple won't let them off easily. Great Sage Ferret saw that the other party wasn't letting go, so he changed his tone and said with a serious expression. When Great Sage Ferret proposed a face-to-face confrontation with Arutus, Great Sage Kipling's eyes flashed. He laughed and said, I'm fine with it. Very good. Great Sage Ferret took a deep look at him and said to a person beside him, Go and bring Arutus here. Yes. That person received the order and left. Not long after, Arutus arrived. At the same time, the other paladins who had not appeared came when they heard that the Sanctus had arrived in person. Sanctus. Several paladins knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully. Suaong, Sharja. You're all here. Get up, there's no need to be so polite. This time, Arutus's tone was obviously more intimate. The corners of Great Sage Ferret's mouth curled into a smile as he nodded at them. After these paladins got up, they all surrounded Arutus and stood a few steps behind her. Their attitudes were very respectful. Great Sage Kipling's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess when he saw this scene. The newly appeared paladins looked at Aradni and the others with a flash in their eyes and a trace of contempt at the corners of their mouths. Although Aradni and the others had recovered from most of the injuries on their faces after Arutus' treatment, the serious injuries on their bodies still existed. They looked weak and miserable. At this moment, when Suaong and the others saw this, they immediately felt embarrassed and extremely depressed. When Wang Ting saw the stark contrast between Kipling and Ale, a hint of interest appeared in his eyes uncontrollably. It seemed that the interior of the holy mountain was not completely united. Arutus, let me ask you, why did you attack the guests invited by the Sanctus? Great Sage Ferret looked at the paladin of the Taurus Palace in the crowd and asked. Great Sage Ferret, I just wanted to compete with this warrior from Xianxia, Arutus said bitterly. He would never have thought that because of his actions, this series of events would happen and even the death of a paladin. Arutus could not help but look at Wang Ting. He was regretful and shocked at the same time. This guy actually killed Marcus and Cao, and even defeated Iardni and the others. However, for him to be so unscrupulous on the sacred mountain, was he really not afraid of the temple's punishment? Is what you say true? Great Sage Ferret frowned and asked, Did anyone instruct you to do this? Arutus was stunned. He shook his head and said, No one ordered me to do that. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Great Sage Kipling's lips. Naturally, he did not instruct Arutus. All of this was just an accident, and he was just taking advantage of the situation. It was impossible to find traces of his interference from Arutus. Great Sage Ferret and Ale looked at each other before turning to Wang Ting. Young friend, are you Wang Ting? That's right. Wang Ting nodded. He wanted to see how they would deal with it. Can you answer a question of mine? Great Sage Ferret asked very politely. Go ahead, Wang Ting said. Why did you kill Marcus? Great Sage Ferret asked. He wanted to kill me, so I naturally killed him, Wang Ting said indifferently. Oh, you said Marcus wanted to kill you? Ferret asked. Of course. Otherwise, why would I kill him for no reason? Do you really think I'm a homicidal maniac? Wang Ting said unhappily. What a joke. Marcus has no enmity with you. What reason does he have to kill you? Great Sage Kipling turned to Ferret and said, You heard it. He was the one who killed Marcus first. He disregarded the dignity of the sacred mountain. Do you still want to protect such a person? Great Sage Ferret could not help but frown. He felt that this was a little troublesome. Aren't you going to ask Foros? Marcus knows better than anyone whether he wants to kill me or not, Wang Ting chuckled and said. He was just watching the show. This matter clearly had something to do with him, but he acted as if he was not worried about his situation at all. He was very calm. Foros, you know? Great Sage Farah's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at Foros. This? Foros had been hiding in a corner, but he was caught by Wangting. He was helpless. He looked at Kipling, and then at Ferret and Ale. He did not dare to offend either side. Kipling and Ferret were also looking at him, which increased his pressure greatly. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Foros, if you have anything to say, just say it. I'll guarantee your safety, Great Sage Farah glanced at Kipling and said. Foros gritted his teeth and said, after Wangting defeated Arudis and Kal, he came to the Cancer Temple. Marcus tried to stop him, and the death space of the Cancer Temple's inheritance was destroyed. Thus, he wanted to kill him. I knew that things were out of control, so I hurried to the temple to ask for help. Sage Alphas came with me and just happened to witness the scene of Wangting killing Marcus. He destroyed the death space of the Cancer Temple's inheritance. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Everyone had heard of the death space of the Cancer Temple, and some had even personally experienced it. They knew how difficult it was to deal with, and that it was not something ordinary methods could compare to. Moreover, it was the inheritance of the Cancer Temple for many years. It was a space of its own, and it was very precious. It was no wonder that Marcus wanted to kill him. He used the death space to trap me, but his skill was inferior, and I destroyed it. You can't blame me, Wangting said innocently. Everyone was speechless. What do you mean you can't blame me? If it's not your fault, who is to blame? Also, who are you showing that innocent look to? Marcus's death space was destroyed by you, and he was also killed by you. He is the most innocent, okay? To be honest, if you didn't stop me, this wouldn't have happened. It would be great if we could all live in peace, Wangting said. Even if we don't talk about Marcus, how are you going to explain killing Cow? Kipling said. You can't blame me for that. If you want to blame someone, blame him. Wangting pointed at Eliphaz. Me? Eliphaz's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a little guilty. He hurriedly shouted, Lady Saintess, Lord Kipling, this kid is slandering me. I saw him kill someone, so I was going to capture him and hand him over to the temple for punishment. But not only did he not surrender, he even killed Cow. My lord, his words can't be trusted. He is a villain. I'm a villain? Wangting chuckled. You didn't say that punishment was as simple as that. Clearly, you didn't ask about right or wrong, and used the temple to pressure me. You wanted to capture me and directly punish me. According to you, I can't resist, and can only obediently wait for death? Eliphaz, is what he said true? Great Sage Ferret's face was gloomy, and he glared at him fiercely. I'm innocent. I'm a sage of the temple, and I've always acted justly. How could I do such a tyrannical thing? Eliphaz shouted that he was innocent, looking wronged. Folos, Iradni, and the others were speechless. They were simply stunned by Eliphaz's shamelessness. I have faith in Eliphaz's moral character. Great Sage Kipling spoke out, clearly wanting to support Eliphaz. Seeing this, Iradni and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They immediately knew what to say if someone asked later. Farah had indeed asked them, and their answers were no different from Eliphaz. Wangting glanced at them and sneered. Eliphaz's eyes flashed with a trace of pride. He looked at Wangting, feeling very pleased. I have someone backing me up. What can you do to me? Wangting was speechless at his smug look. Old man, are you blind? Does he even have character? Kipling and Eliphaz's faces instantly darkened. Impudent. How dare you insult the great sage? With someone backing him up, Eliphaz's back stiffened as he shouted. I think your head is itching again. Wangting's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint. Eliphaz immediately felt his head begin to ache again and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Kipling was exasperated. This coward was just a martial artist from Xianxia, yet he was so scared. Farah, even now, you still want to protect him? He looked at Farah and Ale and said indifferently, Lady Saintess, this kid killed 2 of our holy mountain's holy knights and caused a terrible impact. If we don't punish him, it will hurt the hearts of our holy mountain's martial artists. Lady Saintess, as the target of everyone's support, shouldn't you seek justice for us? Although his words were calm, they carried an aggressive aura. This was coercion. He stood on the side of righteousness and wanted to force Ale to make a move against Wang Ting and put her in a dilemma. Now that both sides are sticking to their own words, we can't be sure what's going on. Great Sage Kipling, what are your intentions for forcing Lady Saintess like this? Great Sage Farah's expression was cold as he stared at Kipling. If we wrongly blame Wang Ting, it will definitely cause animosity between us and Mr. Xia. Will you bear the consequences? Since that's the case. Kipling's righteousness was awe-inspiring as he said loudly, for the sake of our holy mountain, I am willing to bear the consequences myself. His voice was not soft and immediately spread out, allowing all the martial artists on the sacred mountain to hear him. Wang Ting had caused a huge commotion in the sacred mountain. Many people already knew what had happened here and were watching at this moment. After hearing Kipling's words, many people felt a sense of respect, while some who didn't know the inside story only saw the surface, and couldn't help but feel a trace of resentment towards Ale, the holy maiden. Farah's expression changed as he looked at Ale. Now that things had come to this, even he didn't have a good solution. Kipling had risked his life and was willing to bear the pressure of Xianxia alone. He was also willing to make a move against Wang Ting. From this, one could see how determined he was. By doing so, he had undoubtedly won fame. If the holy maiden were to side with Wang Ting, everyone would be bitterly disappointed. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This sentence was still applicable here. If the holy maiden lost the support of a large number of martial artists on the sacred mountain, she would naturally no longer be the holy maiden. Ale frowned, unable to make a decision for a moment. She was extremely conflicted. A glint flashed in Kipling's eyes as he waved his hand and said, "Take down this Xiaxia martial artist. Let's see who dares." At this moment, a cold shout suddenly came from afar. Several figures could be seen rushing over, and this time, they had rushed up from the small town below. Several figures appeared. It was Tantai Xian and the others. Not only that, but even Ivan, Valeria, and the others from the Ursa Major country had come with them. They landed beside Wang Ting and looked at Kipling and the others. Ivan laughed and said, "It's very lively." Kipling immediately frowned and looked at the newcomers, a trace of irritation appearing in his heart for no reason. "Are you all right?" Tantai Xian sized up Wang Ting and asked. "I'm fine, they're the ones who are in trouble." Wang Ting's expression was calm as he shook his head. When Tantai Xian and the others heard this, they could not help but look at Irony and the others, a trace of astonishment flashing in their eyes. "Holy Knights! You beat them up like this? And you even killed them?" Zhu Yunxiao asked in a low voice. Wang Ting glanced at Zhu Yunxiao, Mu Zhigua, and the others, feeling somewhat grateful. Under such circumstances, it was already great courage for them to come. "I was just defending myself," he said. When Tantai Xian, Zhu Yunxiao, and the others heard this, they could not help but be speechless. "You've already killed them, and you're still saying that you were defending yourself? This guy really caused trouble no matter where he went. What happened?" Tantai Xian asked through voice transmission. Wang Ting didn't hide anything. He transmitted his voice and told him what happened. After hearing this, Tantai Xian was speechless. Although she knew that this was not Wang Ting's fault, his ability to cause trouble really drove her crazy. She felt that Wang Ting was simply a troublemaker. If he did not cause trouble, it would be a waste of his talent. "I'll deal with you when we get back." Tantai Xian glared at him in annoyance, then turned to look at Kipling and the others, saying coldly, "Who was the one who said they wanted to capture my Xiaoxia's cultivators?" "What, your Xiaoxia's cultivators committed murder on my holy mountain, can't we capture them?" Kipling mocked. "I already know what happened, the fault does not lie with us," Tantai Xian said indifferently. "You think you're not here just because you say so? The corpses of two of my holy mountain's holy knights are still there, you have to give us an explanation," Kipling said coldly. "What a joke, you invited Wang Ting up the mountain, then deliberately stopped him, and even tried to kill him. Who knew that you were so weak that he killed you instead? Now you're asking us for an explanation? You're lucky that I didn't ask you for an explanation." Tantai Xian's poisonous tongue was merciless. The holy knights' faces darkened. Their strength was too weak, It was the first time someone had said that about them, but they could not refute it. This was too humiliating. This is your fault. You invited him as a guest, but you injured him instead. Who would dare to accept your invitation in the future? Ivan said with a chuckle, this reminds me of an old saying in Xianxia, something called a banquet. Oh, right, a banquet at Hongmen. Kipling almost vomited blood in anger. He had worked so hard to convict Wang Ting, but these two parties came and overturned his verdict, turning a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing. Such an understatement made him feel as if he had eaten **T. Especially since the Ursa Major country had also come to participate. He was already under great pressure from offending Xianxia. If the Ursa Major country was added, he could not guarantee that he would be able to suppress it. If this matter was considered small, it was a dispute between the cultivators on both sides, but if it was considered big, it was a diplomatic issue. If the higher-ups of Xianxia were determined to support Wang Ting, then this matter would not be small. However, the words had already been spoken, and in front of countless cultivators on the holy mountain, how could he go back on his words? For a moment, great sage Kipling was in a difficult position, and his expression was extremely ugly. Farah, on the other hand, was incomparably delighted. Kipling had great power in the temple and opposed him and the saintess at every turn. It was rare to see him suffer. However, Wang Ting of Xianxia suddenly stirred up the situation, and Kipling wanted to fish in troubled waters, but ended up with an ugly and hard rock that smashed his own foot. He was asking for trouble. Now that Xianxia and the Ursa Major Kingdom were pressuring him, he did not believe that Kipling would dare to risk offending these two countries. They were not afraid of people like Xian and Ivan, but of the countries behind them. Saintess, are you going to watch them do this? Kipling's expression was gloomy as he questioned Ale. Saintess. Xian and the others looked at Ale in surprise. It was the first time they had seen the saintess of the holy mountain, and they were extremely curious. However, the black veil covered Ale's appearance, so they could not see the most honorable person of the holy mountain clearly. Only that pair of eyes as deep as the starry sky left a deep impression, and they were secretly surprised. Great sage Kipling, I've said it before. Wang Ting is my guest. We were rude first, and we can't blame anyone else, Ale said calmly. Xian and the others were surprised again when they heard this, and then looked at Wang Ting with strange gazes. This guy had done such a thing, and the saintess of the holy mountain was still siding with him. Was there something fishy between the two of them? Wait, everyone seemed to have thought of something. On the night when they first arrived, Wang Ting seemed to have said that he met a blonde beauty. Blonde hair. Xian and the others looked at Ale's hair color and inexplicably connected the dots. Coincidence, or was it really the saintess? Xian and the others' hearts were bursting with gossip, and their gazes became increasingly strange as they looked back and forth between Wang Ting and Ale. Ale keenly felt their gazes and frowned slightly, a trace of doubt emerging in her heart. These people's gazes were so strange. What were they thinking? Wang Ting was not as naive as Ale. He knew what Xian and the others were thinking as soon as he saw their eyes. He was speechless. Could these people be any more senseless? What kind of imagination was this? Was this the time for gossip? Ahem. Wang Ting coughed dryly, stopping everyone's wild thoughts. But Lady Saintess, he killed 2 of our holy knights. Kipling didn't want to give up. He emphasized once more. The deaths of Marcus and Call pained me greatly, but since they made a mistake, they have to bear the consequences, Ale said. Kipling's face was ashen. You don't feel sorry for someone who isn't yours, do you? His heart was filled with hatred, and his expression kept changing, as if he was struggling. Finally, all the hesitation on his face disappeared. He lowered his head slightly, and a low chuckle came from his mouth. Hearing this laughter, everyone couldn't help but frown. What is this old fellow laughing at? Xianxia asked in a low voice. Who knows? Maybe he couldn't take the shock and went crazy, Wang Ting said. You have a venomous mouth. When someone offends you, you want them to go crazy, Xianxia said speechlessly. What does it have to do with me? He's laughing like a lunatic, Wang Ting said in a bad mood. Shut up. At this time, a cold shout came from Kipling's mouth. He slowly raised his head, and his eyes became very strange. They were pitch black with evil intent, and he looked coldly at Wang Ting. This is? Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He activated spiritual vision and actually saw a dense darkness origin power awakening in Kiplin's body. Be careful, this Kiplin is strange. His expression turned serious, and he immediately transmitted his voice to Tan Tai Xian, Ivan, and the others. At this time Ale and the others also noticed Kiplin's abnormality and looked at him. Great Sage Kiplin, you. Ale seemed to have sensed something, and her expression changed slightly. As expected of the saintess who inherited the sacred mountain's legacy. Have you already noticed? Kiplin chuckled. You actually accepted the corrosion of darkness. Ale said seriously. What? Great Sage Farah looked at his former opponent in disbelief. You forced me to do this. Kiplin put away his smile and stared at Ale and Farah expressionlessly. Since I entered the sacred mountain at the age of 10, decades have passed. All these years, I've worked hard for the sacred mountain and served the gods conscientiously. I've almost given my entire life to the temple, but in the end, what did I get? I got nothing. The era of martial arts has come, and the temple must respect the saintess. For 30 years, generations of saintesses have ascended the sacred platform and suppressed us. Why? Because you have that bullsh** T divine physique? What a joke. Other than having the divine physique, you're practically useless. You don't know how to manage the temple, you don't know how to develop and expand. You're just puppets. Kiplin's figure was calm as he slowly spread out. His tone was not very intense, as if he was just narrating a very ordinary matter. But when everyone heard his words, their expressions changed drastically. This was blasphemy. Kiplin actually said that the saintess was useless and called her a puppet. That was really treacherous. Kiplin, you're crazy. Do you know what you're saying? Farah shouted with an ugly expression. I'm not crazy. It's just that you mediocre people don't know anything other than submitting to the saintess. You can't understand my great ambitions at all. Kiplin laughed contemptuously. You're really crazy. After being corroded by darkness, your mind has long been demonized. You're no longer you, Farah said in a low voice. Summer insects can't talk about ice. Kiplin did not take it seriously and shook his head. His expression was still disdainful. He suddenly opened his arms and hugged the sky. Boom, the next moment, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. I am who I am. No one can change that. These confident words came out of his mouth, carrying a sense of arrogance. A strong wind blew, blowing Kiplin's white hair and robes. Everyone suddenly widened their eyes. They saw that his white hair was quickly turning black, and even the wrinkles on his face were beginning to recede, gradually becoming smooth. A pair of slightly turbid eyes reflected a strange black light, sharp and bright. He was becoming younger. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Not long after, Kiplin transformed from a white-haired old man into a middle-aged man in his 30s. He even looked a little handsome. His temperament was extraordinary, coupled with a pair of deep, pitch-black eyes. He was undoubtedly a fatal attraction to some of the noble women. Everyone was silent. There was complete silence. My goodness, are you planning to become a prostitute? At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly rang out. Everyone. Kiplin. As the voice rang out, everyone's gazes gathered. That was Wang Ting. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you think this old guy has the potential to be a prostitute? Wang Ting said. Kiplin was in high spirits. He felt like he had ascended, but at this moment, a wave of anger rose uncontrollably. The veins on his forehead bulged crazily. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help but explode. He couldn't wait to kill Wang Ting right now. Everyone's gazes were very strange. They looked at Wang Ting in shock. Only he could say that in such a tense atmosphere. Seeing that no one answered, Wang Ting continued, but I don't know if your body has become younger. If your stamina isn't good enough, being a prostitute will tire you to death. Nowadays, some rich women have special hobbies and are very good at playing. It's no problem to play for 3 days and 3 nights. Kiplin's face instantly darkened. What rich woman, play for 3 days and 3 nights? What kind of words were these? Everyone was also speechless. They were already full of admiration for Wanting. One person had completely turned the situation around and deviated from it by thousands of miles. This was something that normal people couldn't do. Great Sage Ferret's expression was strange. He looked at Kipling with pity in his eyes. He felt inexplicably sad for him. This Wanting of Xiaxia's mouth was too venomous. Kipling offended him. He was simply unlucky. Enough. Kipling felt everyone's gazes. He was even angrier. Flames of anger surged as he shouted coldly. You're about to die, and you still dare to be stubborn. Even if you have outstanding talent and are Xiaxia's chosen one, you must die here today. He looked at Wanting with a sinister gaze, as if he was looking at a dead man. You talk big. Wanting chuckled. Great Sage Kipling, it's not too late for you to stop now. Considering your efforts over the years, I will only suppress you in the temple to repent. I won't take your life, Ale said at this moment. Suppressing the temple of repentance? Ha ha ha. As if he had heard something extremely laughable, Kipling raised his head to the sky and laughed heartily. He said in a disdainful tone, Holy Maiden, you are still so naive. But it's precisely because you're so naive that you gave me a chance. It's a pity that my plan was messed up by this brat. Otherwise, I wouldn't have acted so hastily today. So you planned this all along? Great Sage Ferret said with an unsightly expression. Rather than handing the shrine to you mediocre people, why don't you give it to me? I will bring the shrine to the top of the world. When that time comes, all countries will have to submit to the shrine. Kipling said. After he finished speaking, he didn't intend to waste any more words and shouted loudly. Those who are willing to follow me, step forward. Boom. Boom, as his voice fell, streams of dark aura suddenly erupted. It was extremely powerful. Among them were Irdney and a few other paladins who had once attacked Wanting. At this moment, their transformation was extremely strange. Darkness force surged in their bodies and wrapped around the surface of their bodies, forming black patterns on their skin. Even the sacred star armor on their bodies seemed to have been corroded, turning from gold to a thick pitch black. You. The expressions of Great Sage Ferret, Suaong, and the other paladins who supported the Holy Maiden changed drastically. They looked at them in disbelief. At the same time, numerous figures rushed over from all directions. In a short moment, countless figures appeared on the ground. Some of them stood on giant rocks, some leaped onto the 12 zodiac temples, and some even hovered in midair. In an instant, they had surrounded the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Ferret's expression was aghast, and his heart trembled violently. He had never imagined that there would be so many people in the shrine who had been won over by Kipling and were willing to follow him, choosing to betray him. How was this possible? Shouldn't everyone support the Holy Maiden? She was the representative of the gods' agent in the human world. How could they dare? Ha ha ha, you see, right? Kipling laughed loudly. I'm not the only one who thinks so. The shrine needs someone with ambition and ability to lead it, not someone holed up on the sacred mountain as a secluded bystander. It's not the right time to come out. Faced with such a situation, Ale's expression did not change as she calmly shook her head. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. Then tell me, when is the right time? Kipling snorted coldly. Soon. Ale said. That's just a perfunctory statement. Kipling shook his head, unwilling to say more. He ordered, everyone, listen up. Capture the Holy Maiden and kill Xianxia and the martial artists of the Big Bear Empire. As for the members of the Sacred Mountain, those who submit will be spared. Yes. The surrounding martial artists responded in unison. Boom. Boom, boom. Numerous figures charged out, erupting with origin power as they surrounded the group. Holy Maiden, leave quickly. Suaong, Sharjah, protect the Holy Maiden. Great Sage Farah's expression was solemn as he stood in front of Ale. Great Sage Farah, I can't back down at a time like this. Ale pushed the crowd aside and walked in front of Farah, looking straight at Kipling. Why? Does the Holy Maiden want to fight with me? Kipling chuckled. I want to suppress you personally. Ale said. Suppress me? That depends on whether you have the ability, Kipling said with disdain. Ale did not say anything. Suddenly, an extremely holy aura rose from her body. At the same time, within the shrine on the mountaintop, a golden light shot up into the sky from the goddess statue in the depths of the shrine, resonating with Ale. Boom, that light shot from afar and entered Ale's body, causing her aura to rise steadily. Originally, she was only a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior. Now, she actually crossed that threshold and reached 10-star, then 11-star, all the way to 13-star upper-level martial warrior. The shrine's inheritance. Kipling's expression was solemn. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. In the distance, Wang Ting and the others also noticed the situation here. All of them were shocked. This sacred mountain was indeed a little strange. It could actually raise a person's ability from a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior to a 13-star upper-level martial warrior. Such a method could be considered a miracle. Kill! The martial warriors from the sacred mountain rushed forward. Their battle cries shook the sky as they charged towards Wang Ting and the others. Wang Ting, Tantai Xian, and the others exchanged glances. Force exploded from their bodies as they each performed their own battle techniques and fought against the martial warriors from the sacred mountain. Wang Ting, look at what you've done. You've caused so much trouble in a mere exchange, Tantai Xian shouted angrily as he fought. How can you blame me? It's clearly that Kipling's ambition. I just happened to bump into him. Wang Ting complained, feeling wronged. He really couldn't be blamed for this. Wang Ting. At this moment, a loud shout came from the sky. A few figures charged over. It was Ariadne, Blofeld, and the other paladins. Their injuries had actually completely recovered. Even their abilities had increased tremendously. Right now, they were bursting with confidence and wanted to take revenge on Wang Ting. Several paladins rushed into the sky and charged toward Wang Ting. Tantai Xian and the others' expressions changed slightly. The paladins of the Holy Mountain were famous, and even Tantai Xian didn't dare to underestimate them. The few of them acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They held their weapons and prepared for a great battle. Ivan, Valeria, and the other Ursa Major Empire cultivators also stood beside them. They all drew their weapons and looked tense. I heard that the paladins of the Holy Mountain are powerful and mysterious. I haven't seen them before, so today is a good opportunity to experience them. Ivan chuckled. I'm sorry for dragging you guys into this, Tantai Xian said. It's nothing. If we didn't come along, we wouldn't have seen this show. Ivan smiled. Wang Ting, after this battle, you have to treat me to something delicious, Valeria suddenly said to Wang Ting. Everyone was speechless. She was still thinking about food at a time like this. This Valeria was really a heartless person. Wang Ting was also stunned for a moment, but then he smiled and said, no problem. What do you want to eat? My treat. Boom. We'll talk about it after you leave the Holy Mountain. The paladins finally arrived, and a violent origin power attack came crashing down. At the same time, someone shouted. Ariadne was wearing a pitch-black holy armor, and his body was covered in a dense demonic aura. He was no longer as bright and handsome as before. He was defeated by Wang Ting with a single punch, and he was unwilling to accept it. At this moment, he rushed toward Wang Ting again. Lightning Lion Fist. A purple-black lightning lion phantom appeared above his head. Its demonic aura was dense, and its eyes were filled with ferocity as it looked down at Wang Ting. Roar, an angry roar came from its mouth, and then the purple-black demonic lion followed Ariadne's fist and came crashing down. At the same time, a dense chill came from behind, spreading through the void as if it was going to freeze everything. Even the air seemed to have condensed into frost. Snowflakes appeared and fluttered down from the sky. The snowflakes weren't white in color. Instead, they were pitch black. They were completely tainted by darkness origin power and possessed the darkness attribute. The black snowflakes even contained all sorts of emotions, such as evil, chaos, and berserk. Extreme frost. What followed was an ice-cold shout. It was the Aquarius Palace's paladin Euphilica. She had once been beaten up by Wang Ting and felt incomparably humiliated. In her heart, she hated Wang Ting no less than Ai Rodney. At this time, she also attacked with all her strength. As her voice fell, the illusory image of a pitch-black water bottle appeared above her head. Dark ice origin power erupted from the opening of the bottle, forming a black stream of ice and snow that poured down like a waterfall toward Wang Ting. Wherever the ice and snow passed, everything was frozen. The bone-chilling cold caused the surrounding cultivators to shiver involuntarily. Die. Blofeld smiled coldly as his origin power erupted. Poison origin power mixed with darkness origin power rushed into the sky. Crimson rose. Scarlet petals fluttered down. These petals were now covered with black patterns, appearing extremely strange and evil. With a point of Blofeld's finger, these petals spun at high speed, forming a black and red vortex. It was eerie and terrifying, many times stronger than before. Just the poisonous gas that permeated the air corroded the surrounding air until it sizzled. Blood Moon Needle. Scorpio Palace Sacred Knight Dimia also used a powerful battle technique. Scarlet rays shot out, densely packed, piercing through the air at extreme speed. It was as if the sky was pierced into a sieve. Sacred Sword Slash. Capricorn Palace Sacred Knight Yarrow put his palms together and raised them above his head. A black sword light rushed into the sky, hundreds of meters long, and slashed down. In the distance, Freda's gaze was cold. He fully drew his longbow covered in black patterns, and a pitch-black arrow of light condensed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, he was extremely fast, his hands forming after images. Black arrows shot out one after another, almost at the same time. An ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. Some of the weaker martial artists were even shaken to the core, bleeding from their 7 orifices. The 6 sacred knights used their strongest killing moves right off the bat. They ignored everyone else, only targeting Wang Ting. All of their attacks were aimed at him. Careful! Tantai Xian, Ivan, and the others were shocked to the core. Such terrifying attacks, all aimed at one person. Even an upper warlord would not be able to survive. The 6 sacred knights clearly wanted to get rid of Wang Ting first. What kind of enmity was this? No one could imagine. On the other side, Kiplin and Ale, who were looking at each other, also noticed the situation. Ale couldn't help but frown slightly. It looks like your friend is finished. Kiplin stood with his hands behind his back and chuckled. He won't die so easily. A deep light flashed through Ale's eyes as she spoke. Aridne and the others have undergone the baptism of darkness origin power. Their strength is no longer the same as before. Do you think he has a chance to survive under their combined attacks? Kiplin said disdainfully. Whether he can survive or not, we'll find out soon enough. Ale said indifferently, but Aridne and the others have been bewitched by you and become slaves of darkness. I'm very disappointed. What light and darkness? It's just a kind of power. As long as I can become stronger, I don't care. Kiplin sneered. But you can't control the power of darkness. Ale shook her head. Humph. These words seemed to have hit Kiplin's sore spot. He snorted coldly, his expression dark. Wait until I capture you and take complete control of the holy mountain. I'll let you see if I can control this power. Now, just watch how Aridne and the others kill Wang Ting. At this moment, facing the powerful attacks coming from all directions, Wang Ting's expression was calm. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear or even surprise. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. These indifferent words came out of his mouth and echoed in the surroundings, causing the expressions of Aridne and the others to become incomparably unsightly. Still so stubborn in the face of death. Aridne and the others had cold expressions. They pushed their origin power to the limit and attacked Wang Ting madly. Die! Cold shouts came out of their mouths one after another, bringing with them boundless killing intent. Only by killing Wang Ting would they be able to erase the humiliation they had suffered. Ancient God Physique. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with golden light as a furious roar echoed in his heart. He added a large number of blank attributes to the ancient God Physique. In an instant, his physical body was refined to the extreme. Waves of mysterious energy flowed through his limbs and bones, cleansing his body and causing it to undergo a transformation. And extremely profound golden runes appeared between his brows. Moreover, they were extending on their own and gradually forming a second stroke. When the golden runes were drawn, they seemed slow, but in reality, they were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a second stroke appeared. This stroke was very short, but it truly existed, making the runes on Wan Ting's forehead appear even more mysterious and profound. It was hard to imagine that just 2 strokes, and one of them had only just appeared, could give off such a mysterious feeling. Boom, a rumbling sound came from Wan Ting's body, as if stars were exploding and the world was being split apart. Waves of energy washed over his physical body, allowing him to undergo an inconceivable transformation in an instant. He clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power that was about to erupt from his body, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Then, he slowly raised his head. He saw that Irdney and the others were less than 3 meters away from him. The terrifying attacks were close at hand, and the berserk power caused his black hair to flutter wildly. A sharp gust of wind brushed past him, like small knives slashing across his face. Unfortunately, no matter how sharp the winds were, they could not cut through his skin. The power of an ancient god's body was beginning to show. Irdney and the others looked at the smile on Wan Ting's face, and for some reason, their hearts suddenly thumped. At this moment, Wan Ting raised his fist and casually punched toward the void. Boom, at this moment, all sound seemed to disappear. Only this extreme rumbling sound reverberated in the surroundings, shaking the void, and invisible shockwaves swept out in all directions. The attacks from the 6 paladins instantly froze after encountering the shockwaves. Rumble, the purplish-black lightning lion phantom let out a mournful cry, and its body exploded, turning into countless bolts of lightning that wreaked havoc in the sky. Irdney's face was aghast, and his heart trembled, filled with disbelief. The black and red vortex formed by the petals was forcibly interrupted by a powerful force, stopping its rotation, and then expanding and exploding. In front of this power, the extreme ice emitted cracking sounds as if it could not bear the burden, and then it loudly shattered. The huge black sword of light froze in the air, less than 3 meters away from Wan Ting's head, but it could no longer slash down. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the sword of light, and they continued to spread, covering the 100-meter-long sword in an instant. Bang! A loud sound echoed, the entire sword of light turned into countless specks of light and dissipated. Similarly, the crimson rays of light, as well as the several light arrows that pierced through the void, stopped not far in front of Wan Ting, but could no longer advance. Amidst the rumbling sounds, all the attacks turned into nothingness, like crushing rotten wood. The impact of the fist swept out, sweeping everything in its path. Impossible. Irdney and the others' expressions changed drastically. They stared at Wan Ting in astonishment. Boom, suddenly, the aftershock of the fist swept out in all directions, violently slamming into the bodies of the few people. A terrifying power erupted from the bodies of the few people. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Blood gushed out of the mouths of Irdney and the others, and a series of crackling sounds came from their bodies. It was crisp and pleasant, like a symphony. The paladins turned into shooting stars and crashed into the ground. In an instant, the ground cracked, and countless rocks flew in all directions, creating deep pits. 6 paladins, each with a pit, lined up in an orderly manner. Silence, absolute silence. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Everyone watched the situation with their mouths agape, their eyes filled with disbelief. When Tantai Xian and the others saw Wan Ting being besieged, they were both shocked and furious, but at this moment, only astonishment remained on their faces. The situation just now had been too sudden, and even they did not have time to intervene. They all thought that Wan Ting was doomed, but they did not expect the outcome to be like this. Wan Ting defeated 6 paladins with a single punch. It had nothing to do with them at all. Tantai Xian and the others suddenly felt that they were unnecessary. They were probably here to be bystanders, right? On the other side, Kiprin had a confident smile on his face, as if victory was in his grasp, as if everything was under his control. However, the situation was beyond his expectations. Wan Ting had once again disrupted his plans. He defeated Irdney and the others, who had been baptized by darkness origin power with a single punch. What kind of monster was this kid? He was clearly not this strong before, so how did he suddenly become so much stronger? This was not martial arts. Even Ale, who was extremely confident in Wan Ting, had a trace of astonishment in her eyes. She clearly did not expect Wanting to be able to erupt with such incomparably powerful strength. Great Sage Farah, Song, Sharjah, and the other paladins on Alay's side were also greatly shocked. They looked at the youth opposite them as if they were looking at a monster. At the same time, a trace of joy emerged in their hearts for no reason. Fortunately, they were on the Holy Maiden's side and did not have to be enemies with such a monster. Eliphaz hid in the distance, trembling with fear. How could that kid be so strong? A youth who was not even 20 years old had such inhuman strength. It was hard to imagine. It was as if he had cheated. He looked at Wanting, his heart filled with fear. He retreated again, wanting to get as far away from Wanting as possible. Kiprin, your paladins have been completely annihilated. At this time, Alay's voice slowly traveled over. There was a rare trace of schadenfreude in her calm voice. The corner of Kiprin's mouth twitched as he roared madly in his heart. His expression was gloomy as he snorted coldly, a bunch of trash. Aridne and the others crawled out of the deep pit. Hearing this, their faces were filled with defeat, and they felt that their lives were gloomy. They had been defeated by Wanting once again, and this time, they had been defeated even more thoroughly. There was no suspense, this was undoubtedly a huge blow to them. The power obtained from being corrupted by darkness is only SOSO. You can't even take a single punch from me. Wanting looked down at them and said indifferently. You. Hearing this, the expressions of Aridne and the others changed. Anger filled their hearts, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood again. Even Kiprin's expression was unsightly. Wanting's words were undoubtedly the greatest mockery to them. The power of darkness that they were so proud of was only a matter of a single punch in front of him. Wasn't this extremely laughable? That's all I have to say. It's time to send you on your way. Wanting's words traveled out again, but this time, the expressions of Aridne and the others changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear as they crawled up with difficulty, wanting to escape. Wanting, how dare you? Kiprin roared angrily. Wanting ignored him completely. He raised his fist and smashed it down. One punch, another punch, it was as if a giant pillar had fallen from the sky and crashed into the ground. No. Aridne and the others cried out in fear. I don't want to die. Euphilica screamed, her face filled with unwillingness and fear. Boom, a huge sound rang out, and the ground shook violently. Instantly, a deep pit more than 10 meters wide appeared. The 6 holy knights looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Their entire bodies were pressed to the ground, and their bones cracked. No one knew how many of them had been broken. Blood flowed from their orifices, and they couldn't be more dead. See, I dare. Wanting turned to look at Kiprin and smiled faintly. The muscles on Kipling's face twitched uncontrollably. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he stared at Wanting with a gloomy gaze. There had never been a person who could anger him to this extent. Wanting was the first, great sage Ferret, Suaong, and the other holy knights had strange looks in their eyes. They felt that this young man was really vengeful and had a bad temper. Kipling was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. At the same time, they were secretly shocked as they looked at the deep pit on the ground and the 6 holy knights who were still lying there. On one hand, they sighed at Wang Ting's ruthlessness, and on the other, they were shocked by his strength. This young man from Xia was too scary. Not only was he strong, he was also very vengeful. Who would dare to offend him in the future? If they wanted to be his enemy, they would have to consider whether they could take a punch from him. This punch was a standard. At this time, the people around them also came to their senses and looked at the deep pit under their feet in shock. They felt a chill rush from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, and their scalps went numb. Swoosh, 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 the group took a few steps back, as if Wanting was some terrifying monster. The rebellion had just begun, and many people were already regretting it. Just one person had managed to kill the most powerful holy knight under Great Sage Kipling. How were they supposed to fight? Did they still have a chance of winning? A large number of rebels fell into self-doubt. They were aggressive and thought that victory was assured with the baptism of darkness, but they were seriously injured as soon as they attacked. Like constipation, they were suddenly shocked when they were halfway through their defecation. Their anus tightened and broke, they stopped abruptly. They could never come out again. Alay, Great Sage Ferret, and the others were stunned when they saw this scene. No one would have thought that a rebellion that threatened the entire holy mountain would result in such a comical scene. Kipling's face turned even darker. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that the little ant he thought he could easily pinch was actually a terrifying giant beast that had forcefully broken his own hand. Damn it! His gaze was gloomy, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. I really underestimated you. He looked coldly at Wang Ting, his voice emotionless. Thank you for the compliment, Wang Ting said. A thick vein on Kipling's forehead immediately bulged. Thank you my ass, am I complimenting you? Ah. Am I complimenting you? What kind of F***king brain? At this moment, with just a simple sentence, Kipling almost couldn't control himself. His mind was unstable, and he was about to explode. He felt that Wang Ting was his natural enemy. Just one sentence from him was enough to infuriate him to death. Behind Wang Ting, Dan Taixian and the others had strange expressions on their faces, especially Zhu Yunxiao, Mu Zhigua, and the others. They looked at his back view in awe. This guy was dissing the sky, dissing the earth, dissing the air. Even the great sage of the sacred mountain had been insulted and angered him half to death. How could an ordinary person do such a thing? Kipling took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said coldly, don't be so arrogant. You'll be next after I deal with the holy maiden. Alay, he said he'll deal with you before dealing with me. I'm so scared. Wang Ting shouted at Alay when he heard this. He looked as though he was trembling in fear and was being bullied. Alay, Kipling, Farah, Tan Taixian, everyone was speechless. They looked at Wang Ting as if they were looking at a weirdo. What are you afraid of? Whoever believes you is an idiot. Kipling's face was dark to the extreme. His breathing was rapid, and his blood was boiling. He felt like his high blood pressure was about to burst out. He decided to stop talking and beat them to death first. Boom, an extremely dense darkness origin power erupted from Kipling's body, forming wisps of black mist that wrapped around his body. At this moment, black runes finally appeared on his face, making him look evil and ferocious. A pitch-black combat sword appeared in his hand, which he pointed at Alay. There were complicated runes on the combat sword that covered the entire blade and even the hilt. Wisps of an ominous and chaotic aura spread out from it, and there seemed to be ghostly wails and howls echoing in the surroundings, affecting the minds of others. Demonic weapon. Alay's expression changed. You actually took out the demonic weapon suppressed under the holy mountain. It's a waste to leave it at the bottom of the holy mountain. Why don't you help me? Kipling's gaze was evil as he laughed. Demonic weapon? Wang Ting sized up the combat sword in Kipling's hand and couldn't help but think of the demonic fault he had snatched from the 8-arms devil general. His demonic fault was actually inferior in terms of appearance. Moreover, he could feel that the demonic weapon was somewhat strange. It had something that ordinary weapons didn't have. Unfortunately, he couldn't put his finger on it. Boom, at this moment, Kipling stomped his foot and disappeared with a loud bang. Alay's expression turned serious as a weapon appeared in her hand. It was like a scepter and was as tall as a person. The moment the scepter appeared, it exploded with a dazzling light. Alay pushed it forward. Boom, in the next moment, the scepter collided with a pitch-black combat sword. Kipling's figure appeared and he said seriously, got a scepter. His eyes flashed and he laughed sinisterly again. So what? In your hands, it can't even use 20% or 30% of its power. It's enough to deal with you. Alay's voice was calm, but she wasn't afraid at all. Kipling's expression turned cold as his combat sword exploded with a terrifying black sword radiance that slashed at Alay. The black sword radiance was extremely powerful as it swept through the void. As it whizzed past, it constantly emitted demonic whispers that were frightening. However, Alay was bathed in golden light and wasn't affected at all. With the scepter in her hand, she looked like a true goddess. Golden light sprinkled out and collided with the black sword radiance. Boom boom boom, the battle over there attracted everyone's attention. Tan Taixian and the others were extremely shocked. He said, these two are so strong. The sacred mountain is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. They are indeed very strong. They are almost at the top of Earthstar's combat power, Ivan said with a serious expression. But their strength doesn't belong to them to a large extent, Wang Ting suddenly said. Although that is the case, the number of experts who can reach such a level can be counted with one's fingers. No matter what method is used, they cannot be underestimated. Dan Taixian glanced at him and said. If the person who said this wasn't Wang Ting, she would definitely think that he was overestimating himself. Who would dare to belittle an upper-level warlord? However, with Wang Ting's current strength, he was already qualified to say such words. In the distance, two streaks of light, one black and one white, were colliding with each other, creating loud booms. The light was so bright that it almost lit up half the sky. The others stopped and retreated to the sides in unison, watching the battle in the sky. Ever since the 6 dark paladins were killed by Wang Ting with one punch, both sides had entered a strange balance. Whether this balance could be broken depended on whether Kiplin could defeat the Holy Lady. Kiplin obviously understood this as well. At this moment, he unleashed all his strength and fought with Ale. On the other side, Wang Ting was bored to death. As he watched their battle, he picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Light Origin Power *135 Light Origin Power *148 Light Origin Power *185 Darkness Force *150 Dark Force *200 Darkness Force *115 Wang Ting looked at the increasing darkness and light forces on his attribute panel and couldn't help but smile. He had just obtained light force and was still at 1-star soldier level. However, battles between upper warlords were terrifying, so the attribute bubbles dropped were naturally terrifying as well. In just a moment, Wang Ting's light force level climbed up. There was no need to talk about the darkness force. Kiplin was also an upper warlord, so he was completely tainted by the darkness force. During the battle, darkness force was constantly flowing out. All of this benefited Wang Ting. In addition, the 6 paladins he killed earlier had also dropped a large amount of darkness force. With the two added together, Wang Ting's darkness force level had successfully crossed the threshold and advanced to 11-star lower warlord. Darkness force, 260200000, 11-star, the darkness force in Wang Ting's body surged and gradually calmed down. He felt the changes in his body, and a hint of joy flashed through his eyes. The feeling of becoming stronger was so F*King great. At the same time, his gaze swept across his attribute panel, and the smile on his face became wider. Previously, he had obtained many good items from the 6 paladins. Not only did they have darkness force, but they also had their own force attributes. Among them, Irdne's lightning force, Blofeld's and Dimia's poison force, and Euphilica's ice force were all rare mutated force attributes. Wang Ting's 3 force attributes were originally lagging behind, but now they had caught up. Lightning Force, 74501000, 10-star. Lightning Force was originally at the beginning of the 10-star quasi-warlord level, but now it had reached the mid-late stage. The increase was huge. Ice Force, 32101000, 10-star. Ice Force was originally at the 9-star soldier level, but now it had directly reached the 10-star quasi-warlord level, completing a qualitative leap. Poison Force, 21010000, 10-star. Since he killed 2 Poison Force paladins, the Poison Force's force, Ant's Poison Forces, it was a 10-star warlord level. Although it wasn't too far behind the other forces of the other forces, it wasn't too. Apart from that, there were the most common 5 elemental origin powers. Killing a paladin meant plucking all the wool from their body in one go. Therefore, after Wang Ting obtained this huge wave of attribute bubbles, his strength had really skyrocketed. Metal Force, 8650200000, 11-star, Wood Force, 2960200000, 11-star, Water Force, 2770200000, 11-star, Fire Force, 7170100000, 10-star, Earth Force, 65020000, 11-star. Other than the Fire Force, all the other forces of the 5 elements had advanced to the 11-star lower-level warlord level. Wang Ting didn't expect that the Fire Force, which was originally so far ahead, would actually fall behind this time. However, it wasn't strange when he thought about it. Among the paladins, there wasn't a fire force warrior. How could he improve? He couldn't help but look at the remaining paladins. There was a fire warrior among them, but they weren't his enemies, so he couldn't kill them. What a pity, a trace of regret appeared in Wang Ting's heart. It was as if he had lost a few billion. The paladins in the distance suddenly felt a chill and looked around. However, Wang Ting had already retracted his gaze, so they didn't discover anything. The few of them looked at each other, unable to make sense of the situation. Other than the increase in force attributes, there were also various talent attributes. Extreme Ice Talent *320, Unparalleled Metal Talent *280, Extreme Poison Talent *560, Unparalleled Earth Talent *210, Extreme Thunder Talent *330, Top Archery Talent *270, Ultimate Sword Skill Talent *340, a total of 7 ultimate talents. It could be said that it was a huge explosion. Any of the ultimate talents was enough to make a warrior a prodigy of the era. However, Wang Ting had all of them. No one would believe it if he told others. These top-notch talents were extremely useful to Wang Ting. Only the top-notch poison talent was covered by the Demon Lotus Poison Body. As a special body constitution, the Demon Lotus Poison Body's potential was even higher. On the other hand, the Absolute Ice talent was fused with Ice Dust Body, increasing the potential of the Ice Dust Body by a lot. Ice Dust Body 348-5000. Next was the cultivation techniques and combat skills. Glancing at the cultivation techniques and combat skills, even though Wang Ting had seen many high-level cultivation techniques and combat skills, he couldn't help but be surprised. Crimson Rose, Heaven Stage, *1 Crimson Poison Manual, Heaven Stage, *1 Lightning Lion Fist, Heaven Stage, *1 Lightning Technique, Heaven Tier, *1 Extreme Frost, Heaven Rank, *1 Sacred Ice Technique, Heaven Stage, *1 Blood Moon Needle, Heaven Stage, *1 Sacred Sword Slash, Heaven Stage, *1 Metal Origin Manual, Heaven Stage, *1 Aurora Sacred Arrow, Heaven Stage, *1. Wang Ting was dazzled by the row of skyrank scriptures and battle techniques. He had to admit that the Sacred Mountain's foundation was too deep. These were the ultimate skills of the paladins. They were supposed to be their inheritances, but now, Wang Ting had taken all of them for himself. If Irdney and the others knew about this result, who knew if they would come back to life and fight Wang Ting to the death? Now, I have all kinds of offensive techniques. Wang Ting stroked his chin and pondered. In addition to the spatial attribute bubbles and air fragments that he had obtained from killing Marcus, it could be said that he had struck it rich this time. Almost all the offensive techniques of the various attributes were included. Wang Ting felt that he was walking further and further on the path of all-round development. This couldn't go on, he was becoming more and more heaven-defying. What if he was struck by lightning? Wang Ting looked at the sky and felt that this situation wasn't impossible. Geniuses were always envied by others. Maybe even the heavens couldn't stand it and wanted to strike him to death. The pressure was too great. Just as Wang Ting was letting his imagination run wild, a rumble suddenly came from afar. 2 balls of light, one black and one white, suddenly separated. Ha ha ha, Saintus, you've lost. A complacent and arrogant laughter suddenly sounded. It was Kiplin. In the sky, Ale was holding a scepter, but the light origin power on her body was flickering, and she seemed to be in a sorry state. Has she reached her limit? Wang Ting looked in that direction and narrowed his eyes. He thought that Ale had a high chance of winning, but he didn't expect Kiplin to be even stronger. It seemed that there was still a fight to be had. Lady Saintus, Great Sage Farah, Suaong, and the other holy knights all cried out in surprise. The surrounding Sacred Mountain warriors were also shocked, looking at Kiplin in disbelief. No one could have imagined that he could actually defeat the Saintus. The situation doesn't look good. Tantai Xian's eyes flickered as she said in a low voice. Zhu Yunxiao, Mu Zhigua, and the others all looked grave, their hearts tightening. Ivan and Valerica looked at each other and couldn't help but tighten their grip on their weapons, their faces fierce. It was obvious that if the situation reached the worst point, they could only choose to fight with their lives on the line. It seems that we should prepare to run, Tantai Xian suddenly said with a serious expression. Run, run? Everyone immediately turned to look at Tantai Xian, their faces full of shock and confusion. They even wondered if their ears had suddenly become a little dull, causing them to mishear her. What, is there a problem? Tantai Xian asked. Aren't we going to fight? Xianxia asked cautiously. Fight what? That Kiplin, even the saintess of the sacred mountain, is no match for him. He's so strong, I'm afraid he's already at the peak of perfection. All of us combined won't even be able to withstand a pinch of his finger, Tantai Xian said unhappily. Her words were a little exaggerated, but they were a fact. Even if they all joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Kiplin. Zhu Yunxiao and the others felt as if they were meeting Tantai Xian for the first time. They didn't expect the usually arrogant and conceited person to say such words. Then we, run? Zhu Yunxiao said with a strange expression. Run. Mu Zhigua, Chu Fei, and the others seemed to have made up their minds as they nodded. Everyone had seen the strength that Kiplin had displayed, and it wasn't something they could fight against. If they stayed here, wouldn't they be waiting for death? They weren't that stupid. Do you think Wang Ting can stop him? Zhu Yunxiao hadn't given up yet. He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly asked softly. Everyone was slightly taken aback, and they immediately looked at Wang Ting, who was not far away, with some curiosity. Although they didn't know Wang Ting's exact strength, he had defeated 6 holy knights on his own before, which was already beyond the reach of ordinary people. Could he fight Kipling? In the distance, Alai's face was pale. Although she tried her best to maintain the injuries in her body, a trace of blood could not help but seep out from the corner of her mouth. Saintess! Great Sage Ferret and the others cried out in alarm once more and wanted to step forward. Don't come over. Alai suddenly raised a hand and stopped everyone. Great Sage Ferret and the others couldn't help but stop and ask hesitantly, Lady Saintess, I'm fine. Alai shook her head and stared fixedly at Kiplin. I didn't expect you to have cultivated darkness origin power to such an extent. You've hidden it well. Heh, if that wasn't the case, how would I have dared to attack you, Lady Saintess? Kiplin's black hair draped over his shoulders, and his face was full of evil intent. He laughed lightly and said, Stop your pointless struggle. Darkness origin power has invaded your body. If you use light origin power again, you'll definitely suffer a backlash and damage your foundation. Just as he finished speaking, Alai, who was using light origin power to suppress the darkness origin power in her body, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face became even paler. If you don't believe me, you can keep trying. Kiplin's face was full of disdain. He brushed past Alai and walked toward Wang Ting's group in the distance. Wait until I've dealt with these troublesome outsiders, then I'll deal with the internal conflicts of our sacred mountain. Halt. Alai's expression changed slightly. She had exchanged blows with Kiplin and was well aware of his strength. If he were to attack Wang Ting's group at this moment, they might not be able to survive. Although she knew that Wang Ting's strength couldn't be underestimated, the current Kiplin was simply too powerful. Even she, who had used divine power, wasn't a match for him. How could Wang Ting be a match for Kiplin? But Kiplin acted as if he hadn't heard Alai's soft shout. He walked step by step toward Wang Ting's group, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. He couldn't wait any longer. Wang Ting had angered him many times, and if he didn't kill Wang Ting, the hatred in his heart wouldn't be appeased. On the other side, Tantai Xian's group also noticed Kiplin's goal, and their expressions changed greatly. It's over, it's over. He wants to kill us first. Chu Fei and Yan Bo were scared witless. They looked at Tantai Xian, waiting for her to give the order so that they could run away immediately. Can't the two of you grow up a little? It's just death at most, what are you afraid of? Although Zhu Yunxiao was also terrified, he couldn't help but grumble when he saw the two of them. Big sister, it's easy for you to say. He's a top expert. We can't even do anything in his hands, Chu Fei said angrily. They weren't cowards, but facing Kiplin was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was completely futile. At this moment, Wang Ting stood where he was, looking straight at Kiplin who was walking over. His expression didn't change in the slightest. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Kiplin stopped 100 meters away from Wang Ting and said calmly. Don't be too confident. You can't kill me. Wang Ting smiled faintly. I admit that you're a genius. You're so young, yet you possess such strength. It's really amazing. But you're not my match. Today, I'll kill you, the genius of Xia. If your martial arts leader isn't convinced, he can come find me. Kipling was extremely conceited. He didn't hide the cold killing intent in his voice at all. Wang Ting shook his head. He was about to say something. Wang Ting, hurry up and leave. I'll stop him. Alei's voice suddenly came from afar. She supported her injured body and flew over, wanting to help Wang Ting stop Kipling. Wang Ting looked at her in surprise. What was going on? She was already injured so badly, yet she still wanted to help him deal with Kipling. Could it be that this holy maiden had taken a liking to him? This thought popped up in Wang Ting's mind for no reason. In the end, even he was shocked. Wasn't he a little too narcissistic? This wasn't good, very bad. Alei didn't know what Wang Ting was thinking. She only felt a little guilty towards Wang Ting. If she hadn't invited Wang Ting here, none of this would have happened. If it hadn't been for her, Kipling wouldn't have targeted Wang Ting at every turn. She felt that all of this was caused by her, so she felt very apologetic in her heart. If Wang Ting died because of her, she wouldn't be able to get past the hurdle in her heart. That was why she had to help Wang Ting stop Kipling, even if it meant that she was seriously injured, and buy him time to escape. Holy maiden, move aside. I don't want to kill you for now. Kipling looked at Alei in front of him and said coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that she still had some use, he would have killed her long ago. For someone like him who had fallen into darkness, mercy had long since been thrown to the back of his mind. Alei didn't say a word. Light origin power exploded from her body and blasted towards Kipling. At the same time, she shouted towards Wang Ting behind her. Go. You're courting death. Kipling was furious. He slashed out with the demonic armament in his hand. A black sword beam pierced through the light and charged towards Alei. In the sky. A black sword beam pierced through the air, arriving in an instant. And slashing toward Alei. Kipling attacked furiously, not holding back at all. Anyone who dared to stop him from killing Wang Ting deserved to die. Although Alei was somewhat useful to him, she was not unkillable. Since she attacked for Wang Ting, then she would die with him. Perhaps no one would have thought that Kipling's hatred for Wang Ting was countless times stronger than his hatred for Alei. Wang Ting could be considered a capable person to be able to anger him to this extent. Holy Lady! Great Sage Ferret and the others turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. A few holy knights turned into flowing lights and charged over, wanting to save Alei. However, they were too far away and could not make it in time. Seeing that Alei was about to be killed by the sword, Ferret and the other holy knights were so furious that their eyes were about to split open. Kaboom, the black sword beam slashed down in the end with a loud bang, and the terrifying sword beam engulfed Alei. No. Countless holy mountain martial artists let out sorrowful cries, as if their faith had collapsed and they could not control themselves. Kipling. Great Sage Ferret roared furiously, his face full of grief and indignation. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Kipling. Humph. Kipling was not to be outdone. He snorted and said, anyone who dares to stop me will die. Holy Lady is no exception. You devil. Great Sage Ferret said hatefully. I'm a devil? Kipling seemed to have heard something extremely laughable and suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you're right. I am a devil. There was once an archangel who threw himself into the darkness and fell into the netherworld. Why can't I, Kipling, do the same today? You, Great Sage Ferret was speechless, his face full of disbelief. Kipling was actually comparing himself to that forbidden existence. Just how arrogant and deranged was this? How dare he? Hey, she's not dead yet. What are you all howling for? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. The atmosphere of grief and indignation suddenly froze. Then, a strange silence ensued. Great Sage Ferret and the others stiffly turned their necks and looked towards the source of the voice. They immediately saw Wang Ting and Alei in his arms. The saintess wasn't dead. Ferret and the others were both surprised and delighted. It's good that he's not dead, it's good that he's not dead. Wait, where is this kid's hand? After the pleasant surprise, Great Sage Ferret immediately noticed a detail, and his face instantly darkened. Their incomparably holy saintess was actually being held in that brat's arms. At this moment, Wang Ting was no longer Your Excellency in his heart, but that kid. In Great Sage Ferret's heart, Wang Ting was like a bad boy who had abducted his beloved daughter. Now, he wished he could chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Speaking of which, shouldn't the holy mountain keep a watchdog? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Great Sage Ferret's mind, and he was frantically dissing Wang Ting. Kipling's face was also terrifyingly gloomy. Looking at the calm Wang Ting, his heart was boiling with rage. He didn't know why, but as long as he saw that face, he couldn't help but get angry. Wang Ting ignored his murderous gaze and let go of Ale, saying, "Don't show off if you can't do it." Ale had just come out of Wang Ting's arms, and her face couldn't help but blush, but after hearing his words, a hint of anger flashed through her eyes. This guy was simply hopeless. At this moment, Great Sage Ferret, Suaong, and the others rushed over and surrounded her, their expressions full of concern and worry. "Saintess, are you all right?" Great Sage Ferret asked. "I'm fine." Ale shook her head. "If you want to chat, then move aside a little so that you won't be accidentally hurt when we fight later," Wang Ting said. Great Sage Ferret and the others were instantly speechless. They were actually being underestimated. "This guy, Wang Ting, let Suaong and the others help you." Ale opened her mouth, but she was interrupted before she could finish. "No need, they can't help much and will even get in the way," Wang Ting said. Suaong, Sharjah, and the others glared angrily at Wang Ting. Was this something a human would say? As holy knights, their strength might not be the best, but they were at least at the top of the world. This was especially true for the few of them who were ranked at the top of the holy knights and were even more powerful. Now, they were actually being looked down upon by Wang Ting. Just thinking about it was infuriating. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Kipling possesses darkness origin power, and it's difficult for ordinary origin powers to harm him. Suaong and the others are holy knights of the sacred mountain and have some means to deal with darkness origin power. You'll only have a chance of victory if you attack together, Ale said patiently. Up to you. If you're not afraid of them being beaten to death, just let them attack, Wang Ting said indifferently. The holy knights were once again speechless. This guy's words were too infuriating. He had cursed them to be beaten to death before the battle had even begun. How could there be such a derogatory person? The corner of Ale's mouth twitched. She took a deep breath and quickly said to Suaong and the others, "Assist Wang Ting and capture Kipling. If necessary, kill him directly." "Are you done chatting?" Kipling's voice came from afar. It was neither fast nor slow. "If you're done, then come and die." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of black light and pounced towards the group. Right now, there were only 4 holy knights left. They were Taurus Palace's Arudis, Aries Palace's Suaong, Virgo Palace's Sharjah, and Libra Palace's Mulong. They instantly turned into 4 rays of golden light and charged towards Kipling. Boom boom boom, in the sky, 4 rays of golden light and 1 ray of black light clashed madly and let out a roar. A terrifying force swept in all directions. Libra Palace's Mulong's origin power surged and he turned into an azure dragon. He soared into the sky and roared, swinging his dragon body and attacking horizontally. Aries Palace's Suaong had a serious expression. He opened his hands wide and traces of spatial fluctuations appeared behind him. All of a sudden, countless huge rocks rushed over from afar and gathered above his head. They spun like meteors and contained a terrifying impact force, turning the surroundings into a terrifying area of death. "Go!" Suaong shouted and fiercely threw them at Kipling. Instantly, the huge rocks smashed down like meteors and bombarded Kipling. On the other side, Virgo Palace's Sharjah sat cross-legged in the air and raised a palm. A terrifying scene appeared behind him, a huge illusory image of a Buddha condensed. That huge illusory image of a Buddha also raised a palm. There seemed to be a world above the palm. Layers of space were constructed and extended on the palm. It was vast and vast, as if it had merged with the outside world. The difference between inside and outside space was meaningless. A world in a grain of sand, a Buddha kingdom in a palm, this was Sharjah's ultimate skill, Buddha kingdom in a palm. The merciful Buddha formed a seal with one hand and a palm with the other. It descended from the sky and suppressed all evil and evil thoughts. Boom. Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Kipling raised his head and looked at the giant palm that was gently slapping down. His eyes flashed. I know all of your methods. The saintess didn't let you attack before because she was afraid of being targeted by me. But now you have no choice but to attack. Unfortunately, it's all in vain. Kipling held the demonic weapon and said indifferently. Suaong, Xianxia, and the others heard this and couldn't help but have a bad premonition. As the great sage of the temple, Kipling was second only to one person and above tens of thousands. He was the most familiar with the various inheritances of the temple. The methods of the paladins were transparent in front of him. But at this point, it was useless to say anything else. The arrow had already been knocked and had to be released. Rumble, above the giant palm, layers of space folded, as if forming a world of its own. It enveloped Kipling. The demonic weapon in Kipling's hand suddenly pierced out. Intense and dense black light flickered on it, swallowing and spitting out sword light that crossed the sky. Although the sword light was as black as ink, the black light it emitted was dazzling, illuminating the entire sky. The battle sword carried an endless dark sword intent. Sword Chi whistled, and the sound was extremely sharp. It ruthlessly pierced towards the giant palm in the sky. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The world formed by the giant palm trembled violently, and cracks appeared. Then, as if it contained an unbearable and terrifying power, it exploded. Pooh, the Buddhist kingdom in a palm was destroyed in one strike. Xianxia felt as if he was struck by lightning. His entire body shook, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying by the huge force. His face was as pale as paper, and one of his palms was bleeding. He was trembling violently, but he couldn't even lift it. What a pity! Wang Ting shook his head regretfully. He had a strange look in his eyes. He didn't expect to see something similar to Buddhism in a foreign country. However, after thinking about it, he didn't think too much of it. Buddhist methods weren't unique to the Xia kingdom. Even the Buddhism of the Xia kingdom was passed down from the Inca kingdom. Who knew if this paladin had received some inheritance from the Inca kingdom? However, the Buddhist kingdom in a palm seemed to be a technique that contained the principles of space. It seemed that the paladin named Xianxia was also a warrior with innate spatial talent. The sacred mountain was truly a place filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Just the spatial talent alone had 2 cultivators. It was truly incredible. However, their methods seemed to be focused on the use of combat skills, and their degree of development and mastery of spatial ability did not seem to be high. At the very least, Wang Ting did not see any of them using spatial techniques. On the other hand, although he hadn't mastered many spatial combat skills, he had developed quite a bit of spatial ability and was able to freely cross short distances. He didn't know that this method of crossing space wasn't that simple. Although Xianxia and Marcus could use it, the risk was huge. If they weren't careful, they would be cut into strips by space. Therefore, they didn't dare to use it unless they were absolutely sure. Especially during battle, if he was disturbed by others, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, this was the benefit of having a strong innate talent. Wang Ting's talent in space was extremely strong, and his comprehension ability had reached the terrifying Emperor realm. He could even comprehend and master a space skill that was extremely difficult to execute. Of course, Xianxia, Marcus, and the others' talents were also very high. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to grasp spatial combat skills. But compared to Wang Ting, they were still a bit lacking. Roar! At this moment, Libra Constellation's Mu Long transformed into a huge azure dragon that descended from the sky. With a roar, it fiercely crashed into Kipling. Suaong controlled countless boulders to fall, and with a whistling sound, they fell at high speed. Arudis transformed into a huge barbaric bull and charged forward. He felt guilty and thought that all of this was because of him, so he had the determination to die. He stimulated all of his potential and swore to fight to the death, Kipling sneered. With a sword in his right hand and a palm in his left hand, the demonic weapon released a monstrous sword intent. Rays of sword light soared into the sky, and all of the meteorite-like boulders exploded in midair. They couldn't even get close to him. The azure dragon let out a mournful cry as it was beheaded by a black sword light. With a roar of unwillingness, its huge body turned into light spots and dissipated. Mulong's muscular body appeared. His body was covered in sword wounds, and he looked very miserable. At this moment, Arudis took the opportunity to break through the sword chi blockade. The barbaric bull charged forward, and its huge body carried an indomitable aura as it charged forward. Roar! The barbaric bull let out a beast-like roar. Its pair of golden horns were extremely sharp as it charged forward. "You're courting death." Kiplin's face turned cold. He suddenly took a step forward. His left hand flickered with dense black light as he slapped the barbaric bull's head. "No!" Suaong and the others shouted in horror. They wanted to help, but it was too late. Dong, the palm that was filled with black light ruthlessly imprinted on the barbaric bull's head. It let out a dull sound as if it had hit a large bell. The next moment, the huge golden barbaric bull's body froze on the spot. Cracks appeared on its body. Bang! With a loud bang, the golden barbaric bull's body exploded, revealing Arudis' body. He maintained his punching posture, but his body was still on the spot. He didn't move at all. His face kept flashing with black light. It was obvious that the darkness origin power had invaded his body. Suddenly, a trace of blood flowed out from his forehead and eyes. Then, blood flowed out from all of his orifices. The aura on his body quickly dissipated. Suaong and Mulong let out angry roars. Sharjah's pupils contracted, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. "Arudis." In the distance, Alay and Great Sage Ferret looked sad and couldn't help but sigh. Another one of the 12 holy knights had died. "He's dead." Wang Ting was a little surprised. He didn't expect Arudis to be so unyielding. He actually fought with his life. It was really beyond his expectations. "It's your turn." Kiplin suddenly turned his head. His eyes flashed coldly as he slashed out with his sword. The black sword light slashed down from the sky and went straight for Wang Ting's head. Boom! Wang Ting's expression didn't change. He punched out, and a powerful force swept out. The black sword light instantly shattered. Then, he took a step and disappeared. He appeared in front of Kiplin like a ghost and punched out again. So fast. Kiplin's pupils contracted, and his heart trembled slightly. Wang Ting's constitution was really terrifying? Such a prodigy couldn't be allowed to live. The killing intent in his heart boiled. Facing Wang Ting's fist, he struck out with his palm and collided with it. Boom! A fist and a palm collided, and a violent explosion sounded. The invisible shockwave blew their hair and clothes, making them crackle. Kiplin's expression changed slightly. He felt a terrifying force sweeping over from the opposite side. Immediately, his arms shook violently, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back before he stopped abruptly. Wang Ting also couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Narrowing his eyes, he stomped his foot and charged out. Again. With a loud shout, he waved his fists and smashed them at Kiplin like a storm. Kipling thought that victory was assured and that killing Wang Ting would be easy, but in the end, Wang Ting's strength exceeded his expectations. After the real fight, he realized that Wang Ting's strength was extremely strong. He wasn't an ordinary 11-star inferior warlord at all. He was actually on par with him. It was unbelievable. Kipling's heart trembled as he faced Wang Ting head-on. Wielding the demonic weapon, he slashed out streaks of black sword auras. Wang Ting punched out with both fists and met the demonic weapon head-on. He clashed with it purely with his physical body. Clang! 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 The two collided, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Wang Ting's fists smashed out like a storm, forcing Kipling to retreat. In the distance, Suaong, Sharjah, and the others were shocked when they saw the scene. Their hearts were in turmoil. That Wang Ting was so strong that he could even suppress Kipling. Alay's gaze flickered. Surprise flashed past her eyes. She had fought with Kipling and lost. She knew how powerful he was, but now, Wang Ting was fighting with him with ease. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. This situation made her both surprised and happy, surprised because Wang Ting's strength was beyond her expectations. Happy because Wang Ting's strength meant that the sacred mountain could be protected and wouldn't fall into Kipling's hands. But the result was still unclear, and it was still too early to say. She only hoped that Wang Ting could last until the end and defeat Kipling. Saintess, His Excellency Wang Ting has such strength. It seems that we still have a chance of winning. Great Sage Ferret's eyes flashed with surprise, and he hurriedly said in a low voice. From his mouth, Wang Ting had once again changed from that kid to Your Excellency. Mimale nodded and didn't say anything else. Great Sage Ferret didn't say anything else either. His gaze was fixed forward, filled with endless hope. On the other side, Tantai Xian and the others were also shocked. They really did not expect that Wang Ting's strength had already reached such a level. During the chaos in the East Sea, Wang Ting had only relied on his ultimate move to repel the giant storm ape. But now, he was actually able to directly fight against Kipling, who was a 13-star upper warlord, without showing any signs of being defeated. How long has it been? Wang Ting had actually become so much stronger. How did he do it? Your Excellency Tantai Xian, he. Nearby, Ivan's face was filled with shock, and he was at a loss for words. Don't ask me. I don't know. Tantai Xian smiled bitterly. Valeria, on the other hand, was carefree and didn't care about the reason at all. She chuckled and said, as expected of the man I like. Everyone was speechless. This silly girl, I'm afraid you'll never be able to get that guy. The surroundings were in an uproar. Everyone's gaze was focused on Wang Ting and Kipling. At this moment, the two of them charged into the sky, turning into two rays of light, one green and one black. Their origin power was vast and mighty, colliding continuously with each other, causing violent explosions. Wang Ting moved horizontally in the sky, activating his ancient god body. His iron fists were filled with 5 elemental fist intent, exploding with even more power as he threw out punch after punch. Kipling's face was ashen. He kept retreating, feeling incomparably sullen. He was clearly much stronger than Wang Ting, but why was he being suppressed? He didn't even have a chance to fight back. What kind of monster was this kid? Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you retreating? Wang Ting roared. His entire body was surrounded by green flames. The origin power in his body crazily surged, endlessly unleashing powerful attacks. At this moment, he was like a mad demon, incomparably powerful. Arrogant! Kipling roared angrily. The darkness origin power in his body rushed out, turning into a blinding black light. The demonic weapon clanged, and the sound of wailing resounded through the heavens and earth, confusing people's minds and exceptionally evil. Clang, a resplendent black sword light soared into the sky. A terrifying sword intent containing endless darkness brewed, seemingly swallowing all the light in the surroundings. Kipling retreated rapidly, slashing out with his sword. The black sword light crossed the sky and slashed towards Wang Ting. Try taking one of my attacks too. Wang Ting's gaze focused. The divine weapon MOK appeared in his hand. Green flames spread out, instantly covering half the sky. Big Dipper Flaming Blade, 90% Flaming Blade intent, rumble, in an instant, all the green flames condensed into an incomparable giant blade. It slashed through the void, even cutting the clouds in the sky in half. Amidst the rumbling, the flaming blade light collided with the black sword light, boom boom boom, the origin power exploded, and a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions, shaking the heavens. Everyone was shocked. Some people who were slightly closer were shaken to the point that blood flowed out of their ears. They were terrified and hurriedly retreated hundreds of meters before stopping with lingering fear. Too terrifying. Someone was terrified. That Wang Ting can actually fight Great Sage Kipling to a standstill. Could it be that his strength is higher than the Saintess? Someone found it inconceivable. The scene was chaotic and seething. In the sky, the two's attacks gradually dissipated. Kipling's expression was unsightly as he looked at the unharmed Wang Ting opposite him. A sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Wang Ting stepped on the void and stepped forward, MOK in his hand pointing diagonally to the ground. Kipling glanced at the weapon that resembled both a sword and a blade. His eyebrows rose, and he glanced at his demonic weapon without leaving a trace. He saw the demonic weapon tremble slightly. This was the result of the collision, and it wouldn't stop for a while. This weapon, don't stop. Come again, old man. Wang Ting's tone was indifferent. He stomped on the ground, charged out, and slashed down with his blade. Clang, Kipling hurriedly raised his sword to block and once again clashed with Wang Ting. Boom boom boom, Wang Ting continued to explode. Terrifying blade lights slashed down madly. 5 elemental saber intent and 5 elemental sword intent appeared one after another, slashing down as if they were free. For a moment, multicolored blade lights and sword lights crisscrossed the void, dazzling everyone who saw it. Everyone was stunned. This is too inhuman. In the distance, Zhu Yunxiao couldn't help but mutter to himself. There was only shock in his heart. The eyes of Chu Fei, Mu Zhigua, and the others flashed rapidly. It was obvious that they were also greatly shocked. This madman. Kipling almost broke his teeth from clenching them. He kept retreating, and the hand holding the sword couldn't help but tremble slightly. Even if he was extremely powerful, facing a freak like Wang Ting, with his strong physical body and terrifying strength, he couldn't take being slashed hundreds of meters like this. At this moment, he inexplicably regretted it. Motherf asterisk Kerr, if he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have provoked this kid. This was a freaking monster. This won't do. If this continues, even if I don't lose, I won't have any chance of winning. Kipling clenched his teeth, a trace of madness flashing through his eyes. Suddenly, he grabbed the blade of the demonic weapon in his hand and slashed it fiercely. Pissed, a large amount of blood sprayed out from his palm and landed on the demonic weapon. The bright red blood was like red-hot molten iron that poured over the demonic weapon's body. Inch by inch, it cut through the complicated runes on the surface and seeped in. Not good. Alei's expression changed slightly, and she shouted, "Stop him quickly. He wants to completely open the seal on the demonic weapon and release the dark power within." Hearing this, Wang Ting's eyes instantly focused. Too late. Kipling laughed savagely. The evil look on his face became even more apparent. His eyes faintly glowed red, flashing with a trace of evil that didn't belong to him. Perhaps he didn't even notice this trace of abnormality. To be able to force me to this point, you're quite impressive. He looked at Wang Ting, the killing intent in his eyes almost tangible. I didn't force you. You forced yourself, idiot. Wang Ting sneered. Slap. Blue veins popped out uncontrollably on Kipling's forehead. Little bastard, don't be smug. You think I can't kill you just because you've forced me to this point, Kipling said coldly. As his voice fell, the demonic weapon in his hand shone brightly with black light and let out violent vibrations. Clang. Clang, the sound of metal clanging could be heard. The black light on the demonic weapon wriggled like mist and entered Kipling's body, causing the black patterns on the surface of his body to become even more complex and deep, filled with evil intent. Ah! Kipling roared wildly at the sky, his voice rolling. His black hair danced wildly, making him look like a demon but not a human. Die! He roared and completely activated his darkness origin power, condensing it into a sword of darkness that soared into the sky. The image of a terrifying giant beast appeared, its scarlet evil eyes looking down at Wang Ting. Wang Ting's expression was calm, but his eyes flashed. He suddenly raised Demon Fault high in his hand, mobilizing all of his origin power and aura to the limit and madly gathering it. Boom, countless sword intents, blade intents, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all of the concepts that could be mobilized gathered in one place and revolved around his body, forming a terrifying storm. Clang clang clang, that storm spun at high speed, and more blade and sword intents converged within, causing it to expand continuously. Not long after, a giant storm formed from blade and sword intents was completely formed, howling in the sky, connecting the earth below and the sky above. It was incomparably majestic. And Wang Ting's figure had long since disappeared within the storm. All of the surrounding martial practitioners were incomparably shocked when they saw this scene, and a trace of fear involuntarily appeared in their hearts. Was such a method really produced by a human? They were shocked, and suddenly felt the weapons in their hands tremble madly, continuously letting out clanging sounds, as if they wanted to leave their hands and converge into that storm of blades and swords. What's this? Alei and Great Sage Ferret were both shocked. Kiplin's eyebrows were also twitching, feeling an extremely great threat. But at this point, no one could retreat. Deceiving me. He snorted coldly, and his entire body shone with black light, brewing the sword light to the limit. This was the strongest attack he could unleash after merging with the demonic weapon. Slash. A black sword light that pierced through heaven and earth slashed down fiercely. Go. At this moment, a cold shout came from within the storm of blades and swords. That storm of blades and swords instantly swept forward, directly colliding with that shocking black sword light. Boom boom boom, violent explosions rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. The black sword light collided with the storm of blades and swords. Countless blade and sword intents wreaked havoc within, slashing at the black sword light, leaving behind marks. The stalemate between the two lasted for several breaths. Rumble, suddenly, a loud sound rang out, and the storm of blades and swords exploded, as did the black sword light. The two merged and repelled each other, forming a peerlessly terrifying origin power impact. Kiplin was the first to bear the brunt of it, and his entire body was sent flying like a broken sack. Blood spurted wildly, and his face was filled with disbelief. Boom. Boom, boom. Terrifying explosions spread throughout the sky. Sword and saber intents wreaked havoc, as if the sky had been cut into pieces. The clouds in the sky shattered into countless pieces, like a piece of cotton candy that had been ravaged by a naughty child. Boom, Kipling crashed into the ground, his body covered in wounds. He spat out blood, looking extremely miserable. In the sky, Wang Ting was only pushed back a dozen meters by the aftershocks before stopping. Great Sage Kipling, lost. Whoosh, everyone was in an uproar, unable to believe this result. Lady Saintess, we won? Great Sage Ferret asked in disbelief. Alay took a deep breath and muttered to herself, as expected of the person foretold by the temple. The person foretold by the temple. Great Sage Ferret seemed to have heard something even more inconceivable. His eyes widened in shock. He looked at Wang Ting in the distance, a different kind of feeling appearing in his eyes. There seemed to be some reverence, however, even if this so-called temple foretelling was not mentioned, just the strength that Wang Ting had displayed was enough to make him revere. Great Sage Ferret let out a long sigh and did not ask any more questions. There were too many eyes at the moment, and it was clearly not the time to discuss this matter. On the other side, Suaong, Sharjah, and Mu Long, the three remaining holy knights, were shocked, and their hearts were bitter. This Wang Ting was much stronger than them. There was no comparison at all. Previously, they were still unconvinced, thinking that the Saintess had made a mistake and placed too much importance on Wang Ting. Now, it seemed that the Saintess was clearly wiser than them. She had probably already seen through this Wang Ting's extraordinariness. If they knew that their Saintess was also shocked, what kind of expression would they have? The human brain was indeed a very mysterious thing. In the distance, Zhu Yunxiao and the others looked at each other, feeling that this was extremely unreal. Was this powerful martial artist who had defeated the great sage of the sacred mountain really the joking Wang Ting that they knew? The contrast between before and after was simply too great. Your Excellency Dan Taixian, I have to congratulate you. Now that we're in troubled times, Xia country has gained another powerful expert who stands at the top of the world. His strength alone is enough to suppress more than half of the country. Ivan said with a complicated expression. There was no lack of envy in her tone. They were truly envious. No one knew better than them what a powerful person of the present era meant to a country. The strong were the cornerstones of a country's stability. Tan Taixian looked at Wang Ting in the distance with a complicated expression. She was also a prodigy, so her cultivation speed was much faster than most cultivators. She had even received the attention of the three marshals and was being groomed as the next marshal. In the end, he was overtaken by Wang Ting, a latecomer. However, she had watched Wang Ting grow up. She felt comforted when she saw her son growing up. A perfect smile appeared at the edge of her lips uncontrollably. Although she was very proud, Tan Taixian still waved her hand carelessly and said, "He's still early. There's still room for improvement, room for improvement." Ivan felt as if an arrow had pierced his chest. He was extremely depressed. What do you mean by room for improvement? How high do you want him to go? With this kind of strength, No one in the world would be a match for Wang Ting if he continued to improve. The problem was, Tan Tai Xian's words were not wrong. Wang Ting was still very young, and youth meant countless opportunities and possibilities. Who knew if Wang Ting would be able to improve to an unimaginable level in the next few decades? Perhaps he could break free from the shackles of all martial artists and peek into a higher realm. This thought suddenly appeared in Ivan's mind, and even he was shocked. If he could really do it, then he would be a pioneer of all martial artists on Earth Star, just like those people who had entered the other world and set the world on the path of martial arts. Ivan did not dare to think about it any further. However, he was sure of one thing. When he returned, he would definitely report this matter to his superiors. Xianxia could only be a friend, not an enemy. He was very glad that they stood on Xianxia's side this time. Even when they were surrounded by martial artists from the Holy Mountain, they did not retreat. This was a huge favor. Cough cough. Kipling crawled up from the ground, coughing up blood. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were red. He was extremely deranged. I've planned and endured for so many years. Why is this the result? Why? Impossible, how can I lose to a little bastard like you? Kipling roared. He no longer had his previous conceit and indifference. He was in a daze, as if he had gone mad. He could not accept this result. Little bastard? Wang Ting's face darkened. This piece of trash dared to call him a little bastard. He did not even know how many pure dark apparitions he had killed. Where did this old fellow who had borrowed the power of darkness get the courage to scold him? Wang Ting was furious. He was about to rush down and teach him a lesson. Just then, something strange happened. The eyes of the giant dark beast above Kipling's head suddenly flashed red. It let out an extremely ferocious roar. Then, it entered Kipling's body while everyone was unprepared. Kipling's entire body shook. He let out a pained roar toward the sky. 2 scarlet rays of light shot out from his eyes. They were exactly the same as the giant beast from before. Clang, the demonic weapon in his hand let out a clang. It was sharp and piercing, and it pierced straight into the brain. Many people could not help but cover their heads. At the same time, wisps of dark origin power surged out of Kipling's body like waves, sweeping out in all directions. Some people could not dodge in time and were sucked in by this dark origin power. They immediately let out miserable screams as their entire bodies changed. Countless black veins crawled all over their bodies like little snakes. Their hands, feet, faces. It could be seen that all exposed areas were covered. Dodge quickly. In the sky, Ale saw this scene. Her expression changed greatly, and she hurriedly let out a soft shout. Everyone quickly leaped backward. At the same time, they continuously activated their origin power to resist the invasion of the black origin power. Wang Ting saw the sudden change. His eyes flashed rapidly as he looked down at Kipling, who had completely lost himself. Keek keek, a ferocious laugh came out of Kipling's mouth. He raised his slightly lowered head. A pair of scarlet eyes met Wang Ting's. I must thank you. A hoarse voice slowly traveled out. Don't just thank me with words. If you don't want to express your gratitude, why don't you give me that weapon in your hand? Wang Ting said. The blackened Kipling instantly fell into silence. Can't I? You really don't want to thank me. Hypocrite, Wang Ting said disdainfully. The blackened Kipling, everyone was in a daze. They felt that the atmosphere around them had suddenly become strange. Their gazes all gathered on Wang Ting. How did this guy grow so big? Would he really not be beaten to death if he sought death like this? Keek keek. After a moment of silence, the blackened Kipling let out another burst of eerie laughter. Stop laughing, it's awful. Wang Ting said. The blackened Kipling seemed to choke again. His laughter stopped abruptly, and a voice that sounded exasperated came out of his mouth. Brat, you want to die? I don't want to. Wang Ting said. The blackened Kipling took a deep breath and said. No wonder this guy wants to kill you so much. Now I want to too. Boom, terrifying darkness origin power erupted from his body. It seemed to be even denser and more powerful than Kipling's. His body also underwent a drastic change. His body swelled, bursting out of his long robe. A pair of sharp horns tore through the flesh on his forehead and grew wildly. 2 clumps of black flame suddenly emerged from the horns and began to burn. A scorching heat spread through the air. Wang Ting's expression turned serious. He felt the green jade glass flame in his body become restless. Eh? He suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise in his heart. Because when the other party transformed, several attribute bubbles fell out. Dark fire *10, dark fire *8, dark fire *6, dark fire. Wang Ting's heart stirred. He instantly felt another small ball of black flame appear in his body. This ball of flame was only the size of a fingernail. It shrank beside the green jade glass flame like a little chick facing a giant rock, weak, pitiful, and helpless. Wang Ting's expression became a little strange. He suddenly obtained a type of flame, and an extraordinary one at that, but there was only a small amount of it. He didn't know whether he should be happy or not. In a short moment, the other party's appearance had changed greatly. He looked like a human, but not a human. He looked a little like a goat-horned demon among the dark apparitions. Wang Ting's gaze was strange. Was this guy a shape-shifting monster? It was bad enough that he transformed once, but now he transformed again. He had at least become young before, but this time he transformed into a monster. Keek keek, he kept laughing savagely, as if he was extremely proud and excited. Then his laughter grew louder and louder, echoing in the sky. I'm finally free. Isn't it too early for you to be happy now? You've already been surrounded. Can you escape? Wang Ting said with a strange expression. Surround me? The blackened Kipling laughed. With just the likes of you? No, just me. I'll surround you, Wang Ting said. The blackened Kipling was momentarily stunned. He immediately reacted. One person to surround him? Damn, he had been played by Wang Ting. The blackened Kipling was furious, and his darkness origin power surged. At this moment, Alay arrived beside Wang Ting and stared at the blackened Kipling on the ground with a grave expression. She said in a deep voice, "This is the dark soul sealed within the demonic weapon." A powerful high-level dark apparition was once sealed within after being killed by an expert of the sacred mountain. I never thought that Kipling would release it this time. How strong is a high-level dark apparition? Wang Ting asked. According to the records of the sacred mountain, it should be a demonic monarch-level existence. Because its soul is powerful, it can't be killed immediately, so it can only be destroyed by the light origin power over a long period of time, Alay said. Demonic monarch level. Wang Ting's expression was calm, but he sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. During the Battle of Star Maple City in the other world, the Black Nightmare Devil Monarch had descended. That terrifying scene was still vivid in his mind. So many experts were not enough to kill the Black Nightmare Devil Monarch alone. In the end, they had to expend a tremendous amount of effort to defeat the Black Nightmare Devil Monarch, but they were still unable to kill him. Later, he had even escaped back to the Dark World, and even Wang Ting had been tricked. If it weren't for his methods, he would have died in the Dark World and never returned. It wasn't that he was conceited, but in that situation, anyone else would have ended up dead. He shouldn't have much strength left now, right? Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he asked. After being destroyed by the light origin power over these years, he probably doesn't even have a tenth of his strength left. However, he's probably still much stronger than a 13-star upper warlord, Alay said with a serious expression. This little girl is right. Even if I'm not as strong as I used to be, it's enough to get rid of you. The blackened Kipling slowly rose into the air and looked at Wang Ting and Alay with ridicule. Right, remember this demonic monarch's name, Qi Yan. We're actually not that interested in your name, Wang Ting couldn't help but remind him. He realized that this guy seemed to be quite narcissistic. Demonic monarch Qi Yan, after a moment of silence, he said fiercely, "Brat, you're really tired of living. I hope you can still be so sharp-tongued after I wring your neck." Wang Ting took a deep breath and took a step back. He patted his chest and said, "I'm really scared." Veins popped out on demonic monarch Qi Yan's forehead, and the black flames on his 2 horns jumped uncontrollably. Alay was speechless as well. She never knew that Wang Ting was such a weirdo, especially when facing a demonic monarch. Even she felt scared, but Wang Ting still had the mind to talk back to him. She really didn't know what was going on in this guy's head. Today, in order to celebrate this demonic monarch's escape, everyone here will die. The Qi Yan demon monarch decided to ignore Wang Ting. He suddenly soared into the sky, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. It was as if a black cloud was pressing down from the sky. His evil voice reverberated in the air. "You're reading on novel full thanks." When everyone heard the voice and felt the terrifying aura, their expressions changed greatly. What happened? Why did great sage Kipling become so terrifying? Many people didn't know what was going on. They only saw demonic monarch Qi Yan escape in Kipling's transformation, but they didn't know demonic monarch Qi Yan's true identity. Demonic monarch. He just said he's the demonic monarch. He's not great sage Kipling, he's been possessed by the demonic monarch. Someone seemed to have realized something, and let out a horrified scream. Tantai Xian, Ivan, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They looked at demonic monarch Qi Yan in the sky in horror. They looked at each other, then rushed to Wang Ting and Ale, and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" "There's a demonic monarch sealed in that demonic weapon. Kipling released it, and now he's suffering the consequences of his own actions. He's been possessed," Wang Ting shrugged, and said simply. "Demonic monarch, it's really the demonic monarch." Tantai Xian's voice was extremely serious. "It can't be wrong. This kind of aura, other than that level of existence, no one else can have it. Even a 13-star general-level expert can't have this kind of aura," Ivan said. "There's nothing to be afraid of. This guy has been sealed for so many years, and he's already strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Don't be a coward, just do it," Wang Ting said. Everyone was speechless. They couldn't wait to rub him on the ground. Peak. The atmosphere froze in the face of Qi Yan's sudden burst of aura. However, Tantai Xian and the others were speechless. What did he mean by just fight? That was easy for him to say. Why don't you try fighting a demon lord? Everyone decided to ignore Wang Ting. This guy's brain was not wired like a normal person's. Everyone, we must join forces to stand a chance against demon lord Qi Yan. Ale took a deep breath and said. Saintess, your sacred mountain has suppressed demon lord Qi Yan for many years. There must be a way to restrain him, right? Tantai Xian asked with a glint in his eyes. That's right. The shrine enshrines the sacred flame. It's a flame of light that is used to restrain all things of darkness. Back then, our sacred mountain experts used the sacred flame to suppress demon lord Qi Yan's dark demonic flames and finally destroyed his physical body, Ale said. Sacred flame. Everyone looked excited when they heard that. They did not have much confidence against demon lord Qi Yan, but now that they heard there was a way to restrain him, they suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. They were not afraid of losing, but they were afraid of losing hope. Saintess, can you bring it here? Tantai Xian asked hurriedly. The sacred flame is extremely powerful. Generations of saintesses have not been able to control it. It can only be used through the shrine's array. So, I must return to the shrine, but... Ale hesitated. But what? Ivan asked anxiously. When I fought with Kipling Zhan just now, a lot of darkness origin power invaded my body. I had to use my light origin power to suppress it. If I want to activate the shrine's array, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. Ale looked bitter and helpless. This? Everyone's expression changed. This was too much of a scam. She had just given them hope, but in the end, it was immediately shattered. Can we not speak with such a big pause? Everyone looked at Ale with resentment. Ale's face was shocked, and she was a little at a loss. Even if her heart was as calm as water, in the face of such a critical moment, she still had to drop the chain. She felt a wave of guilt in her heart. I'll go with her to take a look. At this moment, Wang Ting spoke. By the way, Wang Ting is a runes array master. Moreover, his attainments in this field are extremely profound. Perhaps he might have a way. Tantai Xian's eyes lit up as he said. An array master. Everyone was shocked as they stared at Wang Ting. Their faces were full of disbelief. Such a young array master? Are you kidding me? You guys don't believe me. I don't know how this kid's brain works. He's learned so many different things, but his attainments are not low. It's amazing. Tantai Xian said helplessly. Seeing that she was so sure, everyone accepted this fact, but they were still shocked. Ivan, Valeria, Farah, and the others looked at Wang Ting as if they were looking at a monster. At this moment, Suaong and the other two paladins had also arrived. When they overheard the conversation, their hearts were filled with bitterness. Not only was this guy's martial prowess incomparably strong, but even a runemaster, a profession that required brains and talent, had reached an extremely profound level. Compared to him, they were nothing but trash. How did he do it? The three paladins could not understand how such a genius could exist in this world. But even if he's an array master, I'm afraid it's not enough. Our sacred mountain also has array masters, but they're helpless against the temple's array. They've tried countless times over the years, but the results are always the same. Unless one has light origin power, they can't activate the array at all. Farah poured cold water on everyone. Everyone fell silent again, inexplicably feeling that this was a trap. They did not expect the temple's array to have so many restrictions. To others, it was of little value. It could be seen but not used. What was there to fight? They might as well wait for death. Boom, at this moment, an explosion came from the sky. The few of them had only talked for a short while, and Demon Monarch Qi Yan naturally would not wait for them to finish. He had already completed the transformation and completely grasped this new body. Darkness origin power flowed in his body like raging waves, extremely majestic and vast. Demon Monarch Qi Yan clenched his fist, feeling the feeling of regaining power that he had lost, and could not help but laugh. Suddenly, a black flame emerged from his body. A black light flashed in his eyes, and the black flame suddenly expanded, instantly filling half of the sky. The rolling black flame swept past, covering the sky and the sun, making people despair. Die. Demon Monarch Qi Yan waved his hand, and the black flame turned into a rain of fire that fell to the ground. Ale and the others' expressions changed drastically, and they shouted, "Dodge, don't get contaminated by it." However, just as they finished speaking, the black flame had already fallen to the ground, like a wildfire, spreading in all directions. Some people were even more unfortunate. They were directly hit by the black flame, and instantly turned into flaming people, screaming in pain. Their screams were incomparably mournful. In an instant, those flaming people turned into ashes, and not even a residue was left. Suaong, Sharjah, Mulong, gather the martial practitioners of the sacred mountain and work together to resist the dark demonic flame. Remember, don't let it touch you, only use your origin power to resist. Ale immediately gave a serious order. Yes. The three paladins responded in unison. Then, they turned into 3 streams of light and rushed into the crowd. Copious amounts of origin power gushed out from their bodies, forming a protective shield that blocked the black flame outside. Don't panic, mobilize origin power to resist the dark demonic flame together, Suaong shouted. The sacred mountain's martial artists had calmed down after their initial panic. Although they were still terrified, under Suaong and the others' command, they quickly joined forces to resist the dark demonic flame. At the same time, the other experts in the temple were also on guard, ready to defend against Demon Monarch Qi Yan's attack at any time. For a moment, it was a stalemate. No matter what, I have to go to the temple and try, Ale said anxiously, knowing that they could not resist for long. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for the others to respond and sped towards the temple. Wang Ting did not say a word. He turned into a streak of light and followed closely behind. This. Great Sage Ferret saw this and was hesitant. The temple was the most important place on the sacred mountain. Normally, it would not allow people to enter easily. Even guests could only walk a limited area. But now that the temple's experts were all out, if Wang Ting were to barge in, wouldn't he see all of the temple's secrets? But thinking about the current situation, Great Sage Ferret could only feel helpless. Forget it, if we can't avoid this calamity, the temple will probably be destroyed in a day. The Saintess values him so much, I hope she didn't misjudge him. Great Sage Ferret sighed in his heart. Then, his gaze focused on Demon Monarch Qi Yan in the sky, his heart full of worry. This really is a calamity for the sacred mountain. Peak, Dark Fire *5, Dark Origin Power *300, Dark Fire *3, Wood Origin Power *520, Earth Origin Power *450, Dark Origin Power *680. Before Wang Ting left, he used his psychic power to pick up all the attribute bubbles scattered around him. He didn't calculate it carefully, but he felt that he had earned quite a bit from this. Especially the Dark Origin Power. When he defeated Kipling, a large amount of Dark Origin Power had burst out from his body. Now that Demon Monarch Qi Yan had appeared and possessed him, a lot of Dark Origin Power had leaked out, benefiting Wang Ting. Thinking about it, he had to thank Kipling. Without that old man, he wouldn't have obtained so much Dark Origin Power. What a good person, he could forget about the matter of him calling him a little bastard. Anyway, that old man had probably kicked the bucket. Of course, other than the Dark Origin Power, there were also many other types of Origin Power. They were all left behind by Demon Monarch Qi Yan's dark demonic flames. Wang Ting had made a fortune from the dead. Finally, there was the Dark Fire. As the dozens of points of Dark Fire attribute fused into his body, an inexplicable burning sensation surged towards his forehead. The small Dark Fire in Wang Ting's sea of consciousness flickered and seemed to have grown a little. Wang Ting felt something different now. It was very strange. Using attributes to turn into flames was extremely different from when he had obtained the green jade glass flame. He didn't think that he could obtain a worldly creation flame through this method. Without a doubt, this Dark Fire was indeed a worldly creation flame. After obtaining it, Wang Ting had already obtained the relevant information. This kind of flame was born in the world of darkness. It could only be born in a place where the Dark Origin Power was the densest and purest. However, it was only a probability. There were still many conditions that had to be met. For example, the dense and pure Dark Origin Power had to be maintained for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. Otherwise, if there was a break in the middle, all the previous efforts would be for naught. Just this restriction alone was enough to reduce the probability to an infinitely low. Demon Monarch Qi Yan was born in such a precious land of darkness, which was why there was the legend of him being born with the flames of darkness. Wang Ting was extremely curious about the holy fire of the temple. He did not know what kind of flame it was. If it was another heaven and earth creation fire, then he was going to make a killing this time. He followed Ale to the temple to use the holy fire to defeat Demon Lord Qi Yan. On the other hand, he wanted to see if there were any treasures in the temple. Even the 12 zodiac palaces had a large number of attribute bubbles to pick up. Surely, the temple of the gods would have them. Great Sage Ferret's concerns were actually very reasonable. Letting Wang Ting into the shrine was akin to letting a wolf into the house. Seeing Wang Ting and Ale rushing towards the shrine, Demon Monarch Qi Yan immediately understood their intentions. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he waved his hand. The black flames turned into 2 ferocious pythons and chased after the two. Roar, roar, the giant python let out a roar. Its appearance was vivid and lifelike, and it looked like a real python. At the same time, its body was burning with black flames, making it look even more majestic and insufferably arrogant. Be careful. Tantai Xian, Great Sage Ferret, and the others' expressions changed as they hurriedly shouted a warning. Ale's face was slightly pale. She was already heavily injured. If she forcefully used the light origin power, she would definitely suffer a backlash from the darkness origin power in her body. At that time, she wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Humph. At this moment, Wang Ting snorted coldly as he slashed out 2 flaming blade lights with MOK in his hand. Roar, the 2 giant pythons roared furiously, but they were instantly annihilated. The dark flames might have a miraculous effect on origin power attacks, but against the green jade glazed flame, which was also a heaven and earth creation fire, it had no advantage at all. In the distance, Demon Monarch Qi Yan's eyes flashed. Heaven and earth creation fire. Ha ha ha, back then, I couldn't find another heaven and earth creation fire for half my life. I didn't expect to see it on you right after I escaped today. The heavens are really helping me. Demon Monarch Qi Yan laughed loudly. He wasn't angry but delighted, and he didn't hide the greed and desire on his face. Wang Ting turned around and gave him the middle finger. Idiot, immediately after, he left with Ale. Tantai Xian, Great Sage Farah, and the others immediately rushed up and stood between the two sides to prevent Demon Monarch Qi Yan from attacking again. Hindrance. Demon Monarch Qi Yan's face darkened. He gathered the dark flames to form an attack and blasted it toward Tantai Xian and the others. Everyone's expression was solemn. They didn't dare to be careless in the face of a demon monarch. Each of them used their strongest moves and sent out origin power attacks. The other experts of the temple also joined in. All kinds of attacks surrounded Demon Monarch Qi Yan and attacked him crazily. Outside the temple, Wang Ting and Ale landed. Ale didn't stop and walked straight into the temple. Wang Ting hurriedly followed, but he sighed in his heart. He was supposed to come here as a guest, but because of a series of events, it ended up like this. Fortunately, he could still walk in with a swagger. I'm a firefighter now. Who dares to stop me? If the people of the temple didn't know what was good for them, he could just turn around and leave. Even if he couldn't defeat Demon Monarch Qi Yan, he could still escape with Tantai Xian and the others. The two entered the temple. In front of them was a very long corridor. The corridor was surrounded by white jade pillars that reached the ceiling. There were many carvings on the pillars. As for what the carvings were, Wang Ting didn't have the time to look at them. The two walked through the corridor and went inside. Wang Ting followed behind Ale. After several turns, they finally arrived at a large hall. In the center of the hall, at the innermost wall, there was a huge statue of a goddess standing there. The statue held a scepter in one hand and a shield in the other. The scepter was exactly the same as the one in Ale's hand. They looked like the same style, but the size was different. Below the statue of the goddess, on a stone platform, a white flame was burning quietly. Wang Ting's gaze was strange. He actually saw an illusory unicorn in the white flame. It was crawling in the flame as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. However, his gaze was attracted by the large number of attribute bubbles scattered around. A trace of ecstasy appeared in his heart. Really, so many, the entire hall was filled with attribute bubbles that emitted white light. They were of different sizes and floated around the statue of the goddess. It was a magnificent sight. Pick them up. Light Force *50, Light Force *45, Body of Light *8, Light Force *80, Body of Light *10, Light Force *90, Light Force *68. Wang Ting suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. With a sweep of his psychic power, he picked up all the attribute bubbles around him. However, he couldn't help but reveal a surprised look on his face. Body of Light, Light Force, Wang Ting couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. This was good stuff. A special constitution and a large number of force attributes. This was simply a gift from the heavens. Peak. Body of Light, 1320100000, Light Force, 3505000, 7-star. Wang Ting couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the attributes panel. 1320 points of Body of Light and a 7-star soldier-level Light Force. This was a one-step achievement. Wang Ting only wanted to come to the temple to take advantage of the situation. He thought that he would be lucky if he could get some benefits. He didn't expect the temple to give him such a huge surprise. In the past, Wang Ting had to work hard to raise his force level. This time, he raised it to the 7-star soldier level in one go. He was so touched that he almost cried. As expected of the temple. It was extraordinary. Wang Ting praised the temple in his heart. He wanted to praise it to the heavens. After sighing, Wang Ting's gaze landed on the white flame on the stone platform in the center of the hall again. He walked over confidently. Ale sat cross-legged under the statue of the goddess. She looked at Wang Ting and said, "I'm going to try to activate the array. Protect me." Wait. Wang Ting frowned. He looked at Ale's pale face and hesitated for a moment. Then, he walked forward. "What are you doing?" Ale was a little surprised. Then, she saw Wang Ting put his hand on her shoulder. She was very puzzled. She couldn't tell what Wang Ting was trying to do. The next moment, she felt the dark force in her body become restless. What's going on? Ale was shocked. She glared at Wang Ting. What did you do? The dark force that she tried so hard to suppress started to move uncontrollably under Wang Ting's hand. What was this guy trying to do? Was he related to the dark apparition? Ale was shocked and furious. She wanted to attack Wang Ting. Calm down. Wang Ting's voice was calm. He grabbed her raised left hand. Suddenly, a suction force surged out from his hand on Ale's shoulder. The dark force in Ale's body rushed towards Wang Ting's hand like a tidal wave. This is? Ale was even more shocked. She was even in disbelief. The dark force in her body was being sucked away. How was this possible? It should be known that even if she wanted to remove the dark force, it would take at least half a month. Now that it was in Wang Ting's hand, it was being sucked away immediately. Could it be that the darkness origin power was fake? Ale was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand what was going on. In a few short breaths, all the dark force in her body was sucked out by Wang Ting and gathered in his palm. Done. Wang Ting let go of her wrist. His expression was calm. He didn't explain anything. You. Ale wanted to ask something, but she didn't know how to start. Next time, remember to use your brain before you do anything. Don't treat my kindness as malice. Wang Ting said angrily. Oh. I'm sorry. Shame flashed in Ale's eyes. Then, she apologized seriously. If this scene was seen by people from the other holy mountains, they would probably be shocked. The saintess was reprimanded and apologized obediently. It was unimaginable. Wang Ting was also a little surprised. He didn't expect her to apologize so directly. He thought that with her identity, she wouldn't be able to put down her face. He didn't say anything else. Green flames appeared in his hand and burned the dark force into nothingness. It dissipated in the air. He couldn't absorb the dark force in front of Ale. Otherwise, he didn't know what she would think. Even so, Ale was still surprised. She looked deeply at Wang Ting before retracting her gaze. Time was of the essence, so the two didn't talk nonsense. The dark force in Ale's body had been removed, and she had recovered quite a bit. She took a deep breath, mobilized the light origin power in her body, and poured it into the ground below her. Rumble, Wang Ting stood to the side and felt the ground shake. Then, he saw rays of light light up and quickly cover the entire hall. A large runes array appeared, boom, with a loud sound, the dome of the hall suddenly split open, revealing the sky outside. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 The sound of explosions came from the distance, accompanied by faint screams. Apparently, the situation below wasn't optimistic. Ale's expression was solemn, and the light origin power in her body surged wildly. The large array on the ground grew brighter and brighter. At a certain moment, it suddenly turned into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Ale's figure also slowly rose into the air within this pillar of light. If one were to look at it from afar, they would find that a large light array had enveloped the sky above the temple, emitting dense light power. Within the array, many complicated runes flickered with light, resonating with each other from afar. It was extremely mystical. In the distance, Demon Monarch Qi Yan had obviously sensed the abnormality here, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. Damn it, it's that hateful power again. When the crowd saw this scene, they were shocked. Great Sage Ferret shouted, the saintess has already activated the array. Everyone, don't give up. Hold on for a while. Longer. Everyone was greatly motivated, and they resisted Demon Monarch Qi Yan's attacks with all their might. Demon Monarch Qi Yan laughed sinisterly. No one can save you. Everyone must die today. As soon as he finished speaking, the black flames on his body surged like waves, crashing toward the ground wave after wave. Ah! Screams rang out continuously. On the ground, a large number of martial artists were burned to ashes, unable to withstand a single blow from the black flames. The scene was incomparably tragic. Great Sage Ferret and the others had extremely ugly expressions as they shouted, "Stop him!" Hearing this, the temple experts around them ignored their injuries and attacked Demon Monarch Qi Yan with all kinds of attacks. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Disdain appeared on Demon Monarch Qi Yan's face. With a wave of his hand, the black flames turned into giant flame pythons that pounced toward the temple martial artists around him. A 12-star mid-level general-level martial artist wielded a saber and destroyed the flame pythons. Just as he was about to catch his breath, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. His pupils shrank as he looked up and saw that demon monarch Qi Yan was already in front of him. That giant palm suddenly grabbed at him. This general-level martial artist was shocked. His expression turned ruthless as he activated all of his force, which condensed into a dazzling saber light, and slashed out. He did not dare to be careless in front of demon monarch Qi Yan, so he used his strongest attack. The giant saber light landed directly on demon monarch Qi Yan's head. At the same time, he retreated rapidly without any hesitation. Boom, that terrifying saber light slashed down. However, demon monarch Qi Yan did not dodge. He raised his hand that was grabbing at the warrior and grabbed at the saber light. Boom, that terrifying saber light was directly shattered and exploded. Demon monarch Qi Yan's figure flashed and appeared in front of that martial artist. Under the martial artist's desperate gaze, he grabbed his head and twisted it gently. Crack, this martial artist's head immediately tilted at an irregular angle. A 12-star mid-level warlord died so easily. The eyes of Great Sage Ferret and the surrounding temple martial artists turned red. Their temple did not have many mid-level warlords, and the death of even one was a huge loss. And this time, they had already lost countless experts. Ha ha ha. Demon Lord Qi Yan laughed. His eyes glowed red as he rushed toward another temple martial artist. Not good, Isaac, run. Great Sage Ferret's expression changed as he quickly reminded him. The Deity Hall cultivator was aghast, his heart filled with fear. After seeing Demon Lord Qi Yan casually squashed that martial artist, they were already scared out of their wits. They could not muster up the courage to fight against Demon Lord Qi Yan. Without Great Sage Ferret's reminder, he immediately turned and ran. He was as fast as a mouse that saw a cat, however, it was futile. Halfway through, his body suddenly froze and he slowly lowered his head. He saw a hand coming out of his chest, and that hand was holding a living heart. The heart was beating slightly, and blood was dripping. My heart. That martial artist's face turned as pale as paper, and his eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. Boom. The next moment, Demon Lord Qi Yan crushed that heart, and blood splattered everywhere. Devil. You devil. Great Sage Ferret was trembling with anger, but there was also a trace of uncontrollable fear in the depths of his eyes. Demon Lord Qi Yan was too terrifying. In just a short moment, 2 temple martial artists had died. If this continued, there would not be enough for him to kill. This was simply a slaughter. Demon monarch Qi Yan didn't care about the title of Great Sage Ferret. After killing the 2 Divine Hall martial art practitioners, he had already opened a gap in the encirclement. He rushed out of the encirclement and rushed toward the Divine Hall at the top of the mountain. Great Sage Ferret and the rest did not expect his target to be the Saintess at the top of the mountain. Their expressions changed, but no one dared to stop him. By the time they reacted, Demon Lord Qi Yan had already arrived at the top of the mountain. Above the temple, Ale was sitting cross-legged in the array, trying her best to activate it. When she saw Demon Lord Qi Yan's arrival, her expression changed slightly. Die. When Demon Lord Qi Yan felt the power of light that was overflowing from the array, a look of disgust flashed across his face. Then, his eyes turned cold. Countless black flames surged out and swept towards Ale. At this moment, the white flames in the hall seemed to have sensed the impending danger and suddenly surged into the array. Rumble, the runes of the grand array shone brightly, and white flames spread out along the runes, instantly filling the entire grand array. Ale was protected in the middle by balls of white flames, looking even more holy and otherworldly. Boom, the white flames soared and collided with the black flames coming from the opposite side. The 2 sides were clearly separated, one black and one white. They corroded each other, splitting the sky into 2 halves. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Great! The Saintess has activated the array. The hearts of the people below could not help but fall back into their stomachs. Many people revealed ecstatic expressions as they looked towards the top of the mountain. Tantai Xian and the others gathered together and barely avoided the disaster. However, each of them had suffered serious injuries. Seeing this scene, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, or else we would have been finished. Tantai Xian said with lingering fear. It seems like it's a success. I wonder if it can stop Demon Lord Qi Yin. Ivan said with a worried expression. I hope so. Everyone's eyes were focused on the top of the mountain. This outcome concerned their life and death. No one was unconcerned. On the top of the mountain, above the temple, two flames constantly intertwined, emitting ear-piercing sizzling sounds. Within the array, Alay's face was pale. Clearly, using this array was extremely taxing on her. Previously, during the battle with Kiplin, she had used up more than half of her light origin power. At this moment, she was barely holding on. She did not know how long she could last. Demon Lord Qi Yan also noticed that Alay was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He revealed a sinister smile as the black flames in his body surged out continuously. Boom! 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 Wave after wave of black flames crashed against the sacred flames and the array. The sacred flames kept retreating, shrinking into the array. No matter how hard Alay struggled, she could not move it at all. Naturally, the people below also noticed this scene. Their faces were filled with shock. How can this be? Could it be that even the sacred flames cannot resist Demon Lord Qi Yan? Could it be that we are all going to die here today? Many warriors cried out in despair. Some even had a mental breakdown and wanted to escape. However, they were surrounded by the black flames. If they wanted to escape, they had to pass through the black flames. Some were unwilling to wait for death. They wrapped their bodies with origin power, forming layers of defense, wanting to rush out of the black flames. In the end, they had just rushed into the black flames. In less than 2 breaths, shrill screams were heard. After the failed attempts of these warriors who did not believe in heresy, everyone's faces turned ugly. They could only accept their fate and despair. At the top of the mountain, Demon Lord Qi Yan looked at the scene in front of him and laughed loudly. Back then, you used this sacred flames to destroy my physical body and obliterate my soul. Today, I will use my black flames to destroy your sacred mountain. Then, I will capture you, a little saintess, and use the black flames to torture your soul. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. His laughter was filled with boundless hatred. As it reverberated, everyone could not help but feel a chill rise from the bottom of their hearts. Alay's face turned pale. She shuddered at the thought of the consequences. She had seen the scene of Demon Lord Qi Yan's soul being obliterated by the sacred flames. It was an inhumane torture. To be honest, if it were not for the fact that the other party was a demon lord and could not be killed easily, they would not use this method. However, the enmity had already been formed. It was too late to say anything now. Furthermore, the dark apparitions were the greatest enemies of humans. As long as they could kill the other party, it would not be too much even if they used the cruelest methods. With the strength of your soul, I don't think you can hold on for long. But don't worry, I will control the flames well and make you beg for death. Demon Lord Qi Yan laughed evilly. Then, his eyes focused. The dark flames suddenly launched a violent attack and swept toward Alay. Saintess! Great Sage Ferret's face was filled with despair as he roared. The other temple warriors were also dead silent. Their eyes were red as they stared at the sky above the temple. Within the array, Alay's gaze was firm with a trace of determination. She burned her body's potential and stimulated all the light force. Boom! In the end, the dark flame still engulfed Alay. Ha ha ha! Demon Lord Qi Yan laughed wildly at the sky. His face was filled with joy as if he had gotten his revenge. He was in an extremely good mood. Everyone below was silent. They were in complete despair. Boom! At this moment, another boom came from the array. The dark flames that had engulfed Alay were actually forcefully pushed out. Within the dark flames, a bright green flame could be seen soaring into the sky, illuminating half of the sky. Behind the green flames, a figure stood in front of Alay. His posture was tall and straight, and he stretched out a hand. The endless green flames seemed to obey the command of their king and resisted the black flames. Demon Lord Qi Yan's laughter stopped abruptly. Wang Ting. Everyone was surprised and happy at the sight. Wang Ting actually blocked Demon Lord Qi Yan's black demonic flames. They could not help but feel a glimmer of hope in their hearts. It's you. Demon Lord Qian's eyes flickered coldly as he looked at Wang Ting gloomily. Don't be so happy so early, Wang Ting said. How dare you ruin my plans? Demon Lord Qian stared coldly at him. Why wouldn't I dare? You're just a defeated dog whose body was destroyed. How dare you be so arrogant in the human world? Wang Ting said calmly. Defeated dog. Demon Lord Qian was furious. Good, good, good. You've got guts. Back then, I even beat up Black Nightmare Devil Lord when he was in perfect condition. What's more, you are a stray dog who stole your physical body. Wang Ting said calmly. Black Nightmare. Demon Lord Qian's heart skipped a beat. He laughed sinisterly. You're lying. How can you survive in front of Black Nightmare? I don't need you to believe me. Wang Ting sneered. He turned to Alei and said, leave the rest to me. Alei's breathing was weak. She looked at him and finally nodded. Wang Ting sat cross-legged in the array. Countless green flames surrounded him, but they retreated back into his body. Demon Lord Qian saw that he had taken over the array and suddenly had a bad feeling. What is Wang Ting doing? The array can only be used by the saintess who possesses light origin power. How can he control it? Great Sage Ferret and the others couldn't help but frown, their hearts full of doubts. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Wang Ting's body suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Holy light, that was light origin power. Countless people from the temple were stunned, their faces full of disbelief. How can he have light origin power? Great Sage Ferret shouted as if he had seen a ghost. Not to mention Great Sage Ferret, even Tantai Xian and the others who were extremely familiar with Wang Ting were dumbfounded. They never knew that Wang Ting had light origin power. Did this guy really have a full attribute physique? Everyone was inexplicably shocked, their mouths wide open, unable to speak. Even Alei's eyes flickered with a strange light. Her expression under the veil was extremely complicated. There was a trace of astonishment, a trace of shock, and a trace of joy. No one knew how many thoughts flashed through her mind. At this moment, as light origin power erupted from Wang Ting's body, the array beneath him activated again. The light was even more dazzling than when Alei controlled it. The light physique attribute in the temple was left behind by the previous saintesses. Because of the temple's uniqueness, it didn't dissipate. After Wang Ting obtained it, his physique was even more outstanding than Alei. Once his light physique was activated, the light origin power in the surroundings surged, passing through his body and converging into the array. Boom, the array activated and connected to the sacred fire in the temple. As the light origin power surged in, the little beast in the sacred fire seemed to be nourished and slowly awakened. Roar, the little beast opened its eyes and suddenly let out a deafening roar. Demon Lord Qian heard this sound and his expression changed greatly. Damn it, you actually awakened that thing. Qian's eyes flashed with extreme fear as he stared at the palace. There was no doubt about it. It was that thing that made him suffer so much back then. Even Alei had a shocked expression on her face. The spirit of the sacred fire, which had been in hibernation all year round, had been awakened by Wang Ting. It was unbelievable. She stared at Wang Ting with her bright eyes, unable to recover for a long time. Roar, at that moment, the little beast in the sacred fire had completely awakened. It let out a series of angry roars that echoed in the sky. The sacred fire instantly expanded, forming a monstrous white flame that surged into the array. Boom, the entire array was covered in flames in an instant. It burned fiercely and emitted scorching heat. Wang Ting sat cross-legged in the middle of the array, unaffected. Thud, 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 at that moment, a slender figure walked out of the flames and appeared in front of Wang Ting. Its entire body was covered with white scales, and there was a sharp horn on its head. It looked like a deer, but it wasn't a deer. It looked like a tiger, but it wasn't a tiger. It looked like a lion, but it wasn't a lion. Its appearance was different from all the star beasts Wang Ting had seen before. However, it was still different from the legends. Its appearance was similar but different. This strange beast had become dozens of times larger. It stood in the white flames, looking extremely mystical. The spirit of the sacred fire. It was the spirit of the sacred fire. Wang Ting looked at the spirit of the sacred fire with a strange gaze. He was also very surprised. The so-called spirit of the sacred fire was actually a flame that had gained sentience and intelligence. It was one with the flame, but it was also beyond the flame. It was an existence of a higher level. Of course, the probability of this kind of flame spirit being born was no less than the probability of heaven and earth fire being born. It was obvious how rare it was. However, the sacred fire of the sacred mountain actually had sentience. It was really surprising. Sacred fire. Alay's eyes were filled with surprise. She couldn't help but call out softly. The spirit of the sacred fire turned around and nodded at her. Although it slept all year round, it could vaguely sense everything in the outside world. As the saintess, it was no stranger to Alay. Seeing this, Wang Ting was even more surprised. The spirit of the sacred fire indeed possessed a high level of intelligence. Suddenly, the spirit of the sacred fire's gaze fell on Wang Ting again, glancing at him. "Brother, now is not the time to look at each other affectionately. How about we get rid of the guy in front of us first?" Wang Ting grinned and said with a smile. The spirit of the holy fire's head was full of question marks, and its beastly face was full of confusion. This human was actually talking to it. Look at each other affectionately? Was there something wrong with this human's head? Alay was also a little confused and looked at Wang Ting strangely. Even though she was already aware of Wang Ting's eccentricity, she still couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness when she saw that he was even mocking the Holy Spirit. On the other side, a cold glint flashed across Qian's eyes. He decided to make the first move. The dark flames condensed into a ferocious black spear in his hand, and he threw it out. Swoosh, the black spear disappeared from his hand, as if it had crossed the distance between them, and let out an ear-piercing sound. He wanted to nail the spirit of the sacred fire there and destroy its intelligence. "Watch out!" Alay cried out in alarm. At this moment, the black spear had already appeared 3 meters in front of the spirit of the sacred fire. The spirit of the sacred fire suddenly turned its head and roared at the spear. Roar, a white pillar of fire shot out from its mouth and collided with the black spear. Boom, the black spear shattered inch by inch and was completely engulfed by the white flames. The spirit of the sacred fire held its head high, and there was a hint of contempt in its eyes. Qian's expression was extremely ugly. A cold glint flashed across his eyes, and he said ferociously, "Back then, those few humans controlled you to injure me and destroy my physical body. But now, they have probably been dead for many years. No one is controlling them. How dare you, a little fire spirit, fight against me?" Roar. Qian's words enraged the spirit of the sacred fire, and it let out a deafening roar. Boom, countless white flames surged out of its body and turned into a terrifying wave of fire that swept toward Qian. Humph. Qian snorted coldly, and the dark fire also swept out. The two types of flames collided in the air, and there was a continuous roar. "Go back!" Qian shouted coldly. The dark fire exploded and forced the white flames back by more than 10 meters. Roar. The spirit of the sacred fire retreated with a roar. Alay's expression changed. Even the spirit of the sacred fire couldn't resist the dark fire? "Return to your position." Wang Ting's eyes narrowed as he shouted. When Wang Ting summoned the spirit of the sacred fire, he had already known that it was difficult to control it. That was why he let it attack on its own. When it couldn't resist anymore, it would naturally accept his command. As expected, the spirit of the sacred fire hesitated for a moment. It looked back at Wang Ting, and then roared into the sky. It turned into flames and rushed into the array. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and his mind power surged out to control the array. Rumble, the runes array was fully activated, and countless complicated runes lit up. Monstrous white flames filled the air around Wang Ting. Demon Lord Qian's expression froze slightly. He felt a great threat from the formation. It was the same feeling as when Mian's physical body was destroyed. "You want to kill me? Since I've escaped, no one can kill me." Qian's eyes flashed with madness. Countless black flames enveloped him. Kiplin's physical body couldn't withstand the burning of the flames, and countless wounds appeared. "Ah!" A shrill scream came from his mouth. It was Kiplin's voice. "Trash, you've died for nothing." Then, it became Qian's voice. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the physical body exploded. Countless dark fire surged out and condensed into the shadow of a terrifying giant beast in the sky. Its eyes were scarlet, and there were two sharp horns on its head that burned with flames. It was exactly the same as when it was released from the demonic weapon. However, its body was much larger now, and it was enveloped in black flames that burned continuously. Furthermore, its body continued to expand until it covered the sky and the sun. It cast a huge shadow that shrouded everyone within. Everyone below raised their heads. Their eyes were filled with shock, and their faces were pale. So scary. What is this? It's over. We're dead for sure. How can we defeat such an existence? The hope that had been born from the spirit of the sacred fire was extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Endless despair filled everyone's hearts. Demonic change. Wang Ting saw this familiar scene and couldn't help but think of the strange change that happened to Black Nightmare Demon King. Although the two changes were different, there was a strange similarity. These two words immediately popped up in his mind. Wang Ting looked at Demon Lord Qi Yan in the sky with a solemn expression. Above the temple, an incomparably terrifying existence was entrenched here. Monstrous black flames shrouded the sky, and the entire world seemed to have fallen into darkness. At this moment, Qi Yan was like a huge black sun hanging high in the sky. The next moment, it suddenly opened its huge blood-red eyes, which were filled with blood vessels. It was eerie and terrifying. An evil, chaotic, and twisted spirit instantly surged. The people below were immediately affected. Many of them who were not mentally strong immediately went crazy, and their wills fell into chaos. Don't look. Great Sage Ferret's expression changed abruptly as he shouted. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He had actually forgotten about the characteristics of this dark apparition. Immediately, his mind power rushed out and surged in all directions, colliding with the chaotic and mottled mind power. Boom, invisible mind power surged in all directions. What a powerful mind power! Ale was shocked. She could not help but look at the source of the mind power. Wang Ting, his mind power was so powerful. This mind power must have reached the emperor stage. He was so young, but he already had such powerful mind power. He was indeed the harbinger. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Ale's mind. She could not hide her shock. Due to Wang Ting's intervention, the people below broke free from the chaotic mind power. They were shocked and hurriedly lowered their heads and closed their eyes, not daring to look directly at Qi Yan in the sky. No one had expected Qi Yan Demon Lord's eyes to be so terrifying after his mutation. They did not even know that the mutation was called demonic change. Everyone knew too little about the dark apparitions, especially the Demon King level dark apparitions. Not many people knew about them. I didn't expect you to be able to block my mind power. Now I'm starting to believe that you've met Black Viper before. Qi Yan's voice was filled with malice. His huge blood-red eyes stared at Wang Ting. The chaotic consciousness attacked Wang Ting's mind power. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Wang Ting's mind power had grown during this period of time. It was much stronger than when he fought Black Nightmare Demon Lord. Qi Yan's mind power, which had been obliterated for countless years, could not be shaken at all. Obviously, it had also noticed this, and a gloomy look flashed across its eyes. This feeling of helplessness made it extremely sullen. Wang Ting did not respond. He suddenly stood up from the center of the formation, and countless white flames moved with him. He pointed with his finger. Rumble, countless white flames surged and turned into blades and swords. They were densely packed and scattered in all directions. It was a spectacular sight. Go. Wang Ting opened his mouth and spat out a word. Countless flaming sabers and swords turned into afterimages as they slashed towards Qi Yan. Boom. Boom, the dark flames on Demon Monarch Qi Yan's body surged as he met the attack head-on. Explosions were heard continuously. At that moment, Wang Ting pushed the power of the flames to the limit through the formation, so the attack was naturally extremely powerful. Furthermore, the holy fire was a natural counter to the dark fire. The black flames were constantly being extinguished as the flaming sabers and swords landed on Qi Yan's body, extinguishing his flaming body. Ah! Demon Monarch Qi Yan let out a blood-curdling scream. Bursts of black smoke suddenly rose from its body, which was eventually engulfed by the white holy fire that swarmed toward it from all directions. Demon monarch Qi Yan was stunned as fear rose in his heart. The holy fire under this brat's control was able to cause such damage to him. How was this possible? No, no one can kill me. Demon monarch Qi Yan's eyes were filled with hatred. He roared as if he had gone mad. His chaotic mind completely went berserk as he ignored the attacks of the sabers and swords and suddenly charged toward Wang Ting. Die. Wang Ting's expression turned cold. He had already expected the other party to act out of desperation, so he quickly operated the formation. Rumble, the white holy fire condensed in front of him and turned into a white holy beast. It was holy and mystical, and a powerful aura spread out. Roar, the holy beast roared and met demon monarch Qi Yan head-on. Boom. Boom, explosions resounded through heaven and earth. The power generated by the collision of the two was extremely terrifying. Painful roars and screams came from the black flames. Sizzling sounds could be heard as black smoke constantly rose. Only the black and white flames were left in the sky. The flames filled the entire sky, making it hard for people to open their eyes. After a long time, the light dissipated. Regardless of whether it was the screams or the explosions, they all disappeared. The surroundings fell into silence. Everyone held their breaths and opened their eyes. They looked at the situation in the sky and felt nervous. Is he dead? Someone asked hesitantly. Demon monarch Qi Yan had been suppressed for countless years. Until now, his soul had not been completely destroyed. Everyone was worried that he would not be killed so easily. However, the sky was empty. Only the white holy fire returned to the formation and quietly circled around Wang Ting. The spirit of the holy fire reappeared and looked around, looking for demon monarch Qi Yan. Ale also came to Wang Ting's side and looked around. She also did not believe that demon monarch Qi Yan would be killed so easily. However, after a long time, they still could not find demon monarch Qi Yan. It was as if he had really disappeared from the world. Whoosh, suddenly, there was a burst of cheers from the crowd below. We won. Ha ha ha, we won. Demon monarch Qi Yan is dead. We survived. Everyone laughed out loud as the joy of surviving a calamity surged in their hearts. When Ale saw this, she quietly heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if a huge rock had been lifted. She looked at Wang Ting beside her with a complicated expression. She opened her mouth and said, "Thank you." "It's nothing. I did it for myself." Wang Ting smiled faintly. "Saintess." At this moment, Great Sage Farah, Suaong, Sharjah, and the others rushed over and looked at her with concern. "Saintess, are you all right?" Great Sage Farah asked anxiously. "I'm fine." Ale shook her head and said, "It's all thanks to Wang Ting. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Great Sage Farah and the others could not help but look at Wang Ting. Their expressions were also complicated and their hearts were filled with amazement. Wang Ting did not seem like a human being. Great Sage Farah took a deep breath and bowed solemnly. "Sir Wang Ting, thank you for your help this time. You killed demon monarch Qi Yan and saved our holy mountain from this disaster." "You're welcome." Wang Ting said faintly, "I'll go check on my companions first." Without waiting for their response, he disappeared in a flash. They looked at his back and were speechless for a moment. Wang Ting and Tan Tai Xian and the others gathered. Seeing that everyone was only injured and not dead, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're all fine," Wang Ting said. After all, he was the cause of this incident. If someone died because of this, he would definitely feel guilty. Zhu Yunxiao and the others looked at him. The shock in their hearts had not completely disappeared. Hearing his words of concern, they immediately felt warmth in their hearts. After the battle, Sacred Mountain was in a mess. A few of the 12 ecliptic palaces were destroyed in the battle, making them look even more dilapidated. There were burn marks, traces of origin power bombardment, traces of weapons slashing, and even bloodstains. Many places were still burning with black flames that could not be extinguished easily. The surrounding Sacred Mountain martial artists were cleaning up the mess. Their expressions were heavy, and there was a trace of sorrow in their eyes. For so many years, Sacred Mountain had stood outside of the secular world and was revered by the people. Even the powers of various countries were respectful to them. In the eyes of the world, Sacred Mountain was dazzling and extraordinary, but now, it had suffered heavy losses. At a glance, it was a scene of devastation, causing people to feel heartache and pity. As the symbol of Sacred Mountain martial artists, only Aries Temple Suaong, Virgo Temple Sharjah, and Libra Constellations Mulong were left. The three of them were heavily injured, but they did not return to recuperate. Instead, they stayed behind to comfort the crowd. These few people had high prestige in Sacred Mountain and were enough to convince the crowd. This calmed down many of the Sacred Mountain martial artists. At this moment, Ale appeared in the air. She held the goddess scepter in her hand, and her body released a holy white light that turned into a rain of light that sprinkled down on the people below. When the rain of light landed on the people's bodies, an unbelievable change occurred. The injuries on their bodies healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even some small injuries were healed in the blink of an eye. Even the heavy injuries were alleviated. Especially those who were injured by the dark flames. They were originally in indescribable pain, but under the effect of the rain of light, their brows relaxed and they seemed to be much better. Lady Saintess! The Sacred Mountain martial artists below cheered loudly, their eyes filled with gratitude. They all knelt on one knee and saluted. The martial artists who chose to follow Kipling felt guilty and grateful. They all lowered their heads. Ale gaze swept across the people below. She did not say anything and continued to release the rain of light until the light origin power on her body completely disappeared. Her face was pale as she floated away. Great Sage Farah looked at Ale back. He was emotional and worried, but in the end, there was a trace of gratification in his eyes. Farewell, Lady Saintess! The Sacred Mountain martial artists below shouted in unison. Their voices were mighty and reverberated on Sacred Mountain. It could be heard that their spirits were much higher, and not as low as before. What a sneaky move! Wang Ting looked at Ale's departing figure and clicked his tongue in wonder. He felt that he had really learned something. Look at the other party's move, it was so quiet that it made no sound. Without saying a single word, he had already won the hearts of the people and even boosted their morale. At this moment, the traitors felt that they had committed a great sin and had let down their holy maiden. The saintess was indeed the spokesperson of the goddess. She repaid evil with good and was so noble. They were guilty. At this moment, no one would sympathize with Kipling. As the main culprit behind the release of demon monarch Qi Yan, he had already been nailed to the pillar of shame. Many people hated him so much that their teeth itched. They wanted nothing more than to drag him out of the ground and whip his corpse. However, Kipling's body had long since been blasted to the point that not even dregs were left. He probably wouldn't be able to do something as technical as whipping corpses. Wang Ting rubbed his chin and nodded thoughtfully, learning humbly. This kind of healing technique is really brilliant. If used on the battlefield, it would definitely be a super healer. Tantai Xian's focus was different from Wang Ting's. At this moment, she was sizing up everyone's recovery and sighing with emotion. Big healer. Wang Ting's expression was strange as he looked at her strangely. Especially when he glanced at her chest. He never expected to hear those two words from Tantai Xian's mouth. But then again, they really weren't small. Not only Tantai Xian, Ale's weren't small either. It could be said that her healing capacity was astonishing. Wang Ting's divergent thoughts had already drifted to the highest heavens. Even 10 horses couldn't pull him back. Tantai Xian felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze. She felt uncomfortable all over. At first, she was very confused. What was he looking at? But soon, she noticed that Wang Ting's gaze was unblinkingly fixed on her private part. Tantai Xian instantly exploded. Her eyes were spitting fire as she punched Wang Ting's head. Bang, one punch to the head. The protagonist was dead. The book was over. Ouch. 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 Wang Ting hugged his head. He felt like his head was about to explode. That was really ruthless. Zhu Yunxiao, Mu Zhigua, and the others had no idea what was going on. Their faces were filled with confusion as they looked between the two. What are you guys doing? Valeria asked curiously. Nothing. I saw a mosquito on Wang Ting's head, so I killed it for him. Tantai Xian said expressionlessly. Mosquito, what kind of mosquito needed to be so ruthless? Everyone looked at her speechlessly. Was she trying to fool a 3-year-old child? Wang Ting, do you think there was a mosquito on your head just now? Tantai Xian narrowed her eyes. A dangerous glint flashed across her eyes. Wang Ting looked at her with hidden bitterness. In his heart, he felt that he wouldn't give in to force. However, he still said honestly, you're right. Boss almost sucked away half of my blood. Everyone, like hell I'd believe you. What kind of mosquito could suck away half of a general-level elite's blood? If it could suck away even a drop, that mosquito was already amazing. Everyone was speechless. They didn't want to bother with these two people. Tantai Xian saw this and couldn't help but sigh in relief. She finally managed to fool them. How could she explain the reason just now? She couldn't possibly say that Wang Ting was staring at her private part. How infuriating, it was all Wang Ting's fault. This kid was getting bolder and bolder. Now, he even dared to look at her with such an evil gaze. He probably didn't know why flowers were so red. Wang Ting, who was standing at the side, immediately felt a threatening chill. His scalp went numb, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. It was better to offend a villain than offend a woman, the ancients didn't lie. By the way, Wang Ting, don't you also have light force? Do you know that kind of healing method? Zhu Yunxiao nudged Wang Ting and asked. This? Wang Ting was slightly stunned. He suddenly realized that Alay light healing was indeed a very good method. His heart skipped a beat. He glanced around and saw a few attribute bubbles where Alay was standing just now. He picked them up. Goddess Blessing *5, Goddess Blessing *10, Light Force *150, Light Force *130, Goddess Blessing *8, those attribute bubbles immediately merged into Wang Ting's body. The light force turned into a thin stream and flowed into his force core, strengthening the light force in his body. At the same time, a memory appeared in his mind out of thin air. It was related to the cultivation method of Goddess Blessing. In just a few breaths, Wang Ting mastered this special healing combat technique. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is good. What? When Zhu Yunxiao and the others heard this, they couldn't help but look at Wang Ting's face. You know how to do it? Tantai Xian asked in disbelief. Wang Ting glanced at her and said gloomily, Is it strange that I know how to do it? She didn't trust him at all. Didn't she know that he was a genius? How could you know how to do it? Tantai Xian felt that Wang Ting must be lying to her. The healing method that the saintess used was obviously a secret of the sacred mountain. Where did Wang Ting learn it? Can't I create it myself? Wang Ting said. Tantai Xian looked at him with an expression that said, Are you *king kidding me? Seeing that she still didn't believe him, Wang Ting simply waved his hand. The light force circulated according to a special method and sprinkled a rain of light on everyone. When he used the Goddess Blessing, he deliberately increased the amount of healing. And so, everyone couldn't help but let out an indescribable sound from their nostrils. In the next moment, whether it was Zhu Yunxiao, Valeria, Mu Zhigua, Ivan, or the other rough men, they all looked embarrassed. It was too embarrassing. How could they let out that kind of sound? Damn it, it was Wang Ting. It was all his doing. They glared at Wang Ting fiercely. Tantai Xian tried her best to suppress the shuddering feeling. She snorted and said angrily, What did you do? Didn't I just prove it to you? Wang Ting said innocently. Everyone was speechless. What's with that *king innocent look? It's as if he's the victim. They felt so wrong that they wanted to vomit blood. They had nowhere to vent their anger. It was as if they had punched cotton. However, they immediately reacted. Their injuries seemed to have recovered a lot from the rain of light. They couldn't help but be shocked. You actually know how to do it. Tantai Xian's eyes flashed with a strange light. He frowned and said, But this seems a little different from the one the saintess used before. It seems to be an enhanced version. I already said that I created it myself, so it's definitely different. Wang Ting looked serious on the surface, but he couldn't help laughing in his heart. Of course it was different. He increased the amount of milk, and the feeling was at least 10 times stronger. How could it be the same? Xian was speechless. She felt that Wang Ting was definitely fooling her, but she couldn't find anything suspicious. She could only look at him suspiciously and say, since you know how to use it, why didn't you use it earlier? Actually, I created it after observing the holy lady's performance. Wang Ting lied without thinking. He opened his mouth without hesitation. F***ck, this guy is acting tough. Everyone looked at his smug look and wished they could press him to the ground and rub him. At this time, Great Sage Ferret walked over from afar. Obviously, he had also seen the scene just now. He looked at Wang Ting in shock and said, Your Excellency, Wang Ting is really a genius. You can actually create such a rare healing battle technique. Wang Ting felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words, but he wasn't worried about being exposed at all. He said modestly, It's just SOSO. In fact, I'm just a diligent person who has accumulated a lot of knowledge. When it comes to the crucial moment, I naturally have a flash of inspiration, and then I understand. Great Sage Ferret's eyes widened and looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. He had never seen such a shameless person. He didn't even want to praise Wang Ting. Self-created? In his eyes, it was nonsense. That healing technique was clearly the Holy Mountain's secret technique, the goddess blessing. Wang Ting actually pirated it. How shameless, but what was infuriating was that he didn't have any evidence at all. No matter how much nonsense Wang Ting spouted, he couldn't do anything to Wang Ting. Great Sage Ferret was so angry that he almost pulled his beard off. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he changed the topic, saying, The Holy Mountain owes you all a great favor. Please follow me to the shrine. The Saintess would like to thank you all in person. With that, he gestured for them to follow. She's inviting us to the shrine. Xian and the others said in surprise. Yes. Great Sage Ferret nodded. Let's go. Since she's already invited us, we'll follow and take a look, Wang Ting said. Actually, he only wanted to go to the shrine to get some light origin power. That was a good place. It would be great if he could fill the shrine with attribute bubbles again. Wang Ting walked in the direction of the shrine, thinking happily in his heart. Great Sage Ferret had a complicated feeling when he saw how friendly Lei Lin was acting. Xian and the others followed helplessly. In fact, they were also very curious about the shrine. It wouldn't be a bad idea to follow and gain some knowledge. At the top of the mountain, the shrine. Wang Ting walked in as if he was entering his own house. Great Sage Ferret was one step behind, feeling terrible. But after taking 2 steps, Wang Ting stopped. He didn't know the way. Great Sage Ferret finally found his bearings. He raised his head and walked to the front. Not long after, he led everyone to a few rooms and said, Please rest for a while. I've asked the maids to prepare food. You can enjoy it to your heart's content. Everyone didn't stand on ceremony. They had suffered heavy injuries in the battle and needed some time to recuperate. When the food was served and they were full, they each chose a room. Wang Ting closed the door and sized up the furnishings and decorations in the room. A trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. Extravagant, comfortable, noble, he didn't know what words to use to describe it. In short, the residence in the shrine was simply luxurious to the extreme. These swindlers of the sacred mountain really knew how to enjoy themselves. Wang Ting thought to himself. His face was full of criticism and disdain. He directly threw himself onto the bed, rolled around, and stretched. It was so **king comfortable, he looked at the ceiling and relaxed for a while. Then, he sat cross-legged and suddenly stretched out his hand. A ball of intersecting green and white flames appeared in his hand. The green and white flames formed a circular cover. In the center of the cover was a ball of black flames, 3 types of flames. The green one was the green jade glazed flame, the white one was the holy light flame, and the black one was the dark flame. Wang Ting had actually managed to control 3 types of heavenly fire without anyone noticing. Needless to say, the green flame was already under his control. However, he had just obtained the holy light flame. As for how he obtained it, it was naturally because he used some tricks while controlling the shrine's array formation to intercept a part of the holy light flame's origin. Even if the holy light flame knew, it couldn't do anything. After all, it was to eliminate Demon Lord Qian. It should make some sacrifices. As for the dark flame, roar. Suddenly, a weak roar came from within the flame cover. Because it was isolated by the flames, only Wanting could hear it. The black flame within changed its shape and finally turned into Demon Lord Qian's appearance. It was a small black beast the size of a ping-pong ball. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It roared at Wanting and attacked the flame cover. It was so fierce. "Let me out, let me out. You bastard, how dare you trap me? You deserve to die, you deserve to die. Let me out," scream, scream, scream. No one can hear you no matter how loud you scream. Wanting smiled and looked at the struggling Demon Lord Qian. He felt extremely comfortable. When Demon Lord Qian had escaped, he had been arrogant and proud. Now, he had become a prisoner and was trapped again. His situation was even worse than before. He felt very miserable. In order to escape, he had worked hard to bewitch Kipling and make him fall into the darkness before finally releasing him. Everything was not that easy. Before that, Kipling was a devout member of the clergy. How could he be so easily bewitched? Thinking about how much effort he had to put in, Demon Lord Qian felt an indescribable sadness. It was really too difficult. At this moment, he was tired of shouting, especially when he saw Wanting looking at him mockingly as if he was watching a monkey show. He was so angry that he wanted to rush out and bite Wanting to death. This was simply an insult to it. When had a demon lord ever been treated like this? "Why aren't you shouting?" Wanting approached the flame barrier and asked with a smile. "Kid, don't be so smug. You can't kill me." Demon Lord Qian was only left with a small body. He stared coldly at Wanting. Wanting was still smiling, but he was really ruthless. Within the barrier, the holy light and green jade glazed flame swept toward Demon Lord Qian. Ah! Qian could not help but let out a blood-curdling scream. The two types of flames invaded the dark flames that enveloped it, obliterating the last bit of its soul origin. Demon Lord Qian thought that Wanting could not find his soul origin. Little did he know that under Wanting's spiritual perception, his soul origin could not be hidden at all. Tsk tsk tsk, the sound of burning flames could be heard from within the barrier. Although the green jade glazed flame was not like the holy light, it was still a heavenly flame. Moreover, the power of flames was extremely harmful to dark apparitions. Therefore, even though Wanting's holy light was only a small flame, with the green jade glazed flame as a foundation, Demon Lord Qian was not having a good time. Moreover, Demon Lord Qian was already at death's door. How could he withstand such flames? "Stop! Stop!" A terrified voice came out of its mouth. "Didn't you say that I can't kill you?" Wanting's eyes were filled with mockery as he laughed and said, "Why are you scared so quickly?" He didn't stop there. The two types of flames continued to pour out, roasting Devil Monarch Qian. The real roast Demon King. "Let's talk things over. I admit defeat, okay?" "Stop!" Demon Monarch Qian shouted, no longer caring about his face. Wanting chuckled and put away the flame. "You should have done this earlier. Don't waste my time." Qian Demon Lord's face was full of grievances as he cursed in his heart. It was really too sullen, he had never felt so aggrieved before. However, it did not dare to say anything in case it angered Wanting. Looking at the two flames in Wanting's hands, Demon Monarch Qian still felt a lingering fear. It had never felt so close to death before. Even when it was trapped under the sacred mountain and burned day and night by the sacred fire, it had never felt so hopeless and powerless. This brat was much more dangerous than those idiots on the sacred mountain. Demon Monarch Qian had to admit that it was full of fear towards Wanting. "What do you want?" Demon Monarch Qian took a deep breath, looked at Wanting, and asked. Wanting stopped smiling, looked at it expressionlessly, and said coldly, "Hand over your soul origin, and I'll spare your life." Soul origin was an extremely mysterious thing. He could destroy it, but he couldn't forcefully control it without the other party's consent. As for the dark burial he obtained from Marcus, it had too many limitations. If it was some weak person, it would not be a threat to him. However, the other party was Demon Monarch Qian. In terms of quality, its realm and life force were much higher. Wang Ting did not dare to use it on it. Hearing this, Demon Monarch Qi Yan's expression changed. It did not expect Wang Ting to want to control its soul origin. This was enslaving it. Impossible. Demon Monarch Qi Yan blurted out without thinking. I'm a demon monarch. Even if I die, I won't hand over my soul origin to you. I like tough bones the most. Wang Ting was not angry. Instead, he laughed, and his eyes lit up. Qi. Qi. Demon Monarch Qi Yan screamed again. The tougher your bones are, the more challenging I find it. Naturally, I'll have more fun playing with you, Wang Ting said with a smile. Demon Monarch Qi Yan gritted its teeth and endured the burning of the flames. It was unwilling to surrender. This was related to its freedom. If it really handed over its soul origin, it could forget about obtaining freedom. What was the difference between that and death, therefore? Demon Monarch Qi Yan would rather die than surrender. Tough indeed. Wang Ting nodded approvingly, and slowly increased the output of the flames. After all, Demon Monarch Qi Yan had been burned by the holy flame for many years. Its endurance was amazing. Although the stacking of the two flames was excruciating, it could still endure it. Indeed, it was all an act. Wang Ting thought to himself that Demon Monarch Qi Yan was cunning, but he was not in a hurry. Bit by bit, he poured the flames into Demon Monarch Qi Yan's body. He condensed the two flames and increased the temperature, causing Demon Monarch Qi Yan to suffer unbearable pain. Moreover, he only increased the temperature by a little each time, giving it hope and making it feel that it could endure it. However, every time this happened, the increased temperature would cause it to fall into despair. Again and again, it broke through its psychological defenses. When it came to torturing people, Wang Ting was a professional. After half an hour, Wang Ting was a little surprised. You're quite tough. Huh. Haha, I'm a demon monarch. How can I surrender to a mere human like you? Demon Monarch Qi Yan was panting heavily. He looked extremely weak, but he still sneered. Oh, your courage is commendable. Wang Ting was not angry. Instead, he nodded approvingly and continued his torture game. He would never be merciful to dark apparitions. Oh, right. Let me give you something else. Wang Ting suddenly thought of something. The thunder force in his body surged, forming the force of thunder and lightning that struck Demon Monarch Qi Yan. Crackle, just as Demon Monarch Qi Yan had a bad premonition, he was immediately struck by the thunder and was trembling all over. Don't think that, Crackle, Demon Monarch Qi Yan was extremely tough. However, before he could finish his sentence, the force of thunder struck again. Wang Ting was too lazy to listen to him. Demon Monarch Qi Yan was instantly stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I being struck by lightning? Demon Monarch Qi Yan was doubting his life. The feeling of being struck by lightning was so painful. This was simply a combination of lightning and fire. However, this was not enough. Wang Ting used the ice force and poison force. One moment it was burning, the next it was freezing, the next it was lightning, and the next it was poison. Demon Monarch Qi Yan cried. He looked at Wang Ting with a face full of fear. Tears of regret and sadness flowed down his face. Demon, this guy must be a demon. The peak demon Lord Qi Yan originally thought that he was unyielding. His heart was incomparably firm and no one could shake it. However, reality proved that there was no unyielding heart, only torture methods that were not cruel enough. He was terrified. This guy was not human, he was a demon. Demon Lord Qi Yan hid in a corner of the flame light barrier, trembling. He felt that he was too naive. That round of torture just now was simply worse than death. Even he, who had seen many storms, could not stand it. It was clear how cruel it was. Don't worry, let's play slowly. Wang Ting seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said with a smile. Again. Demon Lord Qi Yan's face turned green. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He felt helpless. This person came at the wrong time. Demon Lord Qi Yan heaved a sigh of relief and was secretly delighted. You can't escape. Wang Ting sneered. He put Demon Lord Qi Yan away and got up to open the door. The person outside the door was Great Sage Ferret. What's the matter? Wang Ting did not give him a good look. This old man had ruined his plans. He could have come at any time, but he just had to come now. Great Sage Ferret was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was he such a nuisance? Great Sage Ferret was completely confused and felt that he was very innocent. He took a deep breath and said, "The Saintess wants to see you." "See me? What does Ale want? Can't she say it all at once?" Wang Ting said impatiently. "You'll know when you get there." Great Sage Ferret said. "What if I don't go?" Wang Ting said. "The Saintess said that you will regret it if you don't go." Great Sage Ferret chuckled. Wang Ting was speechless. Damn, she was still playing hard to get with him. Didn't she know that he was the professional? However, he wanted to see what Ale was up to. "Lead the way." Wang Ting walked out of the room and closed the door. Great Sage Ferret smiled and led the way. As he walked, Wang Ting soon discovered that this path led to the hall where the goddess statue and the holy fire were. What a coincidence! Whatever he thought of, it was a good opportunity to see if there were any attribute bubbles to pick up. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the main hall. The dome above his head had been closed again. Fortunately, there were no signs of the palace being destroyed. Everything was the same as what he had seen before. The statue of the goddess was enshrined in the hall, and the stone platform in the center was burning with white holy fire. Ale, on the other hand, was sitting cross-legged under the statue of the goddess. Wang Ting's gaze swept over, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. As expected, there were attribute bubbles. Pick up, Light Force *80 Light Origin Power *70, Holy Fire *13, Light Force *120, Holy Fire *10. This time, he had obtained a total of 680 points of Light Origin Power, causing his Light Origin Power to increase by another level. Light Origin Power, 1030/5000, 7-star, however, the body of light attribute did not appear again. Wang Ting felt a little regretful. Instead, the Holy Fire attribute did not appear before, but he had picked up 130 points this time. Wang Ting was a little puzzled. He sized up the Holy Fire, and a thought flashed through his mind, as if he had understood. The spirit of the Holy Fire. Previously, he had heard that the spirit of the Holy Fire had been asleep for many years. Perhaps that was why there were no attribute drops previously. Now that it had awakened and consumed a lot of energy in the battle, it was reasonable for some attributes to drop. During the battle with Demon Monarch Qi Yan, the spirit of the Holy Fire had dropped a lot of Holy Fire attributes. It would only drop if it was consumed. There was nothing wrong with that. At this moment, Great Sage Ferret bowed slightly to Ale, and said softly, "Lady Saintess, His Excellency Wang Ting has arrived." "I understand. You may leave first." Ale did not even open her eyes, and her voice was indifferent. Great Sage Ferret did not say anything else. He glanced at Wang Ting, bowed, and turned to leave. Wang Ting saw that Ale seemed to be recuperating, so he did not disturb her. He simply looked around curiously. He did not take a good look when he came here previously. Now, he looked around and found that the surrounding walls were carved with reliefs. These reliefs were very ancient, and the content was very interesting. In the reliefs, there was a tall mountain, and at the foot of the mountain was a group of little people and a village. Suddenly, one day, a disc-shaped object fell from the sky, and the mountain suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. The little people at the foot of the mountain were very surprised, but most of them did not dare to go up to check. Among them, there was a little person, who should be very young based on his clothing and appearance. He climbed up the mountain. On the mountain, he saw a woman wearing holy armor and holding a scepter. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Seeing this, he already had a guess in his heart. If he guessed correctly, that mountain was the Holy Mountain, and that woman should be the Holy Mountain's goddess. In the reliefs, the goddess was emitting light, and was incomparably holy. The climber was kneeling in front of the goddess, as if he was praying for something. The goddess seemed to be moved by his sincerity. The scepter in her hand gently fell on the man's forehead, and light overflowed. Then, the man fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, the goddess had already disappeared. He seemed to have received the inheritance. After going down the mountain to meet up with the others, he climbed up the mountain again. Then, there was the scene of him cultivating on the mountain, day after day, year after year, until one day, he had extremely powerful strength. At that time, a terrifying beast suddenly came from the foot of the mountain, and many little people were eaten. When the person who had obtained the power heard the news, he went down the mountain to kill the terrifying beast. Everyone cheered and crowded around the young man, as if he was their leader. The next scene was the young man teaching everyone how to cultivate, and the process of fighting against the beast. There was not much out of the ordinary. Wang Ting glanced at it, and he could not help but feel a little emotional. What really caught his attention was the content of the early part of the reliefs. The goddess descended from the sky, and a disc-shaped flying object appeared. That was a little thought-provoking. He remembered that in his previous life, he had seen many similar reliefs on the internet. Those reliefs came from archaeological discoveries all over the world. Many busybodies speculated that it was the scene of the ancient ancestors witnessing the arrival of extraterrestrial life on Earth. However, this theory could not be verified. There were many different opinions, and there was no conclusion. Now that these similar scenes appeared on the walls of the temple, Wang Ting had to take it seriously. He did not think that these reliefs were just painted by the ancestors for fun. So the inheritance of the holy mountain came from aliens, Wang Ting thought so in his heart. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Are you surprised? Alay's voice came from behind him. Wang Ting tilted his head and saw Alay walking to his side, standing side by side with him, looking at the reliefs on the wall. A little. Wang Ting nodded and asked, how long have these reliefs existed? These reliefs were originally carved on the stone walls of the holy mountain. Later, they were chiseled out and embedded here. As for how long they have been here, we don't know, Alay said slowly. Do you think the description is true? Wang Ting asked. What do you think? Alay looked at him meaningfully, and something appeared in her hand. When Wang Ting saw it, his eyes suddenly focused. Crystal skull. Apex crystal skull. Wang Ting looked at the crystal object in Alay's hand and couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. Why is it here? This crystal skull should have been lying quietly in the museum, but now it appeared here. I went to get it myself. Alay looked at Wang Ting and revealed a meaningful smile. You should be very interested in it, right? Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she discovered something impossible? He thought that he was extremely secretive. How could he be discovered? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Wang Ting chuckled. Is that so? I wanted to give it to you, but since you're not interested, then forget it. Alay was about to put away the crystal skull as she spoke. Wang Ting was dumbfounded, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Alay actually brought the crystal skull here to give it to him, is this for real? However, seeing that she was about to put it away, Wang Ting hurriedly stopped her and chuckled. It doesn't matter if I was interested in it before, I can have it now. I feel that this crystal skull is fated with me. As soon as he said this, Alay immediately looked at him with a strange gaze, as if she wanted to see how thick-skinned he was. It's true. Ever since I saw this crystal skull, I felt that there was some kind of fate. Believe me, I'm the most honest person. I never lie, especially not to beautiful girls. Wang Ting's expression didn't change at all under her gaze as he said solemnly. You're very special. Alay tactfully expressed her disdain for Wang Ting. Then, she handed the crystal skull to him. Wang Ting wanted to say something else, but he suddenly saw Alay handing the crystal skull over. He was stunned and took it in a daze. The touch from his hand made him a little incredulous. She gave it to him so easily? In the prophecy of the holy mountain, I saw some fragments. This crystal skull might be of some use in your hands, Alay said calmly. A sign? Wang Ting was stunned again. Alay glanced at him and did not say anything else. However, Wang Ting immediately understood. Don't ask. If you ask, you don't know. He was speechless and felt very depressed. Why did these people always like to hide half of what they said? Each and every one of them treated this as a riddle. However, since the crystal skull had already been delivered, it would be a waste not to accept it. To Wang Ting, the crystal skull was indeed very useful. Not to mention the star atlas, just the fact that it could nurture the spirit was enough to attract him. Previously, he was still thinking about how to steal it, but now, it saved him a lot of effort. Who would be willing to sneak around? It would be awkward if they were discovered. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. We have to go back to our country. Wang Ting quickly put away the crystal skull and turned to Ale, afraid that she would go back on her words. Wait a little longer, there's still one more thing to deal with, Ale said. What's the matter? Wang Ting was a little surprised. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. As soon as Ale finished speaking, the door of the hall was pushed open. Great Sage Ferret, Suaong, Xianxia, and the others walked in. In front of them were two acquaintances of Wang Ting. Follows, Eliphaz. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. These two were still alive. They were actually able to survive such a tragic situation. Their luck was not bad. However, no matter how good their luck was, it was all used up now. The two of them looked defeated and had serious injuries on their bodies. They were escorted over by Suaong, Xianxia, and the others. Kneel. Suaong shouted coldly and kicked the two of them to the ground. Then, he bowed to Ale and said, Saintess, I brought them here. Ale nodded and looked at Eliphaz and Follows on the ground. Her gaze was calm and without any ripples. This expression made the two of them feel a chill in their hearts. I'll leave these two to you. Ale said to Wang Ting. Why? Wang Ting asked indifferently. He was very curious. Why would Ale leave them to him to deal with? These two people had a high status in the temple. Leaving them to an outsider like him would be embarrassing them. Any random person would not do such a shameful thing for no reason. This is the temple's explanation to you. Ale said. Wang Ting was a little surprised. Just an explanation? We hope that you can become the temple's holy son. Great Sage Ferret said. Holy Lord. Wang Ting was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. Only after giving him an explanation and dispelling the resentment in his heart would he be able to bring up this matter. However, he was really puzzled. Why would these people want him to be some nuisance of a holy son? Not to mention him, Eliphaz, Suaong, and the others were also shocked and incredulous when they heard this news. Holy son, there had never been a holy son in the temple. There had always been only a saintess. Now, the saintess and Great Sage Ferret wanted to make a first, and even let a warrior from Xianxia be the holy son. This was simply an offense against common sense. Are you sure? Wang Ting asked hesitantly. You have light origin power and can control holy fire. To us, you are the best candidate to be the holy son, Ale said. I'm from Xianxia. Wang Ting said. I know. Ale nodded, looked at him, and said solemnly, but other than me, you are the only one who has light origin power. I think this must be the goddess's will. Wang Ting was completely confused. The goddess's will my ass, the system boss's will was barely acceptable. Others might not know where his light origin power came from, but how could Wang Ting not know? So, should he agree to it? If I agree, what will I have to bear? What will I get in return? Wang Ting's eyes turned, and his thoughts turned. If the holy mountain is in danger, I hope you can help, Ale said. Of course, this is up to you. We won't force you. As for what you can get, the holy son has the same status as the saintess. What do you think you can get? Is there such a good thing? Wang Ting asked suspiciously. There's no need for any guarantees. It's just a verbal agreement. What's there to worry about? Ale said. Wang Ting thought about it. It seemed to be true. The initiative was in his hands. Ale and the others couldn't do anything to him. Since you're so sincere, I won't hold back. I'll be the holy son. It'll be easier to brag to others when I go back. Wang Ting chuckled. Everyone was speechless. What was this guy thinking? He actually used such a sacred thing as bragging rights. Suaong, Xianxia, and the others' faces twitched. They looked at Wang Ting with complicated expressions. That was the holy sun. High up in the sky, the clouds were dense. Below them was a vast mountain range and a dense forest. the sky was blue and everything seemed extremely peaceful. Suddenly, a black dot flew over from afar. It was like a black line. It approached in an instant and left an afterimage. A huge hole was created in the thick clouds by the black shadow. This black shadow was hidden high up in the sky and was extremely fast. It was very difficult to be detected by ordinary technological means. And it was the Phoenix King mech that Wang Ting and the others were on, target, Xianxia. At this time, they had already left Northern Europe and the matter there was completely over. There was no major ceremony for Wang Ting to become the Holy Sun. However, this matter quickly spread throughout the Holy Mountain and caused an uproar. If it were not for Wang Ting's great kindness to the Holy Mountain and those Holy Mountain warriors had seen him use the light force with their own eyes, this matter would not have passed so easily. There would definitely be many people who opposed it. Now, although everyone was surprised and even a little conflicted, it was not that strong. After this chaos in the Holy Mountain, Alei's position was extremely stable. No one could shake her authority as the Holy Daughter. Therefore, after knowing that the Holy Daughter and the great sage Ferret had pushed for this matter, many people also chose to accept it. As for Alifas and Follows, their fates were naturally not any better. Wang Ting gave them a full set of death services. That feeling. Song, Sharjah, and the others watched from the side and could not help but feel their scalps go numb. Inside the mech, in a lounge, Wang Ting sat alone on the sofa. He was dragging something in his palm. The crystal skull. Wang Ting looked at the crystal skull in front of him with interest. A faint smile appeared on his face. He could not help but think of the situation when Alei handed this crystal skull to him in the temple. How interesting. She actually gave this to me. Wang Ting muttered to himself. His eyes flashed with a seemingly meaningful light. And that so-called prophecy person. Why do I feel like it's a bit of nonsense? He recalled what Alei said when he left and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had always scoffed at the so-called prophecy. The future was unpredictable, so what if it could be predicted? Any small change could cause unimaginable consequences and change the future. Therefore, to him, the future was really too illusory. However, he could guess some of the meaning in Alei's words. Even if she did not say it clearly, Wang Ting could feel a trace of worry in her heart. It seemed that the future she saw was not good. However, Wang Ting believed that man could conquer nature. Even if the future wasn't optimistic, he wasn't afraid. He was strong enough and there was no need to panic. Instead of thinking too much, it was better to cherish the present and increase his strength. That was the truth. Speaking, his gains this time, he was not in the end. Metal force, 11 stars, wood force, 0, 11 stars, water force, 0, 11 stars, fire force, 0, 11 stars, earth force, 0, 11 stars, poison force, 0, 10 stars, ice force, 0, 10 stars, lightning force, 0, 10 stars, force darkness, 0, 11 stars, just the force of the 5 elements had risen to the level of an 11-star low-level warlord. Poison, ice, thunder, and darkness forces had also risen greatly during the chaos on the Holy Mountain. His darkness force had reached the level of an 11-star low-level warlord, and the other 3 had reached the level of a 10-star quasi-warlord. Wang Ting looked at the row of stars on the attribute panel. It was pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at it. Look, the data was so nice and tidy. Finally, there was only wind force and light force left. Wind force, 9 stars, force light, 7 stars. The level of these 2 forces was slightly behind, but he had just gotten the light force. He was already very lucky to be able to reach the level of a 7-star soldier. The wind force was also catching up and had reached the level of a 9-star soldier. It would not take long for it to reach the level of a quasi-warlord. Other than that, Wang Ting also gained a lot from his mental strength, comprehension, and various techniques. There was already a pile of heaven-level techniques and techniques from the 12 paladins. If Alei knew that he had almost taken all the treasures of the 12 paladins, he wondered what kind of expression she would have. It was already good enough that she did not fight him to the death. Also, there were 2 types of heavenly flames, the dark fire and the holy fire. They were also rare items. For ordinary people, obtaining one type of heavenly flame was already heaven-defying luck. Wang Ting now had 3 types of heavenly flames. If others knew about this, their eyes would probably turn red from jealousy. Even so, Wang Ting felt that the biggest gain this time was not these heavenly flames, but the space fragment from Marcus. That was truly a rare item. A space with unlimited possibilities was more precious than anything else. In Wang Ting's consciousness, the space fragment floated there quietly. He used his spiritual power to probe it and could sense a gray space. There was nothing in it, and its size was also very limited. However, he loved it so much that he could not put it down. Finally, Wang Ting's gaze fell on a ball of flame. Demon King Qi Yan was trapped in it. Wang Ting glanced at it and ignored it. He decided to train it when he got back. Demon King Qi Yan suddenly shuddered. He felt a sense of malice fill his entire body. Damn it. What kind of bad idea is that kid coming up with again? Demon King Qi Yan cursed. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. After cursing for a while, he finally stopped. He lay weakly in the ball of flame with a look of hopelessness. It was as if his life had completely lost its light. The fighter jet flew over mountains and forests, crossed several continents, and finally entered Xiaxia's airspace. We're home. Tan Xian and the others looked out of the window. Looking down at the familiar land below, they all smiled. Home, it was great, only those who had gone abroad could understand the joy of returning home. The fighter jet sped all the way to capital Xia and then slowly landed in the military's private airport. Wang Ting and the others got off the fighter jet. At that moment, there were already many people at the airport welcoming them. Welcome back, our heroes. The 3 marshals stood at the front. When they saw them, they laughed heartily. They looked extremely happy. They had already known the results of the exchange. Wang Ting had defeated the genius martial artists from various countries and became the biggest winner of the exchange. He had brought glory to Xiaxia. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since Xiaxia had received such glory? Now, their wish had been fulfilled by Wang Ting. He had even done better than they had expected. How could the 3 marshals not be happy? That was why they had personally come to welcome them. Wang Ting was treated very well when he returned to the country. The 3 marshals welcomed him personally and more than 10 generals accompanied him. Along the way, he attracted many people's attention. Not only were there people from the military near capital Xia's military airport, but there were also martial artists from other forces. These martial artists accepted military missions and needed to take military transportation. Hence, they were qualified to come here. At this moment, they were all looking at Wang Ting and the others. However, some of them were not familiar with Wang Ting and did not recognize him at first glance. However, they were very familiar with the 3 marshals. Moreover, the generals around them were wearing military uniforms and the red stars on their shoulders were very eye-catching. Hence, everyone could not help but be shocked. What kind of person could make the 3 marshals and so many generals come out to greet him personally? It's him. However, someone recognized Wang Ting very quickly. His face was filled with astonishment. Who is it? A martial artist who did not recognize him quickly asked. Wang Ting, the rising star of the Eastern Sea. No, with his strength, he should be a martial arts expert. Another person said. Wang Ting, the Wang Ting who saved the Eastern Sea from the sea beast's rampage. The surrounding people were shocked and exclaimed. He's too young. It's hard to imagine that he's a general-level expert at such a young age. Indeed, he can't be described as a rising star. He has already entered the ranks of the top experts. Everyone was in an uproar as they sized up Wang Ting with curiosity and shock. What are they doing? They seem to have just returned? Someone asked again. I don't know. Yeah, there's no news. Oh right, I think there was an international martial artist exchange a few days ago. Could it be that Wang Ting represented Xiaxia to participate? Damn, now that you mention it, the timing seems to be right. It must be. With Wang Ting's strength, he'll definitely be able to shine at the exchange. Who else will go if not? Him? Is there a need to guess? You'll know the result just by looking at the expressions of the 3 marshals. Most likely. This won't do. I have to hurry back and get someone to investigate. This is a huge matter. The various powers will definitely take it seriously. Yes, let's go, let's go. Everyone was excited. The Global Warrior Exchange represented great honor and influence. It had been many years since Mr. Xia had come out on top. If Wang Ting really defeated the young masters of various countries this time, it would definitely be a good thing for Xianxia. The influence of Xiaxia's warriors would definitely soar. Let's see who dares to look down on the martial artists of the Xia continent in the future. Wang Ting didn't pay too much attention to everyone's reactions. Right now, he was boarding a military vehicle with the three marshals and the others and driving towards the military headquarters. This kind of military vehicle was made of extremely hard metal. There were a lot of defensive runes under the surface of the black paint. Its defensive power was so strong that it could even block the attack of a warrior-level martial artist. Even the glass on top of it was made of super runes glass. Normal attacks would not be able to break through its defense. This type of car was known as the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Only big shots had the right to use such a car. In the car, Wang Ting looked at the scenery outside the window that flashed past quickly. Suddenly, he felt as if everything had happened yesterday. Back when he had just been reborn, he had also sat in his family's car and looked at the seemingly real world outside the window. Back then, he was as weak as an ant. But now, he was already one of the top martial artists in Earth Star. The people sitting beside him were all big shots like the three marshals. Life was unpredictable. Who would have thought? Wang Teng, you've made a great contribution again this time. At this moment, Hong Shui spoke up. As Mr. Xia's man, this is what I should do. Wang Ting smiled and was neither servile nor overbearing. The three marshals were comforted. Look at this kid. He had such strength at such a young age, yet he was neither arrogant nor rash. He also had such a high level of self-awareness. It was really rare. It seemed that Mr. Xia had found a successor. It was mainly because those foreign martial artists were too weak. I didn't even use any strength and they fell. It really didn't take much effort. I even treated this trip as a public holiday, Wang Ting continued. The three marshals, the comforted smiles on their faces suddenly froze. They instantly felt that they should take back their previous thoughts. Neither arrogant nor rash? This was called neither arrogant nor rash, this kid was too arrogant. Three marshals, does my reward still count? Wang Ting chuckled. Cough cough. Don't worry. Since we've promised you, the reward will definitely be there. Not only the Phoenix King mech, but also a considerable amount of contribution points, Yang Shui coughed dryly and said. That's good, that's good. Wang Ting nodded in relief. The three marshals were speechless again. Their lips couldn't help but twitch. How afraid was this kid that they would go back on their word? Where was the most basic trust between people? I wonder what I can get it. Wang Ting continued to dig his own grave and crazily tested the three marshals' bottom line. Are you afraid that we'll go back on our word? Long Shui had a bad temper. He immediately glared at him and said, the contribution points will be transferred to you later. As for the Phoenix King mech, if you want to see it, you can go now. That's great. I can't wait. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with excitement. He rubbed his hands and chuckled. The three marshals had no choice but to ask the driver to turn the car around and drive in another direction. At this moment, they had already entered the depths of the military zone. After turning in another direction, they soon arrived at the hangar where the mechs were parked. For a strategic weapon like the Phoenix King mech, it naturally received excellent treatment. The car slowly came to a stop. Wang Teng and the three marshals alighted. In the car behind, Tan Tai Xian, Mu Zhigua, and the rest also alighted and walked over. When they saw the hangar in front of them, their faces were filled with shock. What was this for? Open hangar JQ003. Hong Shui called over an officer in charge of this place and said. Yes. This officer looked like a lieutenant. His eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. He knew that the Phoenix King mech had an owner, but he didn't know who it was. At this moment, when he saw Wang Ting, he instantly understood that he could be the new owner of the Phoenix King mech. He turned to the door and operated it. With a clatter, the huge hangar door slowly rose. A black triangular mech, like a black phoenix, quietly crept there. The streamlined body and the triangular wings were like blades. It looked beautiful everywhere, like a work of art. This was a beauty that only men could understand. When the Phoenix King mech appeared, everyone's attention was completely attracted. Mujigua, Chu Fei, and the rest finally knew what they were doing here. Their eyes were filled with envy. Let's go and take a look. Long Shui smiled. Wang Ting nodded. He took a deep breath and walked forward slowly. He circled around the Phoenix King mech. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He caressed the streamlined body as if he was facing a peerless beauty. The three marshals exchanged glances with each other when they saw how much Wang Ting loved the Phoenix King mech. Smiles appeared at the corners of their lips. Wang Ting was a little mischievous, but he was really strong and had great potential. Hence, they naturally hoped to tie Wang Ting to the military. Now, there were many forces that wanted to rope in Wang Ting. Especially after the results of the Global Martial Arts Conference spread, there would definitely be more attempts to rope him in. Even if they knew that he had been labeled as a member of the military, there would still be people who would try their luck. To put it bluntly, the military had taken advantage of Wang Ting's application to the military school to rope him in first. If they did not show some sincerity, the other forces would not be stingy. Anyway, they were all under Xiaxia's control. Where could he not go? Hence, in order to reward Wang Ting's contribution, they had put in a lot of effort. Let's go up and take a look, Hong Shui smiled and said. The lieutenant immediately went forward and said, Major General Wang, please follow me. He brought Wang Ting to the cockpit door of the mech. This Phoenix mech is still in an inactive state. Hence, we need to record your identity information. This process will be completed by you. As he spoke, he signaled Wang Ting to take a step forward. A white light shone down and scanned Wang Ting's entire body. Instantly, with a swoosh, the cockpit door opened. After you go up, the mech's AI system will guide you. You just have to follow the instructions, the lieutenant said. Wang Ting nodded and stepped into the cockpit under everyone's envious gazes. Swoosh, the lights in the cockpit lit up instantly. The internal structure of this Phoenix mech was similar to the one they had taken to the Sacred Mountain, but it was also completely different. The only similarity was that it was equally luxurious and comfortable. Wang Ting stood in the cockpit and felt a sense of pride. This mech belonged to him completely. Wang Ting was familiar with the internal structure of this mech. Hence, he walked towards the cockpit. After entering the cockpit, an electronic voice sounded, Hello, Master. Wang Ting's expression suddenly became strange. This electronic voice was actually a little girl's voice. It sounded a little cute. This was Aloli's voice. What kind of sinister intentions did the person who designed this fighter have? Wang Ting shook his head. Beginning scan, binding identity. A red ray of light shot out and scanned Wang Ting's face and pupils, collecting iris information. Information input complete. Identity binding complete. Hello, Master. The electronic voice spoke again. At the same time, a shadow of light appeared in front of him, turning into a little girl wearing a white princess dress with 2 ponytails. Once the little loli appeared, she bowed towards Wang Ting. F***CK, which bastard designed this? Does he want me to bear the bad name of a lolicon? Wang Ting's expression became even stranger, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Master, please name me. Let's call you Little Black. Wang Ting thought for a while and said. The little loli was obviously silent for a moment. She was so cute. Why would she use such an uncute name? Moreover, she was wearing white. Even if she was to be called Little something, she should be called Little White. Why was it Little Black? She couldn't understand her master's thoughts at all. Since you're not saying anything, I'll take it as a yes. Wang Ting nodded. I knew that you would like this name. The little loli. Wang Ting came down from the Phoenix mech. Hong Shui smiled and asked, How is it? Are you satisfied? Not bad, except. Wang Ting looked at the 3 marshals suspiciously. Could the little lowly's design have been arranged by these three old men? When the three marshals heard that he seemed to be dissatisfied, they couldn't help but frown. The Phoenix mech was designed according to the latest design concept. The people involved in the design were the world's top designers. This still couldn't satisfy Wang Ting's requirements. Why was this kid so picky? Except for the humanized design of the AI system, Wang Ting said. The three marshals were stunned. The problem actually lay here? Didn't they say that young people nowadays liked this style? Could it be that the designers were fooling them? If you don't like it, get someone to change it? Long Shui coughed and said, that was done by the designers. We only found out about it later. He immediately distanced himself from the matter. That's right. The designers nowadays like these fancy things. Looks like we have to clean up the atmosphere, Hong Shui said seriously. Wang Ting looked at them suspiciously. In the end, he said, forget it. My identity is already bound. There's no need to change it anymore. The three marshals looked at him with a strange expression. He said he didn't want it, but he was still honest in his heart. As expected, young people still liked this style. The three of them looked at each other and a scheming look flashed across their eyes. Let's go. Go back first. When you leave, you can drive it away, Yang Shui said. Wang Ting nodded. Hence, everyone left the hangar. Mu Zhigua, Chu Fei, and the rest were envious. They wished that the Phoenix mech was theirs. However, it wasn't like they didn't receive any rewards. The military distributed contribution points to them. The car drove to the dormitory area. Mu Zhigua, Zhu Yunxiao, and the rest alighted and said goodbye to Wang Ting. We still have to report back. Goodbye. See you again. Wang Ting nodded. Watching them leave, he sighed. Everyone had their own paths. He didn't know when they would meet again. However, he wasn't a pretentious person. Separation between martial artists was normal. With the Phoenix mech in hand and the contribution points in hand, Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry to leave capital Xia. He was prepared to enter virtual reality again to improve his strength. At the same time, martial artists from various countries were returning to their countries to bring back the results of the exchange meeting. Bald Eagle, in a military base. A white officer with short white hair, as strong as a black bear, stood in front of Suan, Yute, and the rest. His expression was cold as he looked at them sternly. Beside him, there was a tall blonde woman wearing a white coat and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. At this moment, the blonde woman was operating a bunch of machines. Quincy, who had gone berserk during the exchange meeting, had yet to wake up. He was lying in one of these machines. He looked extremely miserable. Half human and half beast, covered in black hair. Many unknown tubes were inserted into his body. These tubes were pumping blue and green liquids into his body. You have disappointed me, the officer said coldly. Yute, Suan, and the rest immediately felt a terrifying aura explode from the old officer and crash down on their heads. Their faces were pale. They gritted their teeth and held on bitterly. Marshal Cromwell, Yute said with difficulty. This defeat wasn't because we were incompetent. Xianxia has produced a peerless prodigy. A peerless prodigy, the old officer called Cromwell said. A peerless prodigy, in the past, Cromwell would have only scoffed at such words. At his position, he had seen countless geniuses, but there were only a few who could be called a peerless prodigy. Xiaoxia's martial arts leader could be considered one of them. However, he had already received information about the exchange, so he knew what had happened at the exchange. Yute's words were not exaggerated. Wang Ting of Xiaxia could indeed be considered a peerless prodigy. However, Cromwell still said, Xiaxia has a good saying in the martial arts competition, the brave will win when two rivals meet on a narrow path. If you're scared of him, you'll naturally lose your drive to forge ahead, and you won't be able to compete with him in the future. Yes. Yute and the others' expressions changed slightly as they hurriedly responded in unison. Especially Swan, Fortes, and Martha. They had been disappointed at the exchange and were a little depressed. When they heard Cromwell's words, they were all shocked. Cromwell nodded and continued, I'll have people pay close attention to Wang Ting and send intelligence personnel to Xiaxia again. We must get all his information. Now there are undercurrents everywhere, and even the star beasts are showing signs of abnormalities. There are frequent signs of sea beasts appearing in the mountains, jungles, and oceans. Among them, the Amazon jungle is the most dangerous. I'm afraid chaos is coming. You need to improve your strength as soon as possible. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. Could it be? Yut's expression was solemn, and he wanted to ask something. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted. You don't need to know this. Just follow orders. Cromwell waved his hand and said no more. He turned to look at Quincy and snorted coldly. Trash, to think he'd be so tricked by the martial artists of Japan. If he doesn't wake up, let him fend for himself. We don't have extra time and resources to waste on a useless person. Swan and the others could not help but feel a sense of sympathy, but they did not dare to say anything. This was not something they could change. The only thing they could do was to improve themselves so that they would not end up like Quincy. Now, they could only hope that he could wake up on his own. Otherwise, no one could save him. Japan seems to be disloyal, Yut said hesitantly. Ignore it. I'd like to see what they're up to, Cromwell said coldly. Report. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Come in. Cromwell frowned. An officer pushed the door open and entered. He whispered a few words into his ear, and then handed him a report. After reading the information, Cromwell's expression suddenly turned solemn. He said, Take a look too. Yute and the others took the report and read it. Their faces were filled with shock. It seems that we've underestimated that Wang Ting. Cromwell's face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. Xianxia and Bald Eagle had always been competitors. Now that Xianxia had such a young and powerful warrior, it was not a good thing for them. Japan Nation. A magnificent and solemn building complex was located in the hinterland of Edo. It was surrounded by a moat. There were bronze sculptures and ancient city walls in the outer courtyard. Ordinary people could not get close to it. Walking in, a large square came into view. The surrounding trees were lush and verdant, and there were several small paths paved with gravel that extended into the depths of the square. This was the residence of Japan's royal family. In a large hall, Kanata Tunheim, Yamamoto Inuichiro, and the others were all here. Yamamoto Inuichiro stood respectfully in the center of the hall. Kanata Tunheim, on the other hand, did not care about her image. She sat on the chairs on both sides of the hall, crossing her legs and eating snacks as if it was her own home. At the head of the table, a middle-aged man sat there. The expression on his face was very interesting. It seemed to be anger and helplessness. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say. After a while, he said with a headache, Tunheim, you shouldn't have attacked the Bald Eagle warriors. Although his words were reproachful, there was obviously no force behind them. Those Bald Eagle warriors are not that powerful. Why bother? Kanata Tunheim said expressionlessly. We still need to rely on them, the middle-aged man said helplessly. That's your business. I don't care about that. Kanata Tunheim finished her pastry, clapped her hands, and got up to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Wait, the middle-aged man hurriedly stopped her. Tell me about that Wang Ting from Xiaxia. Kanata Tunheim hesitated for a moment. That stunning figure flashed through her mind. That person is very strong. I advise you not to make an enemy of him. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left, not giving the middle-aged man a chance to speak. A hint of surprise flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. He knew very well how proud Kanata Tunheim was, but now she was so respectful of a young warrior from Xiaxia. No, rather than being respectful, it was more like she was afraid. The middle-aged man turned to Yamamoto Inuichiro and asked, that warrior from Xiaxia, is he really that strong? Yamamoto Inuichiro hesitated for a moment and said, none of the geniuses from the various countries are a match for him. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly became very serious. He muttered to himself, Xiaxia, Xiaxia. He looked in the direction of Xiaxia. No one knew what he was thinking. Yamamoto Inuichiro stood with his hands down, not daring to disturb him. At this moment, someone knocked on the door and walked into the hall. What's the matter? The middle-aged man asked with a frown. "My lord, this is an important piece of information." The person knelt down and said in a deep voice. It turned out that this middle-aged man was the reigning monarch of Neon Nation. "Present it," the monarch of Neon Nation said. The person immediately handed a piece of information to the middle-aged man, then respectfully retreated. The monarch of the Nihong Nation skimmed through the contents of the report. His expression changed drastically. He then carefully read through the report again, as though he was afraid that he might miss something. Yamamoto Inuichiro saw this scene and lowered his head even more. At the same time, he secretly wondered what kind of information could make the monarch take it so seriously and seriously. A moment later, the monarch of Neon Nation let out a long sigh. Xianxia is indeed the most powerful country in the Celestial Empire. There was a hint of bitterness in his tone, and he could not hide the envy and jealousy in his eyes. Yamamoto Inuichiro was even more confused. "Take a look." The monarch of Neon Nation passed the information to him. After reading it, Yamamoto Inuichiro's expression was filled with shock and horror. He said in a trembling voice, "Killed 8 paladins, awakened a dark apparition with light origin power, killed a demon lord dark apparition." This? He did not know what to say anymore. That young figure appeared in his mind, and his heart trembled inexplicably. It was a kind of fear that came from the soul. That young man's talent made him feel fear. Other than Bald Eagle and Neon Nation, other countries such as Ursa Major, Inca, Kangaroo, and Great Eagle had also received the same information sooner or later. For a time, the whole world was in an uproar, and undercurrents were surging. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, Wang Ting didn't care. He woke up early in the morning and went straight to the virtual reality cabin. He decided to use the 30,000 contribution points he was rewarded with in virtual reality. These contribution points weren't very useful to him. The only thing that caught his attention was the virtual reality cabin. Wang Ting lay down, and the virtual reality cabin slowly closed. He closed his eyes and opened them again. He was already in the familiar yet unfamiliar half-empty city. Wang Ting didn't stay in the city. He went straight to the wilderness outside the city. His goal this time was to increase his wind force and collect more blank attributes. His wind force was still at the 9-star soldier level. It was obviously holding him back. The blank stats were really useful. This time, he used them to upgrade Ancient God Body, and they were all used up. They were never enough. Wind force star beasts were rare, but it wasn't that hard to find them. Star beasts usually lived in places with dense force. If he wanted to find a wind force star beast, he naturally had to find a place with dense wind force. The question was, where was the place with the densest wind force? Wang Ting used the stupidest method. He went straight to the windiest place. A few days later, Wang Ting stood at the edge of a cliff. In front of him was a group of wind-type eagle-type star beasts. They occupied the cliff as their nest and lived in groups. Wang Ting wasn't afraid. In fact, he was very happy. Living in groups represented numbers. To him, these were all attribute bubbles. He had hunted many star beasts in the past few days. There were quite a number of wind element star beasts, but they were all solo beasts. They were only 5-star or 6-star beasts. The force attributes they contributed were very limited. This big group is enough for me to reach the 10-star quasi-warlord level. Wang Ting smiled. He didn't say anything. The poison force in his body surged and came out of his body. Then, with a bang, the green jade glazed flame ignited, and the poison origin power immediately turned into a poisonous mist under the burning flames. It was blown by the wind and instantly spread toward the cliff. He had accidentally come up with this trick when he was at the Sacred Mountain, and it was the best way to trick people. The poison origin power that came from the demon lotus poison body was extraordinary. As the poison mist spread out, the wind attribute eagle on the cliff was immediately poisoned and let out angry cries. Screech, 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 a piercing screech reverberated on the cliff. Then, a strong wind blew, and the poisonous fog was blown away. Many gigantic figures rose into the air and flapped their wings in the sky. Countless amounts of wind origin power gathered here. It seems that the poisonous fog can only poison them and not kill these powerful star beasts. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and his psychic power came out from between his eyebrows. A dozen flying knives immediately flew out from his body and danced around him. He spent contribution points to buy these throwing knives from the city and could only use them in virtual reality. His main purpose in virtual reality was to hunt star beasts. With the flying dagger, his efficiency would be higher and he wouldn't have to waste so much time. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, these flying daggers immediately turned into shooting stars and soared into the sky. Screech, the wind attribute eagle beasts noticed the arrival of danger and let out angry cries. They flapped their wings and turned into afterimages. Their speed was unbelievably fast. Wind attribute star beasts were known for their speed. Wang Ting squinted his eyes and controlled the flying daggers with his psychic power. Their speed instantly increased. The biggest advantage of psychic power was speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. A dozen flying daggers followed closely and drew a beautiful arc in the air, catching up to the 3 wind attribute eagle beasts in front. These 3 wind attribute eagle beasts were all 10-star horde lords. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. Seeing that they couldn't dodge, a sharp light shot out from their eyes. They opened their mouths and spat out several green lights that collided with the flying daggers. That green light was actually a green wind blade, boom boom boom. Some of the flying daggers were blocked, while others went around the green wind blades and streaked across the wind attribute eagle beasts like lightning. Pooh, a flying dagger cut open the stomach of a wind attribute eagle. Blood splattered and bits of internal organs fell out. Screech, the eagle beast let out a miserable cry and fell down. Ding! Ding! The other 2 flying daggers landed on one of the eagle beasts. However, the feathers on the eagle beasts seemed to be made of metal. Sparks flew when they collided, but the explosive power of the flying daggers was extremely strong and still left 2 bloody marks on the eagle beast's body. Screech, that eagle beast let out an extremely angry cry. At this moment, the surrounding wind attribute eagle beasts reacted. They let out a series of cries and stirred up violent wind attribute force that surged in all directions. The flying daggers were blocked. Seeing this scene, Wang Ting didn't hesitate anymore. He stomped on the ground and let out a loud boom. His body suddenly soared into the sky. At the same time, ice attribute force surged out. Extreme frost, an illusory image of a treasure bottle appeared above his head. The ice attribute force condensed into a terrifying extreme cold current and rolled out like an ice river. It was as if the wind was frozen and condensed into frost in the sky. As the ice river rolled past, the wind attribute eagle beasts were instantly covered in a layer of ice, causing their bodies to stiffen and their speed to decrease. I'll let you guys have a taste of ice and fire. Wang Ting chuckled. The green jade glazed flame exploded and filled the sky. It covered the sky and covered the sun as it covered the wind attribute eagle beasts. Screech, 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 those eagle beasts immediately let out terrified cries. The taste of ice and fire wasn't good. Moreover, it was such extreme ice and fire. Under the cold and hot, bloody marks appeared on their bodies. Those steel-like feathers couldn't withstand it at all. At this moment, Wang Ting controlled the flying daggers again. They turned into streaks of sharp light and swept out in all directions like a meat grinder. The wind attribute eagle beasts let out miserable cries. Blood burst out of their bodies and they fell to the ground. Only a few wind attribute eagle beasts of the Lord rank quickly rushed toward Wang Ting. They flapped their wings and formed endless wind blades that swept toward him. For a moment, the sky was densely packed with green wind blades. It was a spectacular sight. Humph! Wang Ting snorted coldly. Lightning flashed on his fists, and the illusory image of a thunder lion appeared. Lightning lion fist, thunder energy exploded. The huge thunder lion illusory image blasted out along with the fist and collided with the green wind blades. Boom boom boom, a terrifying explosion spread out, and the force was pushed back. The wind elemental eagle beasts seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Their huge bodies slammed into the cliff behind them with a loud bang. Many boulders rolled down and collapsed many of the eagle nests. Slash! Wang Ting followed up with another attack. He waved the divine weapon MOK and slashed out. The blade light swept across the sky and drowned those few Lord rank eagle beasts. They didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were cut in half and fell to the ground. Dead, the Lord rank eagle beasts were all dead, the surroundings fell into silence. The surviving eagle beasts were terrified and fled in all directions. A family should stay together. How can you run away alone? Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He released his spiritual force. The flying daggers turned into flowing lights and chased after those escaping eagle beasts. He wantonly reaped their lives. Bang bang bang, countless eagle beasts fell to the ground, and countless attribute bubbles popped up as well. Wind origin power, 3280100000, 10 stars, blank attribute, 8960. When Wang Ting saw the changes on his attribute panel, his lips curled into a smile. His wind origin power had finally reached the level of a 10-star quasi-warlord. At this point, his wind origin power had finally caught up. At the same time, he had accumulated 8,960 blank attribute points. The harvest was not small. At a glance, the bottom of the cliff was filled with the corpses of wind eagle beasts. Fresh blood dyed the entire cliff red. The scene was very bloody. Wang Ting frowned. His wind origin power swept out and gathered all the corpses in one place. Then, he smashed a deep hole in the ground, and buried them. Very good. It's best to be together as a family. Wang Ting clapped his hands, feeling that he had done a good deed. He finally turned around and left with a clear conscience. A few days later, Wang Ting walked out of the virtual reality cabin. He had used up all his contribution points, but he was very satisfied with the results. His overall strength had increased by another level. His various origin powers had increased, and his blank attribute points had reached 27,850. If he encountered any unexpected situations, he would be able to deal with them. He took the elevator to the surface. As soon as he walked out of the building, he saw Xianxia waiting for him outside. "You're finally willing to come out." As soon as Xianxia saw him, he immediately pulled him outside. "Where are we going?" Wang Ting was a little confused. "Your appointment has been issued. Come with me to see the 3 marshals," Xianxia said. "Appointment?" Wang Ting was stunned. He asked, "Why did they give me an appointment? I still have to cultivate. I don't have time." "Don't ask me about this. If you want to ask the marshals yourself." Xianxia's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. He laughed and said, "Besides, if you want to be promoted to a general, you have to do something. Otherwise, you won't be able to convince the masses. Then I don't have to be promoted. My current rank of Major General is enough." "It's fine as long as I look good," Wang Ting said indifferently. What a joke. How could he be scared? How could the so-called general star compare to actual strength? When he raised his strength to a 13-star upper-level warlord, they would probably fight to promote him to a general star. Trying to trick him? No way. I'm a major general. Do you think it's pretty? Do you think it's close? Xianxia glared at him. "In any case, I don't care. I don't have time for this appointment," Wang Ting said. Xianxia brought him to the central command building, went straight to the top floor, and pushed him into a meeting room. "We're here. You can tell the marshal and the others yourself. F***ck. Before Wang Ting could react, his entire body fell in. He felt that Xianxia seemed to be very anxious, even more so than he was. Within the meeting room, the 3 marshals sat at the head of the table. Around them were a group of Crimson Star generals. There were more than 10 of them, and their gazes were all focused on Wang Ting. Xianxia walked in after him and sat down in an empty seat. "Sit," Hong Shui said, and gestured for Wang Ting to sit down in the empty seat next to Xianxia. "I've called everyone here today mainly to discuss Xianxia's resignation as the Black Sparrow Army's general." Hong Shui's voice rang out slowly. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Wang Ting immediately reacted. So, Xianxia was going to resign, and he was going to take over. No wonder she was so anxious. She was in a hurry to shift the blame. Wang Ting glanced at Xianxia, and his teeth itched with hatred. Xianxia didn't even look at him. He looked straight ahead, and his gaze was extremely serious. King serious, you can keep up the act here, Wang Ting was speechless, but he couldn't do anything about it. After our discussion, we've decided that after Tan Taishan retires as the Black Sparrow Army's general, Wang Ting will take over the position of general. Hong Shui said again. Wow, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar. Wang Ting was going to be the general? Everyone didn't know what to say. Although Wang Ting was a major general, how old was he now? He might not even be 19 years old. Was it really okay for him to be the general at such a young age? Military rank was one thing, and the position was another. Being too young meant that he lacked experience. A lieutenant general glanced at Wang Ting and said, Hong Shui, I don't mean anything else. I'm just worried that Major General Wang doesn't have enough experience and might not be up to the task. Yeah, he's too young. Why don't we wait for another year or two, and then take on the position of General of the Black Sparrow Army after some experience, just like Lieutenant General Tantai back then? The position of general is not a trivial matter. It's more reliable to have a steady person in it. Everyone agreed and expressed their own opinions. These generals might not be doing it out of selfishness. However, they were not optimistic about Wang Ting. They felt that he was too young and needed to wait for another 2 or 3 years. It's okay to be young. He can be trained. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary actions. This is the era of martial arts, and strength is respected. Wang Ting is strong enough to take charge of an army, Hong Shui said calmly. I've discussed this decision with Hong Shui and Yong Shui. In the end, we feel that Wang Ting is qualified, Long Shui said. When everyone saw that the 3 marshals supported Wang Ting, they were a little surprised and fell silent for a moment. Can everyone listen to me? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. Everyone looked and immediately realized that the person who spoke was Wang Ting. What do you want to say? Hong Shui said with a smile. They thought that Wang Ting was going to defend himself. After all, he was a young man. How could he stand being looked down upon by others? Especially a prodigy like Wang Ting, he was extremely proud of himself. However, Tan Taishan suddenly had a bad feeling. She knew Wang Ting too well. This kid was definitely going to cause trouble. He was definitely not defending himself. Tan Taishan was certain. Ahem. Wang Ting coughed dryly and said, Actually, I think what everyone said is very reasonable. I'm too young and not qualified. Hong Shui, Yong Shui, Long Shui, everyone was speechless. They never thought that Wang Ting would reject them. Isn't there something wrong with it? Did young people nowadays not like to be in high positions and be in the limelight? Had they fallen so far behind the times? Tan Taishan thought to herself, as expected. She was very familiar with Wang Ting's personality. This guy never acted according to common sense. If he wanted this position, even if you didn't give it to him, he would think of a way to get it. With his strength, no one could stop him. However, if he didn't want it, no one could persuade him. Of course, if he was willing to do it, there was nothing to say. Now, it was up to the 3 marshals to convince him. At this moment, the 3 marshals looked at each other. Hong Shui asked, Wang Ting, do you know why you are the general of the Black Sparrow Army? Is there a reason? Wang Ting was a little surprised. We found out where the Truthism's nest is, so we want you to go and destroy them. Hong Shui didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the reason. Everyone was shocked when they heard Hong Shui's words. Truthism, the higher-ups had found the Truthism's lair? The Zhenli cult had done all kinds of evil, and everyone was trying their best to eliminate them. However, the Zhenli cult was very cunning, and their whereabouts were mysterious. Moreover, they were all brainwashed. Once they were caught, they would quickly kill themselves. It was very difficult to get any useful information from them. They didn't expect to find the Truthism's lair this time. This was great news. However, when they thought about how the marshal wanted Wang Ting to destroy Truthism, everyone felt a headache coming on. Could Wang Ting do it? If he did this well, it would be a great achievement. If he didn't do it well, he would definitely be criticized. To be honest, it was a little unreliable to give this task to an inexperienced young man. Moreover, everyone was jealous of this achievement. Even with their status, they wanted to get a share of it. With their status, it wasn't easy for them to be promoted. They needed a lot of contributions. Destroying truthism was a great opportunity. Everyone couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. This time, they hoped that he would take the initiative to refuse. However, Wang Ting touched his chin. A hint of interest appeared at the edge of his lips. Destroying truthism seemed like a good idea. Truthism definitely had many martial arts powerhouses. If they were all wiped out, it would definitely be a source of a large number of attribute bubbles. During the new year, truthism had attacked the Wang family and wanted to get rid of him. He had never forgotten this grudge. Truthism was also involved in the East Sea chaos. At that time, he had already reported this matter to the higher-ups. The higher-ups must have followed Ting's lead and found some clues that led them to the truthism's lair. After thinking for a moment, Wang Ting said, "I can be the marshal." Seeing that Wang Ting had agreed, the three marshals heaved a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that this kid would be stubborn. However, the others frowned. Was such a good opportunity really going to be taken by Wang Ting? But Wang Ting spoke again. But what? Hong Shui frowned and asked. But I can only be the marshal for half a year at most. I don't want to be burdened by worldly matters. Increasing my strength is the most important thing for me now, Wang Ting said. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Wang Ting's words undoubtedly touched a chord in everyone's heart. Taking on an important position, although they would receive more resources, they would also require more time and energy to deal with it. There weren't many people like Wang Ting who maintained their original mindset and pursued martial arts. Many people couldn't help but be shocked. Calm Dan Taixian glanced at Wang Ting uncontrollably. Did he possess such ability at such a young age? This didn't come out of nowhere. Determination flashed in Tan Taixian's eyes. She couldn't fall too far behind. The three marshals looked at each other. In the end, Hong Shui said, "It's good that you have this intention. Since that's the case, we'll set it at half a year. We'll decide whether you stay or leave after half a year." The position of the Black Sparrow Army's marshal finally landed on Wang Ting's head. From then on, the youngest marshal in Xiaxia's history was born just like that. When he walked out of the building, the surrounding generals all came forward to congratulate him. They were all smiles and were extremely polite. To them, Wang Ting was simply going to be gilded. He was the marshal of the Black Sparrow Army right off the bat. There was also the great merit of eliminating truthism waiting for him. If this wasn't gilding, then what was? It would be a lie to say that they weren't envious. However, since it was a foregone conclusion, they couldn't say anything. It was better to be on good terms than bad terms. Wang Ting didn't go out of his way to pander. He nodded as a response. After that, he quickly left with Tan Taixian. This Major General Wang is really favored by the three marshals. I'm afraid his future is limitless, someone said enviously. It's said that even the martial arts leader sees him in a different light and has personally received him. It's no wonder. He's so strong at such a young age. He definitely needs to be groomed. This Major General Wang will definitely be a mainstay of Xiaxia in the future. Everyone was filled with emotions. They discussed and dispersed. The news of Wang Ting becoming the marshal of the Black Sparrow Army spread quickly. This wasn't a secret. Anyone who wanted to know would find out if they asked around. News of what happened at the Sacred Mountain also spread. Everyone was extremely shocked. Wang Ting was clearly a martial arts expert who was strong enough to guard the country. The various major factions' evaluation of Wang Ting's potential increased by dozens of times. They all took action and paid close attention to him. On the other hand, Wang Ting and Tan Taixian were preparing to return to the East Sea. They were heading to the Black Sparrow City where the Black Sparrow Army was located to take charge of the Black Sparrow Army. The two of them arrived at the hangar where the Phoenix King mech was parked and boarded the mech. The cabin door closed and the lights in the mech lit up instantly. Tan Taixian looked around and said enviously, "I've been around for so many years and I don't even have the right to own a Phoenix King mech." "How long have you been around and you've already gotten such treatment? Comparisons are odious. After all, I'm a genius." Wang Ting smiled shamelessly. He walked to the side and opened the fridge. He took out a bottle of red wine and threw it to Tan Taixian. Drink? Then I'll drink some. Tan Taishan sat down comfortably on the sofa at the side. He took out a wine glass and poured 2 glasses of wine. Wang Ting also sat down and said, "Little He, activate the smart positioning system. Destination, East Sea." "Yes, master." The light moved and the image of little Lolita appeared. Pfft. Tan Taishan had a strange look on his face. "So you like this? Don't talk nonsense. This is the image designed by the designers of the mech. It has nothing to do with me." Wang Ting rolled his eyes. "No need to explain. I understand." Tan Taishan did not believe him at all. The designers of the mech were basically 30 years old and above. Who would have the time and effort to design the image of little Lolita? It must have been chosen by Wang Ting himself. There was no doubt about it. Wang Ting was speechless. He felt that he was definitely going to take the blame. At this moment, the mech slowly drove out of the hangar. Under the power of the runes, it rose vertically into the air. The lieutenant in charge of the hangar walked out from the side of the hangar. He looked at the Phoenix King mech that had been driven away and was full of envy. "It's finally driven away. Every day it's here, it pricks my heart. Damn it. That's the Phoenix King mech." In the sky, the Phoenix King mech's power system was activated. It turned into a shadow and rushed into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Donghai. During the period when Wang Ting was away, many buildings had been built in Donghai under the efforts of many people from all walks of life. In the age of martial arts, manpower and material resources were unimaginable. If one really wanted to do something with all their might, the results would be very fast. Some important buildings had already been built, such as an airport, a train station, and various factories and shops that were essential for daily life. Even the administrative office buildings and the various dojos were mostly completed. They could now carry out the most basic operations of the city. However, in many places, there were still the silhouettes of large machines. Construction was going on everywhere, and all kinds of sounds were incessant. Donghai's overall plan was very simple and clear. It was divided into 3 rings, inner, outer and inner, and a total of 9 areas. Wang family, new base. Before Wang Ting went abroad to participate in the exchange, he had handed over the treasures he had plundered from the underworld to the martial arts leaders. Very quickly, those treasures were exchanged for a huge sum of money and transferred to Governor Jiang. Hence, the Wang family naturally received great care. The new base had been built. Of course, only a part of it was built. Most of the areas were still under construction. This was the decision of the old Master Wang. Everyone was treated equally. Now, there were still many ordinary people in Donghai who were homeless and living in temporary housing. The Wang family could not take up too much manpower and material resources. When everything was on the right track, it would not be too late for them to plan and develop the Wang family properly. The Wang family was like a new star in the hands of Wang Ting, rising slowly. Everyone in the Wang family, including the old Master Wang and the 3 Wang Xinghua brothers, thought highly of it. Now, at such a critical time, they naturally could not be known as the heartless rich. At this time, in a base of the Wang family near the central 3rd ring, everyone in the Wang family gathered. They had just received a call from Wang Ting. Knowing that he was coming back, they all came out to welcome him. Outside a building that looked like a small villa, there was an extremely wide open space. It was still under planning and no other buildings had been built. The reason why they chose to locate their base here was because the terrain was extremely wide. The Wang family could do whatever they wanted without fear. At this time, everyone in the Wang family was looking out the door, waiting for Wang Ting to return. Why isn't he back yet? Didn't he say that he would be here soon? Li Xiaomei murmured anxiously, "This kid has been gone for half a month. It's really worrying." All right. Our son is a martial arts expert. Naturally, he has a wider world. Isn't it normal for him to be away for half a month? Besides, this time he's only going to the capital of Xia. That's the place with the best defense. There's nothing to worry about, Wang Xinghua comforted. You think you're not worried just because you say so? That's my flesh and blood. Li Xiaomei glared at him angrily. Yes. I should be worried. Wang Xinghua immediately gave in. Li Xiaomei patted Lin Chuhan's hand and said, Chuhan, you have to help me keep Wang Ting in check in the future. He's been getting wilder and wilder recently. Lin Chuhan's residence was not far from the Wang family's base, so Li Xiaomei often called her over. Lin Chuhan couldn't refuse and could only come over. After a few more visits, she had gotten used to it. Today, she happened to be at the Wang family's residence. Beside her, Zhou Baiyun's figure was also standing there. However, she wasn't as familiar with the Wang family as Lin Chuhan. Zhou Baiyun looked at Li Xiaomei and Lin Chuhan's intimacy and couldn't help but have a strange look in her eyes. At this time, Lin Chuhan heard Li Xiaomei's words as if she was teaching her daughter-in-law. She couldn't help but blush, especially when she saw old Master Wang and the others looking at her with a smile. She felt even more embarrassed. It's all Wang Ting's fault. Lin Chuhan didn't know what to say and could only respond with a smile. In her heart, she had already cursed Wang Ting hundreds of times. Li Xiaomei wanted to say something else. At this time, a whistling sound came from the sky. It wasn't loud, but when it reached everyone's ears, it was extremely clear. Everyone looked up and saw a huge, ghost-like fighter plane slowly descending. The huge airflow raised a large cloud of dust. The door of the fighter plane opened. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a familiar figure walked out. Hey, everyone's here. The huge black fighter jet landed on the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and the streamlined body was faintly discernible. The surface reflected the light that made one's heart palpitate. Everyone in the Wang family widened their eyes and stared blankly at the fighter jet in front of them, as well as the young man who walked out of the fighter jet. They thought of the beginning, but they did not expect this outcome. Everyone in the Wang family originally thought that Wang Ting would take a passenger plane to land at Donghai Airport and then take a car back. They did not expect him to take a terrifying fighter jet and land in their family square. The Phoenix King fighter jet's body was tens of meters long. Its beautiful curves and deep luster were undoubtedly a huge impact on ordinary people. To ordinary people, passenger planes were not unfamiliar. However, it was the first time they had seen a fighter jet that could be used for both combat and leisure. Son, what's going on? Li Xiaomei was the first to break the silence and asked. What's going on? Wang Ting jumped down from the fighter jet. He was dressed casually as if he had just returned from a trip. What your mom means is, what's up with this fighter jet? Wang Xinghua asked. Old Master Wang Xinghong, and the rest looked over curiously. They were very curious about the origin of this fighter jet. From what they understood, this fighter jet should not have appeared here. Someone gave it to me, Wang Ting said casually. Someone gave it to you? Everyone was stunned. This answer made everyone feel that it was a little unbelievable. Who would be so generous to give a fighter jet? The problem was, this was not a matter of money. Even if you had money, you could not buy a fighter jet. Wait, so this fighter jet is yours? Wang Ting's uncle Wang Xinghong could not help but exclaim. Yes, it's mine now. Wang Ting nodded. No, tell me clearly. Who gave you such a big fighter jet? Li Xiaomei quickly pulled him over and asked. Yes, don't fool us, Wang Xinghua said. I made a lot of contributions this time. The army marshal gave it to me, Wang Ting said simply. The army marshal? You made a contribution again? Everyone heard this and was shocked again. This trip out had resulted in another meritorious service. That contribution was like picking up cabbages. Other people had to go through a lot of hardships to gain merit, but why did it feel like it was so easy for Wang Ting? Are you serious? You only made a trip to the Xia capital. What merit can you achieve? Wang Xinghua asked. Wang Ting didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not only had he been to capital Xia, but he had also been overseas and experienced many things. His family thought that he had always been in capital Xia. Thus, he briefly recounted the events of the exchange meeting. However, he also left out a lot of things for fear of scaring them. According to Wang Ting, he had only defeated a few genius martial artists, so the higher-ups were extremely happy and gave him this fighter as a reward. Everyone from the Wang family was stunned when they heard that. What sacred mountain? What genetic martial artist? These things were a little far away from them. They only felt very amazed. While they were talking, a few figures flew over from the distant sky and landed in front of them. It was Governor Jiang, Yi Jixing, Fu Tiandao, Qin Hanxian and the rest. The Phoenix King mech, a strategic weapon, had suddenly entered the East Sea and landed in the Wang family's territory. This naturally alarmed them. The Wang family was Wang Ting's family. Now that Wang Ting wasn't around, they had to take care of him. However, when they landed, they saw Wang Ting and heaved a sigh of relief. Governor Jiang glanced at the Phoenix King mech and was surprised. Then, he looked at Wang Ting and smiled. I guessed that you must have returned. Governor Jiang rushed over to welcome me the moment I returned. I'm really flattered, Wang Ting said. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of this Phoenix King mech, I wouldn't have come over. I've been so busy with the reconstruction of the East Sea. How would I have the time to care about you? Governor Jiang rolled his eyes and said. After all, I've contributed a lot to the reconstruction of the East Sea. Governor Jiang, you're turning your back on me. Aren't you afraid that I'll be disappointed? Wang Ting said. Hey, you brat. You're still arguing with me, Governor Jiang said speechlessly. Wang Ting, is this Phoenix King mecha yours? At this moment, the president of Jisun Martial House, Yi Jisun, couldn't help but interrupt. That's right. I just got it. Wang Ting nodded. Although they were mentally prepared, Yi Jixing and Governor Jiang were still shocked when they heard him admit it personally. This Phoenix King mech is the latest generation of Run's mech. Whether it's the AI system or the weapons on it, they are all the most advanced. Even a general might not be able to use it. You actually have one. Governor Jiang took a deep breath and said. When the Wang family heard this, they were even more shocked. They knew that this mech was amazing, but they didn't expect it to be so famous. They had underestimated the origin and value of this mech. From the looks of it, Wang Ting's contribution this time wasn't as simple as he had said. Yi Jixing stroked the smooth body of the mech. His eyes showed a hint of envy. I've always wanted to get one to test it out, but I never had the chance. I didn't expect you to get one first. Hee hee, old Yi, this is the treasure of the military. Don't even think about it. Governor Jiang seemed to know the inside story and laughed gloatingly. Yi Jixing shook his head helplessly. He felt pity. I heard that in this exchange, you single-handedly defeated all the genius martial artists from all over the world. No wonder the military is willing to give you such a precious item. Governor Jiang said emotionally. Defeated all the genius martial artists from all over the world by himself. When everyone heard this, they looked at Wang Ting in shock. Everyone in the Wang family was stunned and in disbelief. This wasn't what Wang Ting had said previously. What did he mean by defeating a few genius martial artists? He had defeated all the genius martial artists in one fell swoop. Old Master Wang, Wang Xinghua, and the rest had strange expressions. Why didn't they realize that Wang Ting was so humble? Wang Ting touched his nose awkwardly. He was afraid of scaring them. Otherwise, why would he hide such a good thing? However, he didn't expect Governor Jiang to expose him so soon after he started talking nonsense. At this time, it wasn't just the Wang family. Lin Chuhan was also shocked. Her beautiful eyes stared at Wang Ting without blinking. This guy was too monstrous. All the genius martial artists from all over the world were no match for him. In the blink of an eye, he had fought his way out of the country. It was unbelievable. Lin Chuhan even thought that in the next blink of an eye, Wang Ting would fight his way out of Earth. This guy's speed of improvement was like a rocket. Next time, he might really break through the surface. Behind the crowd, a pair of eyes were also looking at Wang Ting. A strange light flashed in the depths of those eyes. Such a powerful man would be a huge source of light wherever he went. Who would be able to resist him? Wang Ting did not expect the news of the exchange meeting to spread so quickly. Even Dong Hai knew about it. Seeing everyone's shocked expression, he smiled and said, "Actually, it's not that exaggerated. It's an exchange meeting. Everyone should interact peacefully. There's no need to fight to the death." Governor Jiang, Yi Jisun, and the rest looked at Wang Ting speechlessly. Peaceful interaction, these words could deceive ordinary people. How could they not know? Geniuses from various countries would compete. They did not need to think to know that the exchange meeting would be extremely intense. However, seeing that Wang Ting did not want to say more, they did not expose him. What are your plans after returning to Donghai? Why don't you take a position here? Governor Jiang thought for a while and said. This was a solicitation. Wang Ting's strength was extraordinary now. He naturally wanted to rope him in. Although Wang Ting belonged to the military system, it was not overboard to take a position in the government. Old Master Wang Xianxia, and the rest had a flash in their eyes. This was a good thing, more identities, more paths. They could not help but feel a little emotional. Even Governor Jiang was trying to rope in Wang Ting. In the past, they would not have dared to think about it. No. However, Wang Ting shook his head and rejected. The Wang family was stunned. How could he reject such a good opportunity? Don't be in a hurry to reject. You don't have to do much in the governor's office. Occasionally, there will be special occasions where a general-level existence like you is needed to hold the fort. After all, there aren't many general-level existences in Donghai. Governor Jiang explained. Moreover, after you take up the position, there will be many conveniences. You will also have monthly allowances and benefits. Just the contribution points alone will be 500 points per month. Governor Jiang, I appreciate your kindness. However, I really can't leave. Wang Ting smiled bitterly. After returning this time, I will head to the other world immediately to take charge of the Black Sparrow army. I really don't have any extra energy. Take charge of the Black Sparrow army. Governor Jiang's eyes widened. Yi Jisun was originally observing the Phoenix King mech. When he heard this, he immediately jumped over. What did you say? You're going to take over the Black Sparrow army? He asked in disbelief. I just gave the order. Wang Ting was startled by him. Wasn't he just a general? It was a tiring and thankless job. Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Everyone was speechless when they saw his disdainful expression. The commander of the Black Sparrow army wasn't any lower than the governor in terms of position. In fact, the number of soldiers under his command was even higher than the governor's. He didn't expect this kid to despise him. At this moment, everyone in the Wang clan was staring at Wang Ting. They really wanted to confirm this news with Wang Ting, but with Governor Jiang and the others present, they really couldn't say anything. They didn't want Governor Jiang and the others to think that the Wang clan was making a fuss over nothing and would be looked down upon easily. As for Lin Chuhan and Zhou Baiyun, their mouths were slightly agape. They felt like they were in a dream. A young man of the same age as them was now in a high position and in charge of an army. Who would believe it if they told this to others? But the truth was right in front of them, and they couldn't question it. In that case, I can't keep you here. Governor Jiang took a deep breath and shook his head with a bitter smile. He said, the position of the commander is indeed tied up with important matters. It is normal that you can't leave. After chatting for a while, he bid farewell and left. He was the busiest person here and didn't dare to delay. Congratulations, commander of the Black Sparrow army. Yi Jisun smiled and cupped his fists. After knowing that Wang Ting's strength wasn't inferior to his, Yi Jisun treated Wang Ting as an equal. Now that he saw that Wang Ting was in an important position, he had more respect for him. Club Principal Yi, you are too polite. Wang Ting smiled and waved his hand. At the side, Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxian had complicated expressions. Compared to Yi Jisun, they were more familiar with Wang Ting. After all, they had watched Wang Ting start off as a small martial artist. Now, they even had to look up to him. Outsiders couldn't understand their feelings at all. Come visit Jisun Martial House when you are free. As Yi Jisun spoke, he bid farewell and left under Wang Ting's gaze. After everyone left, the members of the Wang family immediately surrounded Wang Ting. Son, you really became the commander of the Black Sparrow army? Li Xiaomei sized up Wang Ting and asked in surprise. Yes, I will stay at home for a day. I will be taking up the position tomorrow. Wang Ting nodded. How old are you? How could they let you be the commander? Li Xiaomei still couldn't believe it and mumbled at the side. Aya, what do you know? Our son is very powerful. Even Governor Jiang and club principal Yi don't dare to underestimate him. He is more than qualified to be the commander, Wang Xinghua said proudly. Ha ha ha, our Wang family is really blessed by our ancestors. Now, we have a high-ranking official. Old Master Wang laughed happily. The older generation was just obsessed with this. The Wang family was in business, so they had a natural yearning and respect for the authorities. To them, being an official was something that could bring honor to their ancestors. Wang Ting had undoubtedly helped them achieve this goal. Moreover, this position wasn't a small one. Even Governor Jiang thought highly of it. Having great power in his hands was no small matter. Seeing that everyone was happy, Wang Ting felt gratified. He did all this for his family. When Wang Ting returned, the atmosphere in the family was very harmonious. At night, the house was brightly lit. Li Xiaomei, Wang Ting's aunt, and the others prepared a table of food and wine. Everyone gathered together. Lin Chuhan was also asked to stay by Li Xiaomei. At this moment, she was sitting beside Wang Ting and was a little restless. It's not the first time. Why are you still nervous? Wang Ting teased in a low voice. Lin Chuhan glared at him. There were so many people in the Wang family, and she was the only outsider. How could she not feel awkward? Speaking of which, what's up with Zhou Baiyun? Why is she here today? Wang Ting suddenly thought of something and asked. She's a friend I just met. She came to look for me today, and I was called over by my aunt. She said that she has some connections with your family, so she came along, Lin Chuhan explained. The Zhou family. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He said, they used to be a big family. You know her? Lin Chuhan glanced at Wang Ting. We've met once. Wang Ting admitted calmly. He continued, the ladies from these families have complicated thoughts. You have to be more careful. Lin Chuhan was deep in thought. She wasn't stupid. It wasn't difficult to figure out something from Zhou Baiyun's actions. Now that Wang Ting mentioned it, she was even more certain. She nodded. Wang Ting saw her like this and couldn't help but feel a little amused. Zhou Baiyun had probably underestimated Lin Chuhan. If she had any other intentions, who knew how much she would suffer in the hands of Lin Chuhan in the future, he couldn't help but feel a little expectant. What are you two whispering about? Li Xiaomei's teasing laughter suddenly came from the side. Lin Chuhan raised her head and saw everyone looking at them ambiguously. She immediately blushed. Cough, cough. Let's eat, let's eat. Wang Ting was thick-skinned. He coughed dryly and acted as if nothing had happened. He minded his own business and started eating. The news of Wang Ting's return to the Eastern Sea spread like wildfire. Various forces had been paying close attention to the news, especially since many of them knew about the results of the global exchange. Naturally, they would pay close attention to Wang Ting's movements. For martial artists, the global exchange was a grand event. To be able to defeat the geniuses of various countries in the exchange represented a unique talent and potential. Many people regarded Wang Ting as a rising peerless expert. Zhou family. Zhou Baiyun brought the news of Wang Ting back home. The Zhou family immediately gathered everyone for a family meeting. At the meeting, Old Man Zhou, Zhou Weiqiong, and the rest were all present. You said that Wang Ting became the Black Sparrow Army's general? Zhou Baiyun's second brother, Zhou Shaohui, asked with his eyes wide open. The others also looked at Zhou Baiyun, unable to believe the news she just brought back. At that time, Governor Jiang wanted to recruit Wang Ting, so he told us about it. It shouldn't be fake. Zhou Baiyun said as she recalled the figure in her heart. This, everyone in the Zhou family gasped and were speechless. How old was Wang Ting? He probably wasn't even 19 years old, a 19-year-old Black Sparrow Army's general. This was unbelievable. However, since Governor Jiang was present, Wang Ting would definitely not lie about this. This meant that this matter was definitely true. It seems that we have underestimated him. This Wang Ting not only has great potential, but he also has a powerful background. Yes, otherwise, at such a young age, if there was no support, it would be impossible for him to take up such an important position. The Zhou family was in an uproar. They could not help but discuss and exclaim. Quiet. Old man Zhou knocked on the table heavily. Everyone immediately quieted down and looked at Old man Zhou. Dad, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Zhou Weicheng frowned and asked. Tomorrow, Xiao Jun and I will bring gifts and go to the Wang family. Old man Zhou said slowly. Zhou Weicheng glanced at Zhou Baiyun and nodded. Alright, the Wang clan is like the sun in the sky now. We should lower ourselves and befriend them. Grandpa, why don't I go with you? Zhou Xiaohui rolled his eyes and chuckled. What are you going to do? Old Master Zhou snapped. I'll go and get to know him. We're about the same age. Maybe we'll have something in common, Zhou Xiaohui said. You also know that we're about the same age. With your character, what else can you do other than indulge in sensual pleasures? He's a martial arts expert, the commander of an army. How can he have a common language with you? What a joke. Old man Zhou got angry when he talked about this. He snorted coldly and said, You stay at home. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Zhou Xiaohui's face alternated between green and white when he heard Old Master Zhou's words. He was extremely embarrassed. Being scolded by Old Master Zhou in front of so many people, he, second young Master Zhou, had lost all his face. However, the person who scolded him was Old Master Zhou. He was just a grandson, so how could he dare to say anything? Zhou Baiyun's eldest brother, Zhou Xiaoan, wanted to say something, but when he saw Zhou Xiaohui being humiliated, he immediately shut his mouth. Old Master Zhou was a martial arts expert and the commander of an army. He was only the third generation of his family, which was why he had such a high status. In front of Old Master Zhou, there was nothing worth mentioning. Old Master Zhou might not even look him in the eye. At the same time, not only the Zhou family, but the other families were also eager to come and congratulate them. In the evening, after Wang Ting accompanied his family for dinner, he stayed at home for a while. At this time, Lin Chuhan stood up and said goodbye. Li Xiaomei asked Wang Ting to send Lin Chuhan home. On a newly paved path, the lights shone down. The two of them walked side by side, and their shadows were elongated. The surroundings were silent. Only the soft sound of their footsteps echoed. After a while, Lin Chuhan said, You're leaving tomorrow? Yes, I have important matters to attend to, so I have to leave, Wang Ting said. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, Are you unwilling to let me go? No, I just saw that auntie and uncle were always talking about you when you weren't around, so I asked on their behalf. Lin Chuhan's heart skipped a beat, but she pretended to be calm and said. Oh. I see. Wang Ting dragged his words. Suddenly, he stopped in front of Lin Chuhan and looked at her with a faint smile. What are you doing? Lin Chuhan was shocked and almost fell into his arms. Nothing. I haven't seen you in a long time, so I wanted to take a few more glances, Wang Ting said with a smile. Lin Chuhan saw that although he was smiling, his eyes were very serious. It was as if he really wanted to imprint her appearance in his heart. Her heart suddenly trembled. His life had not been easy. To have the power and status he had today, it was all because of his own efforts. Lin Chuhan's heart softened. She stared blankly at Wang Ting. The two of them stood on the path and looked at each other. There was a faint trace of affection in their eyes. Wang Ting gradually moved closer. His hot breath blew onto Lin Chuhan's beautiful face. Lin Chuhan seemed to know what was going to happen next. Her heart trembled. She was so nervous that she clenched her fists. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. She did not dodge. Finally, the two people's lips gently touched. After a while, Wang Ting stopped. He looked at Lin Chuhan with a smile and said, Now you're mine. Lin Chuhan's face was slightly red. She rolled her eyes and said, I knew you were up to no good. After she finished speaking, she did not wait for Wang Ting's response and walked forward. Then why are you still indulging me? Wang Ting chased after her with a smile. As he walked forward, he looked at Lin Chuhan's face with a smile. He seemed to enjoy seeing her embarrassed expression. It's not that I indulged you. It's that someone's skin is too thick. I can't chase him away, Lin Chuhan said as she glared at him. Ha ha ha, how can I chase my girlfriend if I'm not thick-skinned? Wang Ting laughed proudly. He took her hand and walked forward. Lin Chuhan was a step behind. She looked at his back and could not help but smile. This was not bad. Wang Ting sent Lin Chuhan home. When Mother Lin and Lin Chuxia saw the two of them holding hands, they immediately understood what was going on. Especially when Mother Lin was looking at the two of them happily, Lin Chuhan felt very embarrassed. When did Wang Ting come back? Mother Lin asked with a smile as she invited Wang Ting into the house. I just came back today, Wang Ting replied. Then come over tomorrow and have a meal with me, Mother Lin said. Auntie, I still have something to do tomorrow. I have to leave soon, Wang Ting said with some difficulty. Mom, Wang Ting is now the general of the Black Sparrow Army. He's rushing to take over tomorrow, Lin Chuhan helped to explain. General. Mother Lin was shocked. She quickly said, your business is more important. We can have a meal anytime. Go and do what you need to do. Okay, I'll definitely come next time, Wang Ting said with a smile. After that, he stayed at the Lin family for a while longer before taking his leave. Lin Chuhan and her family looked at Wang Ting's back view as he left. After a while, they returned to the house. Lin Chuhan saw that Mother Lin was in high spirits and had many questions. She wanted to escape immediately. A mother knows her daughter best, however, Mother Lin grabbed her and said angrily, you little girl, what do you think your mother is? I haven't even asked and you want to run away. Mum, don't ask. We will settle our own matters, Lin Chuhan said helplessly. Okay. Mum won't interfere. But as a mother, I have the right to know. How far have you two gotten? Mother Lin asked nosily. Oh, nothing much. We just confirmed our relationship. Lin Chuhan thought of what happened on the way here. Her ears turned red and her eyes twinkled. Mother Lin was an experienced person. She had seen all kinds of situations before. When she saw her daughter's expression, she immediately understood what was going on. She smiled and said, why are you embarrassed? All right, I won't ask any more. You two can be alone. I know Wang Ting's character. There's nothing to worry about. Lin Chuhan couldn't help but roll her eyes. She felt that her mother trusted Wang Ting more than she trusted him. Those who didn't know would think that Wang Ting was her biological son. On the side, Lin Chuxia looked at this scene, and a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't notice. The next morning, Wang Ting finished his breakfast at home and bade farewell to his family. The Phoenix King mech took to the air and disappeared into the horizon. Li Xiaomei and Wang Xingguo looked at the mech until it disappeared. Only then did they look away reluctantly. I don't know when the next time I come back will be. Li Xiaomei felt that her eyes were a little sore and she said in low spirits. The child has grown up. He has to go out and explore. Don't worry. Wang Xingguo comforted her. I know. I'm just saying. Our son is more promising than the others. I can't be happier. Li Xiaomei said. Not long after Wang Ting left, old Master Zhou came with Zhou Baiyun. It was a pity that they came empty-handed. Wang Ting sat on the Phoenix King mech and floated above the Huanghai Military Academy. A figure rose from the teacher's dormitory and entered the Phoenix King mech. This person was Tan Taixin. When she had returned to Huanghai Military Academy alone. Now, she was going with Wang Ting to the Black Sparrow Army's encampment in the other world. The Phoenix King mech landed at the space crack. After which, it was kept by Wang Ting into the space fragment. The benefits of the space fragment were once again revealed. Such a large fighter jet could be loaded in just like that. It was extremely convenient. Tan Taixin's eyes widened. Where did you get such a large spatial equipment? Good luck, good luck. Wang Ting chuckled but did not explain. He couldn't possibly tell her that he had picked it up by picking up attributes. After a round of interrogation, the two of them passed through the spatial rift and arrived at the other world. Space *1, Space *2, Space *1, Wang Ting's talent in space was now many times stronger than before, so he took advantage of the time when he was shuttling through space to bring out a lot of space attribute bubbles. Yong City. Previously, when Truthism invaded, many buildings were destroyed. However, they had been rebuilt recently and the entire city had regained its vitality. Wang Ting and Tan Taixian did not alert anyone else. When they arrived at the other world, they left the city directly and boarded the Phoenix King mech to head towards Black Sparrow City. Black Sparrow City. The appearance of the Phoenix King mech immediately attracted the attention of the entire Black Sparrow City. A few deputy generals who were guarding the city hurried over. In the other world, there were no flying fighter jets. Hence, they thought that it was a flying-type star beast approaching and were on high alert. They even used their heavy runes weapons and aimed them at the sky. They were just short of shouting fire. In the fighter jet, Wang Ting and Tan Taixian did not know whether to laugh or cry. They could only turn on the communication device and communicate with the people below. When Song Wanjiang and the rest received the news, they were stunned. Only then did they realize that they had made a huge mistake. However, they also heaved a sigh of relief. The Phoenix King mech landed. Wang Ting and Tan Taixian walked down. Everyone looked at the fighter jet in front of them. Their eyes flashed with amazement. They were from the military and naturally understood what the Phoenix King mech represented. Now that this fighter jet had appeared in front of them, how could they not be curious? Furthermore, how did this fighter jet get here? Everyone was filled with questions. General Song Wanjiang, Zhu Chengwang, and a few other deputy generals hurried forward. However, they were shouting for Tan Taixian and not Wang Ting. Gather everyone at the martial arts practice field. I have something to announce, Tan Taixian said straightforwardly. Song Wanjiang and the rest's faces changed. They seemed to have understood something from her words. Something big was going to happen. The few of them hurriedly obeyed and left. Half an hour later, on the martial arts arena of Black Sparrow City, countless military martial artists were lined up in a square formation. They stood neatly and did not make a single sound. At a glance, it was a magnificent sight. Their eyes were filled with doubt. They did not know why they were suddenly gathered here. On the seats around them, some military officers were also present. They were discussing something in low voices. Niu Li, Kong Li, and Yuan Xian were all present. Even Han Zhu, Wan Baiqiu, Du Yu, and the other graduates of Huanghai Military Academy had returned to report. They had been greatly affected by the East CC Beasts riot and deeply felt their own weakness. Hence, they had been crazily accepting missions in the military recently. They were originally geniuses. Now that they were willing to endure hardships, they immediately gained a foothold in the military and won the recognition of their comrades. These few people had become famous in the Black Sparrow military force. Hey, what do you think is going on? Why did they make such a big scene? Kong Li nudged Yuan Xian and asked. How would I know? Yuan Xian was speechless. It's just a guess. Boring, Kong Li said unhappily. She felt that this guy was very boring. I'm afraid it's not a small matter. I haven't seen such a situation in many years, Niu Li said. Old Niu, even you don't know? Kong Li asked. I just received the news too. It was an order personally given by the deputy generals. I'm also very puzzled now, Niu Li said. They weren't the only ones. The deputy generals were also whispering to each other. They didn't know what Tan Taixian was going to say. He had actually gathered everyone. At this moment, Tan Taixian walked up to the high platform in the middle. All the noise around her disappeared. Everyone couldn't help but fall silent and look at her. Tan Taixian stood with her hands behind her back. She looked around and then calmly said, "Let's cut to the chase. I've gathered everyone here today to announce something." She paused for a moment. I'm stepping down as the general of the Black Sparrow military force. Everyone was in an uproar. No one expected Tan Taixian to announce that she was stepping down. Tan Taixian was so young. Why was she suddenly stepping down? The deputy general's eyes flashed. They instantly sat up straight and were extremely shocked. Tan Taixian let everyone digest the news and then said again, "That's right. After I leave, the position of general of the Black Sparrow military force will be taken over by Wang Ting." This time, the entire martial arts practice field fell into a strange silence. End of chapter 680. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.